Superdimensional Wizard Chapter 1320 to Chapter 1385. Since Leon was one of the judges, Sibel had met him before. He didn't know where Taurus found Leon, but he had to admit that Leon was a decent fighter. Leon was also very humble. Even though he was brought here by Taurus, he wasn't as boastful as Taurus. Sibel had even taught him some combat techniques before. Generally speaking, Sibel thought highly of Leon. Now that Taurus had brought two more people with him, Sibel didn't know who Leon was. Who the hell were these two strangers, Sibel thought to himself. It was fine if they were just spectators. But if Sibel asked them to be judges, they should at least consider their own strength first. As Sibel pondered, Leon had already led the two of them to the front row of the judges' area. The judging area was at the edge of the ring. Moreover, it was specially raised so that they could clearly see every movement in the ring. There was only one person in the judging area, a woman wearing a luxurious golden dress. This woman was none other than the current city lord of First Heart City, Monroe. Taurus didn't pay any attention to Monroe. Instead, he carefully arranged the seats for the audience. Taurus knew Angor well enough to know that Angor wouldn't mind such formalities. However, Angor's teacher was also here. While Taurus didn't know much about Sunders, Angor once showed him a list of famous people in the wizarding world, and Sunders' description left a deep impression on Taurus. The god of war in the south. Phantom Master. A true genius who reached the top of the pyramid in a short time. While Taurus was carefully arranging the seats, Sibel approached them with a grim look. He was about to question Taurus, but before he could do anything, City Lord Dreamdew, who was sitting at the judge's table, greeted the newcomer with a cautious and respectful gaze that Sibel could not understand. She stood at the side like a servant. When she saw this scene, Sibel was stunned. Or rather, he wasn't the only one who was stunned. Everyone who witnessed this was confused. Everyone knew very well that the person at the top of the hierarchy in First Heart City was someone called Sir Tyson. Almost everyone present was brought to Beginning City by Sir Tyson. Under Sir Dixon was the City Lord of Monroe. The ranks below the City Lord of Monroe were distributed according to their functions. Of course, there was one person who was very special in this class, and that was Sheriff Torres. It was reasonable to say that Sheriff Torres's authority was much lower than that of the mayor of Monroe. However, Torres never cared about the mayor's opinion, and the mayor didn't seem to want to provoke Torres either. It was rumored that Torres had a close relationship with Sir Tyson. However, this rumor was dispelled after Taurus was chased around by Sir Tyson every day. To this day, Taurus' identity was one of the mysteries of Inception City. Now, both City Lord Dreamdew and Taurus were showing a respectful attitude to the newcomers. Everyone found it hard to believe and began to guess their identities. However, without more clues, it would only become another unsolvable mystery in the end. Of course, there were some who recognized Angor. For example, Rab and Rado, who were sitting on the side of the audience seat, had seen Angor before. They also saw Sir Tyson treating Angor with great respect. Apart from Rab and Rado, Derek also saw Angor. Most of the people present were pulled from the real world to Beginning City by Sir Tyson. However, Derek knew that Sir Tyson wasn't the only one who could bring people to Foundation City. It was Angor who brought Derek to Foundation City. During the war between Goldspink and Halon, Derek was a refugee who fled to Waterford with his grandfather. Thinking that his grandfather was sick, Derek tried to enter the city to find a doctor but was stopped by the guards. Fortunately, Angor happened to pass by and spoke for them, which allowed them to enter the city. However, Angor told him that his grandfather wasn't sick. It was Derek who was sick. In the end, the test results showed that Derek was indeed ill, an incurable disease of the twilight years. While Derek was still in a daze, Angor brought him and his grandfather to Foundation City. That was why Derek had a strong impression of Angor. In fact, Derek admired Angor the most in the entire city. Only a few people knew Angor, but the mayor of Monroe's attitude was too strange. Earlier, Sibel was planning to approach them and check their strength. But now, he hesitated. He thought for a moment and walked to Leon's side. He asked in a low voice, "Do you know them?" Leon nodded. "He's my younger brother, Angor. As for the other one, he's Angor's teacher." Leon's answer made Sibel feel a little strange. Although he knew that the other party was Leon's younger brother, what about his identity? Why did the mayor of Monroe treat him with such respect? One had to know that when the city lord of Monroe saw Leon before, he did not show much of an expression of importance. While Sibel was still in a daze and hesitating, Torres pointed at Sibel and said, "Today, I will defeat you in front of His Excellency. I'll show you who's the real conqueror of the Eastern Sea." Legendary knights? No matter how arrogant you are, it won't change anything. Even the legendary pirate Redbeard lost to me. Sibel didn't know what to say. Conqueror of the Eastern Sea? What kind of title is that? Who's going to fight you for it? Torres's shameful words attracted a round of cheers from the audience. They even put aside their thoughts of guessing Angor's identity for now. Angor looked at Torres with a blank expression and saw that Torres had already begun to interact with the audience as if he was sure of his victory. He wanted to pretend that he wasn't familiar with Torres, but after interacting with the audience for a while, Torres moved closer to him as if he needed his approval. Angor twitched his lips. Yeah. Next, he looked at Sibel. Saber was an old man with a white beard. His goatee almost reached his chest, and his skin was wrinkled. Even though he looked old, his body wasn't stooped. Instead, he was tall and burly. If one didn't look at his face, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was middle-aged. Saber wasn't like Torres, who liked to show off. He just stood there quietly, and the aura around him carried a sense of calmness. However, it wasn't the kind of silence one would expect. It was the kind of calmness that came with the passage of time. It was like an unsheathed sword. Even if Sibel didn't want to use it, the blood that once touched it still gave off a shocking aura. Compared to Torres, Sibel looked more like an old man who had washed away all his ostentatious looks. When Angor looked at Sibel, Sibel looked back at him with her own eyes. Angor nodded at Sibel and moved his lips. A voice suddenly appeared in his ears, which surprised Sibel a little. He looked around and didn't see anyone paying attention to the voice. Sibel had no choice but to look at Angor again. The latter nodded and sat down. At this moment, Sibel naturally understood that the voice transmission he received earlier was definitely from this young man. Go all out. Do your best to break Torres' spirit. This was the voice transmission Sibel received. Could Leon's younger brother be one of those supernaturals? Sibel wondered in his mind. Sibel had seen and even fought against supernaturals before, so he knew a thing or two about them. He had previously guessed that there was definitely a supernatural being behind Inception City. After all, to be able to create such a strange world, such a strange city, and all kinds of people who were almost immortal, was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. However, Mr. Disson never showed off his supernatural powers. The weapon Mr. Disson gave Torres, however, seemed to have supernatural properties. However, Torres wouldn't use such a weapon in a duel. This was the first time Sibel saw a human who could use supernatural powers in this place. Even Miss Dreamy wasn't this cautious when facing Mr. Disson. Could this Angor have something to do with the legendary Master of the New World? When Foundation City was first built, Sunny accidentally told him about the Master of the New World. She never mentioned it again, but the old man never forgot about it. Besides, Sunny and Alda were Mr. Disson's family members. Sunny's words couldn't be false. As Sibel pondered, an elegant female voice spoke, "Captain Sibel, it's almost time. Torres is on the stage." It was Miss Dreamy. Sibel snapped out of his daze and noticed that Torres was already in the ring, interacting with the audience. Sibel nodded to Dreamy and glanced at Angor. "I'll be serious." With that, Sibel turned around and stepped onto the stage. This was different from all the previous battles. Every step Saber took was like a sword that had been unsealed. His aura became sharper and sharper. Torres was still talking to the audience when he sensed the aura behind him and turned around. When he saw Sibel's condition, his expression turned serious. Sibel didn't say anything. After walking up to the ring, he waved his hand lightly and drew the knight's rapier from his waist. Torres also put away his exaggerated expression and looked more serious than ever. The battle was about to begin. The cheers of the audience had already been ignored by both sides of the battle. In their eyes, only their opponents were left. And the burning belief in his heart was the desire for victory. With a whistle from City Lord Liu, both sides entered battle mode. Then, without any hesitation, he charged towards the other party. The sound of metal colliding could be heard. This was the first time the knight's sword and the sickle came into contact. In the following period of time, this kind of sound continued. It was like a war horn beating rhythmically, slowly raising everyone's emotions to the climax. Torres's performance was a feast for the eyes. Just as the others had said, his movements were elegant and unrestrained. Even though he was fully focused, Torres didn't give up on the aesthetics of showing off his skills in battle. What Sabel brought was an ordinary knight's swordsmanship that did not have any sparks in it. However, this simple and crude sword technique wasn't at a disadvantage in the slightest against Ula's ferocious attacks. Exchanging blows, they were evenly matched. In terms of combat style, Torres was aggressive while Saber was on the defensive. However, this didn't mean that Saber was weak. It was just his style. Torres was like a violent gust of wind, while Sabel was like an unmoving tree. In a short period of time, no one could do anything to the other. To his surprise, it wasn't Torres who was better than Sabel in terms of skill. Although Saber was in a defensive position and did not move much, he used the knight's rapier in his hand to draw a circle on the ground. Within this circle, Saber was the uncrowned king. No matter how hard Torres tried, he couldn't break through this impenetrable circle. However, Torres was actually very strong in combat as well. Although he wasn't as good as Sabel, it wasn't because he didn't study enough. Rather, it was because he had more tricks up his sleeve than Sabel. First of all, Torres appeared to be unarmed, but in reality, his missing left leg was replaced by a sickle, and this sickle was his most powerful weapon. Secondly, Torres had developed many strange techniques with the sickle as his core. For example, he could use the sickle's toughness to jump more than 10 meters into the air, jump, and descend at high speed. Sabel, on the other hand, couldn't do such a thing. With Torres in control of the air, Sabel had to focus on defending against attacks from above. Third, Torres's attacks were unconstrained and unpredictable. You couldn't even imagine where they came from. They were like the wind that blew through the hall, penetrating every opening and invading everything. Of course, Torres' disadvantage was also very obvious. Generally speaking, surprise attacks were meant to catch the enemy off guard. However, Sabel's defensive stance did not allow him to be unprepared at all. Outside the sphere, Sabel was an impenetrable turtle shell. Inside the sphere, Sabel could still attack and defend. That was why Sabel was able to restrain a genius like Torres. However, Sabel's circle was simply too small. Even though he wanted to expand it, Torres' powerful attacks prevented him from doing so. As a result, this battle became a tug of war, and it all depended on who could grasp the opponent's weakness in the end. In the judging area, Leon's eyes were shining. For a battle maniac like him, this battle was like a perfect banquet that a glutton would praise. Every movement, technique, and the details of the battle were like the most exquisite food that Leon could not help but taste again and again. Leon also wanted to share his excitement with others through words. "What do you think, Angor?" Leon asked in a soft voice when the battle reached a stalemate. As far as Angor was concerned, the battle was very interesting. Both combatants were restricted to the supernatural level, but they were still able to fight better than some low-leveled or even intermediate apprentices. Previously, it was rumored that Sabel had killed a supernatural being. Now, it was proven to be true because Sabel did indeed possess such strength. Angor told Leon his thoughts, and Leon nodded in agreement. Angor noticed that Sunder's eyes were also on the stage. But strangely, Sunder's attention seemed to be drifting to the sky. "What are you thinking about, sir?" Angor asked curiously. "The duel reminded me of the time when I went to challenge the Tower of Infinity many years ago. Back then, my illusions were still weak, and I did not develop nightmare illusions yet. My battles were more bloodline-based." Sunders paused a little as if he was recalling something from the past. He did not continue, but Angor could clearly see the emotions in his eyes. "What do you think, sir?" "Considering their level, they've already performed very well," said Sunders. He looked back at the stage and spoke in a slightly emotional tone. "This Sabel, with his vision and strength, has already reached the limit of what can be done in the current age. It's a pity that he's limited by his mortal body. If he can become a superhuman, his simple sword and shadow cat blood will allow him to break through many shackles." If he wants to draw a circle on the ground, he can use Shadow Cat's power to quickly conquer cities. Shadow Cat bloodline is only a way to break through his shackles. There are many other supernatural methods that can help his simple sword reach a higher level. Sunder's response was exactly what Angor was thinking. Sibel had already reached the limit of what a mortal could do. If he wanted to go further, he would have to become a supernatural. There are many places that ordinary people cannot reach, and extreme moves that are difficult for ordinary people to do, said Angor. What about Taurus? Sunders thought about Taurus' story from Angor. Taurus has more potential because he has a broader mind. If Taurus could have gone to the fake continent and become a supernatural, he might have become a great wizard. Sunders was right. If Taurus was not trapped on the Dark Island, he might have left his name in history. But compared to this battle, I'm more interested in the future of the Dream Wasteland, said Sunders. If people can bring their own strength into the Dream Wasteland, they will be able to use it in the future. They will even be able to develop their own fighting skills. I think the people behind Sky Tower and Tower of Infinity will be very worried. However, it was still a long way to go before the Dream Wasteland could be popularized in the wizarding world. At least, he could not let too many people know about the Dream Wasteland before he mastered the core authority of his nightmare domain. The Dream Wasteland was too big of a pie to swallow. Even if Angor was willing to share it with others, not everyone could control their desires as well as Sunders. Desire meant wanting more after getting something, and wanting it even more when you couldn't get it. It was like a greedy, insatiable mouth. If Angor didn't master the core authority of his nightmare domain, he would be devoured by the wasteland in the end. Besides, there were still many problems to consider. Would people trust him enough to enter the Dream Wasteland? The equipment needed to enter the Dream Wasteland, Angor still needed to think about it carefully. An hour later, the battle was still going on. It was already a long time for mortals to fight each other. Most of the combatants still looked energetic, but they were already showing signs of exhaustion. Meanwhile, the spectators were all thinking about the same thing. Who would win in the end? Everyone had their own supporters, and everyone had their own guesses. However, only a few people could tell who would win or lose. Even Lion, a former knight and a future bloodline extraordinary individual, was still at a loss at this moment. He whispered into Angor's ear, "Who do you think will win?" Either one of them couldn't fight, or they fell out of the arena. Angor considered for a moment and shook his head. I don't know. In the real world, Taurus would have won already. His soul had been cleansed by the passage of time, and his supernatural power had begun to grow. He no longer relied on his skills alone. If Sibel were in reality, he would have been a mortal and old man. He wouldn't have been able to fight Taurus even if he wanted to. The only reason he was able to fight on par with Taurus was because the Dream Wasteland had solved the problem of energy and injuries. In other words, the Dream Wasteland closed the gap between Sibel and Taurus. If one really wanted to say who would win, it would depend on how the situation on the field would develop, and whose luck and ability to deal with details were better. While waiting for the result, Sunders left the area. First of all, it had been a long time, and they were about to reach the end of their journey back to Pat Manor. Second of all, the battle itself was too weak. Sunders thought it was just a way to kill time, so there was no need to worry about the result. Besides, someone as strong as Sunders already knew what the result would be. After Sunders left, Leon could no longer sit still. He even shifted his attention away from the match. Why is Mr. Phantom here? Didn't he go with my professor to capture Roland? Angor asked the question that had been bothering him for a long time. Didn't I tell you that Roland has been captured? You did say that, but didn't you say that something had happened and that Roland was still being interrogated? It's all over now. We've reached a preliminary agreement with Roland, and they're on their way back. I think they'll arrive at Pat Manor in an hour or two. Leon's eyes lit up when he heard the explanation. After hearing this news, Lion's mind started to wander. However, the duel on the stage was not over yet. Since he was invited to be the judge, as a member of the judging panel, he naturally had to be loyal to his duty. Lion forced himself to restrain his emotions and focused his attention on the ring again. He wasn't as impatient as Leon. Perhaps it was because he didn't participate in Roland's capture, but he did witness the whole process of interrogating Roland. Now that he knew what to do, he felt lot calmer. The duel on the stage was about to reach its final stage. Both of them still had some energy left, but in the midst of a high-intensity battle, their minds had entered a state of fatigue. Taurus, in particular, was in the worst condition. His eyelids drooped from time to time, and his vision was getting blurry. In a duel of this level, if both sides were evenly matched, it was easy for the attacker to get tired. Taurus had been thinking about how to break through Sibel's sphere since the beginning. His mind was constantly on the edge of tension, so his condition was worse than Sibel's. On the other hand, Saber didn't seem to be moving at all. Within his sphere, the knight's rapier could move as he wished. It was still exhausting, but it was much better than Taurus. Looks like the fight is about to end, Angor muttered. Leon nodded. It was going to be hard for Taurus to turn the tables in this situation. And he was right. Taurus had to keep attacking Saber even though he was exhausted. But now, he was showing a flaw in his attacks. While Taurus was dazed, Saber's rapier managed to pierce through his leather armor. Saber's rapier didn't manage to pierce through the leather armor. Instead, the rapier's rapier drew a semicircle in the air. The pigeon blood gemstone on the rapier's hilt suddenly released a red light. Thud. Taurus' pupils constricted as he lost control of his body in midair. The force from the tip of the knight's sword sent him crashing to the ground. Saber lowered his head and slowly sheathed his rapier. Saber bowed deeply at Angor, as if he was responding to Angor's voice transmission. He then glanced at Monroe, whose soul was nowhere to be seen. Lady Monroe, it's time to announce the result. Only then did Monroe regain her senses. After coughing twice, she stood up and looked at the arena. The match is over. I declare the winner to be. When Monroe said this, she suddenly stopped. Sir, I see that Sheriff Taurus hasn't fallen off the stage yet. I think he can still fight? He's already defeated. The winner is Knight Saber. Monroe quickly announced. Knight Saber. Suddenly, a shout of Knight Saber shocked everyone present. Other than a few fangirls who were still worried about Taurus, everyone was calling out Sibel's name. Sibel himself didn't pay any attention to this heaven-shaking call. He was used to it. When Angor looked at Sibel's old face, he almost saw his younger self, a knight commander who dominated the battlefield. Only a knight of glory who had won the war could show such calmness. It was very similar to Sibel's usual calmness. Sibel didn't respond to the shouts. Instead, he quietly approached Angor with a strange look in his eyes. It seemed he had something to ask. But at this moment, a black shadow suddenly crossed the distance of tens of meters between the arena and appeared directly behind Knight Saber. It was so fast that it looked like a flicker of light. When Sibel sensed someone behind him, it was already too late. He turned around and saw Taurus, whose eyes were bloodshot and appeared to be delirious. Taurus was still mumbling, I won't lose. I won't lose. A fierce attack accompanied by the silver light of the scythe was coming at Sibel. Even if Sibel wanted to draw his sword, he didn't have time. Just as Taurus' attack was about to land, Sibel felt a huge force behind him and pushed him to the side. At the same time, a figure stood in front of Taurus and blocked him. It was Angor. It's time to face reality, Angor said while grabbing Taurus' hand. However, Taurus was already in a daze. He didn't even know who he was facing, and he immediately launched a second attack at Angor. In less than a minute, Taurus and Angor had already engaged in several rounds of battle. The more Taurus fought, the redder his eyes became. To everyone's surprise, Taurus' strength was still increasing. Even though he was in a daze, he was still able to dodge Angor's attacks by reflexes. Sibel couldn't believe what he was seeing. His consciousness was unclear, but his strength was actually several times stronger than before. If Taurus fought Angor with his current strength, Sibel would be at a disadvantage. What was even more puzzling was that Taurus' strength seemed to have no upper limit. Angor also noticed that Taurus was slowly becoming as strong as when he first met Taurus in his undead form. Angor sighed when he saw Taurus' dazed eyes. Perhaps Taurus' mind was just like when he was still an undead. Some of his battle memories were also coming back to him, which was why he was getting stronger. Under such circumstances, it would be difficult to wake Taurus up. Taurus was now fighting anyone he could get his hands on. Angor glanced around with the remaining light in his eyes. The audience was still in shock. They didn't know what was going on. Why was Taurus standing up all of a sudden? And why was he fighting with the judges? Angor didn't want to waste any more time with Taurus, so he made up his mind. Taurus charged at him again. Angor didn't move. His scimitar almost reached Taurus' eye socket. Lion exclaimed from the side. Everyone's hearts were in their mouths. But right at this moment, Taurus's figure suddenly vanished. There was no trace of him at all. If it weren't for the scratches on the stage when Taurus and Sibel fought, everyone would think that everything was just a dream. But when they woke up from the dream, everyone was shocked. Where did Taurus go? Angor didn't know what to say. Angor didn't explain. He walked to the judges and nodded at Sibel, who was still in a daze. You did well. Taurus needs to be taught a lesson. Sibel snapped out of his daze, but his expression darkened. Truth be told, I'm still no match for Taurus in terms of strength. That was an accident. You're the only winner of the duel, Angor said. With Lady Monroe as the witness, your victory is an undeniable fact. Angor looked at Monroe. With Knight Sibel's help, Lady Monroe will have another powerful ally in Foundation City. Monroe smiled but didn't say anything. Her expression was still respectful. Since the duel is over, let's go. Angor looked at Leon. Leon nodded without hesitation. He wasn't paying attention to the duel. Before Angor could leave, Sibel suddenly stopped him. Wait, can I ask you a few questions? He turned around and looked at Sibel. Where's Taurus now? Also, are you a superhuman? That's all you want to ask? If that's all, you can ask Freud. He'll answer them for you. Angor glanced at Monroe and asked her to take Sibel to Freud. He then turned around and disappeared into the noisy arena with Leon. Angor and Leon returned to the real world. Pat Manor was still peaceful. Sunders and the Wiss hadn't returned yet. Leon told his servants that he was going to Grue Town and asked them to prepare some food and drinks for him. Lion's thinking was still stuck at the boundary of a normal person, so he had never considered the fact that official wizards did not eat much, let alone magic eaters. Still, judging from Leon's excitement, Angor could tell that he respected Red Hair the Wiss. Angor didn't leave immediately. Instead, he took out the Church of the Deceased and placed it on the table. Then he reached his spirit feelers inside. Before they even entered Taurus's room, they could already hear a blood-curdling scream coming from the room. I won't lose. I'm still here. I'm the king of the easternmost sea. I defeated the legendary pirate Redbeard. How can I lose to a liar? Do I have to say it again? Redbeard wasn't even 10 years old when you died. Angor's voice suddenly reached Taurus' ears. That's not important. Taurus suddenly froze. After a while, he spoke in an aggrieved voice. Every time Angor mentioned Redbeard, Taurus would try his best to refute Angor's words. But this time, he didn't say anything. You think you didn't lose? Because you didn't fall out of the arena? Angor asked. Taurus nodded after a moment of hesitation. Angor didn't say anything else. Instead, he used an illusion to show Taurus what happened. Do you still think you didn't lose? Angor asked again after reading the whole thing. At that time, Taurus was already very tired and revealed a flaw that Sibel caught. Sibel could easily stab his sword into Taurus' chest, but he didn't. Instead, he lifted the sword slightly and placed it on the leather armor. Sibel didn't use his sword to pierce through the leather armor. Instead, he used pure strength to knock Taurus away. Taurus was completely weightless in the air. If Sibel used a little more force, Taurus would be sent flying out of the arena. But Sibel didn't do that. He only allowed Taurus to fall to the edge of the arena. Sibel had given way to Taurus twice in a row. His demeanor was more than enough, and when Taurus was struggling to get up, he didn't finish him off. Taurus wanted to say that he didn't lose as long as he didn't fall out of the arena. However, this wasn't a fight to the death, and he wasn't Sibel's enemy. Taurus lowered his head and didn't try to argue, which meant he accepted the outcome of the battle. Angor was glad to see Taurus' reaction. Now that Taurus was no longer as arrogant as before, he would be able to calm down a little. Foundation City, the top floor of Firmament Tower. City Lord Monroe sent Sibel, who was still in a daze, away. Then, with graceful steps, she knocked on the door of the end again. "Come in." A lazy voice came from behind the door, sounding as if it was filled with tiredness. Lady Monroe pushed the door open and saw Freud, who was still working on some documents. Freud put down the documents in his hand and looked at Monroe. "Look at you. Are you satisfied with Sibel's answer?" "He's decided to serve me after learning part of the truth." Monroe smiled brightly. She was happy to have such a powerful knight as her subordinate. "Didn't I already pledge my loyalty to you? Otherwise, why would I become your city guard captain? It's different this time." "Sibel used the knight's soul as a gift and swore to become a knight to protect Inception City," Monroe said proudly. Freud nodded. Swearing with the soul of a knight was the most important thing a knight could do. Appointing Sibel as the captain of the city guards was his job. Now that Sibel had sworn to protect Foundation City, it was his duty to do so. That was why Monroe was so happy about it. "Looks like your job as the judge between Sibel and Torres worked well," Freud said. "You look like you're in some kind of trouble." Freud joked before he asked about Monroe's purpose of coming here. "You look like you're having a problem." At the mention of the purpose of her visit, Monroe's joyful expression began to fade. "It's about Constable Torres. Everyone knows what he's like. Now that he was defeated by Knight Sibel in public, I'm worried that..." "You're worried that the sheriff's position won't be decided?" Freud raised an eyebrow. "Yes." Monroe nodded. Torres' personality was too strong. Many people believed that Sibel must have messed up Torres' personality quite badly. Everyone's worried that Torres will go into hiding for months like last time. Last time, Torres didn't return to Foundation City because he was taken to the Abyss Plane and couldn't return to the Dream Wasteland. Freud knew that, but he didn't need to tell Monroe about it. Freud chuckled. "Don't worry. You know too much about Torres. He's a thick-skinned man. He has a method called spirit victory. He'll heal himself in a few days." "Mental victory?" Monroe was a little confused. Freud didn't bother explaining. "Torres likes to be in the limelight, but he's much calmer than you think. There are many things that he sees through but doesn't point it out. Don't worry, he'll come running back in a few days." Freud used to live in the Church of the Deceased, so he knew how boring the place was. Torres would probably get bored in a few days and beg Angor to take him back to the Dream Wasteland. Although Monroe was still doubtful, she didn't dare to question Freud. She nodded and left. Freud thought that Torres would only return to the Dream Wasteland after a few days, but on the same day, Torres returned to the Dream Wasteland as if nothing had happened. Angor also came with Torres. "My lord," Freud greeted him in a low voice. "Have you thought it through outside?" "It's time for you to get back to work," Angor said as he looked at Torres. "Sibel's dead anyway. He doesn't even have a soul. What's the big deal? Come fight me in real life if you can. Also, according to my age when I was alive, I'm much younger than him. He's already so old. I went easy on him during the competition and deliberately lost to him." "Yes, that's right." Torres' morale seemed to have been reinvigorated. He swaggered to the balcony and jumped down from the top of the firmament tower. Freud didn't say anything since Angor was right beside him. Normally, he would have started yelling at Torres already. If Torres jumped down, he would definitely leave a huge hole in the ground, and he would have to trouble the construction team again. What a waste of manpower. After Torres left, Freud asked in a low voice, "Sir, do you need something from me?" Angor nodded. "Yes, I do. If everything goes well, I'll bring some people into the Dream Wasteland. They're my servants who watched me grow up, and they're very close to me. Don't worry, sir. I'll arrange everything for them myself. I've already assigned them tasks, and I'll make sure they're accepted into the city as soon as possible." Freud nodded. Freud took out several pieces of paper from his desk and handed them to Angor. The tasks that these servants were going to do were written on the paper, and they weren't official tasks. Most of them were simple tasks that required a lot of interaction with the citizens, so they could quickly get to know each other and integrate into Foundation City. Angor nodded in satisfaction. He trusted Freud's words. This time, he was here to bring Torres in and talk to Freud about the servants. Angor planned to return to reality after telling Freud what he wanted. But before he left, he saw some documents on Freud's desk. Anomaly investigation report? I thought you were working on the second chapter of Observation of the Dream Wasteland? What's this? It's related to the second chapter. It's an addendum to the authority of the Dream Wasteland. Freud explained, since Foundation City is on the right track now, and Monroe is in charge of the city's affairs, I'm not worried. So I'm looking for the authority that escaped from the wasteland. That's why I set up the anomaly department. Escaped authority. Angor quickly remembered that when he obtained the authority from the nightmare domain, he didn't absorb it into his body. Instead, he released it into the dream wasteland. But until now, he still had no idea what kind of authority it was. So far, he hadn't seen anything strange. Of course, the authority didn't always produce strange phenomena. But since it was an authority, it had to be some kind of law. And that was why Freud set up the anomaly department to look for such a law. Angor checked the anomaly investigation report and didn't find anything out of the ordinary. Most of the reports were rumors that the members of the anomaly department heard during their visits to the wasteland. Most of them were rumors made up by the citizens themselves, so Freud's comment at the bottom of each report was rumor. The only reason he didn't mention rumor was that the report hadn't been verified yet. After reading the report, Angor didn't have much hope for the anomaly department. Laws were like undercurrents hidden in the deep sea. Even if you went to the depths of the sea, you wouldn't be able to notice them. Plus, you might not even be able to reach the depths of the sea. If Angor really wanted to find the authority, he would have to go to the nightmare domain to find the answer. But since Freud was working for him, Angor didn't want to discourage him. He nodded and praised Freud. After leaving Freud's office, Angor returned to reality. As soon as he opened his eyes, he sensed a strong energy fluctuation coming from afar. He went to the balcony and looked outside. A flying car made of black metal, pulled by 3 flamingos, flew over from the gloomy horizon. The flamingos were bright red as if they were burning flames. The 3 flamingos flew across the sky in a stunning manner. The air car they were pulling looked like a pumpkin carriage in fairy tales. It was flat, with doors, windows, and many strange runes engraved on it. At the center of the runes was a pattern, Valley of Wind and Clouds. Angor already knew who it was when he saw the pattern, or rather, the emblem. The emblem belonged to the Valley of Storm, which was where Red Hair the Wisp came from. It was obvious who the owner of the air car was. After a series of screeches, the flamingo made a big circle in the air and finally pulled the exquisite flying carriage to a stop on the cloud soil. When the flying car landed on the cloud, Flamingo broke free from the reins and stood or lay down near the Demeter, looking very comfortable. At this time, the door of the flying car was opened, and 2 tall men took the lead to walk out from inside. It was the Wisp with his flamboyant red hair and Sunders who was wearing a gentleman's suit. When they landed on the ground, a strange force field surrounded by a geometric pattern floated out of the air car. Angor immediately recognized the energy field created by the geometric pattern. It was his geometric lock. Now that the geometric lock was unlocked, there was no doubt that the person inside was the mastermind Sunders wanted to capture, Roland. Foundation City. After Angor left, Freud began to arrange for the new residents to be accepted. A moment later, the area around Angor's designated spot was filled with workers. The workers were used to seeing newcomers coming to Foundation City from time to time. In fact, the common people were used to it as well. However, it was rare for so many people to show up at once. Seeing this group of people in servant uniforms suddenly appear in the temporarily cleared square, all the staff members began to prepare for recording work. On the other side of the square, the newcomers began to get restless. Where are we? Why are we here? Shit, I asked a patient to come with me. It's getting dark. Can we make it back in time? Can someone tell me if we're in Waterford? Dr. Dink, I think we're in Waterford. I haven't been here for a long time, but I know the Ocean Theater in the distance. But why do I feel like the streets have changed? Where's my sheep? Where's my sheep? Why are you taking care of your sheep now, Frando? But I was sleeping with my sheep. How am I supposed to tell Mr. Viscount now that my sheep is gone? Frando, the shepherd, complained. Everyone was shouting in surprise. At this moment, one of the female knights in leather armor suddenly shouted, "Everyone, shut up." It was Swatch, Viscount's combat instructor and a female knight from the Middle Garden. In pat manner, Swatch was only second to Headmaid Mana. Since Swatch had spoken, no one dared to say anything. Swatch stepped aside and looked at Mana, who had fallen into silence. "Do you know why we're here, Mana?" Mana shook her head and looked around. "I don't remember. But since we're in Waterford, let's head to Grewtown first. I'll explain everything to Mr. Viscount when we're back." Mana spoke as if she had decided on what to do next. However, before everyone could agree, Swatch suddenly spoke up, "But this isn't Waterford." Everyone looked at Swatch doubtfully, and someone argued, "Although we don't usually go to Waterford, we know the Ocean Theatre." Swatch shook her head and explained, "That building is indeed very similar to the Ocean Theatre, but the Ocean Theatre is opposite the City Hall. How could the City Hall disappear and the Ocean Theatre stay here? Also, don't you think that the layout of Waterford is strange? Just like the square under our feet. Is there such a big square in Waterford? And that tower over there, I've never seen it in Waterford." Swatch often traveled back and forth between Waterford and Grewtown as a liaison knight. The last time he went to Waterford was only half a month ago. Swatch did not believe that Waterford could build such a tall tower and such a large square in half a month. Headmaid Mana nodded as well. "When the Viscount came to Waterford for his knighthood, I accompanied him. At that time, there wasn't such a tall tower." Hearing the words of the headmaid and the knight of the middle court, the balance in everyone's heart began to sway. "Then where is this place? It's really similar to the Ocean Theatre. Is it an illusion? If it's an illusion, could it be an illusion made by the young master?" Someone guessed. "No way," a clear voice said. "The young master has matured a lot after being away for so many years. He wouldn't do such a prank. Maid Ollie knows the young master best. She should be right." Mana nodded. "The young master wouldn't do anything to trick us." Then where was this place? Why were they here? Just as everyone was puzzled, the group of staff in the distance had already surrounded them. "Newcomers, right? Prepare to register." "Register? What register?" Everyone was confused. Swatch turned back and glared. "Shut up. Let Headmaid Mana do it." As the housekeeper of the manor, Headmaid Mana had a lot of prestige. She could handle both external and internal affairs perfectly. Therefore, everyone was convinced that Headmaid Mana would be the one to handle it. "Can you tell us where this place is? And what do we need to register?" Mana was confused. "This is the beginning city. Registration is to record your identity for later management," the staff said. The staff member smiled and said, "Moreover, you will only have the right to live in First Heart City after registering. We're not from here and won't stay here for long. We don't need to register, right?" Mana asked again. On the other side, Swatch murmured "beginning city" in a low voice. As a standard female knight who had graduated from a knight academy, Swatch knew about the provinces and cities of the Gold's Pink Empire even if she hadn't been there personally. However, Swatch had never heard of the name Initial Heart City. The staff looked at Mana suspiciously. "You really don't know how you got here? Think carefully about what happened to you before you came here." The staff's words made everyone fall into deep thought. Headmaid Mana said in a low voice, "I remember that when I went to find the Viscount with the tray, I saw a red light on the way. Then I can't remember anything." After Headmaid Mana finished speaking, she looked at Swatch, wanting to know how she was doing. Swatch said, "I was near the garden. There was a sudden snowstorm, so Glenn asked me to take care of the flower shed." Gardener Glenn nodded at Swatch's words. "That's true. I was carrying a moon orchid to the flower shed. On the way there, I heard a cry from the main castle. I saw a flash of red light. Then, my memory seemed to be blacked out." Everyone whispered at this time. Almost all of them had seen the strange red light before their memories were interrupted. Only the shepherd, Frando, did not see the so-called red light because he was sleeping in the corral at the time. What exactly happened after the red light? This was the question that everyone had in mind. Even the staff members were confused. What red light? Wasn't it Sir Freud who dragged them here? Freud walked out of the crowd and stood in front of Mana. I know you're all servants of Pat Manor, and I know you have a lot of questions. But let's register first. I'll tell you the truth later. Mana nodded. Yes, sir. However, no one knew who Freud was. They looked at each other and didn't know what to do. At this time, a servant inadvertently looked to the other side. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. He pointed to the distance and stuttered, Mama. Head maid Mana, that person seems to be. Everyone was attracted by her voice and followed her line of sight. Hey, that person looks like Chown, right? But wasn't Chown frozen? Why would he appear here? Am I seeing things? He does look like John. Headmaid Mana was also surprised. John didn't look like the others, but his body and spirit were still in good shape. He didn't look like the skinny guy in the ice coffin. It can't be John, can it? How can there be two people who look so alike? Someone whispered, wait, if you want to know, just look at the mute servant. He's been serving John for a long time, right? At this point, everyone's gaze landed on the mute servant. The mute servant Yorkshire used to serve old Pat, and after old Pat passed away, he had been serving John for many years. Apart from Angor, the mute servant was the only one who knew John the best. Everyone waited for the mute servant's answer. After a moment of silence, the mute servant spoke, yes, he's John. No one was looking at John now. They all stared at the mute servant in shock. The mute servant was called a mute servant because he couldn't speak. But now, he could talk? His voice was hoarse and had a strange tone, as if he was a foreigner who was speaking the common language for the first time. The mute servant seemed to be very surprised as well. His face was full of confusion. What's going on? Why can the mute servant talk? A voice came from behind them. Even I can stand up and walk. What's so strange about a mute servant talking? Everyone turned around and saw John standing beside Freud with a smile. I know you have a lot of questions, but we'll talk later. Come, let's register your identities first. John paused. I'll take you to someone later, and you'll know the truth. Who? Someone who feels guilty and doesn't want to come here. Chown's appearance gave everyone a strange feeling about this place. Also, when they lost their memories, they all saw the red light flashing. This made everyone understand that their appearance here might have something to do with the transcendence. John promised that he would tell them the truth later. After a moment of hesitation, everyone began to register under the lead of head maid Mana. Freud looked at John. Do you want me to go with you, Mr. John? No need. You still need to deal with the aftermath. I'll take them there. That guy is a responsible man, but he doesn't dare to face his own people at a time like this. John shook his head. I'll take them there first and let them familiarize themselves with the place. Freud thought for a moment. Nothing serious would happen in the city. Besides. Freud glanced at the top of the building on the right and saw a man wearing a horned helmet. With Tora's protection, nothing bad would happen. Freud nodded. Then I'll go back to Firmament Tower first. After Freud left, John walked up to Mana and said, long time no see. Mana didn't say anything. Her eyes were filled with confusion and nostalgia. John then looked at Yorkshire, the mute servant who had taken care of him for many years. His eyes were filled with emotions. Let's go. You'll know later. The atmosphere was strange. No one expected John to bring them to meet the two masters of Pat Manor. No one would have expected that the Viscount would tell them a terrifying story with an ashamed expression. We're all dead? It was the shepherd, Philando, who spoke in a trembling voice. There was an unfathomable sadness in Leon's eyes. Only his physical body has died. At least his spiritual consciousness has been left behind. It exists here forever. We're really dead? Why can't I feel anything? Everyone was still in a daze. Only the mute servant, Yorkshire, finally realized why he could speak. It was because he was already dead. Then, Mr. Viscount, young master, and Mr. John, why are you here? Could it be that you have also met with misfortune? After head maid Mana recovered from her shock, the first thing she said was to ask about her master's condition. This made Leon feel even more guilty. Chown smiled and said, "Me? I'm in a half-dead state, not much different from you." As for Leon and Angor, they've become supernaturals. They have other ways to get here. "So, is this the world after death?" someone asked. "It's not hell or undead wasteland like you think. This is a special world. You won't experience much difference here. But I need to get used to life here and change my pace," Angor explained. Many people didn't know what to do. Previously, they were still digesting the news that they were dead. Now, they had to face a change in the pace of their lives. For many servants who were content with their current situation, this was a drastic change. In fact, it might even make them feel timid. Only the strong-willed ones like head servant Mana and Night's Watch felt a little better. Angor looked at the miserable people and spoke in a soft voice, "Freud will give you time to adapt. Moreover, a change in life can be considered a new way of living." Leon wasn't sure if his words would work, but he still found the atmosphere unbearable. "Do you have a way to make them accept the change?" Leon asked in a pleading tone that had never been heard before. After all, the change in the servants was caused by Lion's lover. Besides, as the actual leaders of Gru Town, they were all citizens of Lion. Lion blamed himself for not taking care of the safety of his people. Sensing the bewildered atmosphere of the crowd, Lion felt even worse than they did. He couldn't change anything, so he could only rely on Angor. Angor considered for a moment and decided not to reject his brother's request. "All right, I'll think of something." Angor returned to reality from the dream wasteland. Sunders was leaning against the Demeter's side while listening to the conversation between the Whis and Roland. The Whis knew that the servants were mortals, while Eureka was a formal wizard. The Whis wanted to make sure that Eureka's servants weren't as powerful as Eureka's, but he still wanted to check with Roland just in case. Sunders heard Angor's voice transmission. He glanced at the Whis and flew away from the cloud to the balcony on the top floor of the castle. Angor was standing on the edge of the balcony, looking down at the quiet and dilapidated manor. "The servants are already inside the dream wasteland?" Sunders asked as he landed beside Angor. Angor nodded. "Yes. We reached the dream wasteland without a hitch. I've already dealt with their corpses in the real world." Sunders nodded and changed the topic. "You said you want to use the dream welk?" "I want to copy the entire Pad Manor and move it to Foundation City." The only solution Angor could come up with was to have the servants stay in a familiar place for now while they slowly familiarize themselves with the city's layout. For the servants? Sunders quickly realized what Angor was planning. "For my own safety as well." Sunders considered for a moment and said, "All right, I understand. I'll tell the Whis and White Bear to leave the manor for now." Sunders didn't say anything else and turned to leave. He didn't need to tell Sunders about this, but the Whis was still here. Using the dream welk to drag a large area of Pad Manor into his dream might arouse suspicion. Only then did she tell Sunders about it. Sunders knew what Angor meant. He didn't think it was necessary to go this far. For the sake of the servants, but since Angor had already made up his mind, he wouldn't stop him. When Sunders returned to Cloudland, he asked the Whis to take Roland to the Gravity Garden for the time being, claiming that divination spells could easily spy on them. Since Roland wanted to remove Eureka's mystery energy, White Bear was also concerned about the matter, so Sunders easily lured the Whis and White Bear away from Pad Manor. Once they were gone, Angor took out the dream welk and pulled the entire Pad Manor into the dream wasteland. Angor placed Pad Manor at the edge of the eastern district of Foundation City. There weren't many people in the area, and he already told Freud to clear the area. Therefore, when Pad Manor appeared out of nowhere, no one noticed it. However, considering how big the manor was, it wouldn't take long for other people to notice it. Once inside the dream wasteland, Angor asked his servants to follow him to the eastern district. Along the way, Angor noticed that the servants were slowly calming down. However, many of them still looked absent-minded. Ori, for example, was one of them. Ori followed closely behind him, as if she was still arranging her own pace as his personal maid. She didn't change her pace, but she still looked a little absent-minded. "Young master, are we really not going back?" Ori finally asked after a long moment of hesitation. Maybe, but not really, Angor replied in a low voice. Olga's eyes dimmed when she got the answer. What are you worried about? As far as Angor knew, Ori didn't leave Gru Town much. She only went to Waterford with Night's Watch because of a shopping problem, which was the furthest she ever went. Ori was young and spent most of her time in a small circle. She should be able to accept the outside world more easily. Angor didn't understand why Ori seemed to be more worried than the others. Of course, he would like to see the world from his own perspective. However, for an introverted and sensitive girl like Olga, who had never stepped out of her house since she was a child, she was most afraid of change, especially when it came to the social circle she was most familiar with. For her, Pat Manor and Gru Town were her comfort zones. Stepping out of her comfort zone would scare her. She followed Angor closely because she could only feel safe around someone she was familiar with. Headmaid Mana, Night's Watch, they're all here. But I still miss my other friends. I'm afraid I won't be able to see them in the future. Angor considered for a moment before saying, maybe they'll come here in the future. No. I didn't mean to kill them. Ori quickly waved her hands. I just miss them. Angor chuckled. You still think this is a world created after death? You don't have to die to come here. But aren't supernaturals the only ones who can come here? Ori asked curiously. Do you think they're supernaturals, Mr. John? They just need to use a little trick to get here. Angor paused and saw Ori frowning a little. If you really miss them, try to get used to life here. I'll find a way to bring them here, and I'll need you to take care of them. Ori was surprised to hear this. His gloomy expression finally broke as he smiled, all right. Soon, they arrived at the east side of the city and saw the Pat Manor. Everyone was surprised, including John and Leon. They didn't expect to see such a familiar building here. Why is there a manor here? Someone asked in disbelief. Swatch looked at the manor in front of her and recalled the Ocean Theater she saw before. She murmured, if the Ocean Theater is here, Pat Manor is also normal? He pushed open the gate of the manor in a daze. This is where you'll live from now on. As for your rooms, they'll be the same as before. Angor took the lead and entered the manor. The others were surprised for a moment before following behind him happily. Seeing the familiar manor here was the most comforting thing they had seen in the past few hours. However, when they entered the manor, one of the farmers asked in confusion, why is there no farmland here? Or rather, not only was there no farmland, but there were also no plants. What they saw was nothing but barren land. We'll have more in the future. Angor cleared his throat. He didn't have the ability to produce crops on a large scale right now. Of course, it was possible to create plants if he really wanted to. For example, he could use the Dream Welk to send some supernatural items into the Dream Wasteland. Or he could use Dream Walk to bring some sentient plants into the Dream Wasteland. However, he couldn't use this method on a large scale. Still, since plants could appear in the Dream Wasteland, the future was promising. As long as he could bring his strength into the wasteland, it would be easy to solve the problem of plants. Any nature magus would be able to do so. The barren land was only a small problem. Everyone was confused, but they didn't pay too much attention to it since they already received too much information. They were more concerned about the situation in the manor. The appearance of Pat Manor had become a safe haven for the servants who had just arrived at the city. Even Headmaid Mana and Night's Watch couldn't help but smile after a long time. Soon enough, Angor arranged everyone's living quarters, including Chown, in the stilt house. Angor also placed some books about the supernatural world in the house so that Chown could study them when he had free time. When everyone calmed down, Angor prepared to leave as well. Before leaving, Ori approached Angor and asked, "Young master, Headmaid Mana said that you and Mr. Viscount's rooms are still here. Are you going to come here often?" Olga's eyes were filled with anticipation. The question she asked was also what the other servants wanted to know. Even Headmaid Mana was looking at them from afar. Angor and Leon looked at each other and nodded. Of course. This is Pat Manor, and it's our home. Their answers made everyone heave a sigh of relief. Pat Manor was a safe haven for them, but they still had to rely on Angor and Leon for support. At this point, the arrangement of the servants could be considered to have been completed. Angor returned to the real world while Leon stayed behind in the dream wasteland for the first time. He was still feeling guilty, so he just wanted to spend some time with them so that he could feel better. Angor returned to the real world and stayed on the balcony on the top floor. He leaned against the railing and looked at the quiet manor under the moonlight. The gentle light of the moon cast a silver blanket over the peaceful manor. Trees were dancing in the distance, and the lights of Gru Town were shining brightly in the sky. At this moment, his perturbed heart finally calmed down. The next day, Eureka finally woke up from her madness. She and White Bear came to Angor and told him a lot of strange things. She said a lot of things, such as thanking Angor for helping her reunite with White Bear, or apologizing for the servants who were buried in the ground for a long time. Angor didn't know where they went, but Eureka and White Bear were probably still at the old Earth because the Wisp would often visit Leon during the day and leave at night. A week later, Sunders left as well. Angor didn't know how to react to Sunders' sudden departure. According to Sunders, he was going to visit the 7th continent of Stone Mulberry Dynasty, where an old friend of his was staying. Sunders once heard that she found a scroll that increased luck. It was only hearsay, but if it was true, Sunders planned to trade with her, or borrow it for research purposes. At least he wouldn't need to use fragments of eternity to make a deal with Vifit. There was also a large wizard market located in the 7th continent, which was only slightly smaller than the one in Floating Mech City. The market was called Punk's Theme Park. Sunders planned to go there and look for resources to save John. Both reasons were related to Angor. Angor felt a little embarrassed. He wanted to go with them, but Sunders refused without hesitation. Even if Mirror had not published the news yet, the news about Angor's survival should have spread out already. Everyone in Moonfrost Union was looking for Angor right now. If Angor showed up now, even Mr. Monkey would come looking for him in person as soon as word got out. It was better for Angor to stay in Pad Manor. Just in case, I'll leave a hawk here. Craft a login device and give it to the hawk. If anything happens, the hawk will automatically head to the Dream Wasteland. I'll also leave a hawk in the Dream Wasteland for communication. We can exchange messages and come back as soon as possible. The Dream Wasteland was the reason why Sunders dared to leave Pad Manor. If anything happened, he could use a plain passageway to come back at any time. Next, Sunders told Angor about Boboda and his trip to Dark Castle. When everything was done, Sunders opened a plain passageway and left Pad Manor. Angor followed Sunders' instructions and crafted a high-quality login device for the hawk, which could be used up to 979 times. Sunders needed the Crimson Veil to reduce the chances of being detected by prophets. This was why Boboda did not leave with Sunders. He stayed in the manor and spent most of his time inside the geometric lock. To make the best use of the soft larva, Angor took out the nest of the soft larva and made a list of mutations so that Boboda could take care of it. With Boboda taking care of the soft larva, Angor felt a lot more relaxed. He only checked on the soft larva from time to time and recorded the progress. The rest was left to Boboda. As for the rest of his time, he focused on building the model of his door. He even put off studying the green tattoo on his right eye and the origin flame. Time slowly passed during this period of time. While Angor was meditating, the Pad Manor was also changing. Since Eureka and the Wiss had left Pad Manor for some reason, and Roland was still in Thoa space, the Crimson Crown was no longer a threat. Leon summoned all the servants and Crockix back to the new village in the tea garden. The manor had been abandoned for some time, so the first thing the servants did when they returned was to repair it. With the help of the skilled Crockix, the repairs were done quickly. Finally, the quiet Pad Manor became lively again. Although the death of Head made Mana and the others had shrouded the manor in a shadow of grief, time would heal many external scars. Only a little bit of longing and memories that could not be erased would remain in the heart forever. Everything was getting better, and the light in Leon's eyes, which had disappeared for a long time, was restored. Whenever he thought about Mana and the others, Leon would also go to the Dream Wasteland. While making a login device for Falcon, he also made one for Leon, which also allowed him to use it up for 979 times. Compared to the pocket watch he used last time, this one didn't have to worry about running out of slots for a while. Now that things had changed for the better, the life of Head Made Manna and the others in the Dream Wilderness was finally on the right track. They spent most of their time doing quests assigned to them by Freud, which allowed them to meet more people in the dream realm. Freud purposely removed all the quests so that they could meet people who were kind and gentle. Therefore, in a short period of time, they re-established a new social circle. They still missed their days in the real world, but they also began to accept life in the dream wasteland. Ori also made many new friends, such as Chown's two new students, Alda and Sunny, as well as Rab and Rado. Since life in the dream wasteland was so much easier than in the real world, Ori's personality also became more lively. Of course, this was their life outside the manor. Once everyone returned to Pad Manor, Head Made Manna, Maid Ori, Shepherd Frando, and Gardener Galen would all take care of the manor as they always did in the real world. They would wait for Leon and Angor's next visit. Perhaps for them, living inside the manor and living outside the manor were two different things. One was to adapt to a new life, and the other was to stick to the old days and not change one's heart. No matter what, at least in Leon's eyes, everything was changing for the better. The second week after Sunder's departure, Angor met with Sunders in First Heart City. They would meet every few days at the same place, mainly to talk about their current situation. At the top of Heaven's Tower, an eagle circled in the sky for 2 rounds before landing on Sunder's shoulder. "You're still tinkering with spell slots today, aren't you?" Sunders asked Angor while playing with the hawk. Angor nodded. He spent most of his time building the model of a door. When he ran out of mana, he would meditate and continue. Sunders raised an eyebrow. Angor had been working on it for half a month, and every time they met in the dream wasteland, Angor would say the same thing. However, Sunders didn't see Angor coming up with anything, which made him curious about what kind of cantrip Angor was building. But he didn't ask. Angor already told him that he wouldn't tell him even if he asked. After all, the choice of spell slots was a wizard's personal business, and Sunders wasn't going to ask about it. However, he couldn't hide spell slots from Angor anyway. Sunders planned to fight Angor in a friendly match to see what kind of spell slots Angor was working on. "Where's Professor? Did you see Mr. Clam today?" Hydra Osikui was a very special wandering witch. According to rumors, she once came from the Elysium lands. When she was an apprentice, she did some harsh experiments that made her look old and hunched, so she left the place and became a wandering wizard. However, after leaving the Elysium lands, Osikui's strength grew rapidly. She became a formal wizard in just 30 years. Now, she was already at the peak of level 1. Osikui was the old friend Sunders was looking for when he came to the 7th continent. According to Sunders, he already met Osikui when she was still an apprentice. However, he didn't mention how they met. "Osikui came out of her training today. But she told me." Sunders shook his head. "No. She doesn't have a scroll with luck attribute." Angor already had his suspicions, but he still couldn't help but sigh. There were so few items that could increase luck in this world. "If you can't find anything, I'll try to get a fragment of eternity and make a deal with Vifit," Angor said helplessly. "I'll keep an eye out for you," Sunders said. The reason why Sunders was so enthusiastic was that he wanted to study the power of the dream wasteland as soon as possible. If there was no other way, Sunders would ask Vifit for help. The fragment of eternity was expensive, but he could use the dream whelk to duplicate the scroll in the dream wasteland, which was quite profitable. "Are you at Punk's theme park now, sir?" Angor asked. Since Mr. Hydra didn't find anything, Sunders should be at Punk's theme park already. Sunders nodded. "I'm at Punk's theme park. Did you find any materials that can heal John's injuries?" Angor asked anxiously. Compared to the luck scroll, Angor was more interested in this. "I found some." Sunders paused and showed a strange expression. "But I found something more interesting than these materials." Angor looked at Sunders in confusion. The latest issue of Firefly's Night Tale. A large ship with a pirate flag was anchored at Chambord Beach on the east coast of the Fey continent. The flag depicted a skull wearing a pirate's hat. What was worth mentioning was that the skull was smoking a long pipe from its mouth. When the pirate ship appeared at the beach, all the fishermen who lived near Chambord jumped in fright. For people who relied on the sea to survive, there were 3 things they feared the most: storms, mermaids, and pirates. Storms often came ashore, and sometimes, the waves would reach dozens of meters high. Therefore, every time there was a storm season, the nearby fishing villages would all be evacuated and moved to the inland areas. Storms were one of the scariest disasters. As for mermaids, the Feg mermaids lived near Chambord. For wizards, Feg mermaids were a popular commodity, but for the fishermen living here, encountering them was a disaster. Feg mermaids were cannibals, and they hated humans by nature. Fishermen who encountered them basically had no chance of survival. In addition to the disasters of the merfolk and storms, the most troublesome thing for fishermen was the pirates. At least storms could be expected, and mermaids only appeared in certain areas of the sea. As long as they calculated the pattern well, they could still avoid many risks. However, pirates were different. They were a group of people who had no self-control, no conscience, and were extremely murderous. Furthermore, they could appear all year round. Every time they came, they would leave with a huge pile of treasures. Often, they would even kill people and snatch the women. Storms were natural disasters, mermaids were natural enemies, and pirates were the internal strife of humans. To humans, infighting was always crueler than a common enemy. It could be said that what fishermen feared the most and hated the most was pirates. Now, there was a pirate ship docked at the coast. All of the fishermen's expressions changed, and they all started running towards the village while shouting, "The pirates are here! Quickly hide the women and children and chase them into the forest." While everyone was running towards the village, a young man who was lazily basking in the sun stood up and walked towards the beach. "Reynolds! Do you want to die? Come back!" An old fisherman saw this young man's movement and quickly shouted. The young man named Reynolds put away his lazy expression and said to the old fisherman in a serious tone, "My body has almost recovered. I was planning to leave Chambord today, but I didn't expect to be attacked by pirates. I was thinking about how to repay you for saving my life, but I don't need to anymore. The heads of these pirates will be my gift." After Reynolds said that, he ignored the old fisherman's advice and insisted on walking towards the pirate ship. Although the fishermen were anxious, they thought back to more than half a month ago when they found the unconscious Reynolds on the sea. Reynolds' body was full of injuries, and there were old injuries and new injuries. Also, his muscles were full of strength, and some of them guessed that Reynolds was powerful. However, Reynolds didn't show his combat ability after he woke up, and he was lazily basking in the sun. Therefore, everyone gradually forgot about this. Looking at Reynolds' back, the fishermen looked at each other and didn't know what to do. Although they believed that Reynolds had some combat ability, the pirate ship wasn't small, and there were at least dozens of people on it. Could Reynolds deal with it alone? Hesitation flashed in the old fisherman's eyes. He thought for a while and said to a few young men who were nimble, "You guys go back first. Tell the women in the village to hide in the forest. We will go and support Reynolds." Although they said support, they weren't really going to fight. They just wanted to beg the pirates for mercy and hand over their belongings if Reynolds was defeated by them. The old fisherman led a dozen brave men and followed behind Reynolds. Soon, they saw the pirate ship with its flag fluttering under the blue sky. Reynolds stood at the front and watched the pirate ship quietly. There seemed to be a lot of people moving around on the deck, but no pirates got off the ship yet. Until a long bugle horn sounded in the sky. At this moment, a black shadow jumped onto the anchor rope that the pirate ship threw down. After a light somersault, the shadow landed on the beach smoothly. Reynolds raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect only one person to get off the pirate ship. After the person got off the ship, she waved at the pirate ship. All the fishermen thought that it was a signal to attack. They were so scared that their faces turned pale and they retreated. It wasn't until the people on the pirate ship's deck waved their hands that they realized that it seemed to be a farewell. Reynolds also heard their words of farewell. What surprised him wasn't that they were saying goodbye, but the person who got off the ship alone was actually a woman. "You're a pirate?" Reynolds looked at the woman in a black robe suspiciously. The woman also finished saying goodbye. The pirate ship put away the anchor and set sail again. Hearing the sound behind her, she turned around and glanced at Reynolds. "Yes, I'm a pirate." Reynolds heard the beautiful voice and couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. However, he quickly cleared his mind and said in a deep voice, "Since you're a pirate, don't blame me. As soon as he finished speaking, Reynolds was about to attack the female pirate. However, he suddenly heard the fisherman behind him calling out. He looked in the direction of the fisherman's voice and saw that the pirate ship that had left earlier had taken down its pirate flag and replaced it with the flag of a merchant ship. What? What's going on? Reynolds said in surprise. Could it be that this pirate ship was preparing to disguise itself and show its ferocious face when it was time to rob? Reynolds thought so. At this moment, a piece of black cloth flew over from the sky. The female pirate grabbed it and saw that it was the pirate flag from before. Reynolds was even more confused. If they were really going to disguise themselves, why didn't they even want the pirate flag? The female pirate looked at the pirate flag in her hand with nostalgia. This pirate flag has been with me for many years. I can't just throw it away. As she spoke, the female pirate folded the pirate flag and put it in her backpack. Reynolds watched the female pirate's actions, but he didn't know if he should go forward and get rid of the evil for the people. Just as Reynolds was hesitating, the fisherman behind him exclaimed again, It's a sea beast. Reynolds looked over and saw that the pirate ship that had disguised itself as a merchant ship was already hundreds of meters away. However, just as they were about to leave, a ferocious sea beast suddenly raised its head from the surface of the sea. Just the part that was exposed above the water was 5 to 6 meters tall. This was the blood-eating sea lion that loved to eat mermaids. Its tail slapped the surface of the water and set off a white wave. At the same time, it opened its mouth and revealed a large number of sharp teeth that bit toward the pirate ship. Seeing this scene, the fishermen didn't know what to say now. Should they tell them to be careful? But they were still a pirate ship just now. Or should they gloat? However, this pirate ship only had a weak female pirate, and the ship even drove itself away. It didn't look like it was going to rob them. Just as the fishermen were having complicated thoughts, the female pirate who had gotten off the ship earlier suddenly turned around. I didn't notice the sea beast earlier, the female pirate muttered in a low voice. She slowly extended her right hand. Under everyone's gaze, the female pirate removed the glove on her right hand, revealing the metallic luster inside. She aimed her palm in the direction of the sea beast. With a beeping sound, everyone could clearly see that green light spots appeared in the center of her mechanical palm. When the light spots gathered together, a spiral tornado that was visible to the naked eye rushed out from her palm. With a rumbling sound, it reached the sea beast in an instant. There was a loud bang. The spiral tornado pierced a hole in the sea beast's head. Blood splattered everywhere, and brain matter splattered everywhere. Its huge body fell heavily on the sea, setting off a sizable wave. Done, the female pirate said softly. Her actions shocked everyone. The fisherman finally recognized the identity of the female pirate, an extraordinaire. Only an extraordinaire had such a terrifying ability to kill a blood-eating sea lion in an instant. The fishermen didn't think much of a female pirate before, but now, their legs began to tremble. If she really was an extraordinaire, she could easily wipe out their entire village. While the fishermen were still at a loss, the female pirate suddenly spoke to the silent Reynolds. You're an apprentice too, right? I think there's a wizard market nearby. Can you tell me where it is? Sean said Firefly's Night Tale will be released in a couple of days. I need to go see if there's any information about the Rising Star competition, the female pirate muttered. The female pirate muttered to herself softly. Seeing that Reynolds did not respond, she seemed to have understood something and said, I almost forgot to introduce myself. I'm Nausicaa. I used to be a pirate, but now I'm an apprentice wizard. Reynolds led Nausicaa north along the coast of Chambord. When they came to an elephant-like rock jutting out of the sea, Reynolds turned to look at the grove behind the beach. That should be the entrance. Nausicaa gave Reynolds a doubtful glance. Should be? You've never been there? Nausicaa noticed Reynolds as soon as she got off the boat. He seemed to be injured. She could sense a faint blood aura coming from his body, which was different from that of a human. But Reynolds was a human, so Nausicaa was sure that Reynolds had absorbed some kind of non-human bloodline. In that case, Reynolds's identity was self-evident. He was definitely a supernatural being. Since Reynolds was an extraordinary, why hadn't he been to the sorcerer's fair nearby? I'm not a local. Something happened, so I went to a fishing village to recover. I was planning to explore the market today, but I didn't expect to meet you here, Miss Nausicaa. After Reynolds explained, he continued, the Fast Gap is the name of this adept bazaar. The landmark is the elephant trunk sea rock on the sea. As Reynolds spoke, he walked towards the forest. In the small forest corresponding to the elephant trunk sea rock, the first palm tree you encounter side by side is the door. Reynolds took a few steps and stopped. There were 2 palm trees in front of him, with a gap of about 2 meters between them. Nausicaa looked at them and sensed familiar energy waves coming from between the trees. It was the energy waves of an alternate dimension. Nausicaa went to Twilight Well during Twilight Auction. Twilight Well was an alternate dimension. The entrance was behind a white wall behind Enchanting Theater. The energy waves she sensed were exactly the same as the ones coming from the trees. If this really is an alternate dimension of the wizard market. Nausicaa reached her hand inside. A ripple appeared in the air, and her hand went to the other side. She was right. Nausicaa saw this and no longer doubted Angor. Generally speaking, if the Sorcerer Bazaar was placed in an alternate dimension, then it was set so that mortals could not enter, but extraordinaires could. She took a step forward and vanished into thin air. Reynolds glanced at him and took a step forward. What greeted their eyes was a long and narrow street. Iron buildings of different heights stood on both sides of the street. There were all kinds of strange floating decorations, which gave the place a strange and mysterious atmosphere. The sky above them was cloudy, which was completely different from the blue sky outside. The chimneys of every shop were spewing white smoke. Nausicaa did not know what they were releasing. Floating airships were flying back and forth in the sky to clear the smoke. Nausicaa could also hear the whistle of a steam train coming from afar. So this is the Fast Gap? Nausicaa looked around with interest. She found this place to be quite interesting. Compared to floating Mech City, this place was less cold and hard, and more mechanical than Brute Cavern, which was pure fantasy. Yet, there did not seem to be anything out of place. Nausicaa walked forward. No one paid any attention to her since there were too many people around her. Besides, most of the supernaturals here were wearing strange clothes. No one would pay attention to them, let alone Nausicaa. It had been a while since she left the wizarding world. She didn't feel uncomfortable at all when she reunited with the supernatural world. The only thing that puzzled her was, Nausicaa turned to Reynolds and asked, anything else? Reynolds shook his head. Nothing. I heard you say you're going to participate in the Rising Star competition? Nausicaa nodded. News about the Rising Star competition had spread like wildfire among the apprentices, and quite a few people knew about it. I'm going too. Let's go together? A moment later, Nausicaa arrived at a green building with an L mailbox in front of it. To Nausicaa's surprise, the building was crowded with people. Many of them were yelling, "Save one for me. Hurry up and save it for me. Don't fight over it. Give me one, sir. I put the magic crystal here. It's mine. Get your hands off me. Or I'll kick your ass." The noise spread from inside the building to outside until someone yelled, "Shut up. Don't fight. Don't make a fuss. I'll throw all of you out if you make any more noise." The crowd quieted down for a while, but they did not stop moving their hands. The shopkeeper had no choice but to speak again. The Nocturnal Forest printed a lot of copies this time. I have enough to supply you all. Line up. I promise you'll get them. If they're sold out, I'll go to Genoa and get more. The crowd followed the shopkeeper's order and formed a long line. Nausicaa was surprised to see this. She heard that the new issue of Firefly's Night Tale was being sold here, so she came here right away. She did not expect it to be so popular. As more and more people came to the bookstore, Nausicaa quickly joined the line. The Rising Star competition is coming. Firefly's Night Tale has a special feature on it. That's why it's so popular, Reynolds whispered. Firefly's Night Tale had a lot of information about all the potential seedlings in the wizarding world. Whether they participated in the competition or not, it was a good chance for them to learn more about the current situation. Nausicaa agreed with Reynolds as well. Reynolds continued, I think the book contains information about some superstars, such as Son of the Sea Gebra, Philosopher Suya Tutai, Lady in Divine Outfit Carveline, Devourer Spirit, and so on. Famous people like them usually have a lot of fans. It's normal for them to have something like this. Nausicaa did not expect Reynolds to know so much about these contestants. From the information revealed in Reynolds' words, it could be seen that he was indeed paying attention to the Rising Star competition. Just as he said, he was indeed preparing to participate in the competition. She did not make a mistake by agreeing to go with Reynolds. They were all going to Floating Mech City to participate in the Rising Star competition, so they had to use teleportation. The more people there were, the lower the teleportation fee would be. While Reynolds was showing off his knowledge, a girl behind him said in a sarcastic tone, "Why don't I see your cross?" Logo? The cross was the symbol of a wandering wizard. The logo didn't mean anything bad, but by saying that, she was mocking Reynolds for being a country bumpkin who didn't know anything. Both Reynolds and Nausicaa frowned. The girl did not seem to notice it. "Who told you we're here to buy Firefly's Night Tale for the Rising Star competition?" The special issue for the Rising Star competition comes out next week. It's a special issue this week, about the war between Moonfrost Union and the Abyss War. The Abyss War? Nausicaa and Reynolds looked at each other in confusion. Nausicaa knew that Moonfrost Union was planning something against the Abyss War, but she did not know the details. Reynolds, on the other hand, had been drifting on the sea for half a year, so he did not know what happened recently. "I don't want to explain. It has nothing to do with the Rising Star competition. I want to buy the publication of the Rising Star competition. Come back next week." As she spoke, the girl prepared to drive Reynolds out, wanting to buy the publication as soon as possible. Reynolds followed her lead and left the line. The Abyss War sounded like something much more important than them. They could pay attention to it later, but for now, they did not need to think too much about it. Nausicaa was about to leave when she heard that the magazine did not mention anything about the Rising Star competition. However, at this moment, a few people who had bought the magazines left the store. They were holding the new Firefly's Night Tale in their hands, and Nausicaa accidentally saw the cover of the magazine. It was the portrait of a man. Nausicaa's expression changed when she saw the face of the man. "Is that Angor? But how?" Nausicaa muttered to herself. She even checked the magazine several times to make sure. The Supernaturals thought Nausicaa was going to steal it, so they quickly put the magazine away and left. "Am I seeing things?" Nausicaa frowned. "Mr. Pat, you mean?" The girl who looked down on Reynolds before suddenly spoke to Nausicaa. "Mr. Pat? You mean Angor Pat?" Nausicaa nodded. She nodded, her eyes flashing with admiration. "Yes, it's him. He's the one I'm going to pursue in the future." "Nausicaa? Not only is he handsome, but he's also very calm. Even in the face of a great being, he can remain calm. More importantly, he's an alchemist who once came into contact with a mystery level." Nausicaa knew that Angor was forced to become Jeebra's enemy after the Purification Garden incident, which caused him to gain a lot of fame. She did not expect to meet an admirer of Angor here. "He is." Nausicaa nodded in agreement. Of course, she didn't really agree with Angor. Nausicaa was going to ask about the cover of the magazine, but the girl who called herself Luciana could not stop talking about Angor. She quickly told Nausicaa everything she knew about Angor. Because Mr. Pat did something big in the Abyss, Firefly's Night Tale decided to add a new addition to the magazine. Nausicaa didn't know what exactly Angor did, but she was already shocked by what she heard. Angor got himself involved in Mr. Monkey's scheme for years? Not only that, but he also appeared on the cover of Firefly's Night Tale. Nausicaa could not stay calm anymore. She thought she would be closer to Angor after the bloodline fusion. But it seemed that the distance between her and Angor had increased. Nausicaa did not know what to say. At this moment, Reynolds stepped forward and asked, "Are you still going to buy this issue?" "Of course." Nausicaa nodded without hesitation. She wanted to see what kind of shocking things Angor had done. Floating Mech City was bustling as usual. At the center of the crowded business district, a melodious piece of music was suddenly heard. The music was soothing and elegant, which made people slow down to listen carefully. The noisy street became a little quiet because of this piece of music. People couldn't help but look for the source of the music. In the middle of the crowd, at the edge of a 3-story elegant fountain, there was a young man with slightly long curly hair. His eyes were closed, and he held a saxophone in his hand, playing it attentively. The young man looked carefree, unrestrained. With his elegant music, people couldn't help but wonder about the story behind this unrestrained man. After the first song, people still wanted to hear more. They all wanted the young man to play another one. However, the young man's action surprised them. He lazily took out a basin from the bag on his back and placed it in front of a person nearby with a smile on his face. His meaning couldn't be more obvious. Begging for money. The corner of the beggar's mouth twitched as he cursed inwardly. Seeing that the people around him were looking at him, he felt embarrassed to not give anything. He could only rub his nose and endure the pain in his heart as he took out a small cut magical crystal and threw it to the young wanderer. However, the beggar wasn't satisfied yet. He held the basin and begged in front of everyone. People glared at him, but the young man had a thick face. He smiled and said, "I'm going to participate in the Rising Star competition, so I don't have any spare money. I have to ask for your help." People relaxed a little when they heard that the young man was going to participate in the Rising Star competition. After all, those who dared to participate in the Rising Star competition weren't weak. It wasn't a bad thing to get acquainted with someone who was going to participate in the competition. People with such thoughts all gave some money to the young man's begging. Each person gave a small amount, but if one counted carefully, the total amount was quite a lot. At this moment, 2 people wearing the uniform of the law enforcement team were watching the scene below silently from the higher clouds in the sky. One of the weaker apprentices frowned and spoke in a tone that could be either resentment or jealousy. "Captain, should we go stop him? This is simply too abominable. How can there be so many people giving him money for a no-cost business?" The law enforcement captain in charge of the business district was an official wizard. He looked at the angry team member beside him and said, "Don't worry, he knows what he's doing." "Appropriate? What do you mean?" the law enforcer asked, puzzled. "This fellow only comes once every 3 days. Every time he plays a piece of music, he leaves immediately after. It won't cause any major impact, and it won't cause any traffic jams, so we have no excuse to stop him," the law enforcement captain explained. After the law enforcers heard this, they became even more dissatisfied. From the captain's tone, it was obvious that this young man had been doing this for a long time. If he could earn so many magic crystals every time, it would be very unpleasant to watch, but since the captain had let him go, as an ordinary member, he could only endure. If he has to rely on performing to survive, I reckon he won't be able to get a good ranking in the new star competition, the law enforcer couldn't help but mutter. After the law enforcement captain heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. He said that he will participate in the competition, and you believe him? Ah? The enforcement captain shook his head and said, "This guy is not an ordinary person. He is a spirit. The real contestant is the person behind him." The unruly young man, who was being discussed by the law enforcers, did as they said. After playing a piece of music and begging for money, he disappeared into the crowd with his beautiful saxophone. The young man walked quickly, and soon arrived at the entrance of a narrow alley in the business district. Although this alley was located in the downtown area, the alley was filled with unknown experimental waste, emitting a foul smell, so not many people walked in. The young man didn't care about the stench, and directly stepped into the alley. Not long after, he saw a person who looked like a young man leaning against the mottled wall. Under the weak light of the gas lamp hanging on the wall, he was holding a book in his hand, reading seriously, his eyes filled with fascination. "My dear master, you don't like Dark Codex anymore?" The young man pretended to be hurt. The young man who was reading slowly raised his head, his face full of confusion. "Your beloved Dark Codex has been back for 2 minutes now, and you didn't look at me, but read this stupid book." The young man picked up his saxophone and pointed at the book. "So, you don't like Dark Codex anymore?" The young man who called himself Dark Codex suddenly transformed into a voluptuous and seductive woman with a smoking pipe in her hand. "Or do you prefer this look, master?" The young man grumbled, "Dark Codex, stop messing around. Change back." Dark Codex wanted to continue teasing his young master, but he knew his limits. He could still hold back for now, but if he continued, his young master's face would turn red. Dark Codex turned into an elegant middle-aged man wearing a black trench coat with golden embroidery. Master, these are the magic crystals we got today. They're all cut up, but there should be more than 10 intact magic crystals in total. Dark Codex took out a bag of magic crystals from his pocket. The young man was delighted. So the people in Floating Mech City are all rich. 10 magic crystals from beggars? That's more than what I can earn in a month. The young man took the magic crystal and took out 3 magic crystals, handing them to Dark Librarian. Go to the bookstore and buy another copy of Firefly's Night Language. You can use the rest of the money yourself. Dark Codex glanced at the book in the young man's hand. Didn't you buy it this morning? Why do you need more? The young man opened the cover of the magazine and pointed at the characters that had been retouched by the artist. Do you see this? That's Angor, my best friend. It's the first time he's on the cover of Firefly's Night Tale, so I have to buy another copy for my collection. Dark Codex knew about Angor since he met the boy before he became a spirit. In other words, Angor and Nausicaa were both important to the master. This was the first time Dark Codex saw Angor's face after becoming a spirit. Handsome, young, and full of youthful vigor. Why is Angor on the cover of Firefly's Night Tale? Dark Codex asked curiously. Because he did something big, the young man said proudly. The young man spoke proudly as if he was talking about himself. I didn't expect Angor to have such a strange experience. I really want to see him and ask him about it. What's the master of Glacier Valley like? Where's the origin fire? And the young man couldn't stop talking. I wonder if he'll come to the Rising Star competition? I don't think so. He's not strong enough to join the competition. Ugh. I guess I'll have to wait until after the competition and go back to Brute Cavern. Dark Codex suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. Go buy me another copy of Firefly's Night Tale. It'll be terrible if it's sold out. Dark Codex nodded helplessly and left the alley. At this moment, under the illumination of the lights in the alley, the joy in the young man's eyes was all reflected. It was Xylem, who came to Floating Mech City to participate in the Rising Star competition. There was a city called Paladova near the edge of the Everin Empire's northern sea. The city was divided into 2 parts, the New City and the Abandoned City. The New City was built in the same style as Everin's. Steel, cement, and steam machines were everywhere. The sky was gray and filled with industrial waste. The Abandoned City was actually a deserted area separated from the New City by a river. The Abandoned City was built in the same style as Everin's. It was built in the Byzantine style with a religious feel. There were similar buildings in the New City, but they were surrounded by all kinds of steam machines, which made the place less religious. The desolate city was basically deserted. Only a few wanderers and some poor people lived here to pass their days. The tall domed buildings were not maintained. Debris was everywhere, which made the place look like the ruins of a religious city. The sun had just set, and the moon and stars had just woken up. The thin darkness of the night gradually drove away the afterglow of the sunset and invaded the land. Inside the Abandoned City, a young apprentice sat on top of a church that was once used for religious worship. It was a witch wearing a blue-black robe, which looked old. The only 2 things that stood out about her were her bright red dancing shoes and her bright red bow. A broom floated around her. The design of the broom was very interesting. There was a curved design on the handle, and there was a black-framed, transparent glass portable oil lamp hanging from the curved part. The light from the oil lamp allowed the witch to read the letter. This letter was sent by her mentor, and the first sentence was the mushy dear Keely, which made her shudder involuntarily. She quickly finished reading the letter. 99% of it was about how much he missed Everin. The remaining 1% was not about anything serious. It only said one sentence: there should be a magazine with the letter. You can check it out. You'll be surprised. Although Keely was scolding Cantor for not being serious, she still carefully folded the letter and put it into the satchel at her waist. Luna, is there a magazine that came with the letter? Keely asked in a low voice. After a series of soft meows, a small black cat suddenly ran out from the dark desolate city. Although it was small in size, its movements were very agile. It quickly jumped to Keely's side using various landing points. After the little black cat landed on the ground, it rubbed against Keely's feet for a moment before taking out a magazine that was twice the size of its face from the bell on its neck. Firefly's Night Tales? Why would my teacher let me read such a gossipy? Wait, isn't that him? Keely looked at the cover of the magazine in confusion. Why did the cover look so much like him? At first, Keely didn't want to read such a gossipy magazine like City Night Language. But now, she was curious and opened the book. Keely remained silent for a long time after reading the magazine. It wasn't until Luna rubbed its tiny head against Keely's trousers that she finally regained her senses. Keely stood up and didn't say anything. She just sighed and got on the broom with Luna in her arms. Time to go. Keely looked at the misty night sky and saw the floating mech city in the distance. I was planning to compete with Angor in the Rising Star competition. Looks like I won't be able to do that now. But it's fine. We'll take different paths, but the end result will be the same. Keely was confident about her future. Besides, she didn't want to compete with Angor in the first place. She wanted to do it for someone else. A shadow flashed in Keely's head. Her eyes became cold. You better let me meet you. This time, I will kill you. Against the night wind, a weak light carried a little witch riding a broom and flew into the deep and boundless night sky. She disappeared in the blink of an eye. Fairy World. Whiskey Mountain, near Candy House. Halfway up the mountain, a heroic-looking woman wearing a fiery red armor appeared. She walked past a carnivorous tree that emitted the aroma of roasted chicken, strolled through a sea of spices, flew over a honey lake, and finally arrived at a small stream that was filled with the aroma of wine. The source of the stream was unknown. The water was so clear that one could see the bottom. Every time the water hit a rock, it would release thick bubbles. Anyone who got close to the stream would be able to smell the strong scent of alcohol. A normal person would get drunk just by breathing in the air. The stream was called Whiskey Stream, and it wasn't just any ordinary stream. It was filled with whiskey. At this moment, a woman was roasting meat over a bonfire beside the Joshi. It was a very beautiful woman. From her smooth ankles to her light green hair, there were tiny vines that wrapped around her body. From time to time, flowers would wither on the vines. When the flowers withered, their petals would scatter, and when the flowers bloomed, they would dance in the air. She didn't do anything else. Instead, she dipped her slender hand into the stream. Water droplets dripped from her fingertips onto the meat, which immediately released a wonderful aroma. There was the smell of spices, the sweetness of the wine, and the fragrance of flowers. Carveline, you came at the right time. The barbecue is ready for you. The heroic woman in the fiery red armor was Carveline, who was known as the girl in divine attire. The only one who was always with Carveline was Xianxia, the devourer spirit. Xianxia handed the grilled meat to Carveline. Smoke rose from the golden roasted meat. When the smoke reached the sky, a strange formation vaguely appeared. At the center of the formation, a crack was torn open, and a handsome heroic spirit stuck his head out while drooling. Go back. Xianxia frowned and shouted before the spirit could come out of her body. As soon as he finished speaking, the smoke in the air immediately shook and merged with the surrounding air. In the end, it slowly disappeared along with the formation and the heroic spirit. Before the handsome spirit disappeared, he cried out pitifully, "No, my barbecue." When Carveline saw it, she replied calmly, "This is my barbecue." Xianxia put on an apologetic look. I don't know which world he's from. He was just summoned recently. He's special. He can sense me even if I don't use my heroic spirit food. Xianxia explained. She had been separated from Carveline for half a year, and this was a rare reunion. She couldn't let Carveline steal her barbecue. She had spent hundreds of magic crystals to buy the meat from the forest giant deer at the auction. Carveline waved her hand. It's fine. Carveline paused for a second and joked, this heroic spirit looks powerful. I can feel his aura even before he shows up. In terms of wizard level, he's at least a formal wizard, right? Xianxia might have complained about the heroic spirit's appetite. However, Xianxia smiled in satisfaction. This is a rare heroic spirit from another world. I don't know where he's from yet, but he's quite powerful. However, his strength is not bad. In the sorcerer world, he's at least a truth finder. Carvaline's eyes lit up. A truth finder heroic spirit was extremely rare. An heroic spirit from another world would lose a lot of its power when summoned, but it still possessed some of the power of a formal wizard. It's only been a few months since we last met, and you managed to get your hands on such a valuable heroic spirit. Carveline couldn't help but praise. I was worried that you'd lose in the Rising Star competition. But it looks like this heroic spirit won't be out of the question. Xianxia shrugged. I can't even defeat you, let alone the heroic spirit. You just need to replace your armor with a forbidden spirit armor, and my heroic spirit won't be able to do anything to you. Xianxia glanced at Carvaline's armor with envy. Carveline didn't mind at all. She kept praising the delicious barbecue while replying to Xianxia's, at least you can defeat most apprentices with ease. Xianxia shook her head. Forget it. Do you remember Angor? Carveline paused. Of course. What about him? You went back to the Shepherd God clan, so you don't know. He's in the Abyss Plane. Xianxia sighed. She took out a magazine from one of her flowers and handed it to Carveline. Carveline bit off the rest of the meat and cast a cleanse spell on her hands. When her hands were clean again, she took the magazine from Xianxia's. Firefly's Night Tale? Angor's on the cover? Carveline opened the magazine in surprise. After she finished reading, Carvaline's brows were tightly knitted together. It's not a legendary novel, is it? Carveline was doubtful. There were so many twists and turns in the story. It was even more ridiculous than a legendary novel. Xianxia shook her head. It's true. I heard that Mr. Monkey visited Brute Cavern several times. Also, the editor of Firefly's Night Tale, Everlasting Dawn Deichel, wrote it himself. It's true. Xianxia sighed. He was already very strong when I met him in the Purification Garden. With his current strength, I don't know how strong he has become. At least, I feel that with my ability, I would definitely die under his circumstances. Carveline looked at Xianxia and tried to comfort her. Maybe he's just lucky? Lucky enough to befriend 2 abyss dragons? Lucky enough to be able to do whatever he wants in Resudran? Lucky enough to be tagged by the Time Thief? Xianxia said, if that's the case, then maybe he's lucky enough to be stronger than me. I wish I could be that lucky. Xianxia mumbled to herself. At this moment, the smoke that had disappeared earlier suddenly gathered again, and a handsome hero spirit appeared. You're lucky to have met me. Without hesitation, Xianxia cut off all the mana in the hero's body. The handsome hero shrieked in pain and was sent back to the other world. Since Xianxia didn't remove her mana, he could go back and forth whenever he wanted. However, if he wanted to return to the wizarding world again, he would have to wait for Xianxia's next dish to pinpoint the coordinates. Let's not talk about him. Xianxia grabbed a cup and poured it into the creek. Let's drink and run before the people from Candy House find us. Carveline chuckled and followed Xianxia's lead, sipping her wine as well. As expected of Whiskey Mountain, this wine is full of flavor. Just as Carveline was admiring the wine, a rustling sound suddenly appeared in the distance. Oh no! The Candy House is here. Let's go. Xianxia said. However, before they could leave, a chubby head popped out of the spice flower field. I thought it was Tana who came here to steal the drinks. I didn't expect it to be you guys. Carveline and Xianxia turned around and saw only one person. Strangely enough, this person looked familiar. Xianxia hesitated for a moment and said, I remember your name is. Alan? It didn't matter whether Angor knew them or not. When the new issue of Firefly's Night Tale came out, everyone was talking about him. It had been a long time since the Southern Wizardry region saw such a heated discussion. Angor's name already carried a lot of weight in the alchemy circle. After this incident, his name spread to every corner of the wizarding world like a flash of lightning. Attention, admiration, jealousy, dissatisfaction, and so on. Everyone was talking about Angor now. Of course, most of them were guessing what Angor had gone through, whether he was hiding something, and where he was right now. Inside Foundation City, Sunders looked at Angor, who was still in a daze. I thought Mirror's publication would slowly spread its influence. But I didn't expect Alavita to pay Wallace a high price in exchange for the right to be the starter. but that's not a bad thing. What you did in the Abyss Plane is bound to happen sooner or later. It's better to let it explode right away. By the way, I ran into people from Moonfrost Union at Punk's theme park. They're already here? Angor was surprised. Don't worry. Mr. Monkey has already returned to the Abyss Plane. Someone else is looking for you now. As long as it wasn't Monkey, Sunders could easily deal with them. Besides, he could always come to Angor's aid whenever he wanted. Once Monkey confirmed the death of the demon god's soul, Angor would no longer be a threat to him. By then, Angor wouldn't have to be so cautious anymore. Angor left the dream wasteland as soon as he returned to the real world. There was a shy girl standing at the door. Her face was typical of the sapiens of Southern Lu. She had a high nose bridge and deep eyes. Her facial features were very well defined. Her emerald green eyes were like a pool of jade, shining with watery light. She had some light brown freckles on her cheeks, and her flaxen hair was tied into a long braid. Lucia? Why are you here? Where's Butler Turin? Angor looked at her in confusion. Headmaid Mana used to be in charge of everything in the manor. However, due to some unforeseen circumstances, she was replaced by Steward Turin, an old steward who was in charge of the manor when old Pat was still alive. Lucia was also a servant in the manor. Angor didn't remember much about her. He only remembered that she had a good relationship with maid Olga, and that she was a shy girl. Butler Turin asked me to replace Sister Olga. When Lucia mentioned Olga, her face was filled with sadness and disappointment. It could be seen that her feelings for Olga were indeed very deep. In other words, Lucia was the personal maid that Butler Turin arranged for him. Angor considered for a moment and said to Lucia, "Go get Butler Turin for me. I'll wait for you in the hall on the first floor." Angor didn't say anything and went downstairs. In less than 5 minutes, Butler Turin and Lucia arrived at the hall. Angor glanced at Lucia. "I have something to discuss with Butler Turin." Lucia hesitated but still nodded and left. When they were alone in the hall, Angor looked at Butler Turin. It was an old man with a serious expression. His hair was neatly combed, and his tailcoat was so smooth that it looked like it would fall off if it rained. "Butler Turin, I know you asked Lucia to come here out of kindness. But I'll be leaving the manor soon, and I don't know when I'll be back." Angor considered. "As for Lucia, you can arrange a new job for her." Turin's expression did not change. He bowed and said, "Young master is one of the owners of the manor, so he must have one or more personal servants. Even if young master is not in the manor, it is still necessary." Angor sighed in his mind. When he and Angor were little, Turin always treated them like this and strictly followed the traditions of nobles. Angor were scolded by Turin many times because of time and etiquette problems. Therefore, they had never been close to Butler Turin since they were young. After old Pat passed away, Turin retired to a corner of the manor. Lyon was afraid of being scolded when he was young, so he let the more gentle head-maid Mana become the head steward. Maybe it was because Turin had become more flexible after all these years of retirement. He liked to spend time with the Crockex. In the past, Turin would never allow any Crockex to live in the manor. In his eyes, the Crockex were only servants and masters, and they could only live outside the manor. Since the Crockex liked Turin so much, Leon decided to call him back to being the chief steward of the Crockex. However, after becoming a steward, Turin seemed to have returned to his old serious self. As he said, "As a steward, I have to do what a steward should do. Mana did a good job, and I agree with her style. But I can't do it like her, so I have to follow what I learned." The only thing different about Turin was that he no longer cared about non-servants in the manor as much as before. Everything else was the same as before. "If you don't like Lucia, young master, I can find someone else," Turin said again. "Of course I won't reject Lucia. I just want to say that even if she doesn't do anything in front of my door, her presence can already affect me. Meditation and research distract me," Angor said. He was exaggerating because he didn't want to waste Lucia's time. Instead of doing nothing in front of his door, he would rather do something more meaningful. This was the first time Turin encountered such a problem. After all, his master was a supernatural, and he could not use the traditional noble's formula. He considered for a moment and said, "Then I'll tell Lucia to stay away from you, young master." "Then what's the point of having a servant?" "She's your servant, young master." Turin was still unwilling to back down. Angor rubbed his temples. He really could not win against Turin's stubbornness. He thought for a while and created an image of a mechanical puppet. He said to Turin, "You can think of it as my servant." Angor explained that the mechanical puppet could take the place of a servant in both his experiments and daily life. Of course, Turin could not tell that it was just an illusion. After pondering for a while, he finally nodded, "Since it can take care of young master's life, then fine." Turin was still a little dissatisfied since the so-called mechanical puppet did not learn any etiquette or rules of serving nobles. However, it was still a supernatural object, so he did not say anything. Lucia was transferred away by butler Turin. However, she was only transferred from a personal maid to an ordinary maid. In the end, she was still registered under Angor's name. Angor did not say anything about it. Instead, he arranged for Lucia to learn management from the new head maid. After dealing with the maid issue, Angor planned to visit Leon. He planned to leave the manor for a while, so he wanted to inform Leon beforehand. However, before he could see Leon, he first saw White Bear, who was looking rather annoyed. "Why are you here?" Angor looked at White Bear curiously. He never came back after leaving the manor with Eureka. "I'm here to deliver a message for Mr. Red Hair. He has something to do these days, so he can't come to teach Leon." When White Bear said this, his expression had a hint of helplessness. "But I've come twice and found Leon sleeping. If I had known, I would have made a prophecy before coming." "Leon is sleeping?" "Yes. The sun hasn't set yet." "I don't know why he's sleeping now," White Bear said helplessly. Angor guessed that Torres was probably talking to Saber right now. Leon planned to talk to Torres, but Torres refused to talk to him by fighting. Leon was not a supernatural in the Dream Wasteland, so he was easily defeated by Torres in terms of battle techniques. Although it wasn't a bad method to improve through battle, Torres would always have a smug look on his face every time he won. This made Leon gnash his teeth in anger. So he went to talk to Sibel. Sibel was much more mature than Torres. Rather than calling it an exchange, it was more accurate to say that Leon learned a lot of useful techniques from Sibel. Leon was happy to hear that. Apart from learning from Saber in the Dream Wasteland, he also spent most of his time practicing in the manor's battleground. It was normal that White Bear could not find him. "I have something to talk to Leon about." "I'll tell him." "You don't need to leave a message," Angor said. White Bear nodded gratefully. "That would be great." White Bear left in satisfaction. Angor glanced at Leon's room and shook his head. He did not want to disturb Leon's sleep. He could tell Leon about his departure later in the Dream Wasteland. Angor did not linger in the manor. He called Bobota and jumped into the air. He then took out his gondola and prepared to leave. However, as soon as gondola started moving, it heard the screech of an eagle coming from behind. Gondola looked back and saw the demon falcon spreading its large wings and flying toward them. He considered for a moment and waited for the demon falcon to board before continuing his journey. Angor had two reasons for leaving the manor. First, he wanted to see Kim. Among all the supernaturals who knew about his whereabouts at the old Earth, Kim was the only one who worried him. Now that the new issue of Firefly's Night Tale was out, Angor wanted to keep his whereabouts a secret as much as possible. Thus, he went to see King in the hope that King would not tell anyone about his whereabouts for the time being. Secondly, which was also the most important reason, was to construct a spell slot. After a long time, he only needed a few final lines to complete his door model. Even though constructing a spell slot was not a big deal, the origin of this door model was too special. Angor did not know if it would cause any trouble, so he left Pad Manor and went to a secluded place to construct his spell slot. Angor's journey to Xianxia went smoothly. It was almost the month of Blossom, and the weather was not as cold as before. Last time, Xianxia was covered in a thin layer of snow. Now that the snow had melted, Angor could see the prosperous side of Xianxia. However, Angor did not plan to visit Xianxia right away. Instead, he drove his gondola to Kim's farm. When he arrived at the warehouse he visited last time, he saw Sylvestar again. She looked a little embarrassed when she saw Angor's teasing look. I didn't think it was you, mister. I thought you were just a random intruder, Silverstar said shyly. Looking at her expression and actions, no one would have thought that Silverstar was actually a terrifying snake-haired sea demon. A snake-haired siren who liked humans very much. Angor told Silverstar that he wanted to see Kim. After hearing this, Xianxia shook his head. Ever since you came here last time, Lord Jean has been in seclusion. He hasn't come out yet. Angor was a little surprised. So Kim had been training for almost a month under the influence of the ocean rhythm? That was strange. If Kim could stay in isolation for so long, the ocean rhythm must have affected him greatly. Since Kim was still training, Angor assumed that he could not communicate with others. So, he bid farewell to Silverstar and left. On the second day after Angor left Xianxia, Silverstar's soul was still inside the warehouse. Suddenly, she sensed that something was wrong with her body in the underground river. Puzzled, Silverstar returned to the underground lab and saw that Kim's soundproof room was still locked, which meant he was still training. Silverstar went straight to the pool in the lab. Her soul continued to fall into the depths of the pool. Because the bottom of the pool was connected to the underground river, she temporarily placed her true body here. When she reached the bottom of the pool, the first thing she saw was countless vertical pupils shining with a cold golden light. These were the eyes of snakes, and they were all growing on her head. While other people would find the snake hair terrifying, it was the closest thing to Silverstar. Silverstar caressed her snake hair before turning her gaze to the source of the anomaly she sensed this time. It was a bubble floating from the underground river. It glowed with energy and illuminated the dark water channel with a myriad of colors. Silverstar reached out a hand and flicked the bubble. The water bubble floated and shone even brighter. At the same time, a voice reached Silverstar's ears. Why is Kim in seclusion, Silverstar? It was a woman's voice, which sounded distant and cold. When Xianxia heard this familiar voice, the image of a petite woman immediately appeared in his mind. Whitey? Didn't I tell you before that Master Jean has gained enlightenment? Not long after Xianxia spoke, the bubble began to vibrate again. I have something important to ask Kim. Summon him here, Whitey spoke again in a commanding tone. Whitey was also Jibra's subordinate, and Jibra trusted her more than Kim. Although Baijin and Jibra weren't close to each other, Jibra and Baijin were on the same level in terms of status. Now, Whitey was speaking in a commanding tone, which was strange because it didn't fit her position. Silverstar assumed that this was Jibra's idea and not Bai's. She knew that Jibra Rangbai was the one who told her that, but she still didn't agree to it. No, Silverstar refused without hesitation. Whitey's cold voice came again. Why? You need to give me a reason. It's rare for Mr. Kim to be enlightened, and he's been in seclusion for almost a month. This was the longest period of seclusion Lord Jean had been in the past 10 years. I have a feeling that perhaps Master Jean is planning to use this opportunity to break through the final barrier in one fell swoop, Xianxia said. I definitely won't disturb Master Jean at such an important moment. Hearing Silverstar's answer, Bai fell silent. Jin's current strength was that of a peak-level apprentice. If he really wanted to break through the final barrier, it meant that he was planning to become an official magus. For any apprentice, this was the most important moment of their life. The opportunity to gain enlightenment was hard to come by, and the opportunity to break through a barrier was even harder to come by. Some people might only have this opportunity once in their entire lives. In a sea region countless miles away from the old Earth, there was a huge narwhal swimming at the bottom of the sea. There was an air shield on the back of the whale, and Bai was talking to Silverstar inside the air shield. After hearing Xianxia's explanation, Bai hesitated. If what Xianxia said was true, it would be inappropriate to wake Kim up now. She turned around and looked at the other person beside her. At this moment, the man beside her was calmly flipping through a magazine. What should we do now, Mr. Jibra? Bai asked. This is indeed a critical moment for Jean. Jibra's eyes were still on the magazine. Forget about Jean then. Ask Silverstar. Silverstar and Gold have always been inseparable. Silverstar should know what Gold has done and who he has met. All right. Bai nodded. Xianxia waited for a long time without receiving any response. She thought Bai wouldn't contact her again. However, when she was about to return to the warehouse on the surface, Bai's voice came from the air bubble again. Alright, you don't have to disturb Jean. But I have a question for you, and you must answer me honestly. This time, Bai's tone was unusually solemn. Did you see Angor at the Old Earth? Especially in the last month. Silver Star frowned at Bai's question. He didn't know why Bai was asking about Angor. Besides, Bai's tone was serious like never before. Ever since Silver Star came to the Old Earth with Jean, she had learned that Jean hated humans as well as Bai. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Silver Star would always contact Bai. After so many contacts, this was the first time Xianxia had heard Haku ask in such a tone. It seemed Angor's whereabouts were very important to Bai or Jibra. Xianxia pondered for a moment, wondering if he should tell them the truth. Before going into seclusion, Jean told Xianxia to tell Bai that she didn't know where Angor was. Of course, Xianxia was sure that Jibra was the one asking the questions. Xianxia had to make a choice between Jin's order and Jibra's question. I've never seen him before, Silver Star said slowly. Bai didn't reply to Xianxia's question. However, the air bubble cracked, which meant the conversation was interrupted. Bai looked at Jibra. Sir, Xianxia hesitated for a long time. There must be something going on. She must have seen him before, Jibra said. And it's probably just recently. Bai agreed. Could it be that Jean asked her to keep this a secret? But Jean doesn't need to do that. Silver Star has always been friendly to humans. Maybe Angor asked her not to tell anyone about him? Bai Jingdu asked. But how did Angor get involved with Silver Star for no reason at all? Jibra asked. Jean must have played a role in this. Should we tell them about Angor's whereabouts? Bai asked. Jibra considered for a moment and shook his head. Forget it. There's no need to offend him. But I do want to meet him. But the Rising Star competition. Bai frowned. Jibra cut her off. There was some conflict between us last time at St. Sem City. This is a good opportunity. I won't go there myself. I'll just send a water avatar to express my opinion. Haku didn't say anything else after hearing Jibra's explanation. Bai didn't like Angor personally, but she had to admit that Angor was someone with great potential. Besides, Angor's appearance in Firefly's Night Whispers made him even more important. It was better to maintain a good relationship with someone like Angor than to become an enemy. Angor didn't know what happened after he left Kanya. He was now far away from the Old Earth and on the vast ocean. Last night, he went to the Dream Wasteland and told Leon about his brief absence. Because of the Dream Wasteland, Leon could meet up with Angor whenever he wanted, so he didn't feel like parting with Angor. Ugh. Another failure. Baboda, who was sitting in front of Angor, looked at the insect nest in his hand and sighed. Angor brought Baboda with him this time. Now that the Abyss Plane was getting out of hand, the Moonfrost Union would definitely pay more attention to Baboda's whereabouts. Since the Crimson Veil had a limited range, Angor had to bring Baboda along to protect him from being detected by a prophecy spell. Baboda didn't talk much since they boarded gondola. He was fully focused on the insect nest in his hand. He didn't expect Baboda to be so interested in the soft larva nest. Moreover, Baboda was obsessed with helping the larva queen hatch new eggs. As Baboda said, every time a new insect is born, it's an unknown entity. Therefore, every result will give you a sense of freshness. Every time a new insect appeared, it was like a lottery. No one could tell whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. Angor couldn't help but be curious about the outcome. Thanks to Heart of Bugs Insect's notes, Angor was able to help the mother insect lay eggs much faster than before. This was the second insect Baboda saw after taking over the nest. The first mutant worm egg was the hardened worm that had appeared before. So, what did you find this time? Angor asked. Poison. Baboda didn't seem disappointed. Instead, he looked quite happy. It's a kind of soft insect that can spit out venom. I'm calling it venom soft insect for now. The venom can quickly melt arthropods, but it can't do much damage to humans, Baboda explained. So this time, the mother insect is targeting the Dreamweaver ant, Angor said. After the last phantom soft insect, the mother insect's eggs were getting stronger and stronger, and all of them were targeted at the dreamweaver ant. The dreamweaver ant was an arthropod. Angor considered for a moment. Next time, let's add some other insects to the mix. He couldn't let the mother insect see the dreamweaver ant as its only enemy. If the mother insect kept targeting the dreamweaver ant, who knew when it would hatch a real soft insect? Babota nodded. He took out a yellow notebook and began to write down the next plan. When Babota finished recording, he finally had the time to look away from the soft worm. Where are you going now, Angor? I'm going to find a secluded place to test a new cantrip. What kind of cantrip is that? Did you do it on your own? Babota was curious. He didn't think cantrips needed to be tested in foreign lands. Angor only smiled. Babota also understood that the cantrip was something personal, so he didn't ask further since Angor didn't want to talk about it. Instead, with a slightly hesitant tone, he asked about another matter. I wonder when I can see Flower Sparrow? It had been about a month since they came back from the Abyss Plain. Babota didn't tell Angor about it, but his mind was filled with anxiety. Babota knew that going to Dark Castle, a wizard organization that rarely interacted with the outside world, was not an easy task. He wasn't planning to go right away. If he really wanted to go, he would need to prepare himself first. This was because he didn't know how to explain his past to Hua Kk when he met her. Babota only asked this because he hoped Angor could give him enough time to prepare. Not too long, I think. Angor considered for a moment and gave a vague answer. Like Babota, Angor wanted to go to Dark Castle as soon as possible. He couldn't do anything about Toby's condition, so he could only hope that Greya could help him. Back at Phantom Island, Greya was summoned away by an apprentice from Dark Castle, so Angor believed that Greya was still in Dark Castle. Now that John's condition was stable, Angor planned to visit Dark Castle as soon as possible. However, if he went to Dark Castle alone, he might not be rejected since he was an alchemist. But who knew if Isabella, that old witch, would go crazy again like she did in Silent Hill? Angor had to wait until Sunders came back from Punk's theme park. Before leaving Pat Manor, Sunders told Babota about Dark Castle's arrangement. Not too long? Babota nodded. Angor didn't give him a specific time, but at least Angor didn't forget about it. Babota nodded and did not ask any more questions. He put the topic aside for now. After flying for half a day, Angor finally arrived at the calm zone near the center of Whalebone Sea. There was no wind all year round, so there were few ships or sea monsters in this area. This was the perfect place for Angor. He found a remote island in the middle of the endless sea and decided to construct his first spell slot. However, before that, he needed to complete the final few runes of his door model. Angor focused his mind space. The model of the door, which was emitting a strange luster, stood in the midst of chaos. Now, the more than 2,700 lines of the door model had basically taken shape. Only by looking at it carefully through the axis of the universe would one discover that there were still a few lines that were missing. Of the 1,300 or so lines he created, about 1/20th of them contained space energy. He thought he would have a hard time constructing the spatial runes, but it turned out to be just a bit slower than the ordinary ones. However, it required much more mana than the ordinary ones. Therefore, every time he constructed a space attribute pattern, he would have to meditate again and wait for his mana source to recover before he could continue to construct new patterns. It was because of these spatial patterns that he had been working so slowly. He only managed to finish it today. He estimated that his mana pool was now full, and it only took him less than 1/30th of his mana to construct all of them. The remaining mana should be enough to support the consumption of the spell slots. With that in mind, Angor took a deep breath and began to construct the remaining runes. Maybe because he was already familiar with the process in the past few months, he still had time to think about other questions. For example, what would the model of the door do? Actually, he already had a general idea of how to solve this problem when he first started building it. It should be the effect of teleportation. He did not know whether the final effect would be short-distance teleportation or long-distance teleportation. Any teleportation skill was very useful to Magi. Short-distance teleportation could be used for combat and evasion, while long-distance teleportation could be used for running away and traveling. It was important to note that even the rarest of space-type magi would have to reach at least the official level before they could learn the corresponding space displacement spells. Learning a teleportation cantrip from his first spell slot was a great help to Angor. However, Angor still had some doubts. Was the effect of the door model really just a simple spatial displacement? He had this doubt because only half of the door model was built by him, and the other half was made up of a special energy. Even now, Angor could not understand the composition of this special energy. It came from the strange world that was closely related to the alien eye. The alien eye sucked Angor into that world after absorbing the energy from the plane fusion. In that strange world, Angor removed the emotional component and did many things rationally. Among them, he learned building blocks from a certain energy core in the strange world, which was how he built the model of the door. Since it was a class, Angor's teacher would be the one to demonstrate the process. And the half of the door model that his teacher built back then was made of special energy. Angor could simply let the special energy disappear and use his own mana to reconstruct the model in his mind space. However, the special energy was too strange. It looked ordinary, but it was like a small piece of rock exposed on the surface of the sea. The part exposed was small, but the rest hidden under the sea was unimaginably huge. Angor even speculated that the special energy was unique to the alien eye. It was something beyond his knowledge. Therefore, after analyzing the pros and cons, Angor decided to continue building the half-completed model of the door using the special energy. Once the model was completed, it would be permanently fixed in the spell slot. That way, he could keep the model of the door intact. His choice could be said to be very bold. This was because he had no idea what the pros and cons of the special energy were. Would it cause any side effects to him? But he still did it anyway. Back in the strange world, he did not have the emotional component. He was in an absolutely rational state. After analyzing the situation, he believed that the special energy would not do him any harm. At the same time, he planned to bring John back to Earth, so he would not miss anything related to the alien eye, including this special energy. Since half of the model he created was made of special energy, he wasn't sure if the final effect of the door would be a simple teleportation. Would the special energy cause other effects? That was something he did not know. Besides, Angor used his own mana to build the model, which contained illusion properties. Would that affect the final effect of the door? He could only find out after the model of the door was completed. Time slowly passed. Boboda suddenly felt something was off. He looked up in confusion. He first looked into the distance. The sun was already setting, and its last rays shone on the surface of the sea, creating ripples on the water surface. He looked closer and did not see anything wrong. He looked back and saw Angor sitting on the cliff not far away. The young man still had his eyes closed. Boboda hesitated for a moment and thought to himself, did I sense it wrong? Also, didn't Angor say he's going to experiment with a cantrip? Why is he not doing anything? Boboda did not want to disturb Angor. He shook his head and picked up the nest again to observe the queen. At this moment, near the coast of the old Earth, a figure emitting a pale blue light was standing by a peaceful lake. If one looked closely, they would notice that the figure's body was almost transparent, as if it was made of liquid. However, the figure's facial features were clearly defined. If Angor was here, he would immediately recognize the figure as child of Sea Jibra. The only difference was that the figure did not have a scale between its eyebrows. And this figure was indeed related to Jibra. It was the water clone sent by Jibra this time. Jibra already sent several water clones to different parts of the sea nearby, while this one was hiding in the Whalebone Sea. I should be able to reach Kim's location through the underground water channel, Jibra muttered to himself. Since he was here to find Angor, he had to go to the Silver Star first, which might know where Angor was. With that in mind, Jibra suddenly turned around and looked at the Whalebone Sea in the distance. The sky and the sea were separated by a line. Both the sky and the sea were dyed a shy orange-red by the sunset. What a strange feeling. Jibra frowned. There was nothing wrong with this place, so why did he feel so strange? Too bad it's just a clone. Jibra sighed. I wish I was here with my real body. As time went by, the strange feeling in Jibra's mind grew stronger. He looked at the lake under his feet and then looked at the sea in the distance. Should I go check it out? Jibber pondered for a moment before he decided to leave the lake and head toward the sea. Since he knew Angor was at the old earth, he could come and find him at any time. However, the strange feeling that made him feel apprehensive was something that was rarely seen. Jibber decided to check it out anyway. Meanwhile, in Jibber's farm on the outskirts of Xianxia, Silver Star also frowned and looked around. She did not see anything strange, so she did not pay it any mind. Meanwhile, inside the sealed chamber of Jibber's underground lab, Kim opened his eyes. Kim did notice something strange, but he did not think too much about it. Or rather, he did not dare to think too much. This was a critical moment, and he could not afford to let his guard down. Kim closed his eyes again and sank into his own thoughts. Before anyone realized it, the sky slowly turned red as the end of the day ended. Night had arrived. However, the strange thing was that there was no sign of the moon or the stars on the night screen. Instead, there were rolling black clouds gathering in the sky. Due to the darkness of the night as a natural cover, if one did not look carefully, they would not be able to see that the dark clouds were gathering in the sky. Boboda did not notice the change in the sky until a sudden gust of wind caught his attention. Why is there wind in the calm belt? Boboda looked up in confusion. He did not see the source of the wind. On the contrary, when he noticed the dark night sky, he suddenly froze. Why were there low clouds surging in the sky, as if there were lightning snakes prancing about in them? But the air was very dry. There was no sign of a thunderstorm. Boboda wouldn't have minded it if it were just dark clouds hanging low in the sky. However, the dark clouds were moving in the shape of a whirlpool. It looked like a tornado rising from the ground to the sky and stirring up the clouds. More importantly, the center of the whirlpool was facing the unnamed island they were on. The hole in the center of the black cloud vortex was like a terrifying giant eye, overlooking every blade of grass and every tree on the island. Is this an omen? Boboda could not imagine such a phenomenon happening in the calm belt. He could only conclude that it was an omen. And the sky did look like an omen. Boboda had never triggered an omen before, but he knew a thing or two about them. Generally speaking, an omen was triggered by something that affected the laws of the material world. The most frequent omens were alchemy omens. Even in Brute Cavern, which was known as Alchemy Frozen Earth, there would be several alchemy omens every year. Floating Mech City, on the other hand, had countless of them. Apart from alchemy omens, there would also be omens when someone was improving himself or herself. For example, breaking through the Great Barrier, stepping onto the path of truth, becoming a legend, and so on. Wizards who knew about omens could easily tell what kind of omen it was. Boboda did not have such an ability. However, as a supernatural, he was not stupid. Judging from the center of the omen, it was almost certain that the source of the omen was this nameless island. This nameless island had existed for so many years. If there was something wrong with it, it would have changed long ago. Therefore, the nameless island was not the main point. The main point was the variables that existed on the island. Himself and Angor. Boboda knew very well that he had done nothing other than tinkering with the soft larva nest ever since he came to the island. The soft bug hive was also really calm. The only possibility was that the omen here was caused by Angor. Boboda turned around and looked at Angor, who was still standing on the cliff. The alchemy omen was removed, so it was a sign of self-improvement. Was he going to break through the barrier? Boboda thought for a moment and shook her head. Breaking through a major barrier was a very serious matter. There was a lot of preparation in the early stages. How could it be held so carelessly? If it wasn't a breakthrough, then what was it? Boboda suddenly remembered Angor's conversation on Gondola. He asked Angor where he was going, and Angor said, "I'm going to find a secluded place and experiment with a new cantrip." Experiment with a new cantrip? What kind of cantrip would cause such an omen? Boboda's eyes widened in shock. There was only one answer he could think of, the omen of spell creation. Boboda was wondering why Angor would go to such a secluded place to experiment with a new cantrip. If Angor was trying to create a new spell, it would make sense. However, creating a new spell as an apprentice was simply unimaginable. Although Boboda had read in books that some gifted geniuses could create spells as apprentices, he had never seen such a thing happen before. Was he going to witness such a miracle today? Boboda suddenly felt a little excited. However, despite his excitement, he still had some doubts in his heart. This was because he had seen some records before. Regardless of whether it was images or words, the signs of creation would not be so dull. The fluctuation of an abnormal sign should be very obvious. Right now, Boboda felt something strange, but it was not that strong. What made him notice the change in the dark clouds in the sky was the abnormal wind blowing from the calm belt, not the fluctuation of the omen. Boboda could only speculate. Maybe Angor is just an apprentice who doesn't know much about spells. Maybe he made some mistakes while creating a new spell, and that's why the omen was so faint. Of course, this was only Boboda's guess. No one knew the truth. Angor didn't notice what was going on outside. He was fully immersed in his mind space. According to the time, when the dark clouds appeared in the sky, Angor had already finished constructing the last pattern of his door model. He was now trying his best to fix the model onto a spell slot. A spell slot was a special location in a spirit model. By using the spirit model to run for a long time, the spell model could be permanently fixed. This process would be very difficult for other magi. To fix a spell model, the spell model had to be perfectly aligned with each coordinate of the spell slot, and it had to be connected to the spirit model for a long time to achieve an instantaneous effect. Angor had to be careful with every step. Other sorcerers, including official sorcerers, could also make mistakes during the solidification process. This could cause the spell model to collapse, and they could only reconstruct it. But Angor didn't have to worry about this. With the help of the axes of the universe, Angor could accurately locate all the coordinates. He had practiced this process many times, but he still did it carefully. After all, the model of the door this time contained special energy. If it really failed, the next model of the door would have to be constructed with mana. In Angor's chaotic mind space, the shining model of the door wasn't released by him. Instead, it was slowly being attracted by the spirit model. The door was slowly but surely moving toward the spell slot on the spirit model. During this time, Angor still had to use up the remaining mana in his mana pool to keep the model from collapsing. He didn't encounter any difficulties, but he would use up a lot of mana. Finally, the model of the door was successfully placed on the spell slot. This process, from the perspective of the mind space, was very slow. But in reality, it only took a few seconds. Next, he had to adapt the spell slot to the model of the door. Or rather, his spirit model had to adapt to the new structure. After all, from now on, the model of the door would be fixed together with the spirit model. It wouldn't take long for the two to adapt. During this process, Angor could also learn more about the effect of the model of the door through the feedback he received from the spirit model. Speaking of which, when the model of the door was completed, Angor already sensed something from the door. His previous conjecture was not wrong. The model of the door did allow him to teleport. Unfortunately, it didn't allow him to move a long distance. It was only a short distance teleportation. Of course, Angor also knew that long-distance teleportation could be as effective as a plain passageway. This was a very high-grade spell even for a space-type sorcerer. It was only a short-distance teleportation, but Angor was already satisfied with it. With the help of illusions and a strong body, he should be able to improve his fighting ability. However, whether or not there would be a qualitative change would depend on the limitations of this teleportation. If the limitations were too great, then it could only be said that it was better than nothing. Angor was pretty sure about the effect of teleportation. However, there was still something he didn't understand about the model of the door. It was the special energy. Angor could sense the existence of the energy, but he couldn't determine its specific effect. When the model of the door was formed, Angor was sure that if he released it, it would only cause teleportation because the special energy seemed to be in a dormant state. Or rather, Angor didn't meet the requirements to activate the special energy. Angor didn't know how the energy worked, but he was sure that the model of the door wasn't just about teleportation. He would have to do a lot of experiments to find out the details. To a magus, every spell slot was very important. It didn't mean that a wizard had to enchant a powerful spell on the slot. It meant that the spell on the slot had to be useful to the wizard. Angor was quite satisfied with his first spell slot. Teleportation was very useful, especially since the slot could be used to cast spells instantly. It could even be used as a life-saving card. However, Angor was still in a daze. Or rather, he didn't understand what was going on. He still couldn't believe that he could learn how to teleport. It was already difficult to cross over to another system, let alone cross over to the mystical space system. That was even more difficult. Angor couldn't find an explanation. He could only assume that it was because of the strange world and the alien eye. However, he didn't stay in a daze for long. After several minutes, his spirit model and the new structure of the spell slot finally reached a tacit understanding. Now, his spirit model and the model of the door on the spell slot had become one. While Angor was admiring the new changes, his mana pool, which had been stagnant for a long time, suddenly began to move. He wasn't unfamiliar with this feeling. Every time he tried to break through a barrier, his mana pool would feel this way. It was a sign that he was about to achieve a breakthrough. Now that he had this feeling, did it mean that he could prepare to advance? Angor was already a top-level apprentice. According to his original plan, it would take him a long time to feel this feeling. But he just learned a spell slot today, and there was already hope for him to break through. Angor could try to break through the barrier right now, but he was not in a good place right now. Besides, the barrier this time was different from the ones he faced before. It was a breakthrough that could change a wizard's life. If he failed, it would be much harder to break through the barrier again. For now, Angor decided to hold back his urge and wait until he was fully prepared before attempting the breakthrough. Angor opened his eyes. His original plan was to test the effects of the door first, but after he opened his eyes, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Wisps of wind were brushing against his skin. The wind in the windless belt was strange enough. What made him feel even weirder was the heavy atmosphere around him. He slowly looked up, and as soon as he did, he froze. He saw the black clouds swirling in the sky like a whirlpool. At the same time, he also noticed that in the center of the black cloud whirlpool, there was a deep hole. It was like an eye embedded in the clouds, silently watching him. Angor did not know why he imagined the center of the whirlpool to be an eye. But he had such a feeling in his mind. It was as if he was looking at an unknown object. This is a sign. Angor shook off the strange thoughts in his head and slowly looked at the sky. He did not feel anything when he was fully immersed in his mind space. He even thought he was being paranoid and did not need to go to the sea to create a spell slot. But now, the sign was here. Did this omen appear because of the spell slots he created? However, it was a little strange. Why didn't this omen produce too strong of a fluctuation? While he was thinking about this, the ripples came again. This sudden strange fluctuation came from the black clouds in the sky. Strangely, the ripples seemed to share a frequency with a certain part of Angor's mind. A miraculous scene appeared in his mind. That's... Angor's pupils shrank as he mumbled to himself in shock. That's... What he didn't know was that the omen in the sky had already changed as soon as he opened his eyes. Normally, people at the center of the omen would not be able to sense it. However, Jibra's water avatar, who was hundreds of nautical miles away, noticed it. Jibra already felt a strange pressure before he even got close to the area. It wasn't a strong pressure, but Jibra realized that he couldn't go any further. Every time he took a step forward, the water balance inside his body would start to fluctuate. This meant that if he took another step forward, his water avatar might collapse. What was going on? Jibra stared at the center of the dark clouds from afar, but he couldn't see anything. Even if he wanted to use his talent to feel the undersea currents to break through the upper limit of his perception, he couldn't do it now. It was as if there was a natural barrier that kept everything outside the range of the dark clouds away. Jibra frowned. This must be a sign. But I don't remember seeing anything like this before. More importantly, the omen didn't look very strange at all. While Jibra was still trying to figure out what was going on, the omen in the sky suddenly changed. Strong gusts of wind came from the distant sea, causing the surface of the sea to tremble. Soon, waves more than 10 meters high appeared and rushed toward the center of the dark clouds. At the same time, strange ripples began to emerge from the omen. Jibra was surprised. He wasn't unfamiliar with these ripples. Previously, he was still wondering what kind of strange omen this was. Now, this sudden fluctuation gave him the answer. He already sensed something similar when he was in Song of the Deep, and it came from his teacher, God of Xianxia. This was the sign of someone creating a new spell. Which wizard is creating a new spell here? Jibra asked curiously. A spell that could trigger omens like this was enough for a real wizard to become a truth finder. Although the omen wasn't as strong as when Xianxia created his new spell, it was still something he couldn't hope to achieve. While Jibra was trying to figure out who was creating a new spell in this remote place, he suddenly sensed an enormous consciousness descending from the dark clouds in the sky. Even though Jibra was still outside the range of the dark clouds, he still felt his heart skipping a beat. It didn't seem like it came from a sentient being. Instead, it felt more like a collection of consciousness. Is this the consciousness of a world? There were cases where the consciousness of a world appeared in the omen of a new spell before. Usually, the creation of a new spell involved a major change in the laws. For example, when Greya became a truth finder by relying on her creation technique, the consciousness of a world descended upon her. But Jibra couldn't figure out why such an ordinary-looking omen would attract the consciousness of a world. What kind of spell was this? While Jibra Water's mind was filled with questions, he suddenly sensed a voice calling out to him from another part of the ocean. Jibra? It was a hoarse voice filled with vicissitudes of life. Jibra wasn't the only one who heard the voice. Haku, who was standing beside Jibra, also heard it. Moreover, due to Bai's blindness, he was more sensitive to sound and could even locate the ocean current where the sound was coming from. Professor? Jibra immediately recognized the speaker. May I know what you need from me? I remember that you had a water clone near the Whalebone Sea. Do you know what's going on? Xianxia asked. You sensed it too, Professor? Jibra was a little surprised. He didn't think that his teacher could sense the Whalebone Sea from the endless ocean. My water clone is nearby right now. According to the omens, someone is trying to create a new spell. Creating a new spell, huh? That's possible. Xianxia pondered for a moment. But something is still strange. Strange? Jibra didn't understand what Xianxia meant. I think the world's consciousness is different this time, Xianxia said. Maybe I'm overthinking it. But if you have the chance, try your best to see who's creating a new spell. If it had been an ordinary magus, they would have been able to step onto that path by relying on this spell creation. Jibra nodded and was about to tell Xianxia that his water clone couldn't enter the dark clouds, but Xianxia's voice already disappeared from his ears. Xianxia wasn't the only one who sensed the Whalebone Sea. A small group of people who stood at the top of the southern wizarding region all sensed the arrival of the world's consciousness on the other side of the sea. However, this group of people were all people who had experienced all kinds of storms. They were either uninterested or indifferent, or interested in observing. However, there was no one who was truly curious to the point of wanting to get to the bottom of it. Some of them already knew that the source of the omen was the creation of a new spell. At this point in time, it would be a loss of style to disturb someone else's creation of a technique. Even some of the more extreme wizards wouldn't do such a thing. They weren't interested in the new spell since the omen wasn't strong enough. However, it had been a long time since they saw a new spell being created by a world's consciousness, so they were curious about the creator of the spell. Meanwhile, in Punk's theme park, the seventh continent of Stone Mulberry Dynasty, Sunders was sitting opposite a smiling young man inside a wizard tower covered in mottled iron sheets. The young man looked harmless and had an innocent smile on his face. However, if someone really thought he was a pushover, they would be digging their own graves. Stellan, the Wanderer of Nerves, was a wizard who became a truth finder 600 years ago. He was also an alchemist who specialized in mechanical nerves. Sunders came to see Sterling because he wanted to know something about John's body. Sterling was an expert in mechanical nerves, but he knew a lot about the human body. After all, it was one of his hobbies to modify the nervous system into mechanical nerves. He couldn't do it without knowing about the human body. His conversation with Sterling was straightforward. Sunders soon got the answers he wanted, and he even learned some additional information. The only thing he regretted was that Sterling was too expensive to talk to. Sterling was a wizard who loved money. Anyone who wanted to talk to him would have to pay a certain price, no matter who they were. Sunders didn't want to think about how much he had to pay, but at least he was satisfied with Sterling's answer. When the conversation was about to end, Sunders was about to leave. However, both of them suddenly froze. They finally sensed the presence of the world's consciousness coming from the whalebone sea. Sterling stared into the distance and chuckled. That's the ripple of a spell creation. It can attract the world's consciousness. It's a good spell. Of course, Sunder sensed it as well. However, he wasn't concerned about the spell creation. When he was creating a new spell, the world's consciousness also showed up, and the area of effect was one of the largest in the history of centuries. He was more concerned about the location. It's still some distance away. Sunders frowned. Why does it feel like it's coming from the whalebone sea? Sterling nodded. It's the whalebone sea. It's very close to the Forbidden Land. I wonder who chose to create a spell there. The Forbidden Land was referring to the Old Earth. Very close to the Old Earth? Sunders suddenly had a hunch. He considered for a moment and stood up. Thank you for your help. I have something else to do, so I'll be going now. Without waiting for Sterling's reply, Sunders disappeared from the Ironhide Tower. Sterling mumbled, he left so fast. I was going to ask him about Angor. Ugh, never mind. Muse mentioned that he gave Angor the access card to the research department. I'll tell him next time. Sunders went to a corner of Punk's theme park and stood under a giant tree with colorful balloons. Near the big tree was the Magic Spirit Circus. It was a circus that abused the undead for fun. Standing under the big tree, one could still hear the miserable screams coming from the circus. Sunders knocked on the trunk of the tree, and an invisible door appeared on the tree. He pushed it open and went inside. The outside was an ordinary tree, but the inside of the trunk was very spacious. He could see people moving around inside. These people all had one thing in common, their clothes all had the logo of the Eternal Tree. This was Brute Cavern's base in Punk's theme park. Everyone in the station bowed to Sunders respectfully when they saw him. Sunders nodded in response. He then went to a temporary room at the back of the building. He opened the door, sat on the sofa, and entered the dream wasteland using intrusive dream. When he arrived at Firmament Tower, he saw Freud walking out of the tower. Mr. Phantom. Freud lowered his head. Is Angor here? Asked Sunders. Freud shook his head. Yes, he did. He talked to his brother for a while and then left. He's not in the dream wasteland right now. Freud frowned. Why would Angor come to the dream wasteland to talk to Leon? Didn't the two brothers live in the manor, or did Angor leave now? Sunders' heart skipped a beat. Is Leon in the dream wasteland? Freud nodded. Yes, he's with Sibel. A moment later, Freud met up with Leon, who was learning from Sibel. How do you know Angor isn't in the manor, Mr. Phantom? Yes, he did. He left yesterday. Sunders rubbed his forehead. Do you know why he left? Leon shook his head. He said he'll be away for a few days and will be back soon, so I didn't ask him where he went. By the way, he mentioned that he's going to find Kim or something. But when I asked him where he is, he said he's at sea. Shouldn't Kim be in Kanya? Sea? Sunders' suspicion grew stronger. Which sea? North Command Sea? Whalebone Sea? North Command Sea and Whalebone Sea were both seas near the Old Earth, but in different directions. Whalebone Sea, Leon answered without hesitation. Sunders didn't show any reaction on his face, but a voice in his mind sighed. I knew it. Earlier, when he sensed the ripples of the world's consciousness at Sterling's place, he already had a hunch that Angor had something to do with it. He quickly bid farewell to Sterling and came to the dream wasteland to confirm the matter. As it turned out, his hunch was right. Sunders couldn't be sure if Angor was the one who created the world's consciousness, but the fact that Angor went to the Whalebone Sea was suspicious enough. What happened to Angor, Mr. Phantom? Leon asked in confusion. Sunders shook his head. Nothing. Just asking. There's a spell creation near the Whalebone Sea. Spell creation, phenomenon? Sunders suddenly paused. If Angor was creating a spell, it reminded him of something. Angor mentioned that he had been preparing for spell slots recently. Sunders was curious about what Angor's spell slots were, but Angor had always been a mystery. Now that he thought about the spell creation phenomenon, Sunders wondered if Angor had chosen the most difficult path. Self-created spells? Sunder's first spell slot was created when he was an apprentice. He fixed mimicry on it. The other 2 spell slots were created when he was a level 1 and level 2 wizard respectively. They were Nightmare Shadow and Nightmare Substitute. The latter 2 spells were created by Sunders himself, and they were the most suitable for his path. The first spell slot, however, was an ordinary level 3 cantrip. It could be used with his Nightmare domain to release Nightmare Mimicry, which was both powerful and effective, but it was still a pity for Sunders. It was a pity for him, so he hoped that Angor could create his own spells from the very first spell slot. Sunders had seen Angor use his modified tornado before, so he had high hopes for Angor. However, it was not easy to create a new spell. It was possible that Angor would not learn anything even after several decades. Considering the upcoming chaos in the wizarding world, Sunders did not force Angor to create a new spell. He only told Angor to choose a cantrip that was useful to him and fix it on his spell slot. But now it seemed that Angor was the one who created the spell in the Whalebone Sea. He couldn't have really taken the most difficult path, could he? Sunders thought about how Angor kept his spell slots a secret. The answer was obvious. Sunders thought that Angor had done something again. But if Angor was creating a new spell, then, the spell creation phenomenon was too small. It would be best if the spell could last for several hundred days across the entire sea area. The bigger the effect, the happier Sunders would be. Back when Greya created a new spell in the Cloud Cluster Sea, the phenomenon lasted for several hundred days. Sunders suddenly felt better. It's not a big one, but at least the world's consciousness was summoned. It's a good thing for an apprentice to create a new spell. Speaking of which, why do I feel something strange about the arrival of the world's consciousness? Sunders mumbled and did not think about it. Leon was still waiting for Sunders' answer. But judging from Sunders' happy expression, Leon believed that Angor should be fine. Sunders thought that Angor might have gone to create a new spell, so he decided to stop what he was doing and use a plain passageway to return to Sunders to check on the situation. But that would be too grand. It would make him look like he cared too much. Besides, there was a chance that Angor was not the one who created the new spell. It would be awkward if Sunders went back. If Angor really created a new spell, it would only be a matter of spell slots. It did not matter if Sunders went back earlier or later. He might as well finish what he was doing first and avoid wasting the materials needed to create the plain passageway. Sunders returned to the real world and continued to look for his next target in Punk's theme park. But he was still thinking about the new spell. If Angor really did create a new spell, his future as a truthfinder would be much smoother. I just don't know what kind of technique he created. I can't believe he perfected it in such a short time. The only regret was that the scale of the phenomenon was small. There were not many wizards in the southern wizarding region who cared about the world's consciousness, including Sunders. However, somewhere in the dark void not far from the gray space barrier of the wizarding world, someone was looking at the southern wizarding region. Oh? That's Xianxia? The black-robed man who was shrouded in the void spoke in surprise. He left the southern wizarding region not long ago, so he knew about the current situation. Without the passage to Fey Continent, the southern wizarding region was much weaker than the other wizarding realms. Sunders was surprised to see someone creating a new spell in a place like this. But the strange thing was that the consciousness did not look like it was about to descend. Instead, it looked like it was observing something. Of course, the black-robed man only used that as an analogy. The consciousness itself was a collection of consciousnesses, which did not have any thoughts or emotions. The black-robed man looked a little disappointed. If the consciousness came, the creator of the new spell would receive unimaginable benefits. After all, the creation of a new spell would be rewarded accordingly. The reward from the consciousness always pointed to the truth. What a pity. While the black-robed man was shaking his head, he suddenly noticed something. It was not that there was anything wrong with the creation phenomenon, but that he sensed a familiar fluctuation not far from the creation phenomenon. You sense the evil personality created by the Dark Symphony? The black-robed man raised an eyebrow. When he was in the south, he wanted to see if the Crimson Crown was out of control. He gave Goman King a reward, which was to create an evil personality for the owner of the Crimson Crown. He did not expect to sense the evil personality during the process of creating a new spell. It's a bit of fate. If I hadn't found the box of reincarnation of the dead, I would have gone to the southern region to have a look. The black-robed man shook his head, turned around with some regret, and flew towards the dark void. Apart from the black-robed man, there was another person who was watching Angor from a great distance away. Angor didn't notice anything at all. He was still immersed in the strange resonance brought by the dark clouds. Under the resonance, Angor saw all kinds of wonderful scenes. He didn't know what these scenes were, but they were changing in front of his eyes. Colors, halos, and patterns flashed in front of his eyes, and Angor couldn't help but lose himself in the unknown world. The scenes gave him many inspirations. It was like the sparks created by the collision of knowledge with countless scholars, which gave him many interesting ideas. Whether it was magic, alchemy, or even the application of authority in the dream wasteland, all kinds of thoughts were guided by this strange scene. Angor finally understood what it meant to be inspired. He had a feeling that these scenes were the gifts of truth that Sunders mentioned before. Or rather, the reward from the world's consciousness. Back when Greya was creating spells at Phantom Island, Sunders explained in detail that it was a strange mechanism. Every time a new spell was created, a new path would be opened and challenged. The world's consciousness would stop anyone who tried to break the new path, but it would also reward those who succeeded. It was a strange and contradictory mechanism. As for why it did this, it was a complicated question that many wizards were trying to figure out. But no one could agree on the answer. Angor had guessed part of the truth, but he still couldn't figure it out. He had never thought that he would trigger the creation phenomenon when he constructed the spell slots himself. Strictly speaking, he didn't create the door model himself. The strange energy inside the alien eye taught him to do so. So why would the world's consciousness reward him if he didn't create a new spell? Angor still couldn't figure it out. Maybe this is the first time the door model appeared in this world, and that's why it's like this? The alien eye must have come from another world or another universe. So it was possible that this was the first time the door model appeared in this world. Was it because it was the first time it appeared in this world? Angor had many questions, but he didn't have time to think about them. The most important thing right now was the reward in front of him. Without thinking about anything else, he fully immersed himself in the scene. Time flew. He didn't know how long he had been immersed in it. When he finally came back to his senses, the wonderful scene gradually faded away. The scene dissipated like fog. But at the same time, another layer of veil was lifted, revealing another kind of mystery behind the scene. "This is a road?" Angor exclaimed. The information gathered together and formed a long, majestic path in front of Angor's eyes. The long road was just an image. It did not really exist, nor did it have the shape of a so-called road. But in Angor's mind, it was a path built by endless knowledge and information. Moreover, it was very likely to be the path of truth that all adepts were searching for. Before he could finish the thought, the path suddenly vanished like a bubble. However, the appearance of this path was like drawing a biscuit for him. Not only did it show him a future, it was also deeply imprinted in his heart, at the same time, somewhere far away from the wizarding world. Dee-da-dee-da sounds kept reverberating in the air. The source of the noise was a very large golden clock. The clock looked like a wheel. When the needle inside moved, the outer gears of the wheel would also move slowly. Every time the wheel moved, it would let out a tick-tock sound. On top of this huge clock, there was a human-shaped shadow sitting cross-legged at the top. The figure was quietly looking at the southern wizarding region in the distance. To be precise, he was looking at the center of the omen. After an unknown amount of time, the figure suddenly sighed deeply. Sigh. The black shadow rubbed his palms. The impatience in his eyes slowly turned into restraint, and finally, a sense of loss. It's a marked seed, but I can't do anything about it. It really makes my heart itch. As a trader who traveled through time and space, it was rare for Cassini to see such a beautiful seed of truth. He really wanted to steal it. Oh, no, trade it for a choice. At this point, it was definitely a worthwhile trade. However, Cassini didn't do it. Or rather, he didn't dare to. The seed of truth, Angor. The blessing of truth he received this time was from the world's consciousness. However, Cassini couldn't figure out why the Lord's will was watching him in the dark. For a life form like Cassini, the world's consciousness was similar to the consciousness of certain continents. In a broad sense, it was a subconsciousness. The Lord's will was different. It was similar to the world's consciousness in that it was a collection of various information and consciousness. However, the world's consciousness only contained information about the current world. The Lord's will, on the other hand, contained information about almost every known general plane. The Lord's will was a great will shared by many worlds. Some wizards even called it the ultimate will. It was also the truth. Cassini didn't think so. He believed that there were places where the Lord's will couldn't reach. For example, he once saw Augustine's twin mirror in the origin world. It was a mysterious item that could connect to unknown places far away. Cassini believed that the Lord's will couldn't reach the world behind the twin mirror. In Cassini's eyes, the Lord's will wasn't truth. However, he was sure that the Lord's will didn't have real thoughts or emotions. It was just a collection of information and consciousness. But now, Cassini felt strange when he saw the Lord's will observing Angor. Cassini had seen many geniuses. Some of them were even rewarded by the Lord's will when they created new spells. However, this was the first time he saw the Lord's will doing something like observing. The Lord's will didn't do anything. It didn't show up or reward Angor. However, this action of the Lord's will made Cassini hesitate. He didn't dare to run over to steal the trade option. When the Lord's will stopped observing, Angor had already woken up from the praise. Cassini missed the perfect opportunity to make a trade. He could only sit on the clock and let out a long sigh. Cassini looked away from Angor. He was curious about Angor, but Angor was only an apprentice. It wouldn't be easy for him to find an opportunity to make a deal with him. Huh? A potential seed has been born in a world that is close to the end of the Dharma age? Cassini's gaze landed on an unknown place far away. With a turn of his body, he disappeared from the spot. He could only faintly hear a low voice, "Young man." "Oh, no, beautiful girl, are you willing to make a deal?" Angor opened his eyes and saw countless pieces of information flooding into his mind. Including the spell slots, the new structure of his spirit model, and the reward he received from the strange scene. Everything appeared in his mind at once. However, this was basically already known information. Now, it was just a new update. Babota noticed Angor as soon as he opened his eyes. He put away the soft larva nest and quickly jumped to the top of the cliff. Babota came to Angor's side and asked in a surprised tone, "You were creating a spell?" Babota was confident about his theory, but he still hoped to hear a positive answer from Angor. Angor was still in a daze. He simply nodded and looked up at the sky. The dark clouds were still circling in the sky, but they were getting weaker. It seemed that the spell creation phenomenon was fading away. Angor chuckled. He wondered if this was the shortest spell creation ever recorded. He read many records about Truthfinder wizards, including Sumesh's spell creation phenomenon, which lasted for a long time. The spell creation phenomenon he saw now was similar to an alchemy phenomenon, which faded away as soon as it was completed. Maybe it was because the main effect of the door model was ordinary? After all, short-distance teleportation was traceable in space-type spells. Or perhaps, the door model itself did not really originate from his creation, which was why the creation phenomenon was so dull and disappeared so quickly. Babota also noticed the disappearance of the spell creation phenomenon in the sky. He recalled that he didn't sense anything at all at the beginning. Maybe Angor's new spell wasn't that powerful. Still, it was already shocking enough for Babota. Creating a new spell as an apprentice and creating a new phenomenon is already very impressive. Babota was trying to comfort Angor, but he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. As far as Babota could remember, he didn't see any other apprentice who could create such a phenomenon. Angor didn't really care about the scale of the phenomenon. In fact, he was quite happy about it. The quieter the phenomenon, the better. He didn't know where the door model came from, and he would have to find a way to explain it to other people. Let's go. Angor didn't plan to linger. Even if the phenomenon didn't cause too much of a commotion, other supernaturals might notice it. With that in mind, Angor took out his gondola and flew toward the old Earth with Babota in tow. Unbeknownst to Angor, not long after they left the unnamed island, something happened. Jeebra's water avatar appeared near the island. The water energy inside the avatar was already going out of control, which was the price Jibra had to pay to force his way in. To Jibra's dismay, he was prepared to sacrifice one of his water avatars, only to find that there was no one here. Clearly, the creator of the spell had already left. Jibra looked around and saw nothing but an extinguished bonfire. However, he didn't find any trace of the aura. Jibra tried to dive back into the water to ask for more information. But before he could do so, his water form turned into bubbles due to the energy imbalance and vanished into thin air. A cargo ship sailing at night cut across the surface of the sea. Perhaps it was because it was close to the calm zone, but there was not much wind in the sea. The surface of the sea was calm, and only the rumbling of the cargo ship could be heard, as well as the occasional undercurrent of the sea. The sailor on the deck yawned. Perhaps it was because the night was peaceful and the wind was calm, but his mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts. One moment, he was thinking that there were no islands nearby, so he wouldn't encounter any pirates, so he could sleep in peacefully. The next moment, he was thinking about his wife and daughter in his hometown, wondering if they were asleep and if they would meet in their dreams. As he thought, the sailor felt his eyelids drooping. He was sleepy. Suddenly, a buzzing sound rang in his ears. The sailor opened his eyes abruptly and looked around, afraid that something might have happened because he was sleeping. But after looking around, he did not find anything wrong on the ship. At this moment, a water column spurted out from the sea, and a milky white back appeared on the surface of the sea. Seeing this, the sailor smiled. So it's a baleen whale. The baleen whale was a gentle whale. Although it was huge, it was not interested in ships sailing on the sea. It usually ate small fish, prawns, and plankton. The baleen sea was called baleen because there were a large number of baleen whales here. For the people who made a living in this sea, encountering a baleen whale was not a disaster, but could even be considered lucky. Sure enough, not long after, the baleen whale let out a buzzing sound, exactly the same as what he heard before. The sailor was relieved. With the appearance of the baleen whale, this voyage would definitely be safe. So, with this thought, the sailor leaned against the mast again and squinted his eyes. Because he was leaning his head against the mast, his head was raised high. While squinting, he vaguely saw a flash of light in the sky. The sailor opened his eyes in confusion. When he saw the light in the sky, his pupils shrank. What's going on? Why is there such a thing in the sky? The sailor rubbed his eyes to make sure he was not seeing things. His legs trembled in fear, and he rushed to the deck door, where his companion was sitting on the ground. Wake up! Look at the sky! The sailor shook his companion anxiously, but he couldn't wake him up. With a burp, the sailor caught a whiff of alcohol. Only then did he realize that there was a bottle of alcohol beside his comrade. Clearly, this fellow was in a worse state than him. Not only did he secretly drink while on duty, he even got drunk. The sailor could not help but snort. He walked into the cabin and knocked on the door of the nearest cabin. When the door was opened, the sailor discovered that the door corresponded to the room of the old navigator. The old navigator was wearing pajamas and had obviously gone to bed. When he opened the door, there was a hint of anger on his face. Why are you knocking on my door in the middle of the night? What's the matter? The sailor hurriedly nodded. There's a situation. No, I'm not talking about the situation at sea. It's in the sky. A door appeared in the sky. The old navigator doubtfully followed the sailor out. Although there was no strong wind outside, the low temperature still made him shiver. Enduring the cold, he looked up at the sky. The night sky was very clear, and the thin clouds were light. Occasionally, a few bright stars could be seen. Not to mention a door, there was not even a seabird. Faced with the old navigator's doubtful and angry expression, the sailor stuttered. I really saw a door appear in the sky. In order to strengthen his words, the sailor even simulated the situation at that time, leaning against the mast and looking up at the sky. I clearly remember that it was a door, and it seemed to be glowing. Right, there was also a small boat flying out of the door. The boat was very beautiful, with twinkling stars and a curved body, just like the moon boat in fairy tales. The sailor described the scene in detail, but not only did the old navigator not believe him, he became even angrier. The captain arranged for you to be on duty outside. One of you was drunk, and the other was sleeping. You even woke me up with a dream to accompany you. I'm telling you, I'm going to find the captain now and explain what happened today. The old navigator saw the sailor leaning against the mast and immediately determined that he was sleeping. Not only did you secretly sleep, but you even woke me up because of a dream. The navigator was furious. He turned around angrily and walked towards the door. However, at this moment, a mournful cry suddenly came from the sea not far away. The old navigator stopped and looked back, only to see the sea in the distance churning. After a while, the corpse of a white baleen whale floated up. The most shocking thing was that there was an additional hole in the whale's head. A large amount of blood spurted out, dyeing the sea under the night sky even darker. The sailor pointed at the white baleen whale with a trembling hand. This seems to be the one from before? The old navigator carefully looked at the wound on the white baleen whale's head and seemed to have thought of something. His pupils suddenly shrank. Oh no, it's a whale-hunting sea demon. Quick, inform the sailors to turn the ship around immediately. The sailor hurriedly nodded and ran in the direction of the observation deck in a panic. There was a platform to communicate directly with the main control room. However, before he could run to the observation deck, less than 100 meters away from the cargo ship, a wave suddenly surged. A male sea demon holding a trident stepped out of the wave. The old navigator looked at the sea demon's scarlet eyes, which were filled with cruelty and killing intent. He couldn't help but be stunned and unconsciously said, "It's over." Whale-hunting sea demons were usually male. They looked like humans, but their ears were shaped like fish fins, and there were gills behind them. They had the upper body of a human, but below the waist, they had the tail of a fish or a snake. Whale-hunting sea demons didn't mean they only hunted whales. This was just a reference. Being able to hunt whales in whalebone sea meant they were at the top of the food chain. Above the sky, on Gondola, which was covered by a layer of illusion, Boboda was still in a daze. They were still in Calm Belt a moment ago, but Angor suddenly summoned a door, which brought them outside of Calm Belt. Could this be your creation technique? But why is it space manipulation? Boboda looked at Angor in disbelief. Angor didn't answer. His face was pale, and he looked exhausted. He didn't expect his mana pool to be emptied so quickly after just a few miles away from his destination. According to his estimation, this shouldn't be too far. The model of the door allowed him to teleport within a short distance, but it should at least cover a distance of 100 kilometers. Angor's mana pool wasn't full yet, but it should be at least 90% full. He didn't expect that his mana pool would run out after just a few miles, which was something he didn't expect at all. According to the feedback he got from the model of the door, something wasn't right. He looked up at Boboda, who was still in a state of shock. Could it be that it was because he had brought others along with him during this spatial displacement? Angor couldn't tell for now, so he could only make a guess. He would have to collect more experiment data to find out the truth. But he was glad that his mana pool wasn't completely depleted yet. The latter two could be considered as injuries. If it got worse, his mana pool might even be destroyed. I knew it. Any cantrip, even if it's on a spell slot, must go through strict tests before it can be used in real life. Angor sighed in his mind. He almost got himself killed by using the cantrip so recklessly. As he pondered, he heard someone screaming from below. Angor looked up and saw a whale-hunting siren controlling the sea and attacking a cargo ship with a trident. Boboda saw that Angor didn't want to answer, so he stopped asking. He also noticed the situation below and said in a low voice, "This is a male sea demon. He's the weakest among the sea demons. He's also very weak. At most, he can control the waves. But he also has one thing in common with female sirens, which is that they like to eat humans. Human flesh is a delicacy to them." "Well, there are sirens who don't eat humans," Angor replied casually while recalling Sylvestar's appearance. As a snake-haired siren, Sylvestar didn't eat humans. In fact, she liked humans much more than humans. Boboda remained silent for a moment. "I've never seen a siren that doesn't eat humans. Even if there are, they're probably very rare. But this group of people is unfortunate. They ran into a man-eating siren." Boboda sighed as he looked at the terrible scene. "They're done for." "I don't know for sure." Boboda was a little surprised. you're going to save them? Angor nodded. Just in time. I want to test a cantrip. Boboda gave Angor a puzzled look. Experiment? That door wasn't Angor's creation. Boboda didn't know what to say, but he didn't ask. Instead, he waited for Angor's next move. The situation on the ship was completely one-sided. If they were on land, they might have won with numbers. But they were in the middle of a vast ocean. There were no islands or land around. No matter how many people they had, there was nothing they could do against an enemy who could control the waves and turn the water into a trident. The iron-skinned cargo ship that could withstand the torrential rain and natural disasters was now useless. Instead, it was like an iron-skinned coffin waiting to bury their bodies. No matter how exquisite a knight's battle technique was, without the coordination of extraordinary strength, it was completely useless in the face of the whale-hunting sea demons that attacked from a distance. Even if there were divine archers, they would not be able to save them from the violent shaking of the ship and the pouring of seawater. Besides, the whale hunter's skin was so thick that ordinary arrows couldn't penetrate it. Everyone looked desperate. They could only wait for the coffin to sink into the bottom of the ocean. Only the sailor who was on the deck still had a determined look on his face. During the turbulence, he picked up a rope from the mast and tied it around his waist to stabilize himself. He grabbed the railing with both hands. Under the pale moonlight, the veins on the back of his hands were bulging. I can't die. My dearest wife and my adorable daughter are still waiting for me to return. The sailor repeatedly muttered the names of his wife and daughter, as if these two names were his protective talisman. I promised my wife that I would bring her to live in Moonwater City when I return, so I definitely cannot die here. As the ship shook violently and everyone cried out in despair, the sailor jumped onto the railing. Below the railing was the deep ocean. Due to the violent waves, a lot of white foam had appeared on the surface of the water. Right in front of him, there was a huge wave rushing towards him, and a trident hiding in the waves would jump out from time to time. Many people had already been hit by the trident. The sailor even saw his drunken companion, who was on duty with him at night, getting his head pierced by a trident. The man's brain was splattered and his bones were crushed into pieces. Therefore, the power of these tridents that were transformed from seawater was evident. Standing on the railing and facing the falling tridents, the sailor knew that this was the most dangerous place on the ship. Although he was also very timid in his heart, he knew that if he did not fight, then only death would await him. What are you doing? Come down quickly. A weak voice traveled into the sailor's ears amidst the raging waves. He turned around and saw that it was the old navigator. The old navigator was hiding under the overturned watchtower, hugging the broken mast as he spoke to the sailor with difficulty. Don't be rash. Maybe a miracle will happen. The sea goddess will protect us from this disaster. The old navigator thought the sailor was going to jump into the sea. The sea goddess is the faith of Halon Nation. We're a cargo ship from Goldspinks. Compared to praying for help, I believe in myself. The sailor didn't even look back. He stared at his gaze, the waves. Just now, he clearly saw that the whale-hunting sea monster's body was also swaying along with the waves. At one point, it was so close that it was almost near the cargo ship, therefore, he was waiting for an opportunity to jump in front of the sea monster and fight it at close range. Even if the fight didn't work, he would at least fight for a chance of survival. With this belief, the sailor ran back and forth on the railing with a slightly curved saber, dodging the flying tridents while secretly observing all the details in the waves. He was drenched by seawater, but he still jumped back and forth between the railing and the railing. The moonlight illuminated his face, and the cloth on his forehead fluttered. The old navigator saw the sailor's real purpose when he jumped and ran with his saber. He wasn't jumping into the sea, but was observing the waves, looking for a chance of survival. The old navigator knew that the sailor's strength was only average on the ship. If it weren't for his excellent observation skills, he would have been assigned to guard the ship. But now, almost everyone on the ship was in despair. Only the sailor had the courage to face this terrible enemy. The old navigator was silent. He lowered his head amidst the turbulence and said in a voice that was close to a murmur, "Perhaps there really is a way out." However, this time, he didn't put his hope on the ethereal sea goddess. The sailor jumped continuously, but he was scratched by the trident several times. The only lucky thing was that he was on a remote side of the deck with a rope tied around his waist. It looked like he was shaking with the ship, and not deliberately avoiding the tridents. Therefore, he didn't attract the attention of the sea monster. No, it's a glowing jellyfish. The sailor carefully observed the movements in the waves, not missing any details. Flying fish? Why are you joining in the fun at this time? Why did the bottle hit me? Damn, why does it look so familiar? That guy is dead, but he still wants to join in. The sailor cursed, driving away the fear in his heart. Moreover, he relied on the thoughts of his wife and daughter to increase his courage. After a wave hit, the moonlight shone on the sea. The sailor's eyes lit up. He saw a green fishtail, the familiar green scales and the trident in the black figure's hand were all proof of his identity. I see you. The sailor jumped without hesitation. That stern shout caused those who were still alive to raise their heads unconsciously. They saw a black shadow wearing familiar clothes. Under the background of the full moon, it was as if the shadow had transformed into a sharp arrow, rushing towards the whale-hunting sea demons that could not sneak into the sea in time. Here's the chance. The old navigator didn't care about the shaking of the ship. He stood up shakily, his eyes shining. With this jump, even those who didn't know what the sailor wanted to do understood what he wanted to do. Their hearts, which were already dead, suddenly began to beat. This leap was like a flower bud burrowing out of the cracked earth of despair. It was the only hope that all those who were waiting for death and despair saw. Even the captain had placed all his hopes on the sailor at this moment. The jump that carried everyone's fate didn't let them down. The sailor's observation skills were extremely strong, and his judgment of timing was just right. Moreover, the moonlight was very bright, and the waves were temporarily resting. The time and people were on the sailor's side. His jump smoothly reached the side of the sea monster. Most importantly, the sea monster's back was facing the sailor. Its bare back, under the pale moonlight, was like a piece of meat on a chopping board waiting to be slaughtered. Even the heavenly fate was on the sailor's side. The sailor raised his saber, the blade shining with a silver light. When the sea monster was about to turn its head, he didn't hesitate to stab the saber into the sea monster's chest. Everyone's eyes were gathered at this moment. They gritted their teeth, their hearts thumping, waiting for the final result. Success or failure, life or death, pung, the sea monster's skin was coarse and thick. When the saber slashed down, it only left a trace of blood. Seeing this, although the sailor's heart sank, he didn't give up. Instead, he prepared to slash a second time. However, he had to stabilize his position first. Previously, he relied on the momentum of stepping on the railing to slash down. Now, he needed a place to borrow strength from. Without hesitation, his legs were like hooks, directly coiling around the sea monster's abdomen. Like the branches of an old tree, he tightly entangled the sea monster. After entangling it, he once again raised his saber, intending to slash down at the sea monster. Following the previous trace of blood, the saber went deeper, to the point where one could almost see the bone. The third slash came. Sailor was sure that if this saber slashed down, it would definitely pierce the sea monster's heart. Seeing that Sailor was about to succeed, the sea monster that had been passive all this time felt that it couldn't break free from the human's entanglement. It gave up struggling, and instead controlled the seawater. In its haste, the sea monster couldn't complete the trident transformation. Instead, it changed its mind, turning the seawater into a water column, and shot towards the human's wrist. The force wasn't strong, and it only knocked the sailor's wrist to the side. However, this small change instantly overturned the battle situation. This was because the sailor's entire body was drenched. Even though the handle of the saber was closed, it was still very slippery when his palm was drenched. Now, a water column rushed towards him. The saber slipped and slipped out of his hand, sinking into the sea at an extremely fast speed. Sailor's breath stopped. He was very clear that without a weapon, he couldn't cause any harm to the sea monster, and the sea monster would eventually break free. His final fate was already decided. The eyes of the people on the ship instantly dimmed. No one would have thought that at the final moment, such a situation would occur. Such a small detail overturned the final outcome. From this, it could be seen that the sea monster's intelligence was no less than that of a human's. An ear-piercing and savage laughter came out from the mouth of the sea monster. Sailor's legs were already numb. He knew that without a weapon, he wasn't far from his final moment of death. He raised his head to look at the sky, his eyes in a trance. Wife, daughter. I'm sorry, I can't fulfill my promise. When Sailor was completely disheartened, his pupils suddenly shrank. This was because he once again saw the light emitted from the sky. Furthermore, this time he saw it even more clearly, just like what he had told the old sailor previously. The light was a dreamlike moonship, floating in the night sky. It's not a dream? Sailor softly muttered. While Sailor was immersed in his own thoughts, a white shadow suddenly flashed across the moonship. This white shadow was like a snake, rapidly elongating and moving. Furthermore, its destination was Sailor. Sailor was stunned for a moment. When the white shadow extended from the moonship to near him, he discovered that this so-called white shadow was actually more like a white tentacle. However, it was worth mentioning that this white tentacle was extremely long, reaching at least 100 meters from the surface of the sea to the sky. Furthermore, the white tentacle didn't look solid, instead it looked like an illusory fog. Just as Sailor was wondering what this white tentacle was, the white tentacle suddenly turned upside down. Before Sailor could react, he heard a clear and familiar sound, followed by the exclamations of the people on the cargo ship behind him. A silver light fell from the sky. The sailor subconsciously caught the falling silver light. Sailor was pleasantly surprised as he looked at the object in his hand, a blade. It was the blade that he had dropped. With the curved blade in his hand, Sailor didn't even think about why the blade had fallen from the sky, nor did he think about what the white tentacle was. All his thoughts were focused on this blade. I haven't lost yet, victory belongs to me. Sailor loudly chanted the names of his wife and daughter, his eyes flashing with radiance. The blade he swung out was indomitable. It went straight into the chest of the sea monster. Blood splattered, the heart shattered. When the dead body of the sea monster and the sailor were dragged onto the ship, more and more people gathered around the ship. Everyone swarmed over, calling their friends to lift the sailor above their heads and toss him into the sky, using this method to express their excitement. The sailor couldn't help but look up when he was tossed into the air. The dreamlike moonship that he had seen before had already disappeared. Was that real, or was it just a dream? The sailor didn't think too much about it. He smiled and said, "Who cares? At least I survived." His heart was still thumping. The excitement from killing the whale-hunting sea monster had yet to subside. Compared to investigating the illusory matter, he wanted to enjoy this moment more. He wanted to be surrounded by people. Sailor's cooperation made everyone even more excited. They suffered a great loss this time, but as men of the sea, they were already prepared to die at the bottom of the sea. Surviving was more important than losing anything. While one side was getting excited, the captain and the old navigator looked at each other and said, "I thought that everything was over. But I didn't expect it to end like this. It feels so good to survive." The old navigator nodded. "He's a hero." The captain agreed. "Yes, he's a hero. Now, it's time to celebrate." With that, the captain threw away his pride and joined the crowd with a big laugh. The old navigator watched the scene with a smile. Finally, he looked up at the sky. There was nothing there, but he clearly saw a small ship shining with the light of the moon and stars. It was also a white tentacle that stretched out from the ship, scooping up the fallen scimitar from the sea and returning it to the sailor. "He's telling the truth." The old navigator sighed. The old navigator didn't know what was on the ship, but the fact that it carried the light of the moon and stars was enough to prove that it was something special. As for why they didn't want to show up, the old navigator didn't bother to ask. After all, they did help Sailor at a critical moment. They shouldn't hate him. As long as he knew this, it was enough. When the situation on the sea calmed down, Gondola continued its journey toward the old Earth. What happened to the cargo ship was nothing more than an insignificant interlude for them. To his surprise, his plan to help them kill the monster did not come in handy in the end. A brave sailor saved not only himself but also the entire ship on his own. Although Angor did give some help, the sailor still handled the situation by himself. When you're willing to risk everything, the wisdom and strength of an ordinary person can be quite impressive, Boboda praised after witnessing the sailor's heroic performance. If he was still an ordinary person, he might not be able to reach Seaman's level. "That's why we shouldn't underestimate the potential of humans," said Angor. Babota nodded. It's a pity that you didn't get to experiment with the cantrip. Actually, I've already tried it. Babota was surprised. You mean that white tentacle? Angor nodded and knocked on the table with his knuckles. Following a crisp noise, two long, white tentacles reached out from his back. They looked somewhat ethereal. Under Angor's command, the tentacle took out a porcelain tea set with enamel patterns from somewhere and poured out 2 cups of steaming tea with a flint. Angor picked up his cup and took a sip. He didn't show it on his face, but in his mind, he clicked his tongue. As I thought, black tea without milk is a heresy. Babota followed Angor's action and took a sip. However, he was still staring at the 2 white tentacles behind Angor's back. When the sailor lost his scimitar, Angor used these tentacles to reach the sea surface. When Babota first saw the white tentacle, he didn't find it strange at all. It looked so ordinary, and the thing it was doing was also very ordinary. The hand of spell could fetch objects out of thin air. Even long-range control wouldn't be a problem. The intermediate magic hand's range was 100 meters, and it was precise. He could use the magic hand to do minor alchemy experiments. If it was something as simple as picking up a scimitar, the hand of spell would be as easy as flipping a hand. Even without the hand of spell, spirit power was enough. That was why Babota didn't think that the white tentacles were anything special at first. But since Angor mentioned that he was going to test the white tentacles, Babota took a closer look. Babota's strength had deteriorated so much that he might not even be as strong as Leon. However, he had spent many years in the wizarding world and gained a keen eye for things. With this observation, he really did see something different. It seems to have the property of an illusion. But I didn't see any illusion nodes. But at the same time, it can interfere with the material world. The power of illusion and reality are supposed to go against each other, but they can merge together in harmony. Babota paused and frowned. But why does it feel so familiar? I think I've seen it somewhere before. Was it a reality illusion cantrip? However, Babota had never seen many illusionary cantrips in his life, so he was not familiar with them at all. Babota looked up and saw Angor's half-smiling face. He was stunned for a moment before a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Phantom limb soft worm? Since Angor asked Babota to take care of the soft bugs, Babota knew how to deal with these deadly insects. Babota's phantom limbs looked very similar to the white tentacles on Angor's back. They were both illusory, but they could both interfere with the material world. Even their shapes were very similar. Are those really phantom limbs? Babota pointed at the waving tentacles. If one didn't look closely, they would think Angor had 2 white, fluffy tails. That's right. Angor didn't try to hide it. Since Babota spent a lot of time with soft worms, Babota would notice it sooner or later. Babota was a little surprised. He knew all too well about phantom limbs. Even a tiny soft worm with a pair of phantom limbs could cause such destruction. How powerful would Angor's phantom limbs be? Is this the spell you created? Babota asked with great difficulty. Angor didn't answer the question. Phantom limbs were also a kind of spell creation, but it wasn't approved by the world's consciousness. Or rather, it was a reward from the world's consciousness. Earlier, when Angor sensed the phenomenon of a new spell creation, he was rewarded by the world's consciousness. The reward gave Angor all kinds of ideas, and he was completely immersed in the sea of knowledge integration. In the end, he even saw the path of truth. His inspiration helped him gain a comprehensive understanding of his knowledge. He knew that he shouldn't bite off more than he could chew, so he chose a topic that interested him the most and began to study it. And that topic was phantom limbs. Under the circumstances at that time, all kinds of wonderful ideas were constantly contributing to the research of phantom limbs. In no time at all, he had completed the basic understanding of phantom limbs. However, he still needed some time before he could use them. Fortunately, Angor was an illusionist himself, and phantom limbs were based on his strong body. This was why he was able to use them in such a short time. However, although the illusory limbs had appeared, he could only release 2 illusory limbs because he was not familiar with it yet. Still, this was good enough. At least he was satisfied. Besides, compared to the door model, phantom limbs brought him more surprises. Because of the door model, Angor always knew that phantom limbs could teleport. However, he didn't know what the special energy would do. Apart from the unknown variables of the model, he was more excited about the phantom limb because he could see the improvement of his strength with his own eyes. Phantom limbs might look like illusions, but they were actually based on his body. For example, Angor's body was the soil, the illusion energy was the nutrients, and the phantom limbs were the flowers blooming on the soil. Without the soil, phantom limbs were like rootless duckweeds. Even the illusion energy couldn't make the flowers more beautiful. More importantly, since phantom limbs were based on his body, the stronger his body was, the more powerful the phantom limbs would be. Basically, phantom limbs were like exoskeletons for a human body. They could extend the body's strength further, and they could be used in more ways. For example, if Angor's eyes were the weakness of his body. However, if he had phantom limbs as an exoskeleton, he could gather the strongest defense around his eyes. This way, his weakness would become his strength. This was just a simple way of using phantom limbs. Of course, it was more toward physical strength. After all, phantom limbs had phantom in their name. They could be used in ways similar to illusions, so they could be more flexible. Of course, Angor had to find out more about them on his own. For now, Angor was quite happy. After going through the abyss world, his body was as strong as a bloodline wizard's. Therefore, the increase in his combat power from the phantom limbs was beyond his imagination. He could even consider phantom limbs as a real spell instead of a cantrip used by apprentices. Compared to the door model, which only focused on mobility and strategy, phantom limbs could be clearly improved. Besides, phantom limbs didn't consume much illusion energy. Instead, phantom limbs consumed a lot of his own blood essence. What he didn't lack the most right now was blood essence. On their way back, Boboda couldn't help but feel curious. Until now, he still couldn't tell whether Angor's new spell was the door that took them to another dimension or the tentacle-like phantom limb. If it was a door, short-distance teleportation was rare in the wizarding world, but it wasn't unheard of. It was Boboda's first time seeing a phantom limb, but it also looked like a reality cantrip. Maybe it already existed in the wizarding world, and he just didn't know much about it. Since he couldn't get an answer, he couldn't help but feel curious. He wanted to ask something on his way back to the manor, but he couldn't bring himself to ask. Boboda had no choice but to return to his room. As soon as Angor returned to the manor, Leon heard about it from a servant and quickly came looking for him. "You're finally back." Leon inspected Angor from head to toe and sighed in relief. "Good. I'm glad you're safe." Angor raised an eyebrow. "Sounds like you were hoping something bad would happen to me." "Nope." Leon chuckled and explained simply, "It's all because of Sir Phantom. His attitude was very strange when he came to me to ask about you. I was just worried." "Professor?" Angor was surprised. "He's back?" Leon shook his head and explained what happened in the dream wasteland. "Mr. Phantom even asked if you went to the Whalebone Sea. I thought something happened to you when I saw the strange look on his face." Angor was a little confused. It wasn't strange for Sunders to come looking for him since it was related to John's safety. But why would Sunders ask if he was at the Whalebone Sea? Could it be that news of the creation phenomenon had already spread to the Fey continent? However, such an insignificant phenomenon shouldn't have attracted the attention of other adepts, right? Maybe Sunders wanted to find him for something else? Or maybe he just wanted to confirm Angor's location. Angor considered for a moment and decided to go to the dream wasteland to check it out. At the top of Heaven's Tower. Freud shook his head. "Mr. Phantom isn't in the dream wasteland. But he left a demon falcon at the top of Heaven's Tower. If you are looking for him, you might as well let the demon falcon return to reality and bring this news to His Excellency Phantom Fiend." He turned around and looked out of the window. The handsome and gigantic demon falcon stopped at the top of Firmament Tower, motionless like a solemn statue. Its head was lowered, and its sharp eyes scanned the entire First Heart City. Speaking of which, when the demon falcon first appeared, its huge body gave the residents a fright. However, everyone has adapted to it recently. Moreover, the demon falcon has excellent eyesight and can see all the streets in the city. It will also help the city defense team to pay attention to the safety of the city. Therefore, it has been accepted by the residents. Freud smiled. I've always heard that the demon falcons of Phantom Island are very intelligent. Now I've seen it for myself. Milord, should we talk to the demon falcon? Freud suggested. There was no need to bother Sunders now. If Sunders had something urgent to talk to him about, he would enter the dream wasteland again. He didn't come to the dream wasteland for the next few days. He left Toby in the care of the Moon Lily Fairy while he began to study the new spell he created. At first, Angor felt a little uncomfortable talking about creating a new spell. Deep down, he didn't think of the spell as his own creation. Even though his name was already engraved on the model after the creation of the new spell, Angor was the only one who knew the answer. However, he was the only one who knew the truth. Because he did not create the model himself, he felt a little awkward. However, when he began to study the model of the door, he quickly forgot about such trivial matters. After several days of testing, Angor had gained some understanding of the new spell. Model of door was the first cantrip that Angor had fixed on his spell slot. Since Angor wasn't sure what kind of changes the special energy would bring to the model, he didn't give it a name yet. For the past few days, Angor was only testing the effect of space displacement. He came up with several data analyses and calculated the proportion of mana consumption. According to the results, the model of door could only teleport someone within a short distance, but it could probably teleport someone up to 100 kilometers away. Why did he use the word maybe in such an uncertain way? It was because Angor didn't have enough mana in his mana pool, so he couldn't test the limit of teleportation yet. Currently, he only had enough mana to teleport someone up to 60 kilometers away. Moreover, this was under the condition that his body was full of mana. After teleporting for more than 60 kilometers, his mana would directly hit rock bottom. Angor could tell that he hadn't reached the maximum range of teleportation yet. He had to wait until he broke through the barrier and had more mana to reach the maximum range of teleportation. After some calculations and some formulas, Angor estimated that the model of door could only teleport someone up to 100 kilometers away. So far, the more mana he used, the farther he could teleport someone. However, the increment of this effect was not proportional. For example, teleporting someone several meters or hundreds of meters away would cost him 1/10 of his total mana pool. Angor also noticed something else about the mana consumption. This was what he expected. Even if he had to carry other people with him, it would cost him a lot of mana. The amount of mana consumed was affected by the distance and the number of people involved. Finally, Angor came up with some conclusions about the mana consumption of the model of door. First, the further the distance, the more mana it would consume. 60 kilometers was the maximum distance he could teleport someone. Actually, using it for running away was pointless. It would be better to use the sequence of gravity to escape. Second, the more people there were, the more mana it would consume. In fact, this result didn't have much practical significance. Since it couldn't be used to escape, it was rare to see someone carrying a group of people in a short distance displacement. Therefore, the conclusion was that, with the amount of magic source he had right now, it was impossible for him to escape with the model of the gate. It was more suitable for unexpected strategic attacks in battles or life-saving transformations in times of crisis. However, it could only be used 10 times at full mana, so he had to be careful. Angor took out a pen and paper and wrote down the results of his mana consumption in his notebook. Next, he began to summarize the effects of the model of door. Because of the number of spell slots, spatial displacement could be cast instantly. It could be used to save his life in a dangerous situation. He didn't need to worry about the door being open for too long. Besides, the duration of the door could be controlled. At the same time, Angor could control the door to a certain extent. For example, if an enemy tried to sneak into the door, Angor could cancel the effect of the door at any time. It was the same as banishing the enemy to another space. Of course, no enemy would be stupid enough to sneak into someone else's portal. Compared to other spatial displacement skills, Model of Door had one major difference: it could teleport someone with it. However, this difference was basically tasteless, but it was a pity to throw it away. Considering Angor's current mana pool, it was just a useless skill. Angor recorded the final result of the test. After making sure everything was correct, he looked at the column about mana consumption. Compared to the other enchantment cantrips I know, this one consumes too much mana, Angor mumbled to himself. Although it could be used 10 times in a battle, he would still need to use a lot of mana to cast other cantrips in a real battle. Therefore, he could only use it 2 or 3 times. It could still improve his strategy. However, if he could reduce the mana consumption, he would be able to control more space. Angor thought for a moment and added another note about the mana consumption. My mana consumption is too high. Maybe it's because I'm more inclined toward illusions? I need to prove it. If he was a space manipulator, he might know something that could reduce the mana consumption of this kind of spatial displacement. Unfortunately, Angor was not a space manipulator, so he had to accept this result. However, even if he wasn't of the space element, it was still very valuable to have such a super strategic maneuver skill. When he became a wizard in the future, he would no longer need to worry about mana consumption. By then, he could use the model of his door to run away. Of course, it was more convenient to create a plain passageway with casting materials for long-distance teleportation. The final result of the test was not perfect, but Angor was satisfied to have such a teleportation skill. In terms of practicality, it was much more useful than the illusions he already knew. In fact, spatial displacement would still be useful even after he became an advanced wizard. Besides, other wizards would need some time to cast a teleportation skill. Angor, on the other hand, could quickly gain the upper hand in a battle. He didn't forget about the special energy stored in the model of the door. After using the door model many times, he had made some discoveries about the special energy. As his mana flowed in the model, the special energy seemed to be slowly spreading. Angor could not tell whether it was increasing the total amount of the energy, or diluting the energy so that the total amount remained the same. However, he could foresee that the energy would eventually spread to the entire model of his door. Angor assumed that he would be able to see the effect of the special energy on the model of his door. However, the energy wasn't spreading fast, and he didn't know how to speed it up. It would take some time for the energy to reach the entire model of the door. The research on the model of the door had come to an end. Next, Angor focused on the phantom limbs. Since he didn't need to worry about the cost of using the phantom limbs, he decided to focus on finding out how to use them. It had been a week since Angor's creation. Sunders didn't come to the dream wasteland, but judging from the demon falcon's carefree attitude, Angor assumed that nothing was going on in the real world. 2 days later, White Bear showed up instead of Sunders. When he saw White Bear in the manor, he was communicating with Leon in the sky. When Angor arrived, the White Bear stared at him with a strange look. So it's you. White Bear sighed. Leon looked at White Bear in confusion. He didn't know what White Bear meant. I saw something from the River of Fate. I can't see the past or the future, but I can still sense the ripple of the world's consciousness on Angor. White Bear sighed again. You're the one who created the spell in the Whalebone Sea, aren't you? White Bear and Leon both looked at him and chuckled. How did you manage to see something like that? White Bear shook his head. No. My sister saw it, but she didn't know who did it. It wasn't until I came to see you this time that I noticed something strange about you. Angor didn't think that his creation phenomenon could reach Fake Continent. But Eureka, who was at the Old Earth, might be able to sense it. Yes, it's me. Angor didn't try to deny it. White Bear already knew the answer, but he still couldn't help but feel shocked when he heard the answer. He looked at Angor in silence for a long time before he sighed deeply. There were differences between people, and White Bear had always understood this. Until he met Dodoro and Angor, White Bear didn't feel it was real. In the beginning, both of them were weaker than White Bear. However, in a short period of time, their improvement was even faster than the magic beans. They had long left the White Bear in the dust, and now, they might not even be able to see their shadows. He was still thinking about how to become a peak-level apprentice and how to become an official wizard. Now that he had created a new spell and attracted the world's consciousness, it meant that the path of truth was no longer a problem for him. People were the happiest when they didn't make comparisons, but reality forced White Bear to make comparisons. White Bear's disappointment was obvious. He was silent. Leon, on the other hand, asked curiously, creation? Do you mean creating cantrips? Angor nodded. Leon's eyes lit up. Then what kind of cantrip did you create? White Bear's ears perked up. He was too embarrassed to ask such a private question. But Leon was Angor's elder brother. Angor should answer his question. As expected, Angor did not answer White Bear's question. The book I gave you, Elementary Cantrips, Modified, contains all original cantrips. Instead of asking what I created, why don't you hurry up and learn it? According to the unspoken rule in the wizarding world, knowledge learned by a wizard organization could not be shared with others. Even if Leon was Angor's brother. This was why Angor gave elementary cantrips, modified to Leon. The cantrips recorded in the book were modified by the hologram tablet. They were not the original ones. Of course, if Leon was strong enough, he could reverse the original cantrip. But since Angor recorded a new cantrip in the book, it meant that he had more advantages than the original, so there was no need to reverse the process. Leon still had a hazy attitude towards the creation of a technique. He did not know how shocking this matter was. He knew that Angor was the one who created all the cantrips in elementary cantrips, modified. It sounded like creating a new cantrip was not something to be proud of. With that in mind, Leon did not ask Angor about the new cantrip. He scratched his head and chuckled while rolling his eyes. Looking at Leon's expression, Angor knew that Leon was too busy learning combat skills from Sibel that he neglected his cantrips. Angor did not think it was better for Leon to focus on learning combat skills or cantrips in peace. Instead, he gave an example. Melee combat skills are important. But if you're facing a flying creature, how are you going to approach it and fight it? You can't expect it to land on its own, can you? Before you assimilate the bloodline that allows you to fly, the only thing you can do is to learn cantrips to deal with such an enemy. Leon also understood this and nodded obediently. White Bear did not see this coming. The topic was supposed to be about a new cantrip, but now it took a strange turn. He was going to ask about Angor's new cantrip, but it seemed that he would not get the chance now. By the way, why did you come to the manor this time? Angor looked at White Bear again. It has something to do with Mr. Red Hair. He sent a message back not long ago, but he can't come back because he's occupied with something else. He won't be able to teach Leon for the time being. He can't come back? Are you saying that the teacher has left? Leon was surprised. Earlier, Angor told him that the Whis had something else to do and couldn't come to teach him. Leon thought the Whis was just busy with his own business. But White Bear was telling him that the Whis had left. White Bear nodded. Yes. Mr. Ghostface is looking for him. He left the old Earth and only left a clone with my sister. Mr. Ghostface, White Bear was referring to Crimson Ghostface Irisa, Thua's sister. Leon knew who Irisa was, so he had no choice but to accept it. White Bear was about to leave the manor when Angor stopped him. If everything goes well, I'll leave the old Earth as soon as my professor comes back. Both White Bear and Leon were surprised by Angor's words. Are you going to stay here, or do you want to go back with us? Angor looked at White Bear. Since he brought White Bear to the old Earth, he didn't mind going back with White Bear if White Bear wanted to. White Bear remained silent for a moment and shook his head. It took me a lot of effort to find my sister. I'm going to stay with her for now. You know that staying with Eureka means you're getting yourself involved in the Goman treasure hunt. Roland might be under control now, but that's not the end of it. It's still dangerous for you to stay with her. White Bear understood Angor's words, but he still insisted. Professor Maya told me that I should leave Brute Cavern for some training. But I've been waiting for my fate to tell me the answer. That's why I didn't leave. Now, staying with my sister is also a form of training, isn't it? It was a dangerous thing for White Bear to do, but it wasn't the end of the world. Angor didn't try to stop White Bear from leaving. White Bear was much older than him, and his life was full of twists and turns. He had experienced the hardships of growing up, and in this aspect, White Bear knew better than him how to live a better life. Besides, White Bear was an apprentice of prophecy. In his own words, fate would guide him to the right path. As an outsider, Angor wouldn't interfere with White Bear's life. After White Bear left, Leon hesitated for a moment and asked Angor about the departure he mentioned. He didn't say it out loud, but Angor could see the reluctance in Leon's eyes. Since Mr. Red Hair isn't at the old Earth these days, I think you should consider the suggestion I gave you last time. What is it? The Rising Star competition, Angor said. You can try participating in the preliminaries of the competition. Back in his room, Angor took out a pen and paper and began to draw up a blueprint. When he was almost done, he placed all kinds of alchemy materials in front of him. He planned to craft a set of alchemy equipment for Leon. Previously, when he suggested that Leon participate in the Rising Star competition, it was actually after careful consideration. Leon needed to come into contact with the wider sorcerer world in order to gradually grow. Leon didn't agree right away. He only told Angor that he needed some time to think about it. Angor knew Leon already changed his mind. What troubled Leon the most right now was his sense of responsibility toward his people and matter, which made him reluctant to leave. Now that Turin, who was a very determined and strict butler, had become his butler, Angor believed that Turin would be able to take over the manor and the people of Groot Town for the time being without any problems. It was only a matter of time before Leon agreed. Angor didn't mind even if Leon didn't want to leave. It was Angor's wish to craft a set of alchemy equipment for Leon anyway. As for getting a good result in the Rising Star competition with the set of alchemy equipment, Angor didn't even think about it. He only asked Leon to join the competition to broaden his horizons. If he had the chance, he would introduce his friends to Leon. With Leon's current strength, it was basically impossible for him to get a good result. If he could gain some experience in the preliminaries, he would have achieved his goal. 2 days later, Angor brought the completed equipment to Leon. When Lion saw the set of knight armor in front of him, he couldn't take his eyes off it. Is this really for me? Leon still had a look of disbelief on his face. Yes. Angor continued, it's called Beginner's Set. I believe you're familiar with the style. It's your favorite when you were a kid, Gothic armor, Leon finished. Looking at the humanoid armor with a strange style, Leon's eyes were filled with joy and nostalgia at the same time. The Gothic armor was something that John had drawn to make him happy when he was young. According to John, it was an ancient armor style from a country in his hometown. It was a long time ago, but it was still popular because of its unique appearance. When Leon saw it, he liked it very much. He even wanted Blacksmith Tim to tailor a set of armor for him. However, Blacksmith Tim was dazzled when he saw the complicated design of the armor. There were so many parts, and they had to fit together. It was not something he could do. When Leon grew up, he realized that there was no similar armor in Gold's Pink Empire. None of the nearby countries had it. Gothic armor was complicated, but it was not impossible to ask a good armor maker to make one for him. However, Leon was already preparing to inherit his title. He still wore armor, but most of the time, he was wearing soft armor that allowed him to move around easily. Therefore, until now, Lion had never really owned a set of Gothic armor. However, the regret of his childhood had always haunted Leon's mind. Now, Angor made up for it. The armor in front of him was silver-black in color. It looked complicated with many parts, but when placed in front of Leon's eyes, it did not feel complicated at all. Instead, it had a simple and functional beauty. The multiple edges and beautiful streamlines, as well as the pattern of a lion's heart on the armor, made the color of the armor stable but not dull. It could be said that this was the most eye-catching knight armor that Leon had ever seen. It was beautiful and unforgettable. Angor was still talking about the different types of armor, but Leon did not listen at all. He was fully focused on the armor. Leon picked up the helmet and fiddled with it. He didn't find anything fishy about it, so he looked at other parts of the helmet. Because there were many parts of the armor, Lion did not know where to take them. He was afraid that if he took them, the entire armor would collapse. How many parts are there in total? Leon counted carefully, but he still couldn't figure it out. There are only 3 parts of the armor, Angor replied. Leon frowned. Huh? John's sketch of the Gothic armor is still in the drawer in my room. I remember that there are more than 10 parts of the armor in the disassembled diagram, and there are still some parts that are hidden inside the armor that were not drawn. Angor sighed. He already told Leon about the components of the armor, but Leon didn't pay attention. Since he couldn't show it to Leon with words, he simply asked Leon to put it on. It was reasonable to say that the first step to wearing a knight's armor was to put on the inner armor to protect the parts that the armor could not cover, followed by the iron boots and other parts of the body. However, since it was an armor designed by Angor, it would not follow such a complicated and time-consuming process. There are only 3 parts: the helmet, the body armor, and the iron boots. You can put on any one of them first. Leon hesitated and put on the seemingly simple helmet first. As soon as the helmet was placed on his head, he felt a cool sensation from head to toe. Under the stimulation of the cool sensation, Leon did not feel stuffy. Instead, his concentration improved a lot. At the same time, Leon also noticed that the helmet looked simple, but when he put it on, a neck plate appeared out of nowhere and covered his entire face, leaving only his eyes exposed. The helmet is engraved with calming runes, which can help you get rid of some distracting thoughts and better focus in battle. Angor gave a simple explanation. You can try the body armor now. Leon already felt the magic of the armor, so he quickly picked up the so-called body armor. When Leon touched the body armor with his hand, almost 90% of the body armor disappeared, leaving only a piece of armor engraved with the flame of a lion's heart in his hand. Leon hesitated for a moment, then placed the armor on his chest. In an instant, countless parts of the armor extended from the armor like water, like twining branches and vines, automatically covering Leon's body. Apart from the armor, the new parts also included a back plate, a chainmail skirt, shoulder plate, arm plate, armpit plate, glove, wrist plate, and elbow plate. Leon clenched his hands and felt no resistance at all. The armor fit perfectly on his skin and did not feel heavy at all. The air circulation was normal, as if the armor could breathe on its own. At the same time, the weight of the armor was even lighter than the soft armor, which gave him a pleasant feeling. At this point, Leon finally understood why the armor only had 3 parts. It was because it could be extended automatically. Without hesitation, Leon put on the iron boots. As expected, the leg plate, knee plate, calf plate, and a small wing-shaped spur appeared on the back of the boots. The feeling of lightness instantly filled Leon's body. Leon hopped around in the narrow room several times to make sure that the armor did not hinder his movements. Instead, it made him feel lighter. Leon opened the door to the balcony and jumped down from the 3rd floor. He then began practicing on the wide lawn. In the end, due to the cool feeling inside the armor, Leon did not sweat profusely. However, he still felt refreshed. Angor came over and told Leon about the armor's function. The armor was designed to protect the wearer from fatal attacks from level 2 apprentices. This was the most important part of the armor. Apart from the overall defense, certain parts of the armor also had certain functions. For example, a helmet that could help the wearer focus, a neck plate that allowed the wearer to breathe underwater, and a pair of iron boots that allowed the wearer to fly for a short period of time. Fly? Leon looked down and saw a small wing-shaped spur on the back of the iron boots. Yes. It allows you to hover in the air for a short period of time, and a gentle landing similar to feather fall, Angor explained. As a matter of fact, the armor was not one of the best alchemy items he could find. He could easily draw more advanced runes or even magic arrays. However, he named it Beginner's Armor not only because of the influence of Beginner City, but also because it was meant to be used by beginners. Leon was only a low-level apprentice at the moment. If he drew more advanced runes, not only would Leon attract jealousy, but he would also become dependent on the armor. Therefore, Angor only drew support runes to improve Leon's survivability while also allowing the wearer to unleash his full potential. Leon listened to Angor's explanation with great excitement. As a knight enthusiast, the armor fit the image of a knight perfectly. Not to mention, it also had great functions. More importantly, it was so convenient to wear. It was even more convenient than wearing a soft armor. You sure this is for me? Leon asked again. Angor could hear the excitement and satisfaction in his voice. Angor nodded. There was no need to explain Leon's gratitude. As for the weapon, I gave it to you before, so I did not make it. Angor already gave Leon a tang saber when he returned to Pat Manor, so he did not make another one this time. As for the cloak, I saved a buckle for you. You can put it on yourself. Leon loved the armor so much that he did not want to take it off again. He would always show it off whenever he saw someone. Luckily, most of the people in the manor were his subjects, so no one dared to criticize him. Well, that was not right. There were still people who did that. For example, Nano, who used to be Prince Fibber, was now a silk spinner. The design is not bad, but the color is too plain. Nano was currently visiting the Crocex. He did not hesitate to criticize Leon's armor. It'll look better with yellow stripes and a red background. Of course, the helmet must be green to show off its elegance. Leon ignored Nano's comment. Angor accompanied Leon around the manor and watched as Leon announced that he was going to inspect Gru Town because the weather was fine today. Seeing this, Angor found an excuse and left without hesitation. Although it was said to be an inspection, it was actually just another place to continue showing off. Leon should enjoy this kind of thing by himself. As for whether Leon would join the Rising Star competition, Angor did not ask. Although he guessed that Lion would agree, he didn't want Lion to do it. But he would respect Leon's decision even if he did not. Angor did not go to the Dream Wasteland because he was busy crafting the armor. Now that he was done, he planned to visit Foundation City. Mr. Phantom came here just 2 days ago, Freud quickly explained. 2 days ago was when he started crafting the armor. Did he say anything? Nothing. He just asked if Mr. Sunders was back yet. Also, Mr. Phantom said that he's almost done with his business and will return to Pat Manor soon, Freud said. When? Freud, he said it would be in 2 days. According to the time, they should be arriving today, right? Will he be back today? Angor was surprised. He did not stay in the Dream Wasteland any longer. Instead, he returned to reality. He planned to meditate and see if Sunders would come back today. However, before he could sit down, he sensed a strong spatial ripple coming from outside. Angor went to the balcony and looked up. He saw a dark fissure appearing in the clear sky. As the fissure expanded, a figure walked out from it. Under the backlight, the person's back was illuminated by a circle of light. He couldn't see the man's face clearly, but the illusion ripples coming from his body told him who it was. It was Sunders. Around the Demeter, there were elegant tables and chairs, as well as a ceiling that looked like a noble's. There were even 2 trees planted around the Demeter, which had a swing placed on top of them. Eureka left all of these behind. After Eureka left, the decorations were left behind. Now, Angor and Sunders were sitting opposite each other. Sunders didn't find a magic scroll that could increase luck, but he did find a rare magic material that was perfect for nourishing a body. Also, the material didn't conflict with the revitalizing water. There were still several difficulties to solve John's problem, such as finding the abyssal runes and not having enough manpower. Therefore, before they could solve the problem, John's body needed to be nourished as much as possible. Being able to find a mild magical material that did not conflict with the life-replenishing water was indeed a piece of good news. Sunders paused for a moment before he continued, "Also, I've received a message about you." "About me?" Angor wasn't surprised. Since Firefly's Nighttail was already on the market, there should be a lot of people interested in it. It would take a long time for the news to die down. Perhaps it would only die down after Monkey confirmed the death of the demon god. But it would take a long time for the news to die down completely. "It's from Moonfrost Union." Sunders took out a magazine from his sleeve and handed it to Angor. "Take a look." Expedition into Endless Plains, Angor read it. "I think it's a chronicle." "I don't think it's published yet, is it?" "Just like this issue of Firefly's Night Whispers, this is a topical supplement that records the report of this trip to the Abyss." Sunders paused for a moment before he continued, "There are still some unanswered questions about the demon god and Odurklas. This is only the first draft that Sennefer gave me." "First draft?" Angor opened the magazine and saw a lot of blank pages. By the time he finished reading, it was already a few minutes later. Most of the content in the magazine overlapped with Firefly's Nighttail. That couldn't be helped. After all, Firefly's Nighttail was published first and had solid evidence to back it up. It was impossible for the Moonfrost Alliance to write something vague. After reading the magazine, Angor understood what Sunders meant by news related to himself. In this sample journal, the last article recorded a paragraph from Sir Monchi. In the magazine, Mr. Monkey mentioned that he would give Angor a reward when he was in Resudran. The reward included 2 of the most valuable items in Moonfrost Union, Frost Aura and Moon Emblem. According to Munch, Angor could go to Moonfrost Union's headquarters and claim the reward whenever he wanted. Back in Resudran, he didn't really go to the floating ice, so he didn't know what to do with it. He was still a little confused after reading the whole thing. Sunders briefly explained what happened in Resudran before he moved on to the so-called highest reward in Moonfrost Moon. The Glory of Frost and the Moon Emblem represent two different kinds of rewards. As Sunders explained, Angor began to understand the meaning of the reward. Frost Aura referred to the right to enter one of Moonfrost Union's secret treasure zones. In this treasure zone, there were all kinds of treasures collected by Moonfrost Union during their years of conquering General Plains. Anyone who received the Glory of Frost would be able to take away any one of them. Rumor has it that there are also mystery items covered in dust. However, no one can tell what they are. As for the other reward, the Moon Emblem, it granted the recipient the right to enter the secret vault where knowledge was stored and read one of the items. These two rewards are very good. Even Truthfinder wizards would be envious of them. Especially the Moon Emblem, which contains knowledge about the secret of Moonfrost Moon. Some of them were left behind by legendary wizards in the past, and they cover a wide range of topics. You'll find something useful for yourself, said Sunders. Sunders continued, Mr. Monkey has returned to the Abyss Plane, and he didn't say that he wants to see you. However, the reward does mean that he wants to see you. He's not the one who's looking for you. You're the one who's looking for him. So? Do you want to go? Or not? As soon as he read the message, he knew that Monkey was trying to lure him into a trap. Besides, this was something Mr. Monkey promised him in Resudran. There was nothing wrong with it. As for whether he should go or not, Angor considered for a moment and nodded without hesitation. Of course I'm going. Sunders knew that Angor would go. It was a blatant offer, but Angor was not allowed to go alone. As a core member of Brute Cavern, Angor could easily find someone powerful to accompany him, such as Mr. Rain. Of course, Mr. Monkey would not do anything too drastic, and Angor's safety would not be endangered. Sunders knew that Angor would agree, but he was still surprised that Angor agreed so quickly. As for why Angor agreed so quickly, there was a simple reason. Frost Aura and Moon Emblem were both free rewards. Frost Aura, in particular, was simply too tempting. After listening to Frost Aura's description, an idea popped up in Angor's mind. Since Moonfrost Moon's treasure zone contained all the spoils of war, he could use the Dream Whelp to drag them all into the Dream Wasteland and slowly study them. Besides, mystery items could not be pulled into the Dream Wasteland, so he could use the Dream Whelp to determine which mystery items were hidden in the wasteland. When he left Frost Essence, he could just take it away. Wouldn't he have earned a mystery item for free? Therefore, Frost Aura alone was enough to convince Angor to agree. Besides, there was another Moon Emblem, which was also something Angor wanted. For wizards, knowledge was the most important thing. To be able to pick and choose any knowledge from the secret vault of the Adept Alliance was a temptation that no adept could resist. Sunders was surprised to hear Angor's words. He was still wondering why Angor agreed so quickly when Angor was already thinking about Moonfrost Moon's mystery items. Angor also wanted to collect all the treasures in the Moonfrost Moon's vault and slowly study them in the Dream Wasteland. Sunders chuckled. He agreed with Angor's idea because it was indeed possible. Studying supernatural items from different planes would be a great help to Angor's alchemy career. However, even though I'm not going now. Angor shrugged. He knew that he would only be manipulated if he went now. Even if he could borrow someone's power, he would not have the right to speak for himself. I'll go after I level up. Level up? Are you sure? Sunders raised an eyebrow. Angor could not give a definite answer to this question. It was still unknown whether he could level up successfully or not. However, after solidifying the door model, Angor could not only see the path, but also feel his mana pool swelling up. So far, this feeling did not go away. Instead, it was growing stronger as Angor meditated every day. This meant that Angor's energy level was enough for him to level up. After so many years of development, the wizarding civilization had already set the rigid requirements for becoming a wizard. One's energy, body, and soul must all reach a certain level. Angor's energy level was already high enough, while his soul and body were far beyond the requirements. Therefore, Angor believed that he had a great chance of succeeding. But nothing was absolute. Besides, this was a hurdle that stopped countless supernaturals. Angor was confident, but he would not know the actual result until he actually crossed the threshold. Sundar saw Angor smile and asked again, "Have you prepared for your level up? Spell slots, for example." Angor nodded. "I've already solidified them." As expected, Sundar thought to himself. "Did you create the cantrip model yourself?" Angor's heart skipped a beat when he heard Sundar's words. How did Sundar know that? Could it be that the Dharma creation phenomenon was really sensed by the instructor? Before Angor could think about it, Sundar already gave him the answer. Sundar was not the only one who sensed it. Almost everyone who reached the top level in the southern wizarding region could tell what was going on. They did not know who the creator was, but they all knew that someone in Whalebone Sea was creating a new spell. Sundar only needed to do a little deduction and the information he got from Leon in the Dream Wasteland to confirm that Angor was the one who created the phenomenon. "It's so small. I thought no one noticed it," Angor mumbled. That creation phenomenon was not even as good as his alchemy phenomenon. It didn't spread too far, but it attracted the world's consciousness. That's rare. Truthfinder wizards had a better understanding of the laws, so the world's consciousness quickly noticed the small creation phenomenon in Whalebone Sea. However, as Angor said, the phenomenon was too small to attract too much attention. "Come to think of it, your original spell is fixed at the spell slot." Angor did not deny it. "Are you still not going to tell me?" Still, Angor remained silent. Sundar raised an eyebrow. When he asked Angor what kind of cantrip he was going to add to the spell slots, Angor kept his silence. Sundar did not expect that Angor would still refuse to tell him. Sundar did not intend to force Angor to tell him. He smiled. "It's fine if you don't want to tell me. By the way, how's your progress while I was away? I haven't fought you since the Abyss Eye Scourge. I'll use this chance to check your progress." At first, Angor did not understand what Sundar was trying to do. But when Sundar began to attack him without holding back, Angor finally realized what Sundar was trying to do. What kind of test was this? Sundar was forcing Angor to fight. Once he did, it would be difficult for him to create a new spell. Damn. Angor complained in his mind, but he had to respond to Sundar's attack. He thought to himself, "I can't fall for Sundar's trick." That was what he thought, but it was not easy to do it. Sundar's attack was not done in one move. It was completely tailored to Angor's needs. It went on endlessly and blocked all of Angor's moves. Sundar did not care about Angor's physical strength either. Angor could not find him at all once he used his illusions. He could only fight back like a living target. Sundar did not seem to be holding back. He was still using all kinds of spells at his fingertips. At first, Angor was able to spare some of his mind to control himself because Sundar was testing his moves. However, when the frequency of his attacks increased, the only thing left in his mind was how to find a way to break through. All other thoughts were thrown to the back of his mind. Sundar also noticed that Angor's attacks had changed. He was no longer holding back and was now more focused. The more he fought, the more comfortable he became. His eyes sharpened, and he began to think about how to fight back instead of taking the hits. Sundar grinned and thought to himself, "That's more like it." When Angor's counterattack grew stronger, Sundar also increased his own strength. Sundar was a little surprised as well. His attacks were almost as powerful as a wizard's. Also, according to Sundar's estimation, even a relatively powerful wizard would not be able to handle his continuous attacks. But Angor was able to withstand them. Of course, Sundar and Angor were also illusionists, so Angor had some resistance to illusions. Even so, Angor's current strength was not to be underestimated. Sundar was not only surprised, but also puzzled. He noticed that Angor had not released his spell slot yet, which made him even more curious. What kind of attack cantrip did Angor have in his spell slot? A defensive one? Or was it more functional? Normally, cantrips with spell slots could be cast instantly. If it was an offensive cantrip, he would have used it long ago. But he hadn't used it yet, so there was a high probability that it wasn't an attack type. Was it a defensive type? Sundar increased the intensity of his attacks again. However, Angor still did not use any defensive cantrips in the face of such concentrated attacks. Don't tell me Angor's enchantment is a functional cantrip? Sunders began to doubt. If it was really functional, then it would be difficult to test. For example, some alchemy tricks, such as Narda's Eye, alchemy tricks, mana circulation, and so on. Of course, functional cantrips were not limited to alchemy. For example, Warlock's Eyes, Dark Detection, Dispelling Fog, Purifying Force Field, and so on were all functional or auxiliary cantrips. It was almost impossible to test them out purely through combat. As Sunders wondered if he should choose another method, Angor suddenly cleared a path in the storm of attacks. Angor dodged several illusions while muttering to himself, "This is fake. This is still fake. My real body isn't here." Finally, before Sunders could react, Angor broke through the mist-like illusions and leaped high into the air. Against the light, Angor's figure was filled with the beauty of strength. "Found it." Angor's eyes lit up as he yelled. Sunders had more than enough time to add several more layers of illusions to keep Angor trapped. But now, he suddenly stopped. He wanted to see what Angor was going to do to his real self. If it was an offensive cantrip, it should be time to use it, right? Angor did not continue to approach Sunders. Instead, under a bright flash of light, 3 white tentacles emerged from Angor's back and dashed towards Sunders. These white tentacles were faster than Angor's real body. Even if Sunders could see where the tentacles were coming from, it would not be easy for him to react. If Sunders used his Truthfinder level power, he could easily turn the situation around. However, he did not do so. Instead, he relied on his rich combat experience to move his feet slightly, and his body immediately responded accordingly. With just a slight movement, he dodged the 3 white tentacles that were charging at him. The tentacles brushed past Sunders' skin and stabbed into the cloud on the ground. After a loud boom, 3 craters were left on the ground. The tentacles went straight through the cloud. Angor was the one who created the cloud above Pad Manor. However, after Demeter's help, the Whis and Eureka strengthened the cloud to prevent it from falling down. The cloud was buffed by 2 wizards, but Angor still managed to penetrate it with ease. The tentacles must have reached the level of a spell. This was the first time Sunders saw Angor using these white tentacles. Is this how Angor came up with them? He couldn't help but pay attention to the white tentacle. The tentacle was just brushing past him, so he could easily sense the energy waves coming from it. Strange. That was his first impression of the tentacles. The tentacles looked like illusions, but they were able to affect the material world and affect reality. This type of illusion was very similar to the reality illusion school of Illusion School. However, Sunders was familiar with the reality school. Sumesh was a reality school student, and according to Sunders' understanding, the tentacles did not emit any energy waves unique to reality school students. Instead, they seemed to be an extension of blood energy. Was Angor using blood energy as the foundation for his illusion nodes? The speed of thought was always faster than reality. When Sunders was thinking, only a short amount of time had passed in reality. According to Sunders' plan, Angor would need to wait for a while before attacking again. But he did not expect the attack to come so quickly. Angor was still attacking with white tentacles. A tentacle suddenly grew out from the tentacle stuck in the cloud. Before Sunders could react, the tentacle grew into a brand new tentacle. It was like a branch of a tree that was divided into a main trunk and a branch. This new tentacle was the branch that was separated from the main trunk. The new tentacle just happened to be right next to Sunders. It looked like a sharp blade that was about to stab into Sunders' body. And there was more than one of them. The 3 tentacles stuck in the cloud were now splitting into more branches, each of which was aimed at Sunders. Sunders raised an eyebrow and looked at Angor from the corner of his eyes. He had never seen something like this before. Was this really Angor's creation? It looked like a white prison formed by thorns or a rain of blades. After several loud explosions, the white cloud was blown away and blocked Sunders' sight. When the dust settled, Sunders was nowhere to be seen. Another illusion? Angor asked in a low voice. Sunders wasn't hit by the white tentacles, but he already knew how powerful they were. Being hit by something as powerful as a real spell wouldn't end well. Even if Sunders could survive such an attack, he would still be in trouble. Therefore, he decisively cast another layer of illusion and moved to another location. While he was regretting that his attack didn't work, he suddenly heard something behind him. He looked back and saw Sunder's new attack coming at him without him noticing. This time, Sunders didn't use any long-range spells. He was going for a melee attack. Sunders' right hand transformed into a scythe arm of a phantom mantis. The crescent-shaped scythe shone brightly under the sunlight. Angor didn't panic. To him, it was still an illusion. Of course, one thing was certain. Even if it was an illusion, the attack was definitely real. Angor quickly ordered the white tentacles behind him to form a dense net for defense. When the scythe swung down, only a dang sound was heard. Although the white tentacle managed to block the sickle arm, it was only able to block it for a moment before it was cut off. The tentacle was as strong as his exoskeleton, and it was as strong as his body. If the tentacle was destroyed, it meant Sunders' attack had already exceeded the limit of his body. Also, he remembered the clear sound he heard, and the sensation he felt. It looked like a real scythe arm. When he realized what was going on, he quickly turned around. Sunders, whom Angor thought was just an illusion, narrowed his eyes and showed a cold smile. The scythe arm was once again raised up high and chopped down at his defenseless back. It was true. Angor quickly realized what was going on when he saw Sunders' expression. Without waiting for him to think, the sickle arm's attack was imminent. Angor even saw Sunders' lips moving slightly as he said, "It's over." At this critical moment, Angor even forgot that he was only being tested. He thought he was really in the most dangerous situation. The blades were already coming at him. There was nowhere to run. Angor's heart raced. A warm current rushed into his brain. Before he could think, he had already begun to save himself. The spirit model in his mind space suddenly shrank, and the door model in his spell slot immediately shone brightly. In reality, a door appeared in front of Angor out of nowhere. It all happened in an instant. When the door was formed, Angor stepped forward and disappeared into it. It was a strange door. It looked blurry as if it was created by some kind of illusionary mist. But did it really take him away from this place? Was that a space spell? Or an illusion? Before Sunders could react, several white tentacles suddenly appeared behind him. He quickly turned around and saw a similar door opened not far behind him. Angor's figure and the white tentacles reached out from the door. The white tentacles began to weave and split like a spider's web. In an instant, Sunders was trapped in a cage created by the tentacles. Angor walked out of the cage and looked at Sunders with a proud grin. "I won this time." Sunders was still wondering what kind of cantrip Angor was using. Hearing Angor's laughter, he slowly looked up and began to transform his body right in front of Angor's eyes. In the end, he turned into a horse covered in black flames and neighed at the sky. It was the Abyss Nightmare. Angor stared at the nightmare in disbelief. A nightmare double? How is that possible? Could it be that the attack just now wasn't the real body, but a nightmare clone? That's right, a calm voice came from the sky. Angor looked up and saw Sunders hovering in the air while holding a black cane in his hand. A strange rune array appeared below it. Sunders tapped the air with the cane. The rune quickly retracted, and so did the nightmare demon trapped in the cage. It was a nightmare double. Angor clenched his teeth and glared at Sunders' smug face. "That's cheating. Didn't you say you wanted to test my strength? Why did you use a nightmare double?" Sunders landed on the ground and spoke in a serious tone. "That's not cheating. Nightmare substitute is my creation. You used your own creation too, didn't you? It's fair." Angor was speechless. How was that the same? One was the spell Sunders used to make his name, while the other was just a random cantrip that triggered some strange phenomenon. They were not comparable at all. Speaking of which, I'm curious. Did you create those white tentacles that look like illusions? Or the strange door that suddenly appeared behind you? Sunders looked at Angor curiously. Since he was forced to use it, Angor didn't plan to hide it. As long as he didn't mention the special energy, the door could easily teleport. The door. While answering, he was also thinking about how to explain why he suddenly decided to build such a cantrip model. Sunders nodded. "I think it's that door too. The nature of this door is very strange. It looks a little illusory, but more than that, it seems to be of the spatial attribute. When Angor created the door model, he used mana that had some illusion properties, which was why the door looked so ethereal. But in fact, Angor didn't see any illusions in the model. The only attribute it had was the spatial attribute. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that the energy was an illusion, but he couldn't say for sure yet. Yeah. Angor didn't know why he could create a space cantrip model. Most likely, it was because of the alien eye. But he couldn't tell anyone about it, so he could only give a vague answer. To Angor's surprise, Sunders didn't ask him why he created such a cantrip model. Sunders already had an answer in his mind. When Angor first came to Brute Cavern, Tree Spirit checked his talent and told him that Angor had another talent hidden deep inside his spirit sea. However, Tree Spirit didn't know what kind of talent it was, and it might hurt Angor if it did. But Tree Spirit did say that the hidden talent was an occult talent. Sunders didn't tell Angor about it because having two talents at the same time would make one lose sight of the other, and it would take a lot of time. Mastering the space element required a lot of talent. If Angor could create a space cantrip in such a short time, it was highly likely that Angor's other talent was related to space. However, Angor didn't seem to know about this yet. Judging from Angor's expression, Sunders guessed that Angor was also wondering how he should explain to Sunders that he knew how to draw cantrip models with spatial properties. Sunders chuckled in his mind. He didn't mention Angor's other talent. Instead, he skipped the topic. The door only appeared for a brief moment, but Sunders already knew what it was: teleportation. It was a great skill for Angor to use. It was a spell slot that combined escape, mobility, and strategy. It was similar to the Nightmare Substitute created by Sunders when he became a Truthfinder wizard. Back then, Sunders also used the space element as a reference when creating the Nightmare Substitute. Now it seemed that Angor had the same idea as him. As for how Angor came up with the cantrips model, Sunders didn't think too much about it. Perhaps it was Angor's destiny, or maybe it was his accumulation of knowledge. Sunders didn't want to ask about such private things that involved the source of his knowledge. Angor did not expect that Sunders would only praise the door and his choice of spell slots. He did not ask more questions. Angor sighed in relief. He couldn't come up with an excuse, and Sunders would find out if he lied, so he couldn't beat around the bush. Fortunately, Sunders didn't ask. You made the right choice. Space displacement skills will be useful for you both now and in the future. Even after you become a legendary wizard. Even if you don't create a fixed displacement cantrip this time, I'll suggest you to create a similar one for your next spell slot. Sunders was satisfied with Angor's choice. Not only was the cantrip useful, but it was also a new one. It was important to note that other spatial magi would need to become an official magus before they could learn such a skill. Because of his creation, Angor managed to upgrade the teleportation skill from a spell level to a cantrip that even apprentices could learn, which was a very powerful skill. Sunders was also envious of Angor's talent. Back when he became a wizard, he was always chased by his enemies and had nowhere to run. In desperation, he created the Nightmare Substitute. Angor was able to learn an instantaneous displacement skill so early because he had the upper hand. Sunders would have more choices when considering spell slots in the future. Sunders could already foresee that when Angor became a level 2 Truthfinder wizard, Angor would be much stronger than himself. Sunders felt both comforted and regretful at the same time. Come to think of it, the reason why the Whalebone Sea's creation phenomenon was so weak was probably because of your creation technique. The effect of spatial displacement is actually very similar to the space element's teleportation technique. It can bring others through space, but the effect is actually more similar to the teleportation technique. Sunders paused for a moment before continuing. Since these two spells exist in the real world, even if you lowered your teleportation ability from a spell to a cantrip, it still didn't make the phenomenon stronger. Angor agreed with Sunders' explanation. He had the same idea before. Yes, but it's still a new spell. You've already seen the path, haven't you? Angor nodded. Then follow it. I look forward to seeing you embark on this path soon. Sunders had great expectations for Angor's future. Sunders still had questions about how Angor created a new spell, but he wasn't in a hurry to ask them now since there was still a long way to go. Instead, he brought up another matter. Those white tentacles were interesting. Was that your idea as well? Angor didn't answer right away. Instead, he sent a voice transmission to Bobota to bring him the nest. Why don't you take a look yourself, sir? Sunders glanced at Bobota, who was looking a little nervous. Without saying anything, he placed his spirit feelers inside the nest. Sunders didn't know what Angor wanted him to see until Bobota tossed a powerful wolf ant into one of the compartments. Only then did Sunders notice the two soft insects he didn't mention earlier. The two soft insects didn't look like anything at first, but when they encountered the wolf ant, they suddenly grew countless strange white tentacles. The weak insects suddenly became extremely strong, and even the wolf ant couldn't withstand the attack. Sunders noticed that the tentacles were exactly the same as Angor's white tentacles. You got the idea from them? Angor nodded. They're phantom limp insects. I accidentally cultivated them. When I saw their phantom limbs, I felt something. I didn't think I could figure it out so quickly. But thanks to the praise from the world's consciousness, I figured out the key and created the phantom limbs. Next, Angor explained some of the applications and effects of the phantom limbs to Sunders. Sunders couldn't help but chuckle. This is completely outside the scope of illusions. Using one's own blood essence to drive a phantom limb is more like a bloodline cantrip. You've been going down the wrong path lately. Despite his words, Sunders was actually quite happy about it. After all, it wasn't a bad thing for a wizard to have more skills. For example, Sunders didn't use illusions and only fought with his body. It wasn't wrong to say that he was a bloodline sorcerer. Also, Angor's phantom limb spell allowed the user to use more powerful limbs. With Angor's current strength, he could easily reach the level of a formal wizard without consuming too much energy. Bloodline sorcerers will go crazy if they hear about this. Sunders couldn't help but praise Angor. The phantom limb was created in a short time thanks to the world's consciousness. However, Sunders knew that the so-called reward was based on the wizard's own knowledge as well. Even without the world's consciousness reward, Angor would be able to create it on his own in no time. Aside from the previous teleportation, Sunders was quite satisfied with Angor's ability to observe the details of the phantom limb. Many details in life could become the source of new spells. Observation of details was a basic lesson for every magus. Even as a truth-finder wizard, Sunders would occasionally take some time to look at his memories and see if there were any details that he missed out in the past. Sunders ended the topic of battle and the so-called strength test. He didn't talk about it for a while before putting it down. Sunders asked another question: whenever you create a new spell, whether you want to announce it to the public or not, you should have a corresponding name in your mind, including the spell's name, level, range of application, basic learning. Wait, how did you define these two spells? Phantom limb is called phantom limb. It's not complicated, but it has strict restrictions on the user's body. If I confuse it with my bloodline, I can learn it as a level 2 apprentice. However, I still need to know the basics of illusions. As for the other gate, Angor considered for a while before he said, let's call it Space Gate 4 now. The cantrip model is complicated, and I need to decide on its range of application and basic learning. Sunders raised an eyebrow. For now? It seems like you still have some unresolved issues regarding this creation method in your heart. Angor nodded. Space Gate consumes a lot of mana. I can't finish studying it with my current mana pool. So I can only decide on it for now. That being said, the reason why it was only a temporary name was because the effect of the special energy had not been completed yet. Sunders couldn't give a comprehensive definition yet. Sunders gave Angor a thoughtful look. He didn't think Angor was going to explain it in detail, but he still accepted the explanation. Either way, these two creations are very useful to you. Sunders sighed. As your teacher, I'm glad to see your growth. The topic ended there. 4 days later, Sunders spent his time protecting John's body. 4 days later, Angor was trying to find a new way to use the phantom limb on the cloud. The heavy rain came unexpectedly. Along with the mist from the distant mountains, the damp rain and mist shrouded Gru town in a hazy haze. Angor put the glowing phantom limb back into his body. The sudden rain did not affect his experiment. He stopped because he heard the sound of horse hooves coming from the road outside the manor, which he had not heard for a long time. Angor stood beside the Demeter and looked outside the manor. When he saw who it was, he frowned. Why him? Angor watched the man enter the manor and was led to the castle by Turin. As he pondered, he heard a familiar voice coming from behind him. He turned around and saw Sunders standing on the cloud without him noticing. Raindrops fell on Sunders' body, but they didn't wet his clothes. When the raindrops got close to Sunders, they turned from liquid to solid and slid down his clothes like crystal beads. John's condition is stable for now, but we still need to solve his problem. Sunders paused. I'll keep an eye on the runes for you. As for manpower, try your best to improve yourself. You don't want other Truthfinder wizards to help John, do you? Angor nodded. I understand. Now that we're done here, we should get ready to leave. Sunders looked at the clouds covered by the rain. When the rain stops, we'll leave. The so-called departure was something that had been agreed upon before. His next destination was Dark Castle, where he could find Greya. It was for Toby, and also to keep his promise and let Babota reunite with Floral Sparrow. Sunders told Angor to wait until the rain stopped because he wanted to give Angor some time to prepare. In other words, he wanted to give Leon some time to prepare. Sunders leaned on the Demeter's shoulder and entered the dream wasteland without worrying about the heavy rain. He pondered for a moment and flew down from the cloud into the hall. As soon as he entered the hall, he saw Leon talking to Turin about something. Beside Turin was the guest who came earlier. The man quickly bowed to Angor in excitement. Greetings, Mr. Supernatural. Angor glanced at him. It was a handsome man wearing a vest, long pants, leather shoes, a coffee-colored checkered windbreaker, and a deerstalker hat. Since he saluted Angor, he took off his hat and placed it in front of his chest. His attire was neat and tidy, which made him look like a handsome young man. However, just a month ago, he was still in dire straits and could even be described as sloppy. It was completely different from his current image. Richard Karf, Angor whispered. Angor spoke the man's name in a soft voice. The man was a private investigator, who helped Roland to be found so easily back then. Angor glanced at Leon, who nodded and asked Steward Turin to take Richard away while he walked to Angor. Why did you bring Richard here? Did something happen in Grue Town? Angor wondered. Even if something did happen, George should be able to solve the case easily. There was no need to go to Waterford to find a private investigator. There's no case. This guy took the initiative to surrender, saying that he hoped to get a position in the manor, Leon explained. Due to Eureka's death, many of the manor's servants had died. Even the farmlands and tea plantations were left unattended. Seeing that spring was coming, Turin decided to recruit a group of servants from Waterford after consulting with Lyon. And that was how Richard came to find him. Normally, you'll have to sign a slave contract to recruit servants. But Richard was only looking for a position. I thought about the fact that he had helped you before, plus some tests I gave him, and he knew about transcendence. So, I agreed and signed an ordinary servant contract. Leon paused for a moment. If you think it's inappropriate. Angor shook his head. I'm fine with it. Since he's here to join us, I'll let him. Angor only met Richard for a short while, but he had a good impression of the man. Good. I tested him and found that he's quite good at managing people. I've asked him to follow Steward Turin. I'm sure Steward Turin will find a good place for him, Leon said. It's not a big deal, Richard. I'm here for something else, Angor said. My professor has finished his training. If everything goes well, we'll leave after the rain stops. Angor didn't tell Leon what he wanted, but Leon knew it was time to give him an answer. He had been thinking about it for a long time, and he already had an answer in his mind. All right. Leon nodded. I've already prepared my luggage. I was just waiting for you. Angor wasn't surprised at all. What about the manor? I've asked Steward Turin to take care of it. With Richard's help, I don't have to worry about that. Leon paused for a moment. When White Bear came, I asked him to take care of the manor for me, and he agreed. 2 months ago, Leon probably wouldn't have agreed to such a request. Because to him, responsibility was the most important thing. And as the lord of a territory, the people of his territory were a responsibility that he could not give up. However, Eureka's death was too much for him to bear. The death of head maid Mana and other close servants also made Leon realize that if he couldn't reach a certain level of strength, he could only watch his people die in front of him, and there was nothing he could do to change the situation. Leon already had plans to improve himself. Plus, he really wanted to go out and see the wider world. Agreeing to leave with Angor was a good opportunity for him to do so. Leon said that he had already prepared his luggage and was just waiting to set off. However, he didn't know when he would come back, so he still needed to make some arrangements for the manor. While Leon hurried off to make arrangements, Angor returned to his room. Inside the small room, he saw Babota, who was completely engrossed in the insect nest. Angor? Babota looked surprised. What are you doing here? Before Angor could answer, Babota continued, you came just in time. I think the broodmother has entered a stage where she's storing energy and laying eggs. Angor was going to tell Babota that it was time to leave the manor. However, Babota's words caught his attention. Storing energy and laying eggs? Angor widened his eyes. You mean the special egg-laying state mentioned in Insecot's manuscript? Babota nodded. That's right. I sent 2 needle spiders and a hinterland worm into the nest. The 3 foreign insects worked together with the dreamweaver ant to deal with the soft worms. Normally speaking, the broodmother would try to lay eggs and hatch soft worms as soon as possible to fight back. Even if the soft worms weren't mutated, they should be able to delay the enemy for a while. Babota paused. But the broodmother didn't do that. It just stood there and didn't move. At first, I thought the broodmother had lost all hope because it sensed the enemy's strength. I was going to evacuate the 3 foreign insects, but then I realized that even if the broodmother was desperate, it would still try to buy as much time as possible so that it could live longer. So I made up my mind and didn't remove the foreign insects. Instead, I let them slowly approach the broodmother. As the soft worms died one by one, the broodmother didn't move at all. However, I noticed that the broodmother extended a tube into the Akiso blood pool and sucked up all the essence blood that was stored there for half a month. That's when I confirmed that the broodmother had entered a special state of laying eggs. After comparing it with Insecort's manuscript, I can confirm that the broodmother is accumulating energy to lay eggs. Babota quickly explained. Ever since Angor handed the broodmother over to him, Babota had been spending almost all of his time observing the insects. These disgusting soft worms were full of wonders to him. Every time a new insect was born, Babota had a strange feeling that he could use them to discover the secrets of evolution. Angor took the broodmother and checked it with his spirit feelers. Just as Babota said, the broodmother had changed. Babota had also replenished the blood pool in the compartment. The broodmother's energy was almost full, but it was still absorbing Akiso's essence blood at an alarming rate. Angor tried to recall what he read in Insecort's manuscript. It was similar to the broodmother's current situation. By accumulating a large amount of energy, the broodmother would be able to give birth to better offspring. He didn't know if the queen insect had been stimulated by these 3 external enemies, so she decided to use the energy storage method to lay eggs. Either way, it was good news for Angor. Even if the next egg the insect queen hatched was still not a soft morphing worm, it could be predicted that the quality of the insect queen's eggs in the future would definitely be better than before. Keep watching. Keep the foreign insects away from the broodmother, but don't let them enter the broodmother's territory, Angor said. Babota nodded. He already knew what Angor meant. Also, write down the possible reasons for this method in detail. It's best if you can find out more about these foreign insects. Angor took out several books from his bracelet and handed them to Babota. They were all about bugs, including needle spiders and hinterland worms. He, with Angor's with him, a little bit more, Angor's to stop him. Angor quickly stopped him. The rain was about to stop, and he could talk about the record later. However, he had to explain the purpose of his visit first. Babota was a little surprised when he heard the news. You're leaving already? Babota stuttered after a brief moment of absent-mindedness. Then, am I going to see Hua Kk soon? I am not ready yet. It was Babota who said he was going to see Little Sparrow. But when it came down to it, Babota hesitated again. Even though Babota had once been strong and confident, When he had to face his past and his sister, who he had always felt guilty about, he couldn't help but feel a sense of dread that lingered in his heart. Angor shook his head. Yes, but not to Dark Castle. Dark Castle was a subsidiary plane of Fairy World. If they used a plane passageway to get there, it would cost a lot of casting materials, so they didn't go directly to Dark Castle. Instead, they would go to Floating Mech City and teleport to Fairy World from there. Plus, Dark Castle was a wizard organization, so Sunders couldn't just teleport there. He needed to inform the organization first. There was a branch of Dark Castle in Floating Mech City. He could go there and report. Babota sighed in relief when he heard that Angor would be staying in Floating Mech City for a while. At least he had some time to adjust his emotions. Pack up your things. We'll leave when the rain stops. With that, he prepared to check on Leon's situation. Angor. Babota suddenly called. Angor looked at Babota. Babota hesitated for a moment and said, I don't have anything to pack. I just need to take the hive and these books, and I'll be able to leave. But can you do me a favor? What is it? Can you help me buy some supernatural items from Floating Mech City that are beneficial to the soul? I still have some magic crystals. I can pay for them myself. But I can't show my face, so I have to ask for your help. Babota knew that the prophets of Moonfrost Union were keeping an eye on him, so he wouldn't be able to move freely on his own. He would have to stay in Sunders' Gravity Garden for the rest of his life. He had to ask for Angor's help before leaving. Flower Sparrow only had her soul left. As her brother, the only thing he could do was to help his sister strengthen her soul. Through Babota's pleading eyes, Angor saw the soul of the kind and innocent girl he met in the graveyard outside Dark Castle. She wore a yellow dress and looked like a happy butterfly dancing in the depths of Angor's memories. Angor considered for a moment and nodded. All right, I'll keep an eye out for you. As for the magic crystals, you don't have to pay me. Consider it a reward for taking care of the soft bugs. The rain came quickly and ended quickly as well. For the residents of Gru Town, it meant the arrival of spring planting. But for Leon, it meant that he had to leave. Even though this parting might not last long, Leon still felt a little uneasy. It came from the emptiness of being relieved of his responsibilities, as well as the uneasiness of facing the unknown world. Lion's expression was heavy as they intertwined. Angor understood Leon's feelings. When he left Gru Town and traveled to Fey Continent to pursue his path of wizardry, he also felt the same. Leon had lived in Gru Town for more than 20 years, and the furthest he went to was the capital city of the empire. He never even went to another country. Now, he suddenly had to leave the old Earth and travel to Fey Continent. He might be curious, but more than that, he felt uneasy. Angor patted Leon's shoulder but didn't say anything to comfort him. He knew that such emotions would only change after experiencing it for real. Angor, Babota, and Leon arrived at Cloud Earth just as Sunders left the dream wasteland. Mr. Phantom, Leon greeted politely. Sunders nodded and looked around. Since everyone's here, let's get going. Sunders didn't ask for Babota's opinion and simply put him into his gravity garden. Then he looked at Ong. He was about to put him in the gravity garden, but he gave up on that idea after some thought. Sunders turned around and unleashed his aura. Powerful energy ripples spread out from his body. Sunders slashed the air and created a dark fissure in front of him. This was the planar passageway. However, the plane passageway wasn't fully formed yet, and the energy inside was still in a chaotic state. Sunders took out some spellcasting materials from his button space. With a burst of energy, the materials, worth nearly 10,000 crystals, turned into fine powder in an instant. As the dust seeped into the space, the dark fissure slowly stabilized. At the same time, Sunders finally set down a spatial coordinate in the new plane passageway. Fey Continent, Everin Nation. Above Everin Nation, a flying ship that looked like it was enveloped in the light of stars and moon was slowly moving across the sky. The ship was none other than Gondola. Since Floating Mech City was always on the move, Sunders couldn't pinpoint its exact location. He had to set the exit of the plane passageway at the center of Everin Nation and wait until they arrived. After confirming the location of Everin Nation, Angor took out Gondola and carried everyone to Floating Mech City. Leon was still feeling a little dizzy when he came out of the plane passageway. He was already shocked by Evren Nation's culture. Evren Nation was a unique country on Fey continent. Unlike the ancient buildings in other places, Evren Nation was filled with reinforced concrete, steam trains, and airships from time to time. Under the influence of Iron Kingdom, almost all countries on the Fey continent had their own railroad tracks, which allowed them to travel in all directions. There were also all kinds of magical mechanical products, which basically all came from Iron Kingdom. This also established Iron Kingdom's position on the Fey continent. Leon just left the ancient and isolated Gold's Pink Empire and arrived at Evren Nation in the blink of an eye. He couldn't believe what he just saw. Leon leaned on the edge of the ship and looked down. There weren't any cities nearby, but he could clearly see several steam trains traveling between the tracks with long whistles. There was also an unknown steel bridge that connected a giant river valley that looked like a natural moat. Was this level of construction really made by human hands? Not a wizard's creation. Leon's eyes widened in shock when he heard Angor's answer. This wasn't a clash of cultures. They were in another world. Achoo! Leon rubbed his nose and couldn't help but sneeze. Just as Lion found it difficult to breathe, a force field that was visible to the naked eye enveloped him. We're heading to Sabalch, the second largest city in Evren. Prosperity brings pain to the air. Angor's voice reached Leon's ears. Inside the purifying force field, Leon finally felt a lot more comfortable. Leon also noticed that when they flew above the city, he could clearly see a thick layer of smog. Apart from the steam coming from the machines, the smokestacks in the city also caused the smog. Fortunately, the pollution only affected the city. Once they left the city, the air became much better. In exchange for convenient transportation and life, the price to pay is air pollution? Leon frowned. He didn't know if such an exchange was worth it. Angor didn't think Leon's concern was necessary at all. Mortals can't see far into the future, but finding and solving the problem is what keeps humans moving forward, Angor said. Now that the pollution problem is solved, the pain will pass, and the problem will be solved. Angor was optimistic not only because the problem wasn't difficult to solve, but also because Evren was supported by Floating Mech City. Even if mortals couldn't find a solution to the problem, the people of Floating Mech City wouldn't just sit by and watch. Leon didn't quite understand what Angor was saying. Angor didn't explain further. He believed Leon would understand after staying in Floating Mech City for a while. After all, Evren was one of the few mortal kingdoms on Fey continent that had a wizard organization behind their back. The gondola flew for a while. It was Leon's first time traveling in the air for such a long time. He saw clouds and rain, lightning bolts hiding in the clouds, and the whirling eye of a storm. He also saw the majestic land from an angle that he couldn't see normally. Lion was like a curious baby, constantly looking at this unfamiliar country. On the other hand, Angor and Sunders were discussing their upcoming trip to Floating Mech City. If everything went well, they would stay in Floating Mech City for a while. As for how long, it would depend on the situation at Dark Castle. In the meantime, he planned to take Leon to the Rising Star competition and see if he could run into his old friends like Xylem. He would also pay a visit to Master Mitra. If he had extra time, he would visit the Research and Development Institute. I don't think there's going to be anything fishy like what happened in the Purification Garden, right? He didn't think Floating Mech City would ruin their reputation twice in a row. But that was only a guess. No one knew for sure. I think it's a purely rewarding competition. If you're worried, you can ask Muse directly. Muse? The self-proclaimed mediocre Mr. Muse? Angor wondered. Yes. He's one of the 2 city lords of Floating Mech City. He must know something. I don't know him. Angor frowned. It would be better to ask Master Mitra instead of asking about Muse's identity. Maybe he knows you, said Sunders. Angor's name had become a hot topic recently. Muse might have heard of him, but Angor didn't think he was strong enough to influence such a big figure. Sunders did not say anything. He only smiled without saying anything. Angor still believed that Mitra was the one who gave him the access card. But Sunders knew that Mitra didn't have the right to do that. The only one who could do that was the rumored dean of the Research and Development Institute, Muse. Are you sure you don't want to join the Rising Star competition? Angor shook his head. No. It's a waste of time. Sunders didn't try to stop Angor. Angor didn't need to participate in the competition at his current level. Besides, Angor could use the access card to exchange for the prize at the end of the competition. There's another thundercloud ahead. Should we fly higher, Angor? Leon suddenly asked. That's right, Angor. Should we fly higher? This thundercloud was even larger than the one Leon had seen before. It even completely blocked his field of vision. The land in the distance was completely shrouded in darkness, and the day instantly turned into night. Furthermore, when Leon raised his head, he couldn't see the top of the thundercloud. When Gondola was still heading toward the thundercloud, Leon finally gave Angor a suggestion. No. Keep going. Angor shook his head. Leon tried to persuade Angor again, but Angor simply rushed into the rumbling thunderclouds. Leon frowned and suddenly saw a shadow appearing in front of the clouds. The shadow looked like a building, but the strangest thing was that the building wasn't facing forward. Instead, it was facing backward. It looked like the ground had been turned upside down. What's that? Mirages can also appear in the clouds? Just as Leon was wondering what was going on, Gondola suddenly rushed into the core of the lightning cloud at an extremely fast speed. There was no lightning at the center of the thundercloud. Instead, Leon saw a giant floating city that stretched as far as the eye could see. The city was made entirely of steel, and countless airships were circling around it. It looked like a floating fortress. Leon was shocked by what he saw. He had seen the clouds above the Pad Manor before. He once imagined how majestic it would be to build a sky city with clouds in the sky, but when the real sky castle appeared in front of him, he realized how petty his imagination was. The city in front of him couldn't be described as magnificent anymore. In Leon's eyes, it was more like epic. This is... Leon was a little surprised. This is Floating Mech City, Angor added in a low voice. Gondola retracted its light, and with the help of an illusion, it turned into an ordinary flying boat. Angor also used an illusion spell to change his appearance. The steam airship screeched as they entered Floating Mech City's territory. The closer they got, the more fascinated Leon was by the city's magnificence. Leon finally understood why the shadow he saw earlier looked like an upside-down building. The Floating Mech City was divided into two sides. The front side had a city, and the back side had another city. As for the city on the opposite side, it was indeed the opposite of their current gravitational force. As for why this happened, Leon didn't know either. When they got closer to the city, Leon realized that the direction of space here was completely different. Such a strange situation was probably only possible in the transcendent world. Since the city on the other side was only accessible to members of the Floating Mech City, Angor pulled Gondola to the front side. This was the first time he entered Floating Mech City with his gondola, and it was his first time. Before this, he always used the teleportation array. While entering the city, he also noticed that there were a lot more people in the city. Maybe it was because of the Rising Star competition. There were all kinds of supernaturals who used different methods to get to the city. In just a few minutes, they saw hundreds of people, most of whom were apprentices. Because there were differences in the strength of the apprentices, not all of them knew how to fly. Therefore, each of them had their own unique abilities. Some used vehicles, some grabbed the legs of wild geese, and some used natural cantrips to get to the city. A giant vine grew in the wind and reached into the clouds. It was worth mentioning that the owner of the vine stood at the top of the city and collected a toll from all apprentices who used the vine. All kinds of extraordinaires were an eye-opener for Leon, who had never seen such a scene before. So, this is the world of supernaturals? Leon's eyes lit up. This is only a small part of the wizarding world, Angor replied in a small voice. The process was easier than he thought. A single person would not be stopped from entering the city. Large vehicles, on the other hand, would be checked by the law enforcement airships hovering outside the city. Since his gondola was too small to be considered as a single person, he was able to enter the city without being stopped. As soon as Gondola entered Floating Mech City, someone inside a steel tower that looked like a dragon blood tree suddenly looked up from his research. It was a handsome young man. In front of the young man was a hunchbacked old man who was mumbling to himself, "I think the lower jaw part of the armor will clash with the composite material." How about we change it to a pure material one? What do you think? Muse? Since Muse did not respond, the old man looked up in confusion. What are you looking at, Muse? After a long time, Muse chuckled and said, It's nothing. I just noticed that the owner of the access card I sent out under your name has returned to the city. There was a noble's manor surrounded by trees and flowers, which was far away from the main area of floating mech city. Someone suddenly called out to Angor from inside the manor. Welcome back, Master. It's been 3 years since your last visit. Number 1 missed you so much. The Rune butler hovered in the air and spoke in a dramatic tone. Sunders nodded as a greeting. Who are these two? Number 1 turned his head, and the red light flashed. He removed his disguise and revealed his true face. Welcome back, Mr. Pat. The red light immediately turned into a green one. Angor pointed at Leon. He's my brother. He'll be staying in the manor for a while. Butler number 1 nodded in a very friendly manner. Very well. I've set your status as a temporary guest. Welcome. I'm number 1, the butler of the manor. Leon was still in a daze after seeing so many strange things on his way to floating mech city. Nice to meet you. Number 1, go tidy up the room. Number 1 immediately executed the order of the person with the highest authority and slowly flew into the manor. After number 1 left, Sunders snapped his fingers and summoned a dark illusion to cover the manor. A dozen people are looking at me now, including the 2 city lords of floating mech city, Sunders sighed. Sunders rubbed his swollen temples and sighed. It's the same as when I went to Punk's theme park. Only a few people paid attention to me back then because the matter about you hadn't spread yet. The news about Firefly's Night Tale and the news from Moonfrost Union had spread all over floating mech city. As the largest wizard organization in the world, floating mech city would definitely make a big deal out of it. Floating mech city was also the place where Angor first gained his fame. Many magazines not only published the latest news about Angor's return, but they also dug up what happened back then and created a bunch of gimmick stories. Plus, the Rising Star competition had attracted countless apprentices to floating mech city. Everyone was talking about such a hot topic. Sunders' appearance in floating mech city immediately attracted the attention of some wizards, who all looked at him. This was why Sunders set up an illusion around the manor. I estimate that it won't be long before Frost Moon's people find us. Try to change your face when you're out there. You don't want to be targeted. Angor nodded with a worried look. Did they find me already? You're using nightmare power to disguise yourself. Apart from the top few, no one else can see your true appearance. You don't need to worry. Sunders paused and continued, as for the strongest ones, I've talked to them before. They won't bother you. On the other hand, Leon was still confused. He had no idea what happened to Angor. Also, Sunders said he talked to them on the way. But they did not see anyone along the way. I'll go take care of other things first. You guys can help yourselves. Sunders turned around and took Boboda out of the Gravity Garden. You should keep him with you. Gravity Garden could protect Boboda from Angor's divination spells, but it could not protect Boboda from the Watcher's prophecy. Sunders already sent someone to contact the Watcher from Starliege Church, so Boboda should stay with Angor. With that, Sunders disappeared into the illusion. Angor glanced at Boboda. My bracelet is a little small, but it should be enough for you to study the nest. Just don't make too much noise. Boboda had no choice but to follow Angor's order. It was not until the two of them were the only ones left in the illusory realm that Leon asked the question in his heart. What did Mr. Phantom say about you? Leon frowned. It sounds like a lot of people are looking for you. Leon's question was answered soon after. At this time, they had already left the manor. In a corner of the main city, Leon was holding a magazine called Secrets of the Witchcraft World. More than 80% of the content in the magazine was about Angor, from the cover to the main theme and subtitle. Apart from the Abyss Plane incident, Angor also wrote down everything that happened to him in the past, big or small, as long as he was exposed to the outside world. After Leon finished reading, the shock in his heart could not be any greater. Leon already heard about Angor's story from the Wiss, but he did not know how hard Angor's journey was. Besides, Angor was not the kind of person who would tell only the good news and not the bad news. Although the content of the magazine did not mention the difficult process, the occasional sentence or two was enough to make Leon tremble with fear. Angor had to face Dusk Queen Isabella alone in Silent Hill. Then, he escaped from the Purification Garden and became Jibra's mortal enemy. Leon couldn't imagine what Angor had been through. But if the southern wizardry region was already so dangerous, then the abyss marked in big red letters was even scarier. Is the content recorded here true? Angor looked at Leon's hesitant expression and sighed. It's not as hard as you think. At least, as far as Angor was concerned, his journey as a wizard was quite smooth. Gossips like this are meant to attract readers' attention through gimmicks. Besides, most of them are just rumors. For example, Jibra and I aren't mortal enemies at all. Jibra's mortal enemy is someone else. Angor noticed that Leon was still wearing a serious expression. While others cared about the results, Leon, as Angor's older brother, was more concerned about the process. It doesn't matter what you went through. Different people experience different things. At least, I'm not in a bad situation right now. Lion also knew that it was pointless to worry about the dangers of the past now. However, he still felt uneasy reading the content. Leon did not ask about the past because it would only cause more trouble for Angor. He turned to the pages about the incident at the Abyss Plain and asked, "Aren't you worried that someone might find out about what you did? Should we go back first? Even the professor didn't worry about me. Why are you worried?" Angor was now in Floating Mech City, where Sunders could come to his aid at any time. Besides, he was strong enough to fight wizards. Even if he could not, he could still open a door and run away. Leon was still worried, but he could not tell how serious the incident at the Abyss Plain was, so he gave in. Leon was still thinking about the magazine and did not notice the changes in his surroundings. When Angor finally stopped, he noticed that they were standing in front of a tall steel tower that reached the clouds. This is the Sky Tower. This time, he brought Lion along to observe some of his peers' battles. The Sky Tower was a perfect platform to measure one's strength. Compared to the one in Brute Cavern, this Sky Tower was even bigger. It looked just like the Tower of Babel in the legends mentioned by John. Anyone who stood in front of the Sky Tower would feel how tiny they were compared to the Tower of Babel. Similar to the other Sky Towers, he could reach the upper levels of the tower by using an iron carriage. However, Leon did not find anything useful in watching the battles, so Angor brought him inside from the first level. Even the lowest level of the tower was still crowded, and most of them were supernaturals. After admiring the magnificence of the Sky Tower, Leon turned his attention to the other people. Speaking of which, Leon always thought that the residents of Floating Mech City, which was so cold and unfeeling, would all have the same style. However, his experience in the past few hours clearly told him that he was wrong. Outlandish clothing was already the most common of all. There were many people who created strange phenomena on their bodies or deliberately did something big. For example, right now. Clang, 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 a dull noise came from the square in the distance. Everyone looked toward the source of the noise. When they saw who it was, they all became restless. It's King Sar the Hammer. The newcomer was a supernatural being who was twice as tall as an ordinary person. He exuded a gloomy aura that could be seen with the naked eye. He was chained up from head to toe, and the other end of the chains extended several meters behind him. There were many shiny black iron balls. "Get out of my way, you vulgar people." Before the noise from the hammer subsided, another high-pitched laugh came from the other side. A noblewoman wearing a luxurious tutu dress and holding a golden fan with tassels covering her mouth was sitting on the back of a green giant. The giant was crawling toward the Sky Tower while kneeling on the ground. According to the others, Leon learned that the noblewoman who controlled the giant was also a famous contestant in the Sky Tower. However, her fame was only limited to the 5th level and below. Apart from these two, Leon also saw many other strange supernaturals. Finally, the puzzle that had been bothering him for so long was solved. Why was White Bear wearing a doll costume? Now that he thought about it, White Bear's costume was too ordinary. It was so much worse than the ones with golden wings, flowers under their feet, and fireflies all over their bodies. So, this is the wizarding world. Leon sighed. He cleared his throat. No, it's not like this. Under Leon's puzzled gaze, Angor tried his best to explain the situation. He didn't want Leon to get the wrong idea. Showing off one's personality was one thing, but it wouldn't be good if Leon went astray because of it. Leon nodded as if he understood something. Angor wasn't sure if he understood. Cheers came from inside the sky tower, followed by thunderous applause. As Leon wondered, a screen on the outer wall showed a line of words: Ghost Forest defeated Demon Dragon Envoy. Defeated 4 opponents in a row today and entered the 2nd level of Sky Tower. There must be a fight inside, said Angor. Come on, let's go inside. I'll show you what each level of the Sky Tower is like. Angor only brought Leon here to see how strong his peers were, so they had to buy tickets to enter the Sky Tower. Angor could use his ID card to enter the tower for free, but the card had to be registered first. That shameful nickname was his biggest stain, and he would never use it. After buying 2 tickets for the first level, Angor and Leon approached the list of matches. The screen took up nearly 20 meters of the wall and the matches were constantly changing. Words and numbers alternated back and forth, densely packed together, dazzling one's eyes. You can see the matches here, Angor explained to Leon while thinking about which one to start. Angor checked the ranking first. Usually, the higher the ranking, the stronger the contestant. He was planning to watch the matches according to the ranking of the seats. Then he noticed that the first seat of Sky Tower was actually the silent forest that was advertised on the screen. As the screen refreshed, the first seat of Silent Forest disappeared from the first floor. Clearly, he had entered the 2nd floor. Apart from Ghost Forest, who just finished his match, none of the top 10 contestants had a match today. There were only 10 seats shown on the screen. I guess I'll have to choose randomly. Since he couldn't choose which seats to watch, he had to choose randomly. Angor looked at the most recent matches and decided to take Leon to one of them first. Choose randomly? Leon was actually also observing the matches on the screen. Where are the matches on the first floor? They're all on the first level. Leon's face was filled with shock. The screen was so big, and the words were so small. The densely packed words were actually all about the competition on the first level? He thought all the matches in Sky Tower would be displayed here. Can the pagoda hold so many matches? This is the headquarters of Sky Tower in the southern wizardry region. The space inside is beyond imagination. We can host hundreds of matches at the same time. Leon received new knowledge again. It was nothing out of the ordinary for Angor, but it still left a huge impact on Leon. With Angor's guidance, Leon finally learned how to choose the matches he wanted to watch. A Lord of Hell against a Flame of Annihilation. This match should be amazing. Leon pointed at a match that would start in 10 minutes. His eyes were shining with anticipation. Did you see the number of people watching this match? Less than 100 people chose to watch the match. Games like this are just for fun, said Angor. But from their titles, I feel that they are quite powerful. Leon muttered. More than half of the contestants here have very powerful titles. There were at least a few hundred annihilation matches. They usually have too high expectations when naming their titles. When it comes to reality, there's always an insurmountable gap between their expectations and reality. Leon nodded. Like how they show off their personalities? Is it a gimmick? You can think of it that way. While answering Leon's question, Angor was also paying attention to the changes on the screen. When a message popped up, Angor saw a strange match. Scorpion versus Sword of Condemnation. Angor had never heard of either of them before. Or rather, he didn't see anyone familiar on this level. He probably didn't even know about the matches on the 15th level. After all, he never talked to anyone who wasn't a member of Brute Cavern. The reason why he found it strange was that this match was held in Arena 7, but there were only 60 people in the audience. Among all the arenas, the top 10 arenas were basically used by the contestants who were ranked at the top. In other words, Scorpion or Sword of Condemnation must be quite strong. Otherwise, they wouldn't have arranged so many arenas. If so, this match should attract a lot of people. But why were there so few people here? It was even lower than the Lord of Hell vs Fiery Destroyer match Leon mentioned earlier. Something must be wrong. Should he go and check it out? After all, one of them was called Condemnation Sword, which sounded like a bloodline apprentice. Lion should have received some inspiration from it. While Angor was hesitating, he suddenly heard a voice beside him. If you can't make up your mind, I recommend you to watch the match in Arena 18. There's a potential seed there. Angor looked back and saw a Chinibu young man who was wearing skull ornaments all over his body. There were too many people watching the screen, so Angor didn't notice when the man came. But when he saw the man's face, Angor's expression changed a little. I'm Glenn. You're here to watch as well? The Chinibu boy saw Angor looking at him and introduced himself with a smile. It wasn't Angor's first time seeing this young man. When he first came back from the Abyss Plane, he learned that Dave was also participating in the Rising Star competition, so he went with Balba to watch a match between Dave and the King of Beasts. At that time, Glenn was sitting beside Angor and seemed to be a fan of the King of Beasts. When the match ended, Angor saw Glenn again. This time, Glenn was with Baroque. Now, he saw Glenn again in the Sky Tower. Although Glenn looked like he was meeting Angor for the first time, Angor didn't think it was a coincidence. The number of people who chose to watch the match under the screen could be said to be a sea of people. How could it be a coincidence that Glenn, who had met Angor several times in the past, managed to get close enough to talk to him? Angor was using an illusion spell to hide his real face, but the higher-ups of Floating Mech City should be able to see through his disguise. Baroque was one of the higher-ups in Floating Mech City, so Glenn might have something to do with Floating Mech City's higher-ups. So someone deliberately told Glenn and then let Glenn approach me? Angor believed it was possible. But he didn't understand why Glenn would approach him. Of course, this was all just a guess. Maybe it was just a coincidence, but Angor didn't believe it. The potential seeded fighter in Arena 18 was raised by a famous wizard family in Ivory. I can tell he's going to win by a landslide. But he's the only one who's worth watching so far. Seeing that Angor did not reply, Glenn continued his explanation. This was similar to the first time Angor met Glenn. Glenn might look like a Chinibu, but he was still a science enthusiast. It was Glenn who told him the rules of the Rising Star competition. Leon didn't know who Glenn was, but he didn't think too much about Glenn's friendly attitude. He even whispered to Angor, "Should we listen to him and watch?" Angor checked Arena 18's Caged Bird vs. Delusion. There were already 578 people watching the match. Angor nodded, took out their tickets, and wrote 18 on them. As they finished writing, the number of people who watched the show jumped to 581. In addition to him and Leon, Glenn also filled in his ticket with the number 18. Since we're both going to watch Arena 18, why don't we go together? Glenn smiled. He seemed to be looking forward to it. Angor didn't answer. He took out his ticket again and wrote 7 on it. It was the match Scorpion vs. Sword of Condemnation. The match in Arena 18 would start in an hour, while that in Arena 7 would start in 10 minutes. He estimated that he would be able to make it to Arena 18 after watching the match in Arena 7. Angor wasn't doing this to annoy Glenn. He was just curious about the match in Arena 7. As for Glenn, it didn't matter if the man came here on purpose or not. Leon didn't object to Angor's decision. He wasn't familiar with the matches in Sky Tower yet. When he saw that the battle in Arena 7 was about to begin, a strong sense of curiosity flashed in his eyes. He really wanted to know how the battles between the other supernatural beings were like. Half an hour later, in the auditorium of Arena number 7, Leon frowned. His curiosity towards this match had completely disappeared with the passage of time. Angor finally understood why no one wanted to watch the match. It was too boring. The female apprentice named Scorpion started the match with a stunning performance. She lifted her bright red skirt, and 9 dark red scorpion tails came out from under her skirt and waved them around. That's the bloodline of a 9-tailed red scorpion. Angor's eyes lit up. He didn't expect to see an apprentice with such a bloodline on the 1st level. She should be at least at the 5th tier level. No wonder the Sky Tower officials arranged her to fight in such an advanced stage. Angor explained the advantages and disadvantages of the 9-tailed red scorpion bloodline to Leon. Leon was also excited at first. But as the match went on, both of them fell silent. Normally speaking, a 9-tailed red scorpion bloodline was an aggressive one, and it could inflict poison damage that was difficult to detoxify. However, this apprentice used the 9-tailed red scorpion as a defensive bloodline. The 9 scorpion tails surrounded him, and no matter how hard the sword of condemnation slashed, it could not break through this layer of defense. It wasn't that the 9-tailed red scorpion's defense was good. It was just that the contestants on the first level were too weak. A good match turned into a long one. No wonder no one wants to watch. Angor felt a headache coming on. It would be great if Leon didn't get misled by a match like this. But when he thought about it again, he realized that the matches on the first level were for the weakest contestants. If Leon really wanted to learn something, he should go to the higher levels. Fortunately, he had only bought tickets for 2 shows. After this match, he should go to the higher levels to watch the match in Arena 18. There was no doubt about the outcome of Arena 7. The referee announced Scorpion as the sword of condemnation stared at him with a dark expression. There was nothing interesting about the match. Even Leon was yawning at the end of the match. Still, it was the first match. Angor tried his best to come up with a conclusion. When you're strong enough, you can kill a chicken with a butcher's knife. The second match was held in Arena 18. When they arrived, they happened to see Glenn standing at the entrance of the audience passage. Seeing them arrive, Glenn immediately stepped forward and said, "I just came here and was wondering if I would meet you. I didn't expect to meet you. Why don't we go together?" Angor didn't believe Glenn's words. Leon didn't care about Glenn at all. But now, he realized something was wrong with the man. The audience passage of Arena 18 was filled with people, and Glenn was the only one standing at the entrance. It didn't look like a coincidence at all. Leon tried to give Angor a hint so that he could refuse Glenn's request. But before he could, Angor already nodded. "Sure." Glenn immediately smiled brightly when he received a positive answer. There were still 10 minutes before the match began, but when they entered the arena, they saw that all the seats were taken. Glenn frowned. "I asked some friends to reserve seats for me. Wait here, I'll go check it out." With that, Glenn walked toward a certain direction. After Glenn left, Leon immediately said, "There's something wrong with this person. You should have rejected him before. Did you see where he went just now?" Leon was surprised. He didn't see where Glenn was going because he was too busy talking to Angor. He went to the backstage area where the workers are. Angor explained, "I've seen him before. He seemed to have some connection with a wizard from Floating Mech City." "Now, I think I was right." "You mean he's from Floating Mech City, and he's trying to get close to you?" Leon frowned. "I don't know what he's after. But since he's from Floating Mech City, he must know a lot. That's why I didn't refuse him." Leon didn't know what Angor was talking about, but Glenn was already walking toward them, so Leon had to keep his mouth shut. "I've already told my friends. There are 3 seats over there. Come with me." In the overcrowded arena, Glenn miraculously led them to 3 empty seats in the spectator area with an excellent view. Angor did not care how he got the seat. Instead, he listened to Glenn's explanation. Glenn kept talking about science all the way, mainly about the contestants on both sides of the competition. Leon listened for a while and felt confused. Glenn had said too many special nouns. Under such circumstances, Leon could only place his gaze on the arena. Not long ago, the audience erupted in an earth-shattering roar as the 2 contestants stood on the stage. The screen above his head also showed a countdown. Caged Bird vs Delusional Thoughts, 5 minutes until the battle begins. The audience was overwhelmingly supportive of Caged Bird, and Leon was also carefully observing this extremely popular female apprentice. There was a reason why Caged Bird was so popular. She was extremely beautiful, in an evil way. She was dressed like a clown in a circus. She looked colorful and full of bold colors, but she was not bloated. The biggest highlight was her hairstyle. Her brown hair was woven into the shape of a bird's cage, which extended all the way to her neck. Her entire head was covered in the cage. No wonder she's called Caged Bird, Leon finally realized. The other contestant, Delusional Thoughts, was much more low-key compared to Caged Bird. He stood quietly on the other side of the arena with black mist rolling around his body, which prevented people from seeing him clearly. Although Wild Thoughts was not as flashy as the caged bird, Leon inexplicably felt that he had a faint deterrence. This battle would be more exciting than the previous one. Although Leon did not know who would win in the end, the anticipation in his heart slowly rose to a high point. With only 1 minute left in the countdown, the cheers from the audience had already reached a deafening level. In such a noise, Glenn had no choice but to temporarily suppress the soul of science. Glenn regretted that he did not finish his sentence. Angor was also disappointed because he already got a lot of useful information from Glenn. After telling Angor about the contestants, Glenn began to talk about the seated contestants. Angor already wanted to know more about them, so he was more than happy to listen since Glenn was the one who started talking. Among the seated contestants mentioned by Glenn, Dave, Xylem, and Nausicaa, Angor still heard a familiar name, Cat Lantern Witch. Cat Lantern Witch was actually Mr. Cantor's only disciple, Keely Rodran Lilith. The name Cat Lantern was given by the audience because she always carried an oil lamp in her hand and had a black cat following her around. Keely's real nickname was Hellfire. According to Glenn, Keely only arrived at Floating Mech City a few days ago to join the competition. She had never joined Sky Tower before, and she only got an invitation card from Cantor when she went to the Purification Garden. If she wanted to join the competition, she had to start from the first level. Sky Tower was open to the public all day long, but Keely was still on the 7th level due to the short duration of the competition. However, Keely's name had already spread far and wide. It took her less than a week to get from the first level to the 7th without losing a single match. According to Glenn, Keely was still waiting for battle on the 7th floor. He decided to visit Keely after the match was over. Let the match begin. At this time, the referee's bugle sounded. The match of the 18th arena had finally begun. Angor also looked at the stage. The caged bird had a unique appearance, but Angor had seen too many strange people. He only gave it a quick glance before he shifted his attention to Wishful Thought on the other side. According to Glenn, Wishful Thought was the seated contestant who had the potential to pass the competition. But just like Keely, Wishful Thought had never climbed a sky tower before, so he had to start from the first level. This was Wishful Thought's first match. Angor looked at the two contestants and came to a conclusion. Wishful Thought was a level 3 apprentice, perhaps even a top level one. As for Caged Bird, he was a level 2 apprentice as well. However, Wishful Thought didn't stand a chance against him. The match began as soon as he made up his mind. Caged Bird took out 2 colorful sticks that looked like clowns. He twirled the sticks in his hands nimbly, and the sticks shone brightly. The dazzling effect caused a round of cheers from the audience. Caged Bird also enjoyed being the center of attention. He quickly moved around the stage like a bolt of lightning while casting a dazzling light at Wishful Thought. Angor was a little surprised to see this. Since there was a countdown timer, all the contestants would plan their cantrip models in their mind space in advance. Once the match began, both contestants would be able to cast their spells instantly. The first cantrip model they chose would be the one they were most familiar with. Angor was surprised to see that Caged Bird's first cantrip was an illusion cantrip. The dazzling light was actually a variation of a basic illusion. While casting the illusion, Caged Bird also launched a melee attack, which was typical of illusionist apprentices. Their early attacks were weak and could only be used for long-range attacks. Someone who wasn't familiar with illusions would lose his or her sense of direction. However, Caged Bird was facing a top-level apprentice. Wishful Thought remained unmoved despite the illusion. To the audience, it seemed that Caged Bird's illusions had already confused him. The audience also cheered loudly. It seemed like victory was already in sight. Caged Bird didn't notice anything wrong either. He was still approaching Wishful Thought. However, when Caged Bird was less than 10 meters away from Wishful Thought suddenly looked up. The dark aura on his face faded away a little, revealing his cold and lifeless eyes. The moment Caged Bird saw the pair of eyes, it immediately felt that something was wrong. She quickly applied a brake. At the same time, her colorful rod spun like a windmill and created a rainbow-like barrier in front of her. However, her efforts were in vain. Wishful Thought moved again. In everyone's eyes, Wishful Thought seemed to have teleported and disappeared from the spot. 1 second later, Wishful Thought reappeared 10 meters behind Caged Bird. Wang Shirsher walked towards the edge of the arena without looking back. The caged bird behind him was dislocated at the waist with a screeching sound, and its entire body was chopped into two. The winner was decided, the winner was decided, the referee was also stunned. He only announced Wishful Thought's victory after he left the stage. At the same time, several medics rushed to the stage to save Caged Bird. There was silence in the audience. No one had expected that the final result would be like this. They were cheering for their goddess just a second ago, but the next second, the battle was over. They couldn't accept it. When Wishful Thought left the stage and disappeared into the passageway, the audience finally went into an uproar. Angor looked at Leon and asked, "Let's go." Wishful Thought was much stronger than a first-level apprentice. Angor was worried that Leon would be affected by such a scene. However, Angor was glad to see Leon's glowing eyes. Leon didn't seem to be afraid of watching a high-level battle. Instead, he seemed to be greatly encouraged. Angor sighed in relief. On his way out, Leon kept looking back at the arena. The caged bird's body was cut in half. "Will she die?" Leon asked. "No," Angor replied. "No." Vain Notion seemed to have done a lot of damage, but they were in Sky Tower. Unless Vain Notion completely destroyed her life force, she would be able to move around in no time. But that doesn't mean you won't die in Sky Tower's matches. You can't rely on luck when you're in the arena. Angor paused. When he saw Leon looking at him, he continued, "Even if the rules of Sky Tower encourage people to try their best not to die, the rules are dead, and people are alive. You can't predict what kind of opponent you'll run into. What if your opponent is someone who loves to torture and kill? Under the rules, he can still use all kinds of methods to kill you. So, if you're going to join a match in Sky Tower, once you realize you're weaker than your opponent, just surrender." Angor knew that Leon always considered himself a knight, and there were always some strange rules in the Knight's Code. For example, Angor once heard that there was a rule in the Royal Knights of Gold's Pink Empire: a knight could surrender, but he could not lower his head. If you put it in the code, you could almost feel the firmness of the rule. But in the real world, especially in the wizarding world, such a rule was basically asking for death. There were many wizards in the world who wore strange clothes. They might not be trying to make a big show. They might actually be perverts. Therefore, one had to surrender when necessary. Sometimes, one's head would no longer be on one's neck if it was too late. When you see that the situation is not good, you should admit defeat as soon as possible. I understand this logic. I don't like Old Man John, but I agree with what he said. Even Night's Watch was persuaded by Old Man John to change from a conservative knight to a panliberal knight. As Swatch's student, I know that as well, Leon assured with a smile. Angor nodded. This was one of the reasons why he gave Leon the origin suit. If he really couldn't win, Leon could use the origin suit to stall for 1 or 2 seconds and surrender. Which match are we going to watch next? The excitement in Leon's eyes had yet to fade. Although the match ended too quickly, Leon did not feel bored at all, because he had glimpsed a higher level of combat from this match. Perhaps such a situation wouldn't be of any help to Leon. However, he could set it as a vision and encourage Leon to move in this direction. Let's go to level 7 first. Actually, from the 3rd floor to the 10th floor, the contestants were mostly between level 2 and level 3 apprentices. After the 10th floor, level 3 apprentices were the main force. Therefore, the competition on the 7th floor was not too far away from Leon's level. Coincidentally, I received news from Glenn that Keeley was also on the 7th floor. He could also take this opportunity to meet this old friend of his. Leon naturally nodded in agreement. Because the space inside the tower was very large, if they wanted to go to the 7th floor, the easiest way was to use short-distance teleportation. This was Leon's first time using a teleportation array, so he was very curious about how it worked and how it worked. He couldn't help looking at the glowing runes on the array again and again. Even though they were already on the 7th floor, Leon still looked back at the array from time to time. When Leon turned back to look at the teleportation array, he saw a familiar figure. Leon frowned and said, "I think I saw Glenn. Did he also come to the 7th floor?" Angor didn't answer. "Don't you think he's following us?" Leon asked. Angor didn't deny it. You already saw it, didn't you? Since you ran into him once, you can probably run into him again later. Judging from his conversation with Glenn, he didn't sense any hostility or malice from Glenn. However, he was sure that Glenn had other intentions. As for what those intentions were, Angor didn't want to find out. Leon was still hesitating, but when he saw Angor's nonchalant expression, he did not say anything. Although the number of matches on the 7th floor was much fewer than on the 1st floor, they still filled up the entire screen. Angor thought it would take him some time to find Keely's match. However, when he looked up, he saw the next match on Arena 1, Netherflame vs Iron Will. Netherflame was Keely. However, he was surprised to see Iron Will being the champion of level 7, while the second one was Netherflame, who was the fastest rising contender in the game. Because the people around were discussing this match, and the number of people watching from behind ring number 1 was increasing at a visible speed, even Leon noticed it. Arena 1 is a match for the top 2 contenders? It's obviously the champion match. Why don't we watch it first? Leon suggested. Little did he know that Angor came to the 7th floor to find Netherflame. It's not the champion match, Angor said in a small voice. It's probably Netherflame's last match on the 7th floor. Once someone became the champion, they would be qualified to advance to the next level without having to rely on the points needed to climb the tower. Angor guessed that was Keely's plan. Angor came to the 7th floor to watch Keely's match anyway, so he wouldn't refuse Leon's suggestion. Another small incident occurred when they were choosing to watch the battle. Because they didn't buy tickets for the 7th floor, they couldn't reserve a seat for the time being. By the time they bought tickets, the spectator stands for Arena 1 were already full. At this moment, Glenn appeared. You didn't get a ticket? I have some friends who are busy, and they gave me their tickets. Why don't we go together? Glenn's smile was sincere, but Angor felt like his IQ was being lowered if he wanted to keep playing along with Glenn's lame excuse. Why are you here? Angor took the ticket and asked. Because the cat lantern which is my idol, Glenn said. Shouldn't your idol be the king of beasts? Angor suddenly asked. I like the king of beasts too. His story is very, Glenn suddenly realized something and looked at Angor. They had arrived at the audience passage of Arena 1. Let's go in first. I don't know what you're up to, but I have something to ask you. Angor went straight to the point. The king of beasts was still in Brute Cavern, so Glenn knew that Angor had seen through his act. He felt a little uneasy, but he still nodded. Okay. Angor didn't know what Glenn was thinking. If he did, he would probably scoff at Glenn's acting. His acting skills were even worse than when he first came to the wizarding world. The location that Glenn had chosen was naturally not bad. It was still the viewing platform with the best view. According to the screen, there were still 15 minutes before the start of the match, but there were already no empty seats left. Many people are paying attention to this match. Cat Lantern, which is Mr. Eventide's only student, and the editor of Firefly's Night Tales, Everlasting Dawn Daikiel, praised her a lot. He said that she's as talented as Jibra, the son of Sea. Glenn was still trying to figure out how to deal with his act being seen through. However, when he arrived at the crowded arena, his eagerness to learn more about Angor's matter became the straw that broke his heart. So, there are not only ordinary spectators here, but also people from other levels. Some of the contestants who cleared Sky Tower and are still in Tower of Infinity came here to watch. They're here to observe Cat Lantern Witch's attacks so that they can prepare for future matches. That's why there are so many people in the arena today. Angor could guess what Glenn was talking about. Leon was the one who really listened. Mr. Eventide, Mr. Daikiel, and that Jibra guy. Who are they? Leon asked. Glenn looked at Leon. He still didn't know who Leon was, and Leon's question showed that he had no common sense at all. Glenn didn't want to answer the question, but judging from Angor's attitude, he knew that they were close. With that in mind, Glenn decided to give Angor a brief explanation. Glenn was going to tell Angor more about the people he just met. But at this time, Leon asked again, why do you keep talking about the Cat Lantern Witch? Isn't her nickname Ghost Flame? Leon didn't need to wait for Glenn's answer. When the screen counted down to 10 minutes, the contestants from both sides arrived. Ironwill was a bulky man wearing a modified wizard robe. Even with the robe covering his body, Angor could still see how strong he was. Meanwhile, Keely flew in from the contestants' passage on a broom. She was wearing an old, blue-black robe. She had a beautiful face, but her expression was cold. Her first appearance gave Leon the feeling that she was like a cold witch in a fairy tale. However, the bright red dancing shoes and the bright red bow made people's eyes light up. Looking at Keely's outfit, Leon finally understood why people called her the Cat Lantern Witch. There was an oil lamp hanging from the handle of her broom, and there was a black kitten squatting at the front of the broom. The audience cheered when they saw Keely's arrival. However, Keely was indifferent to the cheers of the audience. Or rather, she had never looked at the people around her, including Ironwill, who was about to fight her. But the more Keely ignored him, the angrier he got. Perhaps it was a masochistic reaction. Angor saw Keely as well. She looked exactly the same as when they first met. The only thing that changed was her aura, which was stronger and more aggressive. From this, it could be seen that Keely's strength had improved greatly in the past few years. He couldn't wait to see what she would do in the next match. There was still some time before the match began. Keely didn't plan to talk to anyone. She sat on her floating broom and closed her eyes, waiting for the match to begin. While waiting for the match to start, he looked at Glenn. "What are you going to do with me?" Angor's eyes were calm, but Glenn felt like he was looking at a giant with an aura as deep as the ocean. This huge difference in size made Glenn a little absent-minded. He subconsciously said the words in his heart, "No, I'm not going to do anything." Angor was a little surprised. He secretly used a bit of nightmare energy to influence Glenn's emotions. He could tell that Glenn was indeed affected, which meant the man was telling the truth. Glenn also came back to his senses at this time. Confusion flashed across his face. He didn't know why he had inexplicably said what he had in his heart before. "You don't have any other intentions? There's been a lot of news about you in the magazines these days. I'm just curious." "I don't have any other intentions." Angor wasn't sure if Glenn was telling the truth. Using a nightmare illusion to confuse Glenn's emotions would only work in the first place. Since Glenn already knew what was going on, Angor would have to use force to confuse him. Glenn's words sounded reasonable, but Angor still found it strange. Still, he didn't think too much about it. No matter what Glenn's purpose was, since he admitted that he was not going to do anything, then this should be true. "Someone must have told you that you were able to find me, right?" "Who told you that?" Glenn hesitated for a moment before replying, "Milanda." Hearing the familiar name again reminded him of the time when he was still in Brute Cavern, where Milanda was still in charge of the Sky Tower. Angor knew that Milanda's father was the mayor of the outer city of Floating Mech City, Beast Emperor Lawson. Therefore, it made sense that Milanda knew his identity. But if Glenn was related to Milanda, he must have connections in the inner circle of Floating Mech City. "My teacher is Baroque. He's a good friend of Lady Milanda. Also, I accidentally heard about you from Lady Milanda." "It has nothing to do with Lady Milanda. I'm really just curious." A trace of hesitation flashed across Glenn's face. Glenn did hear about Angor from Milanda. However, he didn't come here out of curiosity. Instead, he came here because of an indescribable emotion. Admiration. A Chunibu boy. As a Chunibu teenager, Glenn was easily influenced by emotions. For example, when he went to Brute Cavern for only a few days, he became a fan of the King of Beasts because he was touched by the King of Beasts' stubbornness and selflessness. At first, Glenn didn't want to believe Angor's story. However, as more and more stories were revealed, Glenn's emotions were slowly influenced. His hostility toward Angor didn't disappear completely, but he began to admire Angor again. Glenn came to Brute Cavern to look for his teacher, Baroque, as well as to see Angor. It was a pity that Glenn didn't know who Angor was during the King of Beasts match. When he confirmed Angor's identity, he missed Angor again. After hearing about Angor's story in the Abyss Plane, Glenn's hostility toward Angor completely disappeared, and his admiration grew even stronger. When Glenn accidentally heard about Angor from Milanda, he came here to find Angor without hesitation. He wasn't planning to do anything. He was just a fan who wanted to see his idol. However, as a Chunibu boy who feared nothing, Glenn couldn't bring himself to say such a thing, so he used curiosity as an excuse. To Glenn's relief, Angor didn't ask any further questions. Angor was surprised to learn that Glenn's teacher was Baroque. He didn't like Baroque, but he didn't extend his dislike to Glenn. At least for now, he didn't sense any malicious intent from Glenn. Angor didn't ask Milanda's question. He didn't care whether Glenn was really curious or not. Instead, he asked another question. You know Davy, right? The one who fought against the King of Beasts last time. He's called Esoteric Gaze. Is he in Floating Mech City? As an official of Floating Mech City, Glenn was quite well informed. Maybe Angor could use him to get some information about his friend. This was why Angor allowed Glenn to follow him around. Glenn also remembered that Angor mentioned that he had something to ask him. Was this what he was talking about? Well, I didn't see him in Floating Mech City. But there are too many contestants in Sky Tower right now, so I didn't pay attention to all of them. Maybe he's already here, but I didn't notice him. Glenn paused. Well, I'll send someone to check it out. How could he be so ambiguous when his idol was inquiring about something? Angor noticed that Glenn's eyes were glowing with excitement, but he didn't know what Glenn was thinking. Still, Angor was grateful that Glenn was willing to help. If you can help me see if there's someone called Blackberry King, that'll be even better, Angor added. Sure. Glenn nodded without hesitation. After Glenn agreed, he seemed to realize that his behavior was inappropriate. He hesitated for a moment and said, "This is my apology for following you before." Angor didn't know what Glenn was thinking, but he didn't care about the process since the result was good. When they stopped talking, the countdown timer on the screen reached the last 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 4, 3. At the last second, Keely finally opened her eyes. Energy ripples began to appear on the Steel Will's body as layers of metallic covers appeared out of thin air around him, tightly enclosing his entire body. Iron Will was able to stay at the top of level 7 for so long because of this cantrip, which is extremely difficult to master. The science student came online again. Iron Shield is a top level 2 cantrip. Its defense is comparable to that of a level 3 cantrip. Now that level 3 cantrips are extremely difficult to learn, Iron Will is an insurmountable wall in the level 7. But he's facing a cat lantern witch. I don't think he can defend his position with Iron Will alone. As soon as she finished speaking, Keely carelessly touched the lantern with her finger. A pale yellow flame rose from her fingertip. The flames leisurely flew towards Steel Will. It didn't look too powerful. It was just a small flame that hadn't fully formed yet. However, when the flame made contact with the Iron Will, it let out a loud screech. Everyone's eyes went white. When the flames came into contact with the steel shield, they emitted an extremely high temperature, burning a hole in the shield. Iron Will was shocked. It was the first time he had seen someone break through his iron shield so easily. He gritted his teeth, and the veins on his body bulged. His muscles twitched, and his skin turned red. His body began to sweat profusely. In just a second, Iron Will's body grew several times bigger. He was already a huge man, but now he was 3 stories tall. Keely looked tiny in front of Iron Will. However, size didn't determine a person's strength. When Iron Will saw Keely raise her flames again, he immediately dodged, his body almost breaking the limit of what the naked eye could see. In the blink of an eye, he was right behind Keely. Iron Will raised his giant fist, which released countless white air currents around it. At the same time, everyone in the audience felt a strong gust of wind. It's here. It's Iron Will's hurricane fist. It's unstoppable. Iron Will's fans' eyes lit up as they cheered for him. However, when Iron Will swung his fist, Keely's expression didn't change at all. She calmly added a wall of flame in front of her. Elemental defensive techniques were actually not that strong when faced with pure physical attacks. However, when Iron Will looked at the wall of flame, he realized it was made of the pale yellow flame that Keely had released. Iron Will's eyes twitched. He had a bad feeling. Originally, he had planned to attack Keely directly, but after a thought, he let out a loud shout and hit the floor. The powerful iron fist shattered the floor. Countless rocks flew into the air. Keely was forced to fly into the air. Although the audience didn't know why Iron Will attacked the ring, they thought it was his plan. They were waiting for his next attack. But to everyone's surprise, after Iron Will pulled back his fist, he turned around and whispered to the referee, "I surrender." After saying that, Iron Will did not wait for Keely to fall from the sky. He jumped out of the ring and disappeared in a few seconds. This dramatic scene caused everyone to be stunned. They were still looking forward to the next part of the match. Did Keely just give up like that? Even if the cat lantern which was really strong, she still hadn't attacked Angor yet. Why did she give up so early? Some people were dumbfounded, some were dissatisfied, and even more people were cursing. For a moment, the scene was filled with noise. Some of the contestants who came here to watch the match from the upper echelons of the organization finally understood what was going on. That Iron Will guy sure is decisive. In a corner of the auditorium, a woman surrounded by flower petals was lazily leaning on the shoulder of a heroic-looking woman in armor. He knew he couldn't beat Keely, so he gave up without hesitation. He even showed his strength before giving up. That's the best way to save face. The heroic-looking woman paused and looked at Xianxia. "Do you have any bones, Xianxia?" Xianxia didn't move an inch despite Carveline's nagging. "Alan is on my left, and you're on my right." "I can't just lean on Alan, can I?" Carveline asked in a matter-of-fact voice. Carveline took a deep breath and didn't argue with Xianxia. "Since the match is over, let's go. I remember he was with Keely when we were in the Purification Garden." "Do you think he's still in touch with Keely?" Xianxia asked. Carveline paused for a moment. "We've been following Keely for several matches. Did you see her talking to anyone else?" "You're right." Xianxia nodded and looked at the chubby man beside her. "Speaking of which, I think Keely and Angor are related to Lilith's clan and Phantom Island. By the way, Alan, I heard you're close to Angor." The chubby man was Alan, a talent who left the old Earth with Angor. He was also Mara's descendant. Alan used to stay in Candy House in Fairy World to train. He knew about the Rising Star competition, but he wasn't strong enough to join it. Not long ago, however, someone from Mara told him that his sister, Aline, was going to join the competition as well. Since he hadn't seen Aline for a long time, he couldn't wait to see her again. However, it would be difficult for him to reach Floating Mech City alone. Until he met Xianxia and Carveline at Whiskey Hill. Alan followed them all the way to Floating Mech City by promising to cook for them and secretly sneak into Whiskey Mountain. "I've told you everything I know." He had been in the Sky Tower for a while now, but he still hadn't found any news about Aline. In addition, as a gourmet apprentice who was coveted by others, Alan could only continue to follow these two little witches during this period of time, which made him suffer unspeakably. The corner of Xianxia's mouth lifted a little when she saw Alan's troubled expression. She stopped teasing him. "Let's go, we should also prepare for our own match." "Oh right, Alan, are you really not going to play?" They stood up and walked towards the exit. When they left, Angor glanced at the exit. Those three look familiar. The thought only lingered in his mind for a second before he quickly discarded it. Now that the competition had such an absurd ending, although the audience was in an uproar and cursing, the contestants had already left, so the audience could only rub their noses and leave. Angor was about to leave as well. He wanted to see Keely. As they followed the crowd outside, Glenn spoke to Angor. "If Dave is already here, he must have cleared the Sky Tower and went straight to the Tower of Infinity. I'll go look for the Registrar of the Tower of Infinity and see if he's here." They agreed to meet at the Tower of Infinity later and Glenn left alone. Looking at Glenn, who was leaving with fluttering steps, Leon shook his head. "Why does he look a little excited? This person is really strange." When they left the arena, they could still hear the people around them cursing the match. Listening to the conversations of the others, Leon sighed with curiosity. "Speaking of which, it seems that Iron Will is stronger, but who would have thought that he would admit defeat directly? Is there a reason behind it?" "I don't know. But I think it's reasonable for him to give up," Angor replied. "Keely used a single fireball to break Iron Will's shield of steel. Iron Will knew that he couldn't defeat Keely. More importantly, Iron Will knew that Keely didn't want to be his champion. Once Keely became the champion, she would reach level 8 in the next second. Once she reached level 8, Ironwool would still be the champion. Not only did he not lose face when facing an opponent who could easily crush him, but he also didn't lose anything in the end. Therefore, Ironwool's surrender would only earn him some dissatisfaction from the audience and some loss of points. No matter how he looked at it, it was the most reasonable choice. Angor agreed with Ironwool's decision. If he knew he was going to lose, he should lower his head as soon as possible so that he wouldn't get hurt. Leon listened to Angor's explanation and realized something. Although this match wasn't of much help to him in actual combat, it had taught him some concepts. This had a deep impact on every battle that Leon had fought after this. Angor and Leon took several turns around the teleportation array and arrived at a secluded corridor. There was only one candle every 10 meters or so in the corridor, so the long corridor was filled with a large amount of shadows. "What are we doing here?" Leon asked. While waiting for Angor's answer, Leon heard footsteps coming from the shadows of the hallway. Leon looked back and saw a pair of bright red dancing shoes stepping out of the darkness. When the newcomer stood still, Leon's eyes flashed with surprise. The blue-black old adept's robe, the bright red dancing shoes, the bright red bow, and the broom floating beside her. All of these indicated the identity of the person who had just arrived. It was none other than the contestant from before, Netherworld Fire Witch Keely. While Leon was still in shock, the black kitten beside Keely's feet walked to Angor and sniffed. It meowed and sat down beside Angor. Leon looked at the kitten, then at Angor. Angor came here to see Netherworld Fire. Angor crouched down and tried to pet the kitten. However, the kitten shook its butt and returned to Keely's side. "Luna didn't recognize me?" Angor wondered. He remembered that Luna used to be quite close to him. Keely gave Angor a complicated look. She leaned against the wall and patted the black cat. "Of course Luna knows you. But she said she doesn't like your face. It's not as pretty as your old one." Angor touched his face. He didn't expect the reason to be so shallow. "I've been busy lately, so I have to use this face," Angor explained. "I know. I saw the report from Ing City Night Tongue. Your deeds in the Abyss Plane really surprised me." Keely's expression and tone were calm. However, from the complicated look in her eyes, it could be seen that she wasn't completely unaffected by Ing City Nightspeak's report. "You asked me to come here as soon as I finished my match. What's the matter?" Keely was surprised to hear Angor's voice transmission. She was about to go to level 8 after her match when she received Angor's message. She was surprised that Angor would show up at such a time, and she was also curious about what he wanted. "You had a great match," Angor said. Keely's pale yellow flame was completely different from the nether flame she usually used. Even the properties of the flame were completely different. Angor guessed that Keely created it recently. The great flame Keely was referring to was this one. "I think so too. It would be better if my opponents could adapt to the situation like him," Keely said noncommittally. "You came to me just to compliment my performance in the previous match? I think if you want to compete in the next match, it will be more exciting. I won't participate in the Rising Star Challenge." Keely's eyes flickered with disappointment. Even though Ing City's Night Tongue recorded Angor's adventures in the Abyss Plane, it didn't mention anything about Angor's strength. Only some minor details mentioned that Angor was marked by the Time Thief, which meant he must be quite strong. Cantor also mentioned that Angor was very strong now. But no one knew exactly how strong he was. Keely thought that Angor might be able to fight against Cantor if he joined the Rising Star Challenge. Unfortunately, Angor didn't plan to join the Rising Star Challenge. Keely felt a little disappointed. "I won't join the Rising Star Challenge, but I think Leon will." Angor pointed at Leon, who was standing there in a daze, and briefly explained his relationship with Leon. From Angor's explanation, Keely understood why her brother came here. He probably wanted to help her brother expand his connections in the wizarding world. "I only know that the Lilith family is related to Phantom Island. If you don't have anything else to say, I'll be on my way." Keely turned around and left without hesitation. "I still have a match to attend." Keely's figure disappeared along the corridor. Leon was still confused even after Keely left. Angor understood Keely's meaning. Lilith clan was related to Phantom Island, while Leon wasn't from there. What did that have to do with her? Angor knew that Keely wouldn't buy it. After all, this was her personality. He wasn't expecting anything, so he wasn't disappointed. Angor, she's an old friend of mine. I'm just here to meet her. An old friend? Leon was still confused. He didn't know what they were talking about. But since Angor didn't want to talk about it, he gave up. After that, they went to watch 2 more matches. One was between elementalists and occultists, while the other was between bloodline wizards. These 2 matches were evenly matched. In terms of viewing value, they were obviously better than the previous matches. Lion had also gained some experience in the duels between extraordinaires in these 2 matches, especially the internal conflict between bloodline elementalists, which had benefited Lion greatly. This duel between bloodline acolytes lasted for a full hour. At first, Leon didn't think that their close combat abilities were too strong, but after their bloodline had undergone mutation, Leon discovered that their close combat strength had increased by more than a level. If they used all kinds of magic tricks, elemental cantrips, and spirit disturbances, the matches would become even more unpredictable. Leon finally understood why Saber Knight always lamented about reaching the top and seeing the future, but he couldn't get past it. This was the limit of supernatural power. After watching the matches to their heart's content, they stopped watching. First of all, Leon needed some time to sort out his loot. Second of all, it was almost time for Angor and Glenn to meet. Therefore, after the competition ended, they headed towards the Tower of Infinity. The Tower of Infinity was located in Sky Tower as well, but it was located on the 16th floor. When they arrived, they saw Glenn, a Chunibu boy who was wearing skull jewelry all over his body, waiting for them at the door. Glenn was leaning against the door railing, talking to a burly bald man. "I can't help you. Your teacher is Mad Bear. No one can help him. Besides, he has a grudge against my teacher. I'll get beaten up if I go. Not even Lady Melantha. I don't have a reason to ask her for help." He quickly pushed the bald man away and said, "I have to go now. We'll talk about your business later." Hey, if you say it later, I'll be cut off by my mentor." The bald man wanted to say something, but Glenn had already bypassed him and gone into the distance. "You're here? I got the information. Let's talk inside." Glenn came to them with a smile. Angor nodded and followed Glenn into the Tower of Infinity. "You know Bismarck?" Angor asked Glenn as they walked. Bismarck was the bald man who had spoken to Glenn earlier. He once met Bismarck in Orium Kingdom's Yather port. Back then, Bismarck was working as a supervisor for the White Clam Shipping Company. "You know Bismarck? Huh? Why didn't Bismarck tell me about this?" Glenn muttered in a low voice. "What? Nothing. I'm just surprised. I didn't know you know Bismarck." "Bismarck is a good friend of mine, but because of some mistakes he made, he was sent to the White Clam Shipping branch to gain experience. This time, he came back secretly. Previously, he was pestering me, hoping that I would help him speak to his mentor." While they were talking, Glenn had led them to a secluded reception room. "Since you know Bismarck, should I ask him to come here?" "No need. We've only met once. We don't know each other that well. Let's get down to business. Did you find anything about Dave?" Glenn shook his head. "No. I don't think he reached the top of the Sky Tower yet. But I heard from a friend that Dave's teacher, Rose Crown Leona, sent a letter saying that she'll come to Floating Mech City to participate in a fragrance auction in a few days. If Leona is coming, I think Dave will come as well." Angor was a little disappointed that he didn't hear anything about Dave. But Glenn's next words made him feel a little excited. "As for the other Blackberry King you mentioned, I did find her. She's been fighting in the Tower of Infinity these days. She's already reached the 4th level of the tower, and she's doing well. She's undefeated so far." The Blackberry King was Nausicaa. He already heard from Dave that Nausicaa was doing well, but it was still just a message. Now that he learned that she was already fighting in the Tower of Infinity, it meant that she successfully fused with her bloodline. Unfortunately, Nausicaa wasn't in the Tower of Infinity right now. The participants of the Tower of Infinity weren't weak at all. Each match would take a long time, and they would consume a lot of mana. Just like the Sky Tower, the Tower of Infinity was open to the public all day long. However, it wasn't possible for the participants to fight continuously. Nausicaa, on the other hand, fought a long battle today. Apparently, she used up a lot of her mana and left after the match ended. Considering how fast Nausicaa was meditating, she would need to wait until the next day to fully recover her mana. Angor couldn't see her today if he wanted to. Angor thanked Glenn. It didn't matter if Glenn had other intentions or not. At least, he saved Angor a lot of time on this matter. Glenn's eyes lit up when he heard Angor's words. However, he couldn't express his excitement in words. He had to force himself to stay calm. It's getting late. I'll go back now. Angor stood up and bid farewell to Glenn. He still wanted to ask Glenn about Salem's whereabouts. According to Dave, Salem should already be in Floating Mech City. But he didn't want to bother Glenn. Since Salem was already here, Nausicaa must have met up with him already. If he went to see Nausicaa tomorrow, he might be able to find Salem. Are you going to join the Rising Star competition? Glenn asked when he saw Angor turning away. Glenn went to Brute Cavern to find Angor for 2 reasons. First, he wanted to meet his idol, and second, he wanted to defeat him. This was a very complicated change in mood that had extended from then to now. No. Angor shook his head. Glenn was disappointed. He wanted to ask why, but when he looked up again, Angor was already gone. The manor outside the main city. When they returned, Butler number 1, who looked like a mechanical eye, flew to them. Mr. Pant, the master is waiting for you in his study. Angor nodded. He asked Butler number 1 to take Leon back to his room while he went to Sunder's study. When he arrived, he saw Sunder standing in front of the window. His mouth was moving slightly as if he was talking to someone. He asked Angor to sit down first. After a while, Sunder slowly walked to him. Just now, I heard from a wizard stationed in Brute Cavern that the Moonfrost Union has arrived. You should be familiar with the person leading the team this time. Angor looked at Sunders in confusion. Brofin. Black Sugar follower, Brofin? Didn't you say he was cursed because he ate Olaf's tentacle crab, sir? Angor was a little surprised. Yes. He used some method to remove part of the curse, but he didn't get rid of it completely. I came to Floating Mech City to find a way to solve the problem. Brofin and Winchester are here as well. They're not here for you. They're here to solve their own problems. Therefore, you don't have to worry too much about Xianxia. Even if Brofin and Winchester were able to see through his illusion, Angor was confident that he wouldn't need to be afraid of him. Besides, Brofin's curse was still in effect. He had been suffering for half a year already, so he didn't have the time to look for Angor. He only came to Floating Mech City to remove the curse from his body. Angor sighed in relief. He didn't want to deal with the Moonfrost Union anyway. Any word from Dark Castle? Angor asked. Is there a response from Dark Castle? Sunders frowned when he mentioned Dark Castle. He shook his head. I've been to Dark Castle's outpost in Floating Mech City. But there are only apprentices there. All the wizards were taken away a long time ago. Also, according to the apprentices, they haven't contacted Dark Castle for a long time. Something happened to Dark Castle? Angor frowned. It's hard to say. I asked Lawson about it, and he said he knew something. He didn't tell me the details, but he did say that he talked to Isabel, the Lord of Twilight, about a month ago. Isabel was basically in charge of Dark Castle now. If she talked to Lawson, it meant Dark Castle hadn't completely lost contact with the outside world yet. But why didn't they contact Dark Castle's outpost? Speaking of which, Lady Greya only stayed in Dark Castle for a short period of time. I don't know why people from Dark Castle came to Phantom Island to look for Lady Greya, said Angor as he thought about how Lady Greya left Phantom Island. Something must have happened, but Dark Castle didn't want to tell anyone about it. They even ignored Angor's outpost. I don't think we can get anything from Dark Castle's outpost. Let's go to Fairy World then. Maybe Silent Hill, which was also an inner world, knew something. If they couldn't, they could just visit Sunders directly. It might be rude, but Sunders could always explain himself. The next day, Angor brought Leon to the Sky Tower to watch the matches as usual. Some of the matches were evenly matched, while others were one-sided. The one that left the deepest impression on Leon was the match of King Sar, the Basher. Angor saw this apprentice called King Sar when they first arrived at the Sky Tower yesterday. He was dragging an iron ball of unknown weight behind him, which made a lot of noise when he walked, which caused quite a commotion in the square. The reason why Leon remembered this man so well was because he showed his crazy and cruel side during the match. He was a murderous maniac. His opponent was about to surrender, but he was one step too slow, and King Sar used the iron ball to smash his head open. According to the spectators, this was the 8th person King Sar had killed in the arena. The number of deaths was small, but it was still a shocking number in the lower levels of the Sky Tower. The lower levels of the Sky Tower were all about the same in terms of strength. Even if there was a slight advantage, they could still hold on until they wanted to surrender. Besides, the Sky Tower had a perfect healing system. As long as you didn't die on the spot, you could be saved. Of course, this was only limited to the lower levels. The higher levels of the Sky Tower wouldn't give you the chance to surrender if they wanted to kill you. This was the first time Leon had seen someone die in a Sky Tower match. It was a huge shock to him. After the contestant died, the audience cheered as if they were happy that they had bought the tickets. This made Leon feel the coldness of the wizarding world. Leon was glad that Angor brought him here to watch the matches before he officially joined the Sky Tower matches. As the matches went on, Angor's perspective kept changing, and he was getting closer to the reality of the wizarding world. After watching several matches in a row, Angor finally came to the Tower of Infinity. The matches in the Tower of Infinity were not open to spectators unless they were important matches. This was why he didn't come to watch Nausicaa's match even though he already knew about it. They arrived at the same time when Nausicaa's match was about to end. Although the competition was not open to spectators, the screen still broadcasted the battle situation at the appropriate time. Blackberry King defeated Frost Secret Sorcerer and obtained the corresponding points. Judging from the information on the screen, Nausicaa's opponent was most likely an elementalist. Bloodline elementalists were the bane of elementalists. Nausicaa spent less than 5 minutes in the fight. It was either a crushing defeat, or the opponent had admitted defeat. She finished the fight in such a short time, so Angor assumed that she would keep fighting. Not long after, another row of words flashed on the screen. 1 hour later, King of Blackberry vs. Slug of Light. Note, this battle is a promotion battle. Angor was surprised. He didn't expect it to be a promotion battle. If she won, she would be able to enter the 4th level of Tower of Infinity. Moreover, the promotion battles were considered important in the Tower of Infinity, so they were open to the public. At the same time, the number of spectators behind the screen began to jump. Angor quickly bought 2 tickets and brought Leon to the arena. They didn't meet Glenn today, so it was impossible for them to get in through the back door. They had to find a better place to watch the match. However, when they arrived at the arena, Angor realized that they didn't need to do that at all. Because the information on the screen had already been displayed for close to 10 minutes, the number of people who had chosen to watch the match had only reached 18 people. Moreover, it had not continued to increase for several minutes, stopping at 18 people. At this rate, there would be less than 100 people watching the match. This was the difference between the Tower of Infinity and Sky Tower. Angor thought that the matches in the Tower of Infinity would attract more spectators because they were more advanced. It was true that the Tower of Infinity had a high threshold. Most of the matches in the Tower of Infinity were also very advanced. The ticket price was 10 times more expensive than the Sky Towers. However, the so-called advanced matches were mostly for those who had reached level 30 or above. The matches in the Tower of Infinity's 30th level were basically the same as the ones in Sky Tower. However, the ticket price was much higher than the Sky Towers. Naturally, no one would choose the more expensive match. Besides, the King of Blackberries wasn't particularly famous. It was normal that no one would pay attention to her matches. When Angor arrived at the arena, he and Leon were the only 2 people there. There were still 50 minutes before the match began. Angor decided to tell Leon about Nausicaa's story. Angor brought Leon here because he wanted to expand Leon's social network. Besides, Nausicaa and Leon were both bloodline masters. Perhaps Leon could learn something from her. After talking for about 20 minutes, only then did a few people arrive from the audience seats. When there were only 10 minutes left, all the reserved seats were here. Angor overestimated the number of spectators. There were only 30 or so people watching the match. Angor also saw someone familiar among them. It was Xian, the little girl who was riding on the neck of a big guy. She was sitting in the front row closest to the arena and was looking at the contestants' passage. Angor knew that Xian, Shilyu, and Nausicaa were good friends, so he wasn't surprised to see Xian here. He wondered if Shilyu was here. Yesterday, Glenn told him that Jibra was here to participate in the Rising Star competition. Would Jibra fight Shilyu? It would be interesting if they were to really fight each other. As Angor pondered, a contestant finally came out of the passage. The light slug was a man wearing a white wizard robe. His eyes seemed to be glowing from afar. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that it wasn't his pupils that were glowing. Instead, it was the white slugs that crawled around his body. Nausicaa also came out of the passage. It had been almost a year since they last met, but Nausicaa's body and appearance didn't change at all. Her tight brown leather suit accentuated her voluptuous figure. Her hair scattered over her shoulders gave her a seductive aura. However, the rapier on her waist, the shoulder armor on her leather suit, and the cloak connected to her shoulder armor made her look both sexy and powerful. Nausicaa greeted Xian and completely blocked all information from the outside world. She focused all her attention on her opponent. Time passed, and when the whistle for the start of the match sounded, both sides made their moves. The match ended faster than Angor expected. In less than 10 minutes, Nausicaa was the only one left standing on the stage. Leon was still in a daze. Among all the matches he watched, this was the only one he couldn't understand at all. He couldn't even follow the movements of the two contestants with his naked eyes. All he saw was two gray shadows moving quickly. How did Nausicaa win? What happened in between? Leon didn't know. In the end, Angor used his illusion to recreate the most important parts of the match and slowed it down. This allowed Leon to see what was going on. They're evenly matched. It's a pity that this light slug is unlucky, Leon lamented after he finished watching the battle. Really? Angor shook his head with a smile. Take a closer look. This time, not only did he slow down the speed of the illusion, but he also enlarged several key locations in the illusion. Leon took a closer look and was surprised by what he saw. He was right about one thing. In terms of strength, Nausicaa and the light slug were about the same. However, the reason why he thought the light slug was unlucky was because of the last fight. The light slug was a summoner and was very good at controlling insects. It used all kinds of slugs to attack Nausicaa during the match. However, Nausicaa defeated all of them one by one. In the last fight, the light slug seemed to have run out of slugs. Nausicaa still managed to get close to it. The light slug had reached its most dangerous moment. However, at the last moment, the light slug used some unknown method to use the blood on the tip of its tongue to spit out a highly toxic blood slug. By the time Nausicaa realized what happened, the blood slug had already bitten her arm. The light slug thought it was going to win. However, Nausicaa took off her disguise and revealed a fake arm made of steel. No matter how poisonous the blood slug was, it couldn't do anything to the mechanical arm. As the light slug watched in despair, Nausicaa's palm glowed. A spiral wind appeared and blew the light slug out of the arena. From Leon's point of view, it was just bad luck. If Nausicaa's arm was real, it would have been affected by the slug's poison. However, when Angor used the illusion for the second time, Leon noticed something different. When the light slug spat out the blood on its tongue, Nausicaa's skin was covered in a thin layer of runes. Leon didn't notice it at first because she was wearing a thick leather armor. These are the special runes created by activating the bloodline of a nether demon. They provide strong defense and poison resistance. The blood slug won't do anything to Nausicaa's skin, Angor explained. More importantly, Nausicaa only activated her bloodline once in the entire match. If she fully activated her bloodline and turned into a nether demon, she would probably end the match much faster. Also, Nausicaa only used the mechanical arm at the very last moment, which meant she had been holding back a lot during the match. Her victory was not due to luck. There weren't many people in the audience to begin with. When Angor explained the situation to Leon using his illusion, he attracted a lot of attention. Xian also noticed the scene on the spectator stand. He's using illusions to rewind the battle. He must have a good grasp of the illusion nodes, Xian muttered to herself. Just from this illusion alone, she could tell that the person was not weak. Could it be a contestant who came to spy on us? Nausicaa came to Xian's side and heard the girl mumbling to herself. She couldn't help but look at the girl. She was stunned by what she saw. Nausicaa had seen quite a few illusionist apprentices before. She also saw illusions created by different illusionist apprentices, but the one she couldn't forget was Angor's illusion. This was because Angor's illusions had a strange power that made them more realistic and prevented people from seeing through the illusion. It was said that this power came from the illusory demon island. Nausicaa also sensed the strange power as she watched the illusions around her. Could it be someone from Phantom Island? But Angor was the only one who was still an apprentice on Phantom Island. And that person didn't look like Angor's. Nausicaa suddenly heard a familiar voice. You're right. Did someone use voice transmission on her? Her expression instantly turned into one of shock. She looked around and finally fixed her gaze on the man who had cast the illusion. Nausicaa slowly approached the man. What's wrong, Nausicaa? Xian ran to her and asked in a confused tone, What's wrong, Nausicaa? Didn't you say you were going to register on level 5? Xian noticed that Nausicaa was now facing the illusionist. Do you know him? As soon as Xian's voice fell, she heard the unfamiliar man say, I remember a letter you sent back before. In it, you wrote that when you come back, we will be shocked by your changes. Dave also wondered if your body showed some strange characteristics after you successfully fused with the new bloodline. But it doesn't look like anything has changed. Nausicaa's calm expression suddenly turned into a smile. You're right. My body has changed a little bit. I've been suppressing it on purpose. Nausicaa smiled. Do you want to see my real body? Can I? Of course you can. But it'll be boring if we don't do anything when we're going to unseal our true body. What do you mean? Nausicaa raised an eyebrow. Let's fight. I haven't fought you in a long time, and I want to see how you've changed. A moment later, Angor and Nausicaa each took a side of a private arena rented by the Tower of Infinity. Xian and Leon were still standing beside the stage. Xian was still in a daze. That's Angor? If Angor didn't admit it himself and Nausicaa wasn't there, Xian wouldn't know that Angor was using an illusion spell. That's Angor. You said you're his big brother? Xian looked at Leon. Leon nodded. Although it was a little strange that this little girl was riding on such a big guy, he had seen enough strange things in the past 2 days, so he just glanced at it. Xian noticed Leon's gaze. She patted the big guy's head and gave him a subtle look. My name is Xian, and I'm from the same organization as Angor. His name is Genk. He's an alchemy puppet. An alchemy puppet? Leon looked at Genk in confusion and saw that the puppet's eyes were shining with a metallic luster. Also, there were clear metallic patterns under the puppet's skin. I used to have a servant called Genk. He was alive, but he left me in the end. I missed him so much that I asked someone to make this puppet for me. Xian seemed to be explaining to Leon, but she also sounded like she was talking to herself. Leon looked at Xian and felt that there was something strange about this little girl. Before Leon could ask further, he was attracted by the noise coming from the arena. Well, I didn't expect you to go straight to the arena, said Angor. It's rare to see someone like that. Nausicaa flipped her hair and spoke in a lazy tone, I've been reading a lot of news about you lately. Considering how fast you're leveling up, I think you'll be a wizard the next time we meet. What's the point then? Every time Nausicaa saw Angor, she felt that he was leveling up like a child. She didn't see him for 2 or 3 days, and his strength kept increasing. This time, she sensed that Angor wasn't a wizard yet. However, whenever she got close to him, she could feel the nether demon bloodline inside her trembling. This was the first time Nausicaa felt something like this ever since she absorbed the nether demon bloodline. Angor didn't know whether it was due to excitement or fear. You want to see my real body, right? Nausicaa chuckled. Her muscles bulged as white steam slowly covered her body. When the steam dissipated, Angor finally saw Nausicaa's real body. She was slightly bigger now. A pair of black bat-like wings grew out from her back, a demon tail extended from her tailbone, and her feet turned into hooves. More importantly, her entire body was covered in a thin layer of lightning. It was as if there were countless shining electric snakes swimming around her body. As I said, I'm going to change a lot. This is the mutated form of a nether demon. Nausicaa chuckled. Her face remained the same, but the mutated parts of her body gave her a demonic, depraved look. Ever since I absorbed the nether demon bloodline, I've never used it fully in a battle. Be careful. With that, Nausicaa flapped her wings and flew into the sky. Nausicaa didn't hold back at all since the beginning of the battle. Her spiral runes stirred up violent hurricanes as well as a large amount of lightning. Wind and lightning intertwined with each other, accompanied by sizzling sounds. It was as if Nausicaa had turned into a beautiful lightning succubus. With a simple flick of her finger, lightning bolts appeared and flew toward Angor. Angor moved around the arena, and none of the lightning bolts could hit him. Nausicaa didn't seem to mind though. She kept unleashing her lightning bolts. Beside the arena, Leon thought it was useless at first. Not only was she wasting her mana, but she also couldn't do any harm to Angor. However, when thousands of lightning bolts landed on the ground, Leon gradually realized something was wrong. These lightning bolts were just energy, and they gradually lost their physical form after touching the ground. However, the lightning bolts remained on the arena and intertwined with each other to form a net of electricity on the ground. When Angor moved to the last layer to dodge, he was covered by the net as soon as he landed. In an instant, Angor's body was covered in lightning bolts. Leon looked worried, but it didn't last long. The lightning bolts didn't seem to do any real harm to Angor. Nausicaa narrowed her eyes when she saw Angor moving freely among the lightning bolts. Nausicaa knew the lightning bolts wouldn't do much harm to Angor. However, she didn't expect Angor to be able to resist them all with his physical strength without using any supernatural means. This was beyond Nausicaa's expectation. However, she didn't show any change in expression. The lightning bolts on the arena weren't her last resort. Nausicaa quickly changed her strategy. She gathered the lightning bolts around her and combined them with the hurricane to form a small lightning ball. The ball was only the size of a baby's fist at first. However, as more lightning bolts gathered around it, it quickly grew to a shocking size. The lightning ball was dozens of meters long, and its diameter was already the widest part of the arena. Wind and lightning bolts moved together. Nausicaa controlled the lightning ball with one hand as if she was the god of thunder. With a loud shout, the lightning ball fell from the sky. The white light blinded everyone's eyes. Leon could only hear the sound of electricity spreading in the air. He had no idea what was happening in the arena. When the light dissipated, Leon quickly looked at the arena. The change was obvious. A dome covered the arena like a force field. Inside the dome, lightning bolts danced wildly. Nausicaa also landed on the arena and stared at Angor, who was not far away. So the lightning ball didn't hurt you. Your body is stronger than I thought, Nausicaa said with a serious look. Your lightning balls weren't meant to do direct damage, were they? Just for this dome? Angor looked at the dome and somehow remembered the dome in Sleepless City. Yes. As a bloodline user, Nausicaa didn't think several long-range lightning attacks were enough to defeat Angor. She obtained a talent related to electricity from her nether demon bloodline. She created this dome because she could maintain a flow of electricity inside the dome for a certain period of time. In other words, when she was inside the dome, all of her attacks would carry the element of electricity. Watch out. I won't hold back. With that, Nausicaa began to move. The two figures collided with each other in an instant. Leon could no longer see what was going on in the arena. Even Sean frowned. It was also the first time Sean saw Nausicaa going all out. After activating her bloodline mutation, she could move as fast as a short-distance teleport. What surprised Sean even more was that Angor was able to keep up with Nausicaa's speed using only his physical strength. Was Angor planning to fight Nausicaa head-on using his bloodline mastery? The sound of thunder kept coming from the stage. Towards the end, Xianxia couldn't see the situation of their battle clearly. Looking at the ceiling, one could see countless lightning bolts, wind, and sand swirling in the air. It was a shocking sight. He could hear the roar of wind and thunder, as well as the sound of flesh hitting flesh. Leon couldn't see what was going on in the arena, but he was still paying attention to it. He was worried about Angor's condition, and he saw a new path in the arena. The path of bloodline supernaturals. Both Nausicaa and Angor were showing him the future of bloodline. This was a path full of imagination, full of variables, and full of flesh and blood. Leon felt as if countless bubbles of inspiration were popping up in his head. He couldn't see anything, but the sounds of fighting were like musical notes that stimulated his inspiration. He couldn't help but be fascinated by the music. On the other side, Angor could feel that Nausicaa's every attack was accompanied by lightning bolts. Nausicaa was very good at manipulating electricity. She didn't just send electricity into Angor's body. She also used her rapier to damage Angor's body. She could also use electricity to create all kinds of traps. At the same time, Angor also felt that Nausicaa was getting stronger every time she got close to him. Perhaps she could also use electricity to stimulate her muscles and increase her destructive power. She could inflict damage and negative effects on her enemies, but she could also improve herself. This reminded him of a certain supernatural concept, arcane domain. Law domain was a law domain. Nausicaa couldn't achieve it as an apprentice. However, her lightning dome was very similar to law domain in some ways. It could even be called the prototype of a domain. Angor was amazed. He didn't need to ask to know what Nausicaa's goal was. Becoming a legendary. This was because only legendary magi could have a complete law domain. While admiring Nausicaa's determination, Angor was also glad that he could continue to be Nausicaa's companion. There were too many people in the wizarding world who became supernaturals but still called themselves supernaturals to distinguish themselves from ordinary mortals. But the things they did seemed to be willing to be ordinary. He said that the truth was the future, but his actions were completely different. The vision is there, and if you don't realize it, it's just an empty dream. But if you're already walking in that direction, then it's a fixed goal. Clearly, she was already working on it. After about 10 minutes of fighting, Nausicaa suddenly stepped back and stopped. She flapped her wings and hovered in the air. The thin sword in her hand flashed with electricity, and her long, wavy hair was also making threatening gestures in the electricity. Even so, it did not affect her beauty at all. In fact, she was full of a different kind of charm. I'm done. Sean and Leon looked at her in confusion. I've already done my best. Although I still have some bloodline talents that I haven't used, they won't be able to change the outcome of this battle. From the beginning to the end, you didn't use any power other than your physical body. And if I'm not mistaken, you haven't activated your bloodline yet, have you? Sean did not believe Nausicaa's words. How could Nausicaa's body be so strong without activating her bloodline? How was that possible? Sean couldn't help but look at Leon. As Angor's brother, Leon should know something, right? However, Leon was also in a state of shock. He did not know much about Angor's skills. As far as he knew, Angor was an illusionist, so his body should not be that strong. But it seemed that was not the case. Angor shrugged. I didn't activate my bloodline. My bloodline, well, I guess you can call it a bloodline talent. It has nothing to do with physical strength. His body was already as strong as it could get. Even if he did activate his bloodline, it would only affect his right eye. It would not affect his body at all. Of course, if he used his phantom limbs, his defense or attack would be stronger. However, the phantom limbs were like exoskeletons, which did not affect his body's strength. Nausicaa quickly thought of all kinds of bloodlines she could think of. She did not know many bloodlines that did not increase one's physical strength. However, the fact that the bloodline could strengthen his body to such an extent meant that the bloodline itself was of a very high level. Nausicaa thought for a while but could not come up with an answer. Can I know what bloodline you used? Nausicaa felt it was a little rude, but she couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Angor glanced at Sean and curled his lips. He sent a voice transmission to Nausicaa's ears. Nausicaa was shocked. Angor did not tell her what bloodline he used, but he did mention a place. The Nightmare Realm. Angor could not tell her the details of his bloodline projection, but he did not need to hide the fact that it came from the Nightmare Realm. As a matter of fact, only a small number of people knew about Sunder's research on the bloodlines of Nightmare Realm monsters. They were secretive about the Nightmare Realm, but they weren't so secretive about their research that they kept to themselves. Nausicaa had read Expedition into Infinite Planes before, so she knew what kind of place the Nightmare Realm was. Angor's bloodline came from the Nightmare Realm? The strange creatures of the Nightmare Realm might have something to do with Angor's bloodline. Aren't you worried about your bloodline going against it? Nausicaa asked after a long pause. Bloodline apprentices already had all kinds of countermeasures and methods to reduce the risk of bloodline fusion. Even so, bloodline conflicts could still happen, which could lead to failure in the best case, or the complete destruction of one's own bloodline. The nightmare bloodline he chose was not recorded in the bloodline tome. Assimilating an unknown bloodline into one's body was a great risk that was beyond imagination. Angor chuckled. I'm fine now, aren't I? Nausicaa saw the hesitation in Angor's eyes and knew that he had something to hide. She sighed in her mind and did not ask further. You've been suppressing your power, haven't you? Can I sense your true power now? Nausicaa asked. At least, I need to know how big the gap between us is. Angor considered and nodded. Okay. Nausicaa looked both nervous and expectant. Outside the arena, Xian and Leon were also waiting with bated breaths. Angor slowly clenched his fist and swung it at a certain direction without doing anything unnecessary. There was a loud rumbling sound, everyone felt as if they were hallucinating. They saw dark clouds and thunderbolts falling from the sky. On the arena, the remaining electric current on the ground suddenly disappeared. At the same time, a tremendous force rushed to the edge of the arena. A soft bang sound was heard. The lightning dome created by Nausicaa was punctured. After piercing through the dome, this force spread out for more than 10 meters before slowly dissipating. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. After a while, Nausicaa looked at Angor, who was still shrouded in mist. Is that your real power? Angor hesitated a little and nodded. He did not use his full power. However, compared to the previous suppression, he did use his usual strength. Nausicaa sighed deeply. I think I know how Dave feels now. When it came to alchemy, Dave was beaten to a pulp. Now, Angor was ready to crush his peers in terms of physical strength. Nausicaa was a little disappointed that her lightning dome could not withstand Angor's punch. But she also felt lucky. At least she could see the shortcomings of the lightning dome, and there was still room for improvement. Angor was glad to see Nausicaa asking about his previous strength and how to improve the lightning dome. This was why he agreed to let Nausicaa use his real power. Other people might not be able to recover from such a setback. But Nausicaa was different. She would find a way to improve herself and find a way to improve herself. The more setbacks she faced, the more perfect and charming she would become. A moment later, there was a soundproof room attached to the arena. Nausicaa, Xian, and Angor sat opposite each other in the soundproof room. First, they talked about their recent experiences. Most of the time, Angor listened to Nausicaa's explanation. He did not speak much since his experience was already recorded in the magazine. Nausicaa spent some time at the Fey continent, some overseas trips, and some time at Blackberry Waters. According to her own description, she was having a great time. As for the most dangerous part, which was the bloodline, Nausicaa only briefly mentioned, it was a little difficult. There were some accidents, but I solved them all. Angor did not believe in a little or a little. After all, it was a very powerful nether demon bloodline. If Nausicaa chose such a powerful bloodline for the first time, it would still be very dangerous even if she took various measures to reduce the risk. However, Nausicaa did not plan to tell them about it. Since the result was good, there was no need to worry about it. By the way, do you know where Xylem is? Angor suddenly asked. I heard from Dave that he's going to join the Rising Star competition and is already at Floating Mech City. Did you see his mother? Nausicaa and Xian exchanged a strange look when they heard Salem's name. He's at Floating Mech City, but what? Angor looked at Xian in confusion. Nausicaa looked at the clock on the wall. Judging by the time, he should be going to the business street soon. How about this? I'll take you to see him later. Speaking of which, I think it's his change that will surprise you. Sean nodded. To be more precise, it's not Salem's change. It's his book. Nausicaa took out her long-handled pipe and took a deep puff. By the way, I forgot to ask. What are you going to do this time? The Rising Star competition? I don't think so. You're still at the center of public opinion. Or do you have other plans? There is something I need to tell you. Angor's lips twitched. His voice was wrapped in energy and reached Sean and Nausicaa's ears at the same time. Leon was still wondering why Angor suddenly stopped talking. When he was about to look at Angor, he suddenly noticed that Nausicaa and Sean were looking at him. They seemed to be sizing him up. This is my brother, Leon Pat. He just joined the wizarding world not long ago, and he's a bloodline wizard. Angor briefly introduced Leon's information. Leon was puzzled. Why did Angor suddenly tell him about himself? I see. Nausicaa nodded and said, I see. Sean glanced at Leon from head to toe and nodded. If you're the one who asked for it, I'll do it. Sean straightened her back and patted her chest. Don't worry. He'll be fine as long as he stays with me. I'll take care of him. Hearing this, Leon finally couldn't help but ask in confusion, what are you talking about? Nausicaa flicked her hair away from her face and let out a puff of smoke. Let your brother explain it to you. Angor looked at Leon with a guilty look and explained his plan in a low voice. It all started from last night. Due to the strange situation at Dark Castle, they didn't need to wait for Dark Castle's reply. In other words, they could leave at any time. There was no time to lose. Sunders meant they should leave within these 2 days. He planned to stay in Floating Mech City for a while so that he could help Leon make more friends and expand his network. At the same time, he could also watch some of Leon's matches in Sky Tower to help Leon learn his weaknesses. When everything was on the right track and Dark Castle sent him a message, Angor and Sunders would leave for Dark Castle. However, things always changed. They didn't expect Dark Castle to lose contact with them for a long time. Angor's plan was ruined. He came to Nausicaa not only to expand his network, but also to ask Nausicaa and Sean to take care of Leon while he was away from Floating Mech City. When Leon heard this, he finally understood. He chuckled. Angor already told him that he might have to stay in Floating Mech City and participate in the competition alone. I already knew this and agreed to join the Rising Star competition. Of course I'm prepared for it. Leon sighed helplessly. You've arranged me too clearly. It's as if you're the elder brother. Don't worry, since I've chosen this path, I've already made all the preparations. Leon knew that wizardry was a lonely path. If he couldn't even take the first step, how could he stand on his own? How to reach further into the future, Angor nodded in response. But he was still a little worried about Leon's safety. If Leon had joined the wizard organization through normal means, then he would have studied and trained in the wizard organization before finally joining the new star competition. Of course, he wouldn't be worried. This was because the transcendent world was an extremely chaotic and dangerous circle. Many things needed to be established bit by bit based on common sense and knowledge. Sometimes, if one were to accidentally say something wrong, it could lead to misfortune. Therefore, while it might not be best to follow the prescribed routine, it was the fastest way to adapt to life in the adept world. But it was an accident that Leon became a talent. Even though he was already a supernatural, he spent years at the old Earth. His mind was still more like a normal person's. This was his first time coming into contact with the wizarding world. He had already force-fed Leon some of the rules, but he was still worried. After all, Leon was his only living blood relative. Are you still living in Mr. Phantom's manor? Nausicaa suddenly asked. Angor nodded. Then let Leon stay at Fangling Tavern. We're staying there now, said Nausicaa. You and Mr. Phantom are both the center of attention now. It's better for Leon to get out of the limelight as soon as possible. Also, since Leon is going to Sky Tower for training, I can talk to him about fighting techniques. Angor glanced at Leon. Leon's eyes were already shining. He didn't care about being the center of attention. Nausicaa's talking about fighting techniques really excited him. Angor nodded to Nausicaa. Thank you for your help. Nausicaa took off her glove and showed Angor her mechanical arm. She didn't say anything, but her intention was clear. When Angor gave her the mechanical arm, he didn't expect anything in return. She didn't want anything in return. There was no such thing as trouble. Angor chuckled and changed the topic. Speaking of which, you can choose to transplant the arm now, right? Are you going to keep it with you forever? Nausicaa nodded nonchalantly. Yes, I can. But for now, my lightning dome still needs the spiral rune inside the mechanical arm. So I don't plan to do that yet. Also, you saw my fight with the slug, right? Sometimes, I can use this arm to win unexpected victories. Nausicaa was quite used to it. She might change it in the future, but it wasn't necessary for now. If that's the case, I'll check if the arm is damaged and improve it, Angor said. Nausicaa didn't refuse. The arm wasn't damaged at all, but it would be better if it could be improved. They chatted for a while longer before it was time to rent the arena. They didn't renew the contract and left the Tower of Infinity. Since Leon would be staying at Fragrant Tavern later, Nausicaa asked Xian to go back and talk to the owner of Lumber Tavern. Xian gave Angor a reluctant look, but she still turned around and left. Nausicaa took Angor and Leon to the busiest street in Floating Mech City, the business district. I saw a strange expression on your face when you and Xian were talking about Xylem. Did something happen to his body after fusing with the Azure bloodline? Angor asked as they walked. The Azure bloodline was an unknown bloodline in the southern wizarding region. No one knew what would happen to those who fused with it. Nausicaa shook her head. I don't know what kind of changes his bloodline will bring to him. He hasn't shown it yet. Salem's body didn't change, but... Nausicaa recalled the Dark Codex and felt a headache coming on. Never mind. You'll know when you see him. The business district of Floating Mech City consisted of several main streets. Nausicaa led them to the deepest part of the city. On their way, Leon was dazzled by the prosperity of the city. There were all kinds of floating pavilions, all kinds of shops and cruising airships, and alternate planes connected by stairways to heaven. Buildings of different styles could be found here, and the place was bustling but not chaotic. Angor was already shocked by the prosperity of Floating Mech City when he first saw it. However, he was even more shocked when he saw the details of the city in person. Leon now realized that there was a huge gap between mortals and supernaturals even though they lived in the same world. Even if it was just one city, it could be seen that the gap between them was almost insurmountable. Leon couldn't help but sigh. If only Gru Town could be built like this. He didn't say it out loud, but he still heard it. It wasn't easy to change Gru Town into something like this. However, building a city like this in the Dream Wasteland wouldn't be too difficult. Now that the experiment area in Foundation City was working well, he also planned to build a new city. Using the Dream Whelp to drag Floating Mech City into the Dream Wasteland wasn't practical. However, building a floating city in the Dream Wasteland shouldn't be too difficult. As he pondered, he suddenly heard beautiful music coming from somewhere. Nausicaa also stopped walking. We're here. He looked up and saw a large road sign in front of him. Munchi's Magic Material Street. He was surprised. This was the most prosperous street in Floating Mech City. All the rare magic materials and treasures from the general plane were gathered here. He was planning to visit this street when he came to Floating Mech City. However, he didn't expect to come here in such an unexpected way. What's Xylem doing here? Does he need to buy magic materials? Angor was confused. Nausicaa shook her head. No, he doesn't. The only reason he's here is because most of the customers in this street are rich. Angor looked at Nausicaa in confusion. Did she mean Xylem was doing business here? Can you hear the music? Angor nodded. The music came from a saxophone. As an expert in music, Angor could tell that this gentle and beautiful music was played by a very skilled player. In fact, the saxophone had already reached the pinnacle of mastery. The bustling market gradually quieted down as the music played. The pedestrians all walked with light footsteps, for fear of disturbing the person playing the instrument. Angor could tell that something was wrong. Let's go. If the music is playing, it means Xylem is nearby. Nausicaa led the way. But just like the people around her, her steps were much lighter. Under the gentle breeze, the thin clouds lingered on the streets. Along with the melodious music, a sense of tranquility rose in the hearts of the people who passed through Munchi's magic material street. Angor, like everyone else, was quietly watching the man playing the saxophone by the fountain. This was a young man in a black tuxedo. His hair was slightly long and curly. As the music played, his body swayed gently to the rhythm. The young man was immersed in his own music as if he had blocked out all information from the outside world. He was the only one left in the world. The rhythm of the music became more and more free. It was just like the aura of the performer, free and unrestrained. He must be a great musician in the past. Leon sighed in a low voice. He did not have any talent in music, but as a noble, he was as good as Angor when it came to music. Angor and Nausicaa did not respond to Leon's comment. Nausicaa only smiled without saying anything. She knew who the man was. He was not a musician. In fact, he was not even a human. Angor did not say anything because he was distracted by something else. When the young man reached the climax of his music, he felt something moving in his chest. Angor quickly shifted his attention away from the music and focused on his chest. Because, Toby, sleeping soundly in his breast pocket. He carefully observed Toby, but to his disappointment, Toby didn't do anything else after that. If it were not for his extraordinary memory, he would have thought that everything was just an illusion. Toby did move a little. Was it because of the music, or something else? Angor counted in his mind, and the music stopped. No matter how beautiful the music was, it had to come to an end. This 10-minute-long performance made all the audience feel hearty. There was no doubt that the young man's talent was recognized by everyone. Leon even wanted to go up and make friends with the young man who played the saxophone. However, when Leon could not hold back his desire, he suddenly noticed that the audience around him were all leaving. They all moved away from the young man as fast as they could, as if they were afraid of getting involved with him. Leon was confused. Shouldn't they be cheering for the young man's performance? Why did they all run away? The next second, Leon got the answer. The music artist, who had previously looked carefree and unrestrained, slowly took out a basin from behind him. Then, with a smile on his face, he placed the basin in front of a person nearby. His intention was obvious. He was clearly asking for money. There was a look of regret on that person's face, as if he regretted that he didn't leave immediately. When the young man kept shaking the basin, he sighed and took out a small piece of magic crystal that had been cut and placed it in the basin. Then, without hesitation, he turned around and left quickly. This is a street performer? Leon was dumbfounded. How could such a great musician be reduced to a street performer in a transcendent world? Furthermore, looking at his expression, he seemed to be taking it for granted. After the young man got a small magic crystal, he grinned. He turned around to look for his next target, but when he turned around, he realized that everyone around him was gone. With the fountain where he stood as the center, there was no one within a radius of 10 meters. Hey, is there a need to run so fast? The young man frowned and muttered, if it wasn't for the new star competition, who would run out to cheat? Cough, play. The young man's words made the people around him shake their heads. A few days ago, some people knew that he was going to participate in the new star competition. They thought that they could make friends with a talented person and give him some money. In the end, they went to watch the new star competition carefully and found that this guy didn't play at all. Obviously, when he said that he was going to participate in the new star competition, he was wrapping a layer of sugar around his begging. For those who gave him money, what was inside the sugar was not sugar, but poop. The young man sighed for a long time. Seeing that he couldn't find anyone to ask for money, he could only put away his saxophone sadly and whispered, "It seems that I have to move next time." When the others saw the young man's dejected look, they couldn't help but feel refreshed. This guy relied on playing the saxophone to extort so many magic crystals during this period. They were also envious of him. This time, no one was fooled. Looking at the young man's dejected look, it was very refreshing. When the onlookers were secretly cheering, a sloppy-looking middle-aged man suddenly came in front of the young man. The young man was stunned. His eyes flashed with joy, and he took out the basin that he had just put away in his bag with a rogue look. Seeing this scene, someone couldn't help but shout, "Hey, hurry up and leave. This guy is extorting." However, the middle-aged man didn't care. Instead, he looked at the swaying basin in front of him and slowly stretched out his hand. A sparkling and translucent magic crystal appeared in his palm and rolled into the basin with a crisp sound. It's actually a complete magic crystal? When the surrounding people saw this, they couldn't help but shake their heads. Even if he was rich, he wouldn't be so wasteful. However, what surprised them was yet to come. The tinkling sounds kept coming from the basin. It was like a beautiful musical scale resonating in harmony at this moment. 1, 2, 10, more than 20 magic crystals fell into the basin in one go. The basin that had never been full in the past was not only full today, but also piled up to a sharp corner. Under the sunlight, the corners of the magic crystals shone with colorful rainbow light. This made the onlookers who saw this scene jealous instantly. The pleasure they felt when seeing the young man's weak state disappeared at this moment, leaving only intense jealousy. Not only the onlookers, but also the young man himself was a little surprised. This seems a little. The young man forced himself to swallow the last word a little. It was rare to meet a spendthrift, and he couldn't let it go so easily. Here are 30 magic crystals. As long as you play one more song, and it's the same as before, I'll give you another 30 magic crystals. The middle-aged man, who was Angor, looked at the somewhat familiar man in front of him and slowly said. The young man swallowed his saliva. Just play one more song and I'll double it. As a book spirit with principles, his rule was to set up a stall every 3 days and only play one song each time. This way, he wouldn't attract the attention of the enforcers. My rule is to only play one song. The young man paused and then said, but since I met a soulmate, one more song won't hurt. What were principles? Could they be eaten? What were rules? Weren't rules meant for people to break? The young man quickly knelt under the charm of the magic crystals and picked up the saxophone again. Under the jealous gazes of the onlookers, he changed himself from a scoundrel to a dashing artist again. Melodious music began to play. Angor seemed to be listening, but all his attention was focused on something in his chest pocket. At the same time, in a dark alley of Munchi's magic material street hundreds of meters away, a young man was leaning against a mottled wall and reading a magazine in his hand under the faint light of a gas lamp hanging on the wall. When he heard the music, the young man suddenly looked up with a puzzled expression. Angor could clearly see the young man's face under the light. It was Xylem, the man they were looking for. Huh? Why did Dark Dan play again? Xylem frowned. He had been immersed in the magazine, but he still diverted some of his attention to the outside world. Not long ago, Black Cannon had played a song, and this was the second time he had played it. Dark Dan was a very principled book spirit. Why did he break his own rules? Could it be that something happened to Dark Codex? Xylem suddenly became worried. At first, Xylem objected when Dark Dan said that he wanted to sell his art. He was afraid that he would offend the law enforcers. Setting up a stall without a license was a very scary thing. However, Dark Codex had promised him that he would be careful, so Xylem agreed to do it. Xylem set up his stall several times, and Dark Dan did not make any mistakes. They also did not attract any law enforcers, so Xylem was relieved. But now, Dark Dan broke his own rules. There must be a reason behind it. Xylem was a little worried. After thinking for a while, he put away the magazine that he had read over and over again. Then, he quickly walked out of the alley and walked towards the source of the music. When he reached the fountain, he saw a middle-aged man standing in front of Dark Dan. Xylem was still wondering who this person was. Was it because of Dark Melody's second performance? At this moment, he felt someone pat him on the shoulder. When the song was over, Angor showed a disappointed look. He thought Toby would feel something from the concert. After all, Toby's favorite hobby was music, apart from beautiful clothes. However, Toby did not react when Angor finished the same song. Perhaps what happened before was really just an accident. Angor gave the young man the magic crystals he promised. This scene made the eyes of the surrounding people turn red with envy. Although the people who came to Munchi Magic Material Street had some savings, magical crystals didn't fall from the sky. They couldn't just give a stranger 60 magical crystals at once. After Angor paid the money, he looked at the young man who was about to leave. Play me another song, preferably in a different style. Still 30 crystals. The young man paused and looked at Angor in surprise. The others also looked at Angor as if they were looking at an idiot. One of them hurriedly took out something from his shop and said to Angor, "I have the latest version of the Phantom Box. It's not made by that music box sorcerer, but it has Angor City of Sky and Alice, which only showed up briefly in the auction. Don't ask him to play for you. Come to my shop, and I'll play them for you. I don't need 30 crystals. Just 10 crystals for each song." Angor glanced at the man who spoke to him. Did he think he was an idiot? Angor ignored the man's sincere invitation and kept looking at the young man, waiting for his response. The young man had a conflicted expression on his face. He stole a glance at the sky. 2 figures were about to descend from the thin clouds. Judging from their uniforms, they should be members of the law enforcement team responsible for the safety of Moonshi's Magic Material Street. The reason why the law enforcers did not give him any trouble was because he did not cross the line. Today, he played twice in a row, which meant he had crossed the line. If he kept playing, the law enforcers would definitely come looking for him. The young man gave Angor a regretful look. "I really want to play for you, Jean, but I have something more important to do today. If you really want to hear me play, Jean, you can come back the day after tomorrow." His words sounded nice, but to the others, they meant something else. "I really want to get more money from you, but the law enforcers are coming. I have to run. How about we set a time and a place, and I'll trick you again next time." "How shameless." The others shook their heads and cursed. Angor did not have the time to wait for another 3 days. He would probably leave today or tomorrow. Of course he would not agree. He wanted to say something else, but Nausicaa walked to him and whispered, "Don't waste your money. I know this guy. What music do you want to hear? I'll ask him to play later." The young man looked at Nausicaa and narrowed his eyes. This idiot knows Nausicaa? While he was still wondering, he saw Salem's gloomy expression in the distance. "Why is Salem here? Look at his eyes. Does he know me too?" But she had never been separated from Salem. She had never seen him before. The law enforcers arrived from the sky. Seeing this, the young man rushed into the crowd, grabbed Salem, and ran deeper into the crowd, regardless of his doubts. When Angor looked back, the young man was already gone. But he also noticed that the young man beside the young man looked familiar. A moment later, inside a dimly lit restaurant, Angor looked at Salem, who was sitting across from him, and the alluring woman beside him. If he did not see her change with his own eyes, he would never believe that the woman who hugged Salem's arm and begged for mercy was the young man who played the saxophone by the fountain. "Dark Diane, let go of me." Salem shook off Dark Diane's hand and blushed. "Change your look, and give Angor my money back. Now." Dark Diane looked at Salem with a wronged expression. "I can change my look, but I worked so hard to get the money." Before Dark Codex could finish, Salem added, "I tricked him." Seeing that Salem didn't buy it, Dark Vivian looked at Angor expectantly. She was hoping that Angor would refuse to take the crystal back. Angor glanced at Nausicaa and saw her expression saying, "See? That's how it is." Angor now understood why Nausicaa and Sean always looked weird when talking about Salem. It was not because of Salem, but because of this Dark Diane. Dark Diane was not a difficult person to accept. However, when Angor recalled that Dark Diane was Salem's favorite book spirit, he felt strange. Among all spirits, book spirits were the most stable. This Dark Diane, on the other hand, was not easy to explain. Seeing that Dark Diane did not move, Salem decided to ignore Dark Diane and spoke to Angor with an apologetic look. "I'm sorry for the trouble. Angor, if you want to listen to any music, I can ask him to play for you right now." While speaking, Salem took out 60 magic crystals from his wallet and placed them in front of Angor. "I don't need magic crystals." Angor shook his head. "I have my reasons for giving them away." Reasons? Everyone was curious about why Angor suddenly spent so much money on Dark Codex's performance. Angor briefly explained Toby's condition. He did not mention the taste disaster and only mentioned that Toby was unconscious because of an unknown curse. As you all know, Toby loves music. He's been unconscious for months. I saw that he reacted to Dark Diane's music, so I asked him to continue. To Angor, Toby's reaction was much more important than the few magic crystals he had to pay for it. Before Xylem could say anything, Dark Codex jumped out and gave Xylem a meaningful look. See, this is what I got for my hard work. Before Xylem could say anything else, Dark Diane's body flashed and transformed from a seductive woman into an elegant middle-aged man. Dark Diane stood up and bowed to Angor gracefully. Since it's because of Toby, I'll start playing now. I hope Toby will feel better. While speaking, Dark Diane took Salem's magic crystals from the table and put them into his pocket. Before Xylem could lose his temper, Dark Diane took out his saxophone, stood aside, and began to play without any distractions. One song after another, each with a different style. Everyone was immersed in the melodious music. After an unknown amount of time, Dark Diane stopped playing. Angor shook his head. Toby didn't move. Maybe I was just imagining things. Seeing the sadness in Angor's eyes, everyone wanted to comfort him, but they did not know where to start. I'll be fine. I'll leave soon because of Toby. Angor looked at Xylem and changed the topic. Speaking of which, I'm very interested in what you've been through recently. You've changed a lot. The change Angor was talking about was not only because of Dark Diane, but also because of Xylem himself. When Xylem left Brood Cavern alone, he was still a beginner apprentice. In just a few years, he broke through a small barrier and reached the level of a level 2 apprentice. This level of skill was already considered top-notch among those of the same generation. Xylem was going to talk about the magic crystals, but since Angor already said so, he decided not to. Instead, he replied, I've been training in the Richland Kingdom all these years. Xylem told Angor about his experience. Just like Nausicaa, Xylem only talked about his experiences in general, and he only talked about the things that were beneficial to him. As for the really dangerous things, Xylem only talked about them vaguely. Xylem also revealed some secrets when he talked about the Azure bloodline that had fused into his body. It was not easy to fuse with the Azure bloodline. It required some very strict prerequisites. Xylem did not know about these prerequisites until he fused with the Azure bloodline. Xylem did not meet most of the prerequisites. But he was lucky because he met the most important prerequisites for activating the Azure bloodline. There was a possession that connected their minds, auras, and blood. The thick book that Xylem carried with him every day was his item of sustenance. In the end, Xylem was lucky enough to fuse with the Azure bloodline. However, because he did not meet some prerequisites, he did not receive the complete body of Sage. However, with the help of his incomplete body of the Sage, Xylem had successfully enlightened his thick-shelled tome into a spirit. It was now Dark Diane. After telling his story, Xylem asked about Angor's experience. Most of Angor's stories were recorded in the magazine, but many details were missing. Angor decided to fill in the gaps and retell his experience in the Abyss Plane. For example, how he met Fafnir, the Abyss Wind Dragon, and how he got involved with Odurklas and obtained his mark. Angor described everything briefly, only leaving out some sensitive details. The others did not ask for more details. Angor had his own reasons for not telling them what he knew. This was the first time Leon heard Angor's story. Angor didn't mention anything dangerous about it. However, as an apprentice, Angor didn't lose his composure when facing a monster as powerful as a level 3 Truthfinder. Instead, he acted as a medium between the two dragons, creating a kind of balance between them. It was hard to imagine how terrifying it must have been. No one else could do that. When they finished talking, the sky outside the window was already red. It was the color of the sunset, which looked even more beautiful in the sky. They were excited to see their old friends again, but life still had to go on. My dear master, I know you don't want to end this conversation, but I have to remind you that you still have half an hour before your next match. It's your promotion match on the 6th level of Tower of Infinity. If you give up now, you'll lose half of your points, Dark Diane warned. Xylem stayed until there were only 10 minutes left before he reluctantly bid farewell to Angor. After saying goodbye to Xylem, Angor and Leon planned to follow Nausicaa to Fragrant Pavilion to check if there was anything that needed to be improved on the arm. But before that, Angor needed to do something first. He needed to buy materials. Angor already had a lot of materials, but he did not buy them for himself. He needed them for Nausicaa's mechanical arm, and for the sole materials Boboda asked him to buy. It just so happened that they were currently at Munchi's Magic Material Street. After leaving the restaurant, they walked along Magic Material Street. It was Leon's first time visiting a city in the wizarding world, so he was curious about the shops run by supernaturals. While following Angor's lead, they kept looking at the shops along the street. One of the shops caught his attention. It was a strange-looking iron house with two symmetrical chimneys on the roof, which looked like two ears. The shop sign was also quite interesting. There was an outline of a cat's ear at the front. At first glance, it looked quite cute. Bloodline training ground for long ears? Leon looked at the words on the sign. Leon could understand these phrases individually, but when they were put together, he was a little confused. What was this shop for? Leon suddenly heard a hoarse voice beside him. He turned around and saw Nausicaa talking to him. Leon. Is it okay if I call you Leon? Leon nodded. You're interested in this shop? Nausicaa looked at the strange-looking bloodline training ground for long ears. I saw the word bloodline on it, so I'm curious, Leon said. This shop specializes in special training for people with bloodlines that have mutated ears. Nausicaa looked at Leon from head to toe. You haven't fused with your bloodline yet, so you can't enter. Even if you do, you won't be able to enter. Nausicaa's words were a little contradictory. Angor pointed at a notice board on the other side of the shop. Leon saw several words clearly written on it, bloodline training ground for long ears only. That's the rule of Munchi's Magic Material Street, Angor said. There are many shops here. If you don't meet certain requirements, you won't even be able to enter. As expected, Leon followed Angor down the stairs and saw that most of the shops had mandatory requirements for entry. Wizard level only, male form not allowed, rune sorcerers only. This was blatant discrimination in front of the shop's entrance. Most importantly, Leon found that as long as there were hard conditions set, he basically did not meet any of them. Apart from these, there were also some ideological ones. For example, Leon saw an alchemy shop with several lines of words written in crimson blood on the door of the shop: "Do not enter my shop, or you will suffer the consequences." The Centra School was the mainstream school of biological alchemy. Of course, even if you agree with the Centrist sect, it's fine as long as you don't show it. In any case, the conditions for this kind of ideology would depend on free evidence. When they reached the middle of Munchi's Magic Material Street, he pointed at a nearby magic material shop and said, "I'm going to buy some materials. Wait for me." If it was in the past, Leon would definitely have followed them in. However, after seeing all the weird requirements of the various shops along the way, Leon learned to look at the door prompts first. Fingernail Alchemy House. Leon first looked at the name of the shop, then turned his gaze and found that there were no restrictions at the entrance. Could it be that this shop doesn't have any requirements to enter? Angor walked to the door and began talking to a wooden puppet in the shape of a human. Leon had no idea what they were talking about. He only knew that they were talking about enchantment. A moment later, the puppet bowed to Angor and pointed inside the shop. "Sir, you've passed the test. Please come in." So this was a test? Leon pondered. Nausicaa explained what was going on. To enter the alchemy house, one had to pass several questions about alchemy knowledge. Otherwise, one would be rejected. Isn't this a shop that sells alchemy materials? Alchemists aren't the only ones who can use them, right? Leon was a little confused. Only alchemists could go in and buy materials? That was too strict. If you're not an alchemist, you can tell the puppet what you want to buy, and it will send someone else to bring it out. Nausicaa paused. But you can't go in. Why? Because these alchemy houses have another function, which is to give alchemists a space to interact with each other. I heard that this fingernail alchemy house has a lot of apprentice alchemists talking inside, Nausicaa explained. There are many other shops like this. I think so. But do I have to go through this test every time? Leon frowned. Wouldn't it be troublesome if he had to do this every time? Nausicaa explained patiently. If you have an ID card from Floating Mech City or Sky Tower, you can go through the test. Once you go in and register, you won't need to go through this test again. I see. Angor didn't show his ID card before. Does he not have one? Nausicaa chuckled. Of course he has an ID card. He just doesn't want to use it. I can't tell you the details. Why don't you ask him yourself when he comes out? Angor did not know that he was about to expose himself in front of Leon. After passing the test of the incense puppet, he walked into the nail alchemy house. Of course, he did not need to do the test. He could simply tell the puppet what he wanted to buy and let it check the stock. However, as an alchemist, he wanted to see the materials with his own eyes. Besides, many rare materials might not be sold without asking the shop owner in person. As soon as he entered the fingernail alchemy house, he was stopped by a short and chubby female apprentice. I don't think I've seen you before. Are you from outside? Although the female apprentice was a little plump, her exposed skin was white and smooth. Coupled with her baby face, she did not look annoying. I don't mean to interrogate you about your background. It's just that from your conversation with Neha, you seem to be on the path of enchantment? Neha was the incense puppet outside. Angor's test was based on his field of expertise. Neha's test was all about enchantment. I just came to Floating Mech City recently, and I'm studying enchantment. Angor tried to walk around her. I'm Boli. I don't mean any harm. I'm also an enchantment apprentice. Boli paused and explained why she stopped Angor. There's a debate going on over there. It's about enchantment and reconciliation. Do you want to join? Angor looked around and saw two groups of people arguing fiercely. Angor thought only alchemists would be involved in such an important debate. But it turned out they were all apprentice alchemists. Among them, there were very few people who stood on the side of enchantment. The Harmony faction had an overwhelming number of people and was mercilessly crushing the small fry. But even so, the enchantment apprentice alchemist didn't surrender. Angor even heard his name being mentioned in the debate. Perhaps they were using him as an example to prove their point. Angor rubbed his nose. This was a strange feeling. Probably because there were too few enchantment apprentices, Boli overheard the conversation between Angor and Neha. She did not care who Angor was and wanted to drag him into the debate. May I? Boli saw that Angor did not respond. Maybe you're not used to this kind of debate. We're all like this in Floating Mech City. Only by thinking can we make progress. What Boli said made sense, but Angor still refused. No, thanks. I have something else to do. Enchantment and reconciliation was a classic debate in tooling. But it was also a difficult debate. The only answer Angor could come up with was that reconciliation had a higher upper limit, while enchantment was easier. Even a master alchemist could not solve such a classic debate, let alone a bunch of apprentice alchemists. Boli was a little disappointed. She wanted to dissuade him, but at this time, a tall and handsome man walked forward. Enchantment is a small path. No matter how many people you pull, it's useless. The man looked at Angor from head to toe as he spoke. The man's greasy clothes and unkempt face made him look unkempt. The man frowned and looked at Angor with disgust. Boli continued, you said reconciliation has a higher upper limit. Then let me ask you, is mystery domain a high upper limit? But give me an example. In the past 1,000 years, has any reconciliation school in the southern wizarding region ever touched mystery domain? No, right? I know you're going to talk about Angor again. He's just an exception. Then there should be an exception for reconciliation? Angor frowned as he listened to the two people arguing about himself in front of him. Actually, he did not think these two people were arguing about the right thing to do. This was because the debate on this kind of classic topic required a clash of thoughts, an elaboration of the density of knowledge, a discussion of technology, and the intertwining of classic cases. In the end, they pulled this kind of topic down from the altar and put it on the level of the market to debate. Angor could see the man's disgust, but he did not feel uncomfortable at all. The man did not say anything too extreme, and Angor was not a hothead who would try to prove himself just because someone looked down on him. He was glad that he rejected Boli's invitation. If he lost his mind and went to argue with them, it would be a real nightmare. Angor ignored the argument and quickly walked to the counter not far away. The man looked at Angor with even more disdain. He couldn't help but snort in disdain. Boli sighed. This foreign apprentice alchemist could have used this chance to join the enchantment circle in floating Mech City, but he rejected her invitation. Now that you've missed the chance, it'll be hard for you to join the circle again. Boli shook her head in disappointment. Welcome, young alchemist. A low and hoarse voice came from the mouth of a small old woman. The old woman had a hunched back, and her height did not even reach Angor's waist. She was wearing a luxurious dress, and her silver hair looked neat and tidy. Her silver hair was held in place by a fan-shaped hairpin that looked like a peacock's tail. This hairpin was very big, about half the size of her head. The peacock plume on it was especially special. It was a piece of brightly colored nail. The nails on the hairpin were exactly the same as the ones on the old woman's hands. The old woman was the owner of Fingernail Alchemy Hut, Granny Fingernail. Angor saw this woman when he first came to Fingernail Alchemy Hut to buy materials. Back then, he already felt that Granny Fingernail was unfathomable. Now that he saw her again, the feeling was still the same. In fact, it was even stronger than before. Angor nodded to Granny Fingernail. Good day. I need some materials that can nourish souls. Granny Fingernail glanced at Angor and handed him a list of items from the counter. Angor picked up the list and checked them one by one. At this moment, Boli, who was on the other side, suddenly exclaimed, "Just now, the list that Granny Fingernail took out seemed to be golden?" The man frowned when he heard Boli's words. How is that possible? You think I'm lying, Louis? Boli glared at the man. I think you're mistaken. Golden lists are usually prepared for high-tier alchemists. How can an apprentice get them? Louis said matter-of-factly. Boli was speechless. She did not know how to respond. Louis was right. Angor was only an apprentice, so there was no way he could get a golden list. She sneaked a peek at the materials on the list and found that they were all extremely valuable materials that could not be used by someone of her level. Could it be that she really saw wrongly? While Boli was still wondering, she heard the middle-aged man speaking to Granny Fingernail. I need 3 standard units of Requiem Stone, a Last Soul Flower, and the bones of someone who has passed away. When he mentioned these materials, Boli and Louis suddenly looked at each other, their eyes filled with disbelief and suspicion. The soul calming stone was one thing, but the following materials were each more amazing than the last, especially the last bones of the dead. It was a top mid-grade magic material. Its effect was comparable to a high-grade magic material. While Boli and Louis were still in shock, the thinkers behind them also noticed the situation. Is he buying materials for another alchemist? Someone whispered. It's a waste for a low-level alchemist to use such materials. I hope Granny Fingernail won't sell them to someone who's too greedy. It's not something you can make at your current level. Give it up. Someone yelled at Angor. However, neither Angor nor Granny Fingernail paid them any attention. It was as if they didn't exist at all. Granny Fingernail, Granny Fingernail. Granny Fingernail nodded and said, yes, please wait for a moment. I'll ask the puppets to go to the storage to get the materials. Granny Fingernail's reply made the person who had made a solemn vow feel embarrassed. While waiting for the puppet to fetch the materials, Angor noticed something interesting on the list. Apart from magic materials, there were also some finished products, such as alchemy potions, perfumes, and even some scrolls made by rune warlocks. However, Angor didn't see any of those scrolls that could be used for alchemy. He looked at the scroll and thought of something. Hey, Granny Fingernail. Do you have any scrolls that can increase luck? Granny Fingernail was busy with something when she heard Angor's question. She looked up and asked, you want a scroll that increases luck? Are you planning to use it in alchemy? However, he wasn't planning to do it in the real world. Instead, he planned to experiment in the dream wasteland when he could do unlimited alchemy. Angor nodded. Granny Fingernail gave Angor a thoughtful look. Because this scene made her feel as if she had returned to over 1,000 years ago in a daze. At that time, there was also a genius alchemist who came to her in high spirits and said to her in an excited tone, I found the way, I found the way. But there were too many obstacles, and I couldn't reach the other side. So I came up with a way. I can use a scroll that increases luck to help me with my alchemy. He happily shared his idea with Granny Fingernail. Granny Fingernail was still young at the time, and she was convinced by him. He brought him to travel the 4 sorcerer worlds and finally found the Scroll of Fortune in the Northern Territory sorcerer world. Angor planned to make the scroll when he returned to the southern region. However, on the way back to the southern domain, he couldn't hold back any longer. In a remote world, he told Granny Fingernail that this place was very comfortable and filled him with inspiration. He was sure that he could make the scroll right away. Granny Fingernail also understood the importance of environment and inspiration. So, she decided to help Angor as his assistant. When the box appeared, a mysterious energy surged into the sky and shrouded the remote world. It was mystery energy. From the very beginning, what he wanted to create was not an ordinary product, but a product that pointed directly to the realm of mystery. With the help of the Scroll of Luck, he succeeded. However, the moment he succeeded was also the moment of his nightmare. This mystery item was different from other mystery items. As soon as it appeared, it began to erode the world around it. It changed the laws, ignored the laws, and created new ones. Before Angor could feel the joy of becoming a mystery alchemist, he was terrified by what he saw. At the last moment, he used up all his strength to send Granny Fingernail away, and he was trapped in the sealed world. He was trapped here forever, unable to escape. Granny Fingernail wanted to save him, but no one could enter that world. All the prophecies pointed to his death. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Later, Granny Fingernail learned from a visitor from the origin world that not all mystery items could be controlled. There were still mystery items that went out of control in this world. And every mystery item that went out of control was a disaster. Angor's box of rebirth also went out of control in the end. Angor didn't know what Granny Fingernail was thinking. "What's wrong, Granny Fingernail? You don't have it here?" Granny Fingernail came back to her senses and shook her head. "Magic scrolls that increase luck are very rare. I don't have any here." Angor wasn't disappointed. He didn't expect to find it so easily anyway. After all, Sunder spent a lot of effort to find it. How could he be so lucky? Angor asked Granny Fingernail because he was inspired by the list. "Do you know where I can find it, Granny Fingernail?" Granny Fingernail stared at him for a while. "I don't know who has it, but I suggest you don't use it for alchemy." "Why?" "Luck is the infinite collapse of all the bad possibilities. The remaining probabilistic choices are the so-called opportunities. However, you might not be able to get what you want from the rest of the choices. Some of the positive opportunities might not be suitable for you, and they might not even be suitable for alchemy." Granny Fingernail paused for a second. "Especially when it's used in alchemy of mystery items." Angor abruptly looked up at Granny Fingernail. The other apprentices also looked at Angor. They had been eavesdropping on Granny Fingernail, and they couldn't help but ask. Why did Granny Fingernail say especially when it comes to mystery items? Did Granny mean that this sloppily dressed middle-aged man was going to refine a mysterious item? But, what right did he have? Is he? Bowley covered her mouth. Bowley didn't say it out loud, but everyone thought of one possibility. There was only one alchemist in the entire southern wizardry region who was close to mystery items. It was Angor, the famous alchemist. Granny Fingernail couldn't be lying, so this was the only possibility left. At the thought of this possibility, everyone's eyes were burning with passion. Even though they were arguing about synthesis and enchantment, and Angor was the representative of enchantment, this didn't stop them from admiring Angor. Lewis, on the other hand, was a little stunned. He could not believe that things were going in such a strange direction. Although he was mumbling, "It should not be possible, right?" However, the scales in his mind began to sway. On the other hand, Angor also realized that Granny Fingernail already knew who he was. Angor was surprised. If Granny Fingernail could see through his disguise, she must be very powerful, or she must be a core member of Floating Mech City. It was possible that she was both. "I'm going to use the Scroll of Luck for alchemy, but I don't plan to make a mystery item yet." Angor spoke slowly. "But I'm curious. You said that using the Scroll of Luck to make a mystery item is risky even if it's a positive opportunity. Why is that?" Since you don't plan to make a mystery item yet, you don't need to know. Granny Fingernail paused. But try not to take too many steps. If you really want to make a mystery item, I hope you can take it step by step until you reach the peak. Granny Fingernail's words and Angor's "I don't plan to make a mystery item yet" were enough to prove his identity. The apprentice alchemists were in an uproar. They were prepared for this, but they still couldn't believe it. Louis couldn't believe his eyes. The man he looked down on just now was a real master alchemist. Bo Li's eyes lit up. No one knew what she was thinking. "Thank you, Granny Fingernail," Angor said politely. Granny Fingernail didn't say anything and misunderstood that Angor was going to use the scroll of luck to craft a mystery item. However, Angor could tell that the granny didn't mean to harm him. Perhaps there was something she didn't want to talk about. Granny Fingernail nodded. "Muse thinks highly of you. I trust him." Angor didn't expect to hear the name Muse from Granny Fingernail. Mediocre Muse, the head of the R&D department. Sunders mentioned something similar not long ago, and now Granny Fingernail said the same thing. But Angor had never met Muse before. Soon, the puppet returned with the materials he needed. Angor put the materials into his bracelet and placed it near Boboda. Then, he bid farewell to Granny Fingernail. Just as he was about to walk to the door, Bo Li, who had stopped him before, blocked his way again. "Excuse me, mister, are you a music box sorcerer?" Bo Li looked at Angor expectantly. Angor's expression darkened. "You've got the wrong person. I'm also an enchantment student. And I'm influenced by you, mister." Bo Li quickly followed after Angor. Again, Angor ignored him and headed for the door. "I really admire your ideals, mister." Angor was speechless. "My ideals? Why don't I know about them? I've already learned the basics of alchemy, and I can control all kinds of experiment tools, including the first alchemy tools developed by the R&D department." Bo Li followed Angor out of Granny Fingernail's alchemy hut. Angor could still hear Bo Li's anxious voice. "Can I learn from you, mister? I can be your assistant, too. I can learn anything." Inside Granny Fingernail's alchemy hut, Bo Li's voice slowly faded away. Louis, who was standing beside Bo Li, hesitated. When he learned about Angor's identity, he wanted to follow Angor like Bo Li. Even though he was a synthesis student, he believed that he could learn a lot from an alchemist who had studied mystery items before. However, he couldn't bring himself to do it. He could only watch the opportunity slip away. Outside Granny Fingernail's alchemy hut, Angor and Nausicaa were about to head to Fragrant Pavilion. What happened? Nausicaa glanced at a young female apprentice who was following behind them. "Why are you tailing us when we're just buying materials?" He didn't look back, but he knew Bo Li was right behind him. He didn't think much of Bo Li. He didn't think it was a good thing to be worshipped, but he didn't think she was bad either. At most, she just annoyed him a little. He considered telling Bori not to follow him. Her shouting could easily expose his identity. Although he didn't intend to hide his identity, he didn't want to reveal his identity in public. However, Bo Li was smart enough to keep her mouth shut after leaving Fingernail's alchemy hut. She followed Angor from a distance without asking for permission. This street was a public area, and he could not force Bo Li to change directions. As a result, it became the current situation where they were hanging from a distance. "Don't mind her." Angor briefly explained what happened in Fingernail's alchemy lab. Nausicaa raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything. However, she couldn't help but compare Angor to Granny Fingernail in her mind. Angor only needed to go to Fingernail's alchemy hut for free, which meant he was quite famous. Judging from Bo Li's attire, she must be an alchemist from Floating Mech City. Even an apprentice alchemist was highly sought after by many wizard organizations. Nausicaa looked at herself and remembered that less than 20 people came to watch her level-up match at the Tower of Infinity. Among them, Angor and Sean were there to watch the match as friends. Nausicaa couldn't help but sigh in her mind. Leon did not understand the twists and turns in this matter. He even asked curiously, "I see that you don't have an assistant in alchemy? You can consider her." Knowledge was precious, and Angor had too many secrets to keep. He couldn't afford to hire a stranger as his assistant. While Angor explained, they arrived at the busiest part of Moonshi's Magic Material Street. Countless people who wanted to show off their individuality and looked for gimmicks in their appearance gathered around this area. Most of them are participants of the Rising Star competition, said Nausicaa. Nausicaa explained, there's the biggest alchemy market around here. You can find tooling and apothecary items in the competition. That's why there are so many people here. Nausicaa paused for a moment. Are you going to take a look at the market, Angor? As a matter of fact, he was quite interested in the alchemy market. However, he did not lack any alchemy materials at the moment. Besides, he also had more valuable ones. Even the body of the demon god's avatar was still in his bracelet. He considered and shook his head. I'll come back next time. Nausicaa didn't say anything else. They headed straight for the market. But when they walked past the market, Angor suddenly felt uncomfortable. It was as if someone was staring at him with a pair of burning eyes. Puzzled, he turned around and saw Boli hanging on the ground not far away from him. Boli was delighted to see Angor looking at her. She thought Angor had something to say to her. Would he accept her as his assistant? With this thought in mind, Boli quickly stepped forward. However, Boli only took 2 steps before she saw something strange in Angor's eyes. At the same time, he frowned. More importantly, Boli noticed that Angor was looking at her, but he wasn't looking at her. He was looking at her from behind. Boli hesitated for a moment and turned her head. Behind her was the entrance to the alchemy market. The contestants who were participating in the Rising Star competition were coming and going, and there were even signs of them rubbing shoulders. However, Boli didn't pay attention to those people. Instead, she noticed 2 people standing at the entrance of the market. Even though everyone else was wearing strange clothes, these 2 people were the only ones who caught Boli's attention. They were the only ones who didn't move. Also, they were giving off an aura that was completely different from the others around them. Both of them looked thin and weak. One of them was quite handsome, but he had a bitter expression on his face. Combined with his malnourished body, he looked like he was about to die. The other man was also very thin and weak. His thin and weak physique was purely that of a sickly person. His skin was so pale that it was colorless, as if it could be blown away by the wind. Boli didn't know why, but when she looked at the 2 of them, especially the frail man, she felt that he looked familiar. However, Boli didn't think too much about it. She was now looking at the weak man carefully. She noticed that the man was looking at Angor with a strange look. His gaze was extremely fervent, as if he was looking at a precious treasure. He was extremely careful and solemn. Boli looked back at Angor, who was also looking at the man. However, compared to the man's joy, Angor's look was a little cold. Who are they? They seemed to know Angor. Boli felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by the 2 pairs of eyes. She was about to walk to Angor's side, but she forced herself to stop. A moment later, under a pair of scorching and cold eyes, Boli still retreated in defeat. She secretly moved to the side and quietly observed the situation. Angor's strange behavior also caught her attention. She followed Angor's gaze and asked, "You know them?" Angor did not say anything. The sickly young man was already walking toward him when Nausicaa asked the question. When he stood in front of Angor, Angor could see the burning look in his eyes. Nausicaa furrowed her brows. Angor and the sickly young man remained silent. But it was the other young man who broke the silence. "What are you doing here, Winchester? Do you know these apprentices?" The sickly young man was Winchester from the Moonfrost Alliance. Of course, it was the alchemist who came to Floating Mech City with him, sugar follower Brofen. Winchester opened his mouth and was about to answer when he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. His blood dripped on the ground and turned into red lava, which melted several small holes in the smooth road. Brofen gave Winchester a disgusted look. "Didn't you just drink the coagulation potion? Why are you puking again?" Winchester replied, "I'm already immune to the potion. I'll be lucky if I can last an hour. Didn't I come with you to improve the coagulation potion?" Brofen took a step back. He didn't actually care if Winchester vomited blood or not, but Winchester was worried that his blood would be used against him by the other extraordinaries, so he would turn his blood into molten lava when it hit the ground. Brofen, on the other hand, was still suffering from the curse of disaster, which caused Winchester's blood to fall on him several times. Brofin didn't know how many times he was scalded, which was why he took a step back when he saw Winchester puking blood. Look away. Don't talk to me. Brofin took another step back. Now answer my question. What are you doing here? Winchester didn't answer Brofin this time. Instead, he looked at Angor. There's something familiar about you. It's captivating. Winchester looked away from Angor's strange face and fixed his gaze on Angor's left earlobe. As far as Angor knew, Brofin was a fat man. But he had seen Brofin's body when he lost weight. When he sensed someone looking at him, he quickly turned around and recognized Brofin and Winchester. However, Brofin didn't seem to recognize him, so why was Winchester's attention focused on him? Could it be that he had seen through the illusion of nightmare? It was only now that he finally understood. Winchester was staring at Angor's earlobe. As a fire metamorphosis user, Winchester didn't recognize Angor at all. Brofin looked at Angor and Winchester in confusion. What are you talking about? Can't you feel it? Winchester stared at Angor. It's very faint, but I sensed it back in Resudran. Even if it's very subtle, I can still sense it. Brofin was still in a daze. He didn't understand what Winchester was talking about, but when Winchester mentioned Resudran, his expression became serious. It's essence fire. Winchester's words trailed off. Essence fire? You're... Brofin looked at Angor in shock. Before Brofin could say Angor, a terrifying aura was released from his body. It didn't matter if it was Angor or not. He had to control him first. As soon as the pressure was released, more than 90% of the people on Magic Material Street went limp and trembled as they looked at the source of the pressure. The others were only affected by the aura, but Angor was at the center of it all. However, Angor didn't lose his ability to move. His expression didn't even change. Nausicaa, who was standing behind Angor, was half-kneeling on the ground. She couldn't fight even if she tried. As for Leon, Angor glanced at him from the corner of his eye. The man had fainted on the ground and was bleeding. He smelled the faint scent of blood in the air and his eyes turned gloomy. Brofin was wondering why Angor didn't seem to be affected by the aura. But when he saw Angor's expression, Brofin suddenly had a bad feeling. Because the curse of disaster had yet to be removed, Brofin was no stranger to these omens. However, there was one thing that he couldn't figure out. Why would a mere change in the expression in his eyes cause a bad omen to appear? We're still under the jurisdiction of Floating Mech City. Aren't you worried about them? A cold voice broke the silence and reached Brofin's ears. Everyone who had been affected but could still barely move turned their gazes over as well. The middle-aged man who was confronting Brofin suddenly began to waver, like smoke being blown away by the wind. As the smoke dissipated, the unkempt and greasy appearance disappeared, revealing a handsome young man dressed in noble attire with meticulous details. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. Although they couldn't speak due to the pressure, their bewilderment was deeply imprinted on their faces. Two things were the hottest topic in Floating Mech City these days. The first one was the Rising Star competition. The second one was Angor, who was widely reported by Firefly's Night Tale. The middle-aged man's true form was none other than Angor. It's Angor, why is he here, who are the two people fighting against him, who are they? Question marks popped up in their minds. Most of them were not optimistic about Angor's current situation. After all, they were talking about wizard-level aura. While they were worrying about Angor's safety, Angor's lips suddenly twitched. He didn't say anything. Instead, he used a voice transmission spell to speak to Nausicaa. Take Leon back to Fragrant Pavilion. I'll come to you later. Before Nausicaa could say anything, she heard Angor's voice again. This time, he wasn't talking to Nausicaa. Instead, he spoke to Brofin in a cold tone. Since the enforcers aren't here yet, I'll do it for you. Brofin's heart began to race. He already had a bad feeling when he sensed Angor's voice transmission spell. Angor was standing right in the center of the aura. Why was he still able to use cantrips? Brofin's bad feeling reached its peak. Brofin was about to say something when Angor suddenly disappeared from his sight. So fast. Brofin thought to himself, but he immediately sensed that something was wrong. He quickly turned around and saw Angor standing behind him without him noticing. Brofin instinctively tried to activate his bloodline, but before he could, Angor's fist was already aiming at his chest. A strong sense of danger made Brofin dodge the attack with all his might. However, even though the fist did not hit his heart, it still hit his stomach. Everyone heard a muffled boom as Brofin was sent flying away like a cannonball. He landed on the ground several dozen meters away, stirring up a cloud of dust. At the same time, Brofin's aura was lifted. However, even without the pressure, no one dared to make a sound. They didn't even dare to move. They all stared at Angor in shock. Many of them were jealous of Angor, and some even hoped that Angor would be punished by Brofin. But now, no one dared to look at Angor in the eyes. How did Angor defeat a wizard so easily? Could it be that he had actually become an official magus? Everyone, including Boli, wondered. Boli finally recognized Brofin when she saw him talking to Winchester. Brofin's sugar follower was quite famous in alchemy circles. However, this was the first time Boli saw Brofin in such a weak state. Since Boli recognized Brofin's identity, she began to worry about Angor. Brofin was a member of Moonfrost Union, which was looking for Angor with great fanfare. Although they used a mild invitation, everyone knew that they were up to no good. Now that Brofin and Angor ran into each other, would Angor be taken away by force? However, Boli did not expect that the final result would be completely unexpected. Angor was not afraid of Brofin at all. He only used one hit to knock Brofin away. Was this really the legendary apprentice Angor they heard about, an apprentice who could cross the barrier and threaten a wizard? Boli stared at Angor in shock. She quickly realized something. Angor did not care about what others thought of him. He was going to chase after Brofin. However, just as he was about to make a move, Winchester blocked his path. Please don't misunderstand, Angor. We just want to. Before Winchester could finish, Angor had already turned into a sharp arrow and dashed toward Winchester's direction with infinite power. If Winchester did not move aside, Angor would not mind fighting him first. Winchester did not move aside. He did not want to fight Angor. He preferred to settle this peacefully. Of course, it would be better if he could study the origin flame for a few days. Now that Angor had made a move, Winchester had to fight back. In Winchester's mind, Angor's successful attack was just a coincidence and Brofin's own bad luck. However, when he actually fought Angor, he realized that this was not the case. Winchester did not use his aura because he could clearly sense that it would not work on Angor. Or rather, it would cost him more energy to do so. It was better to just fight. However, the longer he fought, the more uncomfortable Winchester felt. As a fire changer, he had an advantage when fighting against wizards from the three major organizations. However, it did not work on Angor at all. The main reason was the flame mark on Angor's earlobe. It was the mark of a superior being, which could absorb most fire attacks. Winchester's original plan was to use his own talent to change the attribute of the flame mark. However, after some experiments, he realized that he could not do it. The origin flame was nourishing the mark. Or rather, the origin flame was protecting the mark. Winchester could change the attribute of his fire, but he could not do anything against the origin flame. When he tried to use his fire spell on Angor, the power of the spell was weakened to the extreme. In other words, Winchester's strength was reduced by half when fighting Angor. Angor, on the other hand, had some kind of bloodline that made his body so strong that Winchester could not break it. Besides, Winchester was still coughing up blood from time to time, which affected his fighting ability, so he could not do anything to Angor. However, Angor's body was strong, but he did not have the means to deal with Winchester in a short time. The battle was now in a stalemate. While they were fighting, the others finally dared to move. However, they only ran to the safe zone and did not leave. Instead, they watched the fight with excitement. Nausicaa, on the other hand, looked at the two figures in the sky for a while before she quickly left Monster Street with Leon. Back at the Tower of Infinity, she hoped that Angor would show his strength. She thought that she could catch up to him. But now, it seemed that Angor was holding back. Now, the gap between them was so big that it could not be described with words. Nausicaa did not give up. She was happy for Angor's improvement. But she had her own life to live, and she had different goals as well. There was no need to compare them. Angor sighed in relief when Nausicaa left. He attacked Brofin recklessly for 2 reasons. First, he used his aura on Brofin first. Second, his brother, Leon, was at the center of the aura because of him. Angor was not happy about this, so he attacked first. Now that Nausicaa and Leon were gone, Angor felt a lot more relaxed. Now, whether it was fighting or leaving, he could do either. At the same time, Brofin, who was knocked out by Angor, finally regained his composure. He looked at Angor, who was fighting with Winchester in the distance. His eyes were filled with both surprise and anger. He considered for a moment and decided to release the alchemy creature he created not long ago from his alchemy workshop. Before Brofin could move, someone tapped him on the shoulder. Brofin was startled. He turned around and saw a large man standing behind him. He didn't know when, but the man had appeared. "You're Mad Bear Sabo? Please stop fighting at once. Please stop fighting at once." It was a cold, mechanical voice, but Angor could sense a sense of urgency. The voice came from all the rune monitors in the sky. They were warning Angor and Winchester, who were still in the middle of the battle. "If you don't stop fighting, you'll suffer the consequences." The rune monitors became even more threatening when they saw that Angor and Winchester were still fighting. If this was an ordinary fight, the rune monitors could simply release their energy reserves and take them away. However, they were not ordinary people. Not long ago, the rune monitors tried to enforce the law. Winchester cast a flame and burned dozens of rune monitors into pieces. Angor was even more ruthless. He summoned 3 pairs of hands of spell and destroyed all the rune monitors within 50 meters of him. Still, they were better than Winchester. At least they could still be reassembled. Even the rune monitors could not do anything to these 2 monsters. Angor quickly contacted the law enforcers in charge of the area. To prevent any accidents, he even sent several law enforcers here. A dozen beams of light appeared in the sky above the main city. They were all law enforcers who were wizards or above. They all flew to Munchi's magic material street. "Why are you still standing here? Didn't the magic energy I send out a level 3 warning?" A golden light flashed, and an official wizard wearing a golden robe appeared behind Roxy. Xianxia was the law enforcer in charge of Munchi's magic material street. He floated in the sky and looked at the battlefield in the distance. "Wizard Galki," Xianxia turned around and greeted him. "What's going on?" Galki asked with a serious expression. Xianxia pointed to the distance. "You can see for yourself." While they were talking, the law enforcement captains from the other areas had arrived. They did not rush in because a level 3 warning meant that there was a conflict between wizards. As long as it involved wizards, there would be danger. They stopped beside Xianxia and decided to observe the situation first. However, they all froze when they saw what was going on. If I'm not mistaken, one is Burning Blood Flame Winchester, and the other is, that music box sorcerer Angor? Yes. Xianxia nodded. Everyone remained silent. These 2 were not easy to deal with. One of them was a wizard from the Moonfrost Union, while the other was a potential seed of the Moonfrost Union. They all knew that Moonfrost Union was looking for Angor. Now, Angor had shown up and fought against Winchester. What was going on? That's not why Angor is here. Didn't you notice that Angor and Winchester were evenly matched? It was Wizard Galki who spoke. "I thought he's already a wizard. But now I see that he's still an apprentice." Jia Urki's words caused an uproar. "If I remember correctly, isn't he an upstart in the alchemy circle?" Some wizards could not believe their eyes. Angor was not even 20 years old yet. How could he have time to train his fighting skills while studying alchemy? Most importantly, he was still an acolyte. How could he cross ranks and fight with an official magus? Winchester isn't weak. I think he's just afraid of hurting Mr. Phantom. Otherwise, he could have defeated Angor with his fire spell. "This Angor guy is only a little stronger than his peers," another wizard commented in a jealous tone. "A little stronger?" Xianxia sneered. "Didn't you reading City Nightline? I think it's normal for someone who gained the friendship of an abyss dragon and was marked by the time thief to have such strength. Maybe you won't be able to win against Angor either." Everyone was still arguing, but no one stepped forward. They knew that Sunders was in floating mech city right now. It would be inappropriate for them to help either of them. They would either offend the Moonfrost Union or Sunders. In that case, it would be best to stay here. At the center of the battlefield, Angor also noticed the law enforcers in the distance. He was going to wait for the law enforcers to arrive so that he could leave this place and wait for Sunders to come over. Unexpectedly, not a single member of the law enforcement team stepped forward. Angor and Winchester were still in a stalemate. Both sides knew that Angor would lose if they kept this up. Angor's mana reserves were definitely smaller than Winchester's. Winchester wasn't in a hurry. He was going to boil the frog slowly. Angor wasn't in a hurry either. He knew that he would be at a disadvantage if he kept dragging this out, but he didn't use his trump card yet. Leon already left safely, and he didn't want to waste time arguing with Winchester. He was only thinking about how to get out of here. Using the door was the fastest way, but it would expose one of his trump cards. Or should I use my phantom limbs to surprise Winchester and take advantage of the opportunity to leave? Before Angor could finish his thought, something else happened on the stage. Winchester, are you still going to ask my professor to help you improve your blood coagulation potion? A loud voice came. Winchester stepped back out of reflex. Angor didn't chase after him. Instead, he looked at the speaker. Not too far away, a burly man flew into the air, followed by a haggard-looking Brofin. Both of them were flying at high speed. This burly man was the one who had stopped the Winchester earlier. It was Mad Bear Sabo. Sabo first spoke to Winchester in a cold tone. Mr. Muse said that if you still want to stay in floating mech city, you can't do anything to Angor. Also, Professor Mitra said that if you want to get your hands on the improved blood coagulation potion, Winchester, you'd better not do anything reckless. Why? Winchester was hoping for a way out. Sabo's arrival was just in time. However, Winchester didn't understand why Mr. Muse and Mr. Mitra would stand up for Angor. Rule 13 of Floating Mech City states that no one is allowed to attack members of the R&D department within the city limits. Violators will be expelled. Sabo paused and pointed at Angor. Angor is a member of the R&D department. Is that reason enough? Winchester looked at Angor in surprise. Even someone who wasn't an alchemist knew how important the R&D department was. Angor was a member of the R&D department. Winchester couldn't help but look at Brofin. Brofin was an alchemist, so he should know something. Brofin considered for a moment and nodded. He didn't know this until Mr. Muse told him through voice transmission. Because of Mr. Muse's words, Brofin slowly calmed down. Brofin was a member of Moonfrost Union, but as an alchemist, he often came to Floating Mech City to study. Just like how prophet wizards went to Starleech Church to study, and gourmet wizards went to Candy House to study. Floating Mech City was the holy land of alchemy in the southern wizardry region. Brofin spent more time here than he did in Moonfrost Union. Brofin knew that if he was expelled for attacking Angor, it would be difficult for him to come back to Floating Mech City in the future. Brofin had no choice but to admit defeat under such circumstances. Sabo didn't try to hide what he said, so everyone who was still paying attention to the conflict already knew about it. They couldn't tell what was going on yet, but they could foresee that the news would cause another uproar in Floating Mech City tomorrow. Now that the R&D department had a new member, it was a big deal. He didn't expect Sabo to say something like that. Did he just admit his identity? Angor already had the access card for a while, but he didn't tell anyone about his identity. Perhaps someone didn't think he was qualified enough? Or someone in the department thought it was inappropriate? But now, Sabo openly admitted that he was a member of the department. There must be a deeper meaning behind it. I see. Winchester sighed in his mind. They had no choice but to lower their heads. As for Angor, Winchester looked at Angor, who was already showing his brilliance. I don't mean to fight with you today. I hope we can have a friendly talk next time. I'm looking forward to that. Brofin didn't say anything else. He and Winchester came to Floating Mech City for their respective bodies anyway. Angor wasn't on their agenda in the first place. Now that Angor was a member of the R&D department, it was more than enough for them to report back to the department. It wasn't that they didn't want to do anything, but they didn't dare to do so in Floating Mech City. With that in mind, Brofen and Winchester rubbed their noses and left with their tails between their legs. Angor didn't expect things to take such a turn for the worse. He was planning to use his professor's power to help him, but he didn't expect his professor to show up. Instead, he borrowed the power of the R&D department. Well, it didn't matter. The result was good anyway. Angor flew to Sabo and thanked him. Sabo gave Angor a complicated look. As a matter of fact, Sabo arrived as soon as the fight broke out. He already received Mr. Muse's message. Sabo thought that if he told Angor about the R&D department when Angor was in trouble, he could save Angor's life and make him loyal to the department. To their surprise, Angor was able to fight against two wizards head-on without losing a single bit of ground. When Sabo was at Floating Mech City last time, Angor was still fighting for a chance to survive in the Purification Garden with a bunch of apprentices. Now, Sabo couldn't believe what he saw. As a bloodline wizard, Sabo clearly sensed that Angor's body was almost as tough as a bloodline wizard's. How did Angor do it in such a short time? It seemed like the R&D department saved Angor this time, but Sabo knew that Angor would be fine even if he didn't mention the name of the department. Besides, judging from Angor's casual look, Sabo knew that he still had something up his sleeve. "You really surprised me." Sabo shook his head and sighed. The law enforcers who were waiting outside finally arrived. They knew Angor was a member of the R&D department, so they knew what their superiors wanted. Angor was an alchemist, so they didn't lose anything by befriending him. Unfortunately, they missed the best opportunity. Still, it wasn't too late for them to meet Angor now. "By the way," Sabo said to Angor, "there's something else I need to talk to you about. Professor Mitra asked me to take you to the research department. He wants to talk to you about something." Angor already planned to meet with Mitra, and Mitra also helped him today, so he had no reason to refuse. "Sure." Angor nodded. Sabo glanced at the disappointed looks of the other captains and said to Angor, "Let's go." After Sabo and Angor left, the lively Munchi magic material street returned to normal. However, what happened here, as well as the chaos caused by the battle, would continue to fester in the days to come. While following Sabo to the research department, Angor was also thinking about the battle. It was a rare experience where he fought against a wizard, and it did not feel bad at all. He wasn't sure if he could win yet, but he was confident that he could hold on for so long just by relying on his physical strength. He knew when to advance and when to retreat. Angor was satisfied with the result. Maybe Winchester did not use his full strength, but he still had his trump cards. The research department was located on the opposite side of Floating Mech City. On their way, Sabo kept glancing at Angor out of the corner of his eyes. He really wanted to ask Angor how he did it, but he was worried that it would ruin their relationship if he asked about Angor's privacy. Sabo did not realize that he was already looking at Angor as an apprentice. If he still saw Angor as an innocent apprentice, he would not care about Angor's feelings at all. Sabo did not ask anything on their way to Floating Mech City. Instead, it was Angor who broke the silence first. "Mr. Mitra wants to see me." "What's the matter?" Angor asked. Sabo shook his head. "I'm not sure." If it wasn't for Mitra's voice transmission, he wouldn't have known that Angor had come to Floating Mech City. "But don't worry. It shouldn't be anything bad." Sabo knew how important Angor was to Mitra. After Angor left Floating Mech City, Mitra had been keeping an eye on Angor. Considering how important Mitra was to Angor, it was not a bad thing to see Angor. Above the city on the opposite side where gravity had reversed, two streaks of light flashed past and finally landed in front of a steel building that looked like a dragon blood tree. An iron pillar rose from the ground, and at the top of the iron pillar, there was a semi-oval roof. This place was known as the core of Floating Mech City, the R&D department. "This is the R&D Institute. Professor Mitra is waiting for you inside." Sabo pointed at the entrance of the Research and Development Institute. "I don't have the access card for the Research and Development Institute. This is as far as I can go." Angor nodded and headed for the door without saying anything. When he arrived at the door, a red light suddenly flashed on the screen in front of him. At the same time, a mechanical voice sounded, "Please show your access card." Counting down, 10, 9, 8. He didn't know what the countdown meant, but judging from the flashing red light on the screen, something bad was about to happen. He quickly took out the access card and placed it in his palm. Following the appearance of the access card, the red light on the screen immediately disappeared and turned into a green light. New access card found. Recorded. Welcome new member. Welcome. The steel door in front of him suddenly opened in the shape of a fan, revealing a passageway in the middle. Angor stepped inside without hesitation. Angor once wondered what the interior of the R&D department would look like. After all, this place was known as the dream place of alchemists and the birthplace of countless new experimental tools. He imagined it to be crowded with people, with everyone working on their research in front of their lab tables, and assistants walking around them. It would be a lively atmosphere. However, when he stepped inside, he realized that his imagination was far from reality. The place was completely empty. There was not a single person inside. Rather than an R&D department, this place was more like a museum. As soon as he stepped inside, he saw various glass display cases placed on both sides of the door. In one of the cases on the left, there was a familiar device called energy stabilizer. However, it didn't look like an improved version. It was the original version. Angor wanted to take a closer look. However, when he approached the case, he saw a series of glowing green words appearing on the glass of the case. The words clearly described the function of the energy stabilizer, the time of its invention, and its inventor. When Angor moved away from the case, the words on the glass disappeared automatically. Angor tried a few more times and found that this wasn't the only case. All the other cases had the same mechanism. Moreover, each of the display boxes contained an alchemy product. It was worth mentioning that all the alchemy products were made by the R&D department, and the ones displayed here were mostly the original ones. Along the way, there were more than 200 display boxes on this short path. He was familiar with most of the items on display. He even needed them for his own alchemy work. However, he rarely paid attention to the stories behind the machines when he was using them. Here, however, he clearly recorded the stories behind each invention. Angor found it very interesting. Many inventors only wrote down their original ideas in a few sentences, but those few sentences could easily spark ideas in people's minds. Angor spent half an hour in the corridor that was several dozen meters long. When he reached the end of the corridor, he couldn't help but feel that he had learned a lot. At the end of the corridor was a circular exhibition hall. In the center of the hall was a cylindrical glass tube, while the outside of the hall was connected to several other corridors. Angor didn't need to go to any of the corridors to see that they were all filled with display cases. Angor was about to take a closer look when a flash of light came from the center of the hall. Something that looked like an elevator slowly descended from the cylindrical glass tube in the center of the exhibition hall. When the elevator arrived, a door opened on its own. The meaning was obvious. It was inviting Angor inside. Angor considered for a moment and decided to enter. What does Master Mitra want from me? Let's get to the bottom of this first. As for the display cases, they wouldn't run away anyway. He could always come back and check them out later. The elevator climbed up one floor after another. As it went higher, Angor noticed that almost every floor was filled with display cases like the one at the bottom. There was no one in sight. When the elevator reached the 50th floor, it finally stopped. Angor looked around and saw that there were no more display cases on this floor. However, the lack of display cases made the empty room even more deserted. The elevator didn't go any higher, which meant this was the destination. Angor stepped out of the elevator and saw an old man sitting on a sofa in front of him. The old man was wearing a monocle and reading a magazine. He was wearing a luxurious wizard hat with golden gilt on it. The hair on his forehead was a little dry and orange. There were also dark curls around the edges of his hair. His wizard robe matched his hat. It was still a luxurious golden cover. It was potion maker Mitra, the man Angor was looking for. Mitra's footsteps caught Angor's attention, and he quickly looked up at Angor. Mitra looked at Angor from head to toe and smiled. It's only been a few years since we last met. You've changed a lot. Angor immediately recalled the time when he studied at Elixir Hut a few years ago. I'm surprised by Mr. Mitra's change as well. What did I change? Mitra was puzzled. This is the first time I saw Mr. Mitra in such formal attire, Angor replied. Mitra's expression turned strange. Do you think I want to wear this? If it wasn't for Mitra's trick, I would've. Never mind. Mitra looked at Angor again. You'll know soon. Maybe you'll become like this one day. Like this one day? Angor didn't know what that meant. Mitra didn't explain and put down the magazine. He noticed that his portrait was on the cover of the magazine. The real person and the portrait looked at each other, staring at each other. In the end, Angor averted his gaze. He felt really embarrassed. Mitra chuckled. The magazines in Floating Mech City have been focusing on you. You're on the cover of 9 out of 10 magazines. Angor already saw such a scene when he took Leon to buy Firefly's Night Song. Hearing it from Mitra's mouth still made him feel ashamed. Angor quickly changed the topic. By the way, Mr. Mitra, what do you need me for? Angor followed Mitra into the end of the long, quiet corridor. Mitra didn't tell Angor why he was summoned. Instead, he used a mysterious tone to tell Angor that he would find out soon. Mr. Mitra, why is the department so quiet? Where are the others? Angor couldn't help but ask after walking for a while. The others? There's usually no one in the Research and Development Institute. People will only come back when an important item is published. Mitra sighed as he continued, I really hope you can complete the product as soon as possible. That way, those people will definitely come back. Who knows, I might be able to find someone to replace me in the Research and Development Department. Angor's head was full of questions. In his mind, the Research and Development Institute's position should be incomparably high, a place that countless alchemists yearned for. Why did Mitra sound so disgusted when he said that? Mitra did not bother to explain the helplessness and disgust in his tone. Instead, he changed the topic and talked about the members of the Research and Development Department. Currently, there are less than 100 registered members in the Research and Development Institute. However, we have lost contact with many of them. They are either dead or have left this world. There are only about 30 of them who are still in touch with us. Most of them aren't from Floating Mech City, Mitra said. Like you, most of them are from different organizations. They don't usually stay in Floating Mech City. They only come here when the department announces a new product. Do you know why they're here? Mitra turned to Angor and asked, do you know why they came? To learn the latest technology? Angor considered for a moment. If you want to learn the technology, they've been paying attention to it since the very beginning. Mitra smiled. Why don't you think about it again? If they're not here to learn the technology, are they here to get more information? Angor hesitated for a moment before speaking his mind. Yes. Mitra nodded. They're here to bring the new product back to their organizations as soon as possible. This was because the Research and Development Department's products were all extremely practical and versatile, and were difficult to replace. Naturally, Magus organizations would come to inquire about this information as soon as possible. If it was useful to him, he could purchase it in advance. It was just like the Starliege Church's Stargazing Day. Why would the profits from all the major organizations gather together? Wasn't it to get the latest information? Now you know why Brute Cavern is called Alchemy Desert, right? Because there are no researchers in Brute Cavern? Angor asked. That's right. There wasn't one before, but there is one now. Mitra glanced at Angor in a meaningful way. Did Mitra mean that he was going to be a mouthpiece between Brute Cavern and the R&D department in the future? Or the middleman of the information medium? This felt a little, do you think it will be troublesome? If it's really troublesome, why would the master alchemists come back? You'll see. Mitra chuckled as he saw through Angor's plan. You'll see. The value of knowledge, the possibility of profit, and the exchange of favors, none of these would make the person regret it. As they chatted, they arrived at a large hall. The hall was empty. There was only a mechanical door at the end of the hall, and a stage in the center. However, there was no one on the stage. Instead, there was a display case. It looked similar to the ones Angor saw before, but there was something different about it. Extremely complicated. Extremely luxurious. Angor could see several extremely rare materials used to make the case. There were also magic arrays and runes engraved on the case. In addition, the location of the display box was also in the center of a ritual platform. It could be seen that it was still under the protection of an unknown ritual. With such strict precautions, how precious would the items in the display cases be? He couldn't help but check it out. However, no matter what angle he looked at it from, it was completely empty. There was nothing inside at all. Is it something I can only see when I'm in a special state? Angor looked at Mitra, hoping to get an explanation. But when he looked at Mitra again, he noticed that the old man was also looking at the only display case with a sad look on his face. That's a case reserved for a certain mystery item, Mitra said. A mystery item? Angor widened his eyes in surprise. You mean someone created a mystery item? After a moment of silence, Mitra nodded. Yes, it's done, but the result isn't so good. Mitra walked to the case quietly. When he approached the ritual platform, a screen appeared in front of him. A row of words was written on the screen: name, unknown, box of reincarnation, effect, unknown, creator, Evo Sprit. Angor had never heard of this name before. He wanted to ask Mitra for an answer, but Mitra refused to talk about this person. Mitra didn't seem to want to talk about it. The mystery item isn't here, but it's not a bad thing to lose it. Let's go. You'll know more about it in the future. Angor wasn't the type to ask too many questions. He was just curious. A mystery alchemist should be famous, right? But why didn't Mitra talk about it? And why didn't Mitra talk about it? Angor shook his head and kept following Mitra. Finally, they stopped in front of the only mechanical door in the hall. Did you see an oval-shaped building on top of the R&D department? Mitra asked. Angor nodded. That's what's behind the door. That's right. Haven't you always wondered why there are so many display cases in the R&D department? You'll find the answer behind the door. Mitra asked Angor to take out the access card. As soon as the card appeared, the door seemed to come alive. All the metal parts on it transformed into tentacles that twisted and opened up a path. A blinding light shone from behind the door. When Angor's eyes got used to the light, he looked into the tunnel and widened his eyes in shock. What? What's a city? What appeared in front of him was a city of steel that was being controlled by machines. As Angor stared at the strange sight, a small bird flew out from behind the door and hovered in front of him. Angor took a closer look and saw that the bird wasn't a living creature. It was a mechanical bird made of brass, with a pair of shiny metallic wings and a pair of eyes inlaid with pigeon blood rubies. It's rare to see a newcomer in the city of floating mech. Let him in, a lazy voice came from the bird's beak. After the mechanical bird said this, it flapped its wings and flew into the tunnel, stopping on a tall steel pillar. Mitra looked at Angor. Let's go. Someone has been looking forward to seeing you. Someone? Who? Angor looked at Mitra in confusion. Mitra only gave him a mysterious smile and led the way into the city without saying anything. Angor followed Mitra into the tunnel and saw that the city was built inside a large steel space. What he thought were buildings were actually gears, machines, and some unknown steam tools. This is the city of floating mech. Both the name and the name are a result of someone's bad taste. Before Mitra could finish, the mechanical bird on top of the steel pillar spoke up. What do you mean by bad taste? It's a personal hobby. Don't you think it's a perfect match for floating mech city? Mitra ignored the bird and led Angor up a flight of stairs. To be frank, this is the real R&D department. Or should I say, the R&D lab. That's right. There's a large public lab here, and a separate one for all R&D department members. This time, it was a small cat whose upper body was covered in mechanical parts. It was still perched on top of the steel pillar, and its voice was still as lazy as before. There is a separate lab, and the equipment is top-notch. But if you stay here, you'll have to endure someone's harassment. Harassment? This is communication. Communication. Do you understand? A crow perched on top of one of the gears retorted angrily. Mitra shrugged and pointed at an unknown place with an expression that said, "See, I was right." You're pissed, aren't you? If it's really about communication, you won't be the only one in this city all the time, Mitra said. Humph! A shiny robot fish leaped out of a pool of unknown liquid. It snorted coldly and swung its tail, splashing the liquid in the pool at Mitra. Mitra skillfully dodged the fish and explained to Angor, "This pool contains a specially formulated reaction fluid. Don't be fooled by its current state. Once it comes into contact with living creatures, it will react violently. This pool belongs to a certain bioalchemist. He's a very cruel man. Stay away from this pool as far as you can." Angor was still in a daze when he heard the word bioalchemist. Two names popped up in his mind, Brofen and Donna. Donna was also a very cruel wizard. Could Mitra be talking about her? After walking down a long flight of stairs, they finally reached their destination, the highest point of the city, the Creation Temple. There was actually nothing special about the Creation Temple. It was just a slightly larger mechanical house. There were gears, chains, and various mechanical structures with different functions everywhere, which made this house the highest point. Two steel pillars stood on either side of the palace's gate. "Welcome to the Creation Palace, new member. My name is Antonio, and I'm the guardian of the palace." Angor looked up and saw a mechanical lion with brass skin sitting on top of a steel pillar on the left. When it opened its mouth, Angor could see the gears inside. "Oh, Antonio. You're so handsome that I fell in love with you at first sight. Can I come to you if I'm in danger, my dear Antonio?" It was a female dancer who was standing on top of a steel pillar on the right. She was also made of mechanical parts and looked like a dancing doll in a music box. "Of course. I'm the guardian of the palace, and I'm also the guardian of you, my Nanessa." Every word he said was filled with absurd and comical drama. The most important thing was that Mitra's face darkened as he listened to the conversation. "Please, I beg you. Next time, when you have schizophrenia, you can change your voice. If you use the same voice, I'll think it's a male dancer instead of a female dancer." Angor found it funny because they all spoke in the same voice, which was the same lazy male voice from before. It doesn't matter what voice you use. What matters is what you're trying to say. The female dancer stopped spinning and looked down at Angor with her cold eyes. "New member, Antonio is a real spirit. If you sense danger within the range of the R&D department, call out to Antonio, and he will protect you immediately." Angor was puzzled. What kind of danger could he run into in the R&D department? For example, if you're not on good terms with an alchemist, and he wants to harm you in the R&D department. Or, if you run into some unknown danger while doing an experiment, Antonio will become your guardian spirit. After the spinning dancer finished speaking, she began to spin again, and began to sing. Mitra also spoke to Angor. "He's right. Antonio is the spirit of the R&D department. You can call out to him whenever you need help, no matter if it's dangerous or not. It's much more reliable than someone else." Angor sensed a chilling wind behind him. He had a feeling that the someone Mitra was talking about was looking at them with a sinister expression. "Let's go in. Didn't you ask me why I called you here?" Mitra stepped forward. "It's because a certain unreliable person wants to meet you." The door of the Creation Temple was pushed open, and both Angor and Mitra entered. In his mind, the R&D department was just a bunch of lab benches and tools. However, he had never seen anything like this until now. Inside the Creation Palace, there was no spacious hall. Instead, there was a laboratory that was dozens of meters tall and divided into 6 floors. People could be seen moving about in the laboratories on every floor. Everyone was busy with their own tasks, which was exactly what Angor expected. However, when he took a closer look, he realized that these people who were focused on the experiment work were not real people at all, but mechanical dolls with exposed joints. As far as the eye could see, there were at least 1,000 mechanical dolls on the 6th floor. Angor was shocked. He knew that some alchemists would use non-living creatures such as alchemy puppets as assistants, but he still couldn't believe that so many of them were working on alchemy experiments. "Are all labs like this?" Angor couldn't help but ask. Mitra shook his head. "Only someone would slack off like this." "Slack off? That's not it. After all, my aptitude is so mediocre. I can only use more mechanical puppets to verify my conjecture through the enumeration method. Only then can I find the most suitable one among the many possibilities. A leisurely and lazy voice came from the side. Angor thought that it was another one of Mitra's tricks, just like the mechanical birds and lions outside. But when he turned around, he saw that it was a young man sitting in front of a desk. His desk was covered with all kinds of documents. More and more mechanical dolls were coming out of the laboratory to hand him their files. Angor looked at the man and saw a mechanical doll flying down from the 6th floor. "Sir, this is the latest test result. After improving the right arm strength, we've reduced the wear rate by 2%. Just a little? Are there any other performance improvements?" The young man frowned and took a look at the information. "Keep these points and record the rest. Then, experiment again with the improvement method in Article 1737. The mechanical doll returned to the laboratory on the 6th floor with the report. Since each floor was separated by transparent glass, Angor could clearly see the mechanical doll telling the other dolls on the floor about the method. Soon, all of them began to move. "Are all the mechanical dolls on the 6th floor working on the same thing?" Angor asked. Mitra shook his head. "Not just the 6th floor. They're all working on the same thing. They're just working on different parts." Mitra paused and looked at Angor. "Speaking of which, they're working on something that has something to do with you." "Something to do with me?" Mitra nodded. "Do you still remember the arm you made for your friend? When he was studying under Mitra a few years ago, Mitra mentioned something about automaton armament." "Automaton armament?" "That's right." Mitra smiled. "The design of the mechanical arm you designed has given me a lot of inspiration." What Mitra didn't mention was that someone saw the design of the arm himself and saw how Angor helped his friend with the new arm. That was why Mitra decided to give Angor the access card. The someone Mitra talked about also approached Angor. "Mitra is right. The mechanical arm you created has given me a lot of inspiration. I'm Muse. Welcome to the team." The newcomer smiled and said, "I'm Muse." "Welcome." "Muse?" Angor stared at the handsome young man in front of him in shock. Muse, that mediocre Muse, one of the 2 city lords of Floating Mech City and widely acknowledged as the strongest machine alchemist in the world? Angor was still in a daze. He did not even know how to introduce himself. After Muse heard this, he continued to smile and said, "I actually know you better than you think." Muse paused a little and changed the topic. "Speaking of which, I'm looking forward to hearing about the concept of mecha you told me about. I hope I can see it with my own eyes one day." Angor's head was full of question marks. When did he ever tell Muse about the concept of mecha? He only told Mitra about it. Did Mitra tell Muse about it? "Do you think I have the right to give you an access card?" Mitra spoke in a soft voice. "Do you really think I have the right to give you an access card? When I installed the mechanical arm for your friend, it wasn't me who was there. It was someone who took on my appearance." Angor found Mitra's words strange. But when he thought about it carefully, he realized that Mitra was right. As Sunders mentioned, only the director of the R&D department had the right to give out the access card. And the current director wasn't Mitra. It was Muse. Someone who was obsessed with schizophrenia turned around and looked at Mitra affectionately. His eyes were overflowing with love. "It seems that our master potion maker has not only taken over the position of the R&D department in advance, but he is also planning to extend the time he is in charge. I'm so touched." Mitra shook his head. "No, I'm not. Don't talk nonsense." Muse grinned. He ignored Mitra's trembling body and looked at Angor. "I've been meaning to discuss the concept of mecha with you. Since you're here, why don't we sit down and talk?" Angor was a little surprised. "Mr. Muse, did you call me here just for this?" "I've called you here for something else. However, compared to those unimportant matters, I'm more interested in understanding the concept of mecha that you mentioned before." Muse snapped his fingers, and several tables and chairs appeared out of thin air on the ground. After asking Angor to sit down, Muse cut to the chase and asked about the matter he was concerned about. He once discussed the concept of mechs with Mitra, and he also studied the information he got from the hologram tablet, so he did not find it strange at all. Angor explained the concept of mecha based on military technology from Earth. But that was only the general framework. Angor would explain the details from an alchemist's point of view. Muse nodded repeatedly. When Angor finished, he quickly asked several questions he was curious about. Most of the questions were tough. Some of them Angor could answer, while others he couldn't. Most of the questions he couldn't answer were due to the differences between two different civilizations. If Angor wanted to replicate a mecha from Earth using an alchemist's method, he would have to make many improvements, which would take a long time. Of course, Angor couldn't give an answer right away. Still, Muse was satisfied with Angor's explanation. Some of the questions were only hypotheses, and some of them didn't make sense. But it didn't matter. Alchemy itself was full of problems, and all they needed to do was to solve them. When the discussion came to an end, Muse showed Angor the mechanical armament he was working on. Mechanical armament was similar to a mech suit. However, it was more like a wearable exoskeleton than a full-coverage mech suit, which reminded Angor of his phantom limbs. Still, mechanical armament was different from a phantom limb. The stronger the body, the stronger the phantom limb. Mechanical armament, on the other hand, was created by an alchemist. The stronger the alchemist's skills, the stronger the mechanical armament. In terms of potential, the phantom limb was better than the phantom limb. On the other hand, mechanical armament was easier to use. It could be enchanted or cast spells. There were many ways to strengthen it, and it could be replaced at any time without consuming the user's mana pool. All in all, mechanical armament and phantom limb were similar in some ways, but they both had their own advantages. As far as Angor was concerned, mechanical armament would be much better than phantom limbs if he didn't take into account his body's strength. Muse made a request after introducing his mechanical armament. Can I incorporate some of your ideas into the mechanical armament I'm working on? Muse hesitated. Of course. I won't take advantage of you. I'll compensate you accordingly. He was only talking about ideas and concepts. There was still a long way to go before he could put them into practice. If Muse really wanted to put them into practice, he would have a long way to go. Besides, he already told Mitra what he said before, so he didn't want to keep it to himself. Angor nodded. Of course. You don't have to, ahem. Mitra suddenly cleared his throat and interrupted him. Angor looked at him in confusion and saw Mitra giving him a meaningful glance. I'm looking forward to seeing what the mechanical armament will look like after incorporating the mechanical armament concept into it. Muse noticed the look in Mitra's eyes as well. A dark light flashed in his eyes, but his expression didn't change at all. Now that I've heard about the concept of a mech, I'm starting to have a new idea after all this time. I think it won't be long before the final product is ready. I'll let you know when it's ready. Angor nodded. He was also looking forward to it. Similarly, I'm looking forward to the mecha you mentioned, said Muse. He had no plans to craft a mech for the time being, so he could only smile at Muse's request. While the atmosphere was still harmonious, a light blue humanoid light spirit suddenly emerged from the ground. Antonio, what can I do for you? Muse looked at the humanoid spirit that was emitting blue light. His face was blurry, and he could only see a faint glow. Antonio was like a butler of a noble family. He bowed slightly to Muse and said, My lord, forgive me for disturbing you. There are already a few people in the meeting room who are preparing to leave. If you don't arrive soon, I reckon that there won't be enough people left to witness the addition of new members. Really? Muse took out a mechanical pocket watch and looked at the time. He muttered, We've only been talking for an hour. What's the rush? Yes. Sir Pat and Sir Pat only talked for an hour, but you've already summoned them here an hour before that. On average, they'd been waiting for more than 2 hours. Muse stood up while grumbling. Fine. Let's call it a day then. Let's go take care of some trivial matters. It's not trivial matters. It's a ceremony that has existed since our ancestors. It's just a ceremony. I don't know why they have to make it so serious. Muse mumbled and turned to Angor. Let's go. It's just a formality, but we still need to go through it. Muse walked ahead while Antonio turned around and nodded at Angor with his blurry face. Then he disappeared into thin air. Mitra spoke up as well. You do need to go through a formality to join the research department. That's why Muse asked you to come here. Let's go. Those alchemists have been waiting for hours. I think they're getting impatient. As Mitra explained, Angor slowly understood that this formality meant that a new member had to be approved by at least 10 members of the department before he or she could be accepted. Of course, for Muse, this was just a formality. Once he agreed, no one would stop him even if they didn't like him. On their way to the meeting room, Mitra spoke in a low voice. Remember, Muse said he's going to compensate you. Don't say no. He's a thick-skinned guy. If you refuse, he'll gladly accept. Maybe it's nothing for you, but for Muse, it's a clash of ideas. For an alchemist like him, an inspiration is already very valuable, let alone a direct clash of ideas. And the compensation he's going to give you won't disappoint you. Mitra paused for a second, then added, I'm sure you won't be disappointed. While they were chatting, Muse, who was walking at the front, had already turned around and left the Creation Temple. He thought the meeting room would be inside the Creation Temple. However, Muse took them along a small path outside the temple and kept them close to the walls of the temple. They walked in a zigzag pattern until they reached the ground and the abyss. Finally, they passed through a bright door. Behind the door, Angor saw an inverted sky. When he looked closer, he realized they were already outside the tower of the research department. After crossing a mechanical bridge made of steel, they arrived at a floating fortress in the sky. Inside the fortress was a circular hall. In the center of the hall was a long table, which was illuminated by a lamp overhead. Around the table, there were many seats, just like the auditorium in a courtroom. But there was no one there. Normally, alchemists will come to watch the ceremony. But Muse's decision to let you join the research department was sudden, so we didn't need to do that. That's why we skipped this step, Mitra explained. Even the 10 witnesses were forced to come up with this number. Muse took the main seat at the table, while Angor was arranged to sit in the guest seat opposite him. Mitra patted Angor's shoulder and took his own seat. When he took his seat, he noticed that there were more than 30 seats at the table, and only 1/3 of them were empty. As for the people who were seated, if one were to take a closer look, one would realize that they were not real people. They were all illusions. It's nothing against you. Most of the research department members are lazy, and they usually show up like this every time they see a ceremony. Besides, this time, the president suddenly decided to hold the ceremony, so many of them couldn't come even if they wanted to. It was a middle-aged woman who spoke. She was not a real person either. She was sitting on Angor's right. She smiled when she saw Angor looking at her. I'm Portia, an apothecary alchemist from Akasha Hill. Angor nodded a little nervously. I'm Angor Pat. I know your name. Portia chuckled. I've been watching Firefly's Night Song. While Portia was talking to Angor with a big smile, Angor was also thinking about something. He felt like he had heard Portia's name somewhere before. Due to some special reasons, not many people came back to witness the ceremony. But there is one exception. Portia looked at a certain seat on the table with a strange glint in her eyes. This is the first time in 1,000 years that Granny is here in person. Looks like she thinks highly of you. Angor followed Portia's gaze and was surprised by what he saw. He didn't know how the ranking system worked, but he believed that the closer one was to the main seat, the higher one's status would be. On Muse's left was Mitra, and on his right was Portia's mother-in-law, who was quite familiar to him. It was Granny Fingernail whom Angor met not long ago. The owner of Fingernail's Alchemy House. Maybe Granny Fingernail noticed Angor's gaze, so she nodded at him as a greeting. Granny Fingernail is a member of the research department too? Portia nodded. Yes. Granny Fingernail is not only an official member, but also an elder. She created many glorious works 1,000 years ago, but something happened later and she went quiet. Angor nodded as if he understood something. He remembered when he first met Granny Fingernail. She said, "My name? It's been so long that I forgot it." Granny Fingernail's eyes were filled with nostalgia, which meant she didn't really forget about it. She just didn't want to talk about it. Angor didn't know what kind of story Granny Fingernail had that made her so quiet that she didn't want to talk about her past, including her own name. Still, he felt a little relieved to see someone he was familiar with in the department. After seeing Granny Fingernail, Angor began to observe the others around the table. Most of them were famous alchemists in the southern wizarding region. Unlike Granny Fingernail, Mitra, and the others, they didn't show any obvious reactions. They only glanced at Angor curiously from time to time. Angor couldn't tell if they were being nice to him or not. Portia seemed to have read Angor's mind. She explained with a smile, actually, those who came here because of the president already made up their minds, so they won't do anything. The ones who would really make people uncomfortable didn't show up this time. As Portia spoke, she looked at an empty seat in the middle of the long table. Do you know who that seat belongs to? Portia didn't expect Angor to answer. Have you heard of the grafting fiend? Grafting fiend? You mean the Witch of Eastsea? Angor looked at Portia with a serious expression. Portia nodded. So you've heard of her name as well. Eastsea is also a member of the research department. She never missed any of the past ceremonies. No matter who the new members are, she always threatened them with death. Speaking of which, when I joined the department, she once threatened to sew my mouth shut and transplant the back door of the stinky beast into my mouth. Portia gave Angor an example with a cold look. Don't think she's joking. She's a lunatic. She's capable of doing anything. Well, she didn't show up this time. So, you're quite lucky. Angor complained in his mind. It wasn't that he was lucky. It was just that Eastsea was still running for her life in the Abyss Plane. Back at the city of Floating Mech, Angor wondered if Eastsea was a member of the research department, and it turned out to be true. If Eastsea really showed up here, they would probably get into a fight. She was an unreasonable person. Angor sighed. He didn't know many alchemists. Apart from Brute Cavern, Eastsea was one of them, and the other one was, is Mithril Innovator Jalal a member of the research department? Angor asked. Portia shook her head. Jalal isn't quite there yet. But I heard that Muse has been observing him in secret. We all thought he'd become a new member in a few years. We didn't expect you to show up at such a time. Angor felt a little embarrassed. He wanted to say that it was just a coincidence, but he didn't want to make others think that he wasn't confident enough. But before Angor could say anything, Muse cleared his throat and attracted everyone's attention. Not long ago, I was talking to Angor about mechanical armament, and his opinion gave me a lot of inspiration. Sigh. I thought we could talk more, but Antonio told me that some of you are getting impatient, so I had no choice but to come and take care of things here. Mel paused for a moment before sweeping his gaze across the crowd. I've already told you the reason why I called you here, so I won't repeat it here. I don't like procrastination either. Let's prepare to witness the ceremony now. The sooner we finish, the sooner you can be released. After Muse finished speaking, everyone at the table looked at each other as if they had something to say, but no one took the initiative to speak. At this time, Antonio, whose body was emitting blue light, suddenly appeared beside Muse. Sir, before the witness, we need each member to make a statement. Muse frowned. How troublesome. Do you have anything to say? It was Portia who spoke first. She shrugged and said, I don't have anything to say. I have high hopes for my little brother. Portia smiled at him. It was obvious that Portia had taken the initiative to show her friendliness and kindness. He was fighting Brofen a second ago, and the next second, he was brought to the R&D department. Before he knew what he was supposed to do, he was being judged by everyone. It was too much for him to handle. However, Portia's smile did make him feel a little relieved. Mitra also expressed his opinion. I have high hopes for Angor as well. His unique way of thinking may inject new life into the R&D department. After Mitra finished speaking, the conference room was silent for a long time. No one spoke. When everyone was looking at each other, Granny Fingernail broke the silence. I also think Angor has great potential. A strange voice suddenly spoke up, potential is an uncontrollable variable. Potential is potential, and it hasn't turned into actual strength yet. There are still many gaps in between that he needs to cross. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a figure slowly appeared in the middle of the long table. It was this person who had said those words. Everyone frowned when they saw the figure. Angor looked at him and saw someone he had never seen before. The man was wearing a long, sharp mask with a black beak. The left half of his face was covered with mechanical parts, while the right half of his face only showed a pair of red eyes. He was also wearing a tall hat with gears engraved on it, and a trench coat with gears on it. Angor could tell that this man was a mechanical alchemist. He's an alchemist from Lita's fellowship. His name is Megastone. Be careful, Portia whispered to Angor. Megastone? Angor thought for a moment, but he still couldn't remember who this person was. However, he was familiar with Lita Fellowship. It was one of the wizard organizations under Moonfrost Union's jurisdiction. Just like how Candy House and Dark Castle were under the jurisdiction of Fairy Town, the Lita Fellowship was one of them. The relationship between Angor and the Moonfrost Union was still in a delicate state, which was why everyone frowned at Megastone's sudden appearance. After all, this was the most important R&D department. They didn't want to get involved in this department, but that didn't mean they didn't care about it. They didn't want their conflicts to be brought into the meeting room of the department. But now that Megastone had spoken, they couldn't stop him. The potential I'm talking about is different from what you think, Granny Fingernail said. Granny Fingernail said, the potential that you are talking about is the limit of what you are capable of. The potential that I am talking about is something even further away. Maybe it was because of Granny Fingernail's sarcasm, Megastone's expression turned cold. So you're supporting him because of the rumor that he once touched mystery, Granny Fingernail? That makes sense. Evo did touch mystery items before. Evo? Angor heard a familiar name. Not long ago, he saw a mystery item displayed on the top floor of R&D, and the name was Evo Sprit. So this man had something to do with Granny Fingernail? Rumor that he touched mystery items? Heh, that's not a rumor. I'm sure you know whether it's true or not. Granny Fingernail nodded and said, the fact that he has come into contact with the realm of mysticism is the biggest reason why I support him. Let me ask you, is there anyone else here who touched mystery items? You? Granny Fingernail's meaning was clear. Being able to touch mystery items meant that Angor could join R&D department. And there was no room for argument. Unless Angor had touched mystery items as well, there was no room for discussion. Angor and Granny Fingernail were completely different. Megastone was speechless. Indeed, this was a dead logic. Did he really have the right to say that touching mystery items doesn't mean anything? Even if he really thought so in his heart, he reckoned that if he said these words, not only would the people present scoff at him, but he would also be laughed at outside. Alright, I can accept that. However, this can only be considered as an observation at most. Isn't it a little too fast to give him the treatment of a member? Marcus didn't dare to refute and could only change his words. Who's going to observe him? It wasn't Granny Fingernail who spoke this time. It was Mitra who had been enjoying the show. Megastone was surprised. He suddenly remembered that the director of R&D department was in charge of observing Angor, and the fact that Muse was the one who suggested this meeting meant that something was wrong. What is it, Megastone? You have something to say about this meeting, don't you? Muse asked. Marcus opened his mouth, but he suddenly did not know how to refute. After a long time, he squeezed out a sentence. His skills have not reached the level of an official member, right? Muse chuckled. Speaking of alchemy skills, I've been meaning to ask you for a while now. There's a popular video about you doing alchemy on the sea. I can't tell anything from the video, but your final product should be a high-tier item. Is it true? Megastone was surprised by Muse's question. He actually forgot about that. If Angor could really craft a high-tier item, it meant that his claims about his skills weren't up to par yet. That was because it wasn't easy for many so-called master alchemists to go back and refine high-level products. Megastone also looked at Angor with an unreadable expression. Could an apprentice who wasn't even a wizard really craft a high-tier item? He had seen the video, but he couldn't believe it without seeing it with his own eyes. It wasn't just Muse and Megastone. Everyone else was looking at Angor. They all looked at Angor with different emotions. Some were indifferent, some were curious, some were suspicious, and some were encouraging him. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Angor considered for a moment. Ocean rhythm had been exposed to the public for a long time. Apart from Brute Cavern's apprentices, Kim, and the demons, who knew about its specific effects, the only people who knew about it were the demons. As for his shop in the Abyss Plane, there was no record of it in Firefly's Night Tales. Perhaps it was due to the awakening of a demon. Even if there was a record of it, no one knew what Ocean Rhythm could do. In the end, Angor decided to show the item to everyone. He knew that hiding his strength in front of alchemists who valued their skills would only lead to unnecessary trouble. Only by showing his talent could he be respected. When Ocean's Rhythm was placed on the table, everyone was attracted by its perfect appearance. Even though they already saw the video, they were still amazed when they saw the real thing. The mermaid in the gauze dress, the twinkling starlight, and the dark conch shell that carried the faint sound of waves, all of them were pleasing to the eyes. Leaving the effect aside, the appearance alone was enough to prove that Angor had a good sense of aesthetics. When everyone was done, they all looked at Muse, Mitra, and Granny Fingernail. They were the only ones who came with their real bodies. The others had to use a special technique to create illusions. They could already tell that the alchemy item was extraordinary, but they still needed Muse's help to determine whether it was a high-tier item. Granny Fingernail and Mitra already knew what was going on after seeing the Ocean Rhythm. They whispered to each other as if they were discussing something. Muse glanced at the item and said, "It is indeed a high-tier alchemy item." Muse then looked at Margus Stone. "The fact is, Angor is qualified to be a member now." Magus Stone still wanted to argue, but he knew that Angor would not be able to get out of this alive. Angor had both skills and knowledge. Even if he wasn't as knowledgeable as the others, he had already met the minimum requirement to become a member of the department. Of course, meeting the minimum requirement didn't necessarily mean one would be accepted. For example, Mithril innovator Jalal had already met the requirement, but he wasn't accepted because Muse didn't agree. Now that Muse was on Angor's side, there was nothing that could be done to change the outcome. Magus Stone sat down in silence and didn't say anything else. "Now that there are no more objections, let's get ready for the ceremony," Muse said. After Muse finished speaking, someone suddenly said, "I have something to say." It was a young blonde witch. Her face was covered by a layer of watercolored gauze, and she wore a blue pendant on her earlobes. She wore a blue dress that looked like fish scales, and it glowed with a crystalline light. "Water Pattern Witch? What do you want to say?" Muse was a little surprised. Water Pattern Witch was the friendliest and most neutral witch in the room. She never tried to stop Muse during the previous ceremonies. Therefore, when she spoke, the others also pricked up their ears, ready to listen to what she had to say. The Water Witch chuckled softly. Her laughter was very pleasing to the ear. "Since I'm here to support the president's decision. What I want to say is just my personal opinion." Water Pattern Witch looked at Angor. "Can I know something about your alchemy item, such as its name and effect?" Mitra frowned. "It's Angor's personal work. Don't you think it's inappropriate for you to ask about it? If the alchemy item was meant to be used as an attack weapon, it would be one of Angor's trump cards. If the alchemy item's effect was exposed, people who wanted to harm Angor would know better. Hence, although everyone present was curious about this alchemy product, no one brought it up, including Margus. Unless they were very close to Angor, such a request could easily lead to conflict. "I'm just curious." "It's fine if you don't want to tell me the details, but I'll tell you something. The main thing is that the old sea god covets this thing of yours. I really want to know what kind of effect it has that he can't forget about it." God of Poseidon Xianxia, one of the most powerful wizards in the southern wizarding region. The others also heard that people from Song of Ocean were very interested in Angor's alchemy item. However, this was the first time they learned about the secret behind it. Xianxia was the one behind all of this. After hearing the Water Pattern Witch's explanation, everyone actually understood a little. This was because there was some kind of relationship between the Water Pattern Witch and the sea god that was difficult for outsiders to know. Speaking of which, Water Pattern Witch's words actually helped Angor a lot. If even Xianxia couldn't get his alchemy item out of his mind, Angor's alchemy skills were more than enough proof. Angor considered for a moment. If they really wanted to know, they could easily find out about the effect of Ocean Melody. After all, there were quite a few apprentices who used it in Brute Cavern. Besides, the alchemy item was only a support item. There was no need to worry about it being used as a secret trump card. It's called Ocean Rhyme. It's used to increase your affinity with water. Different talents will have different effects. That's not the case, Angor said. He only revealed the basic information about the item. As for the most important enlightenment effect, he didn't mention it. Water Pattern which knew that Angor had more to say, but she didn't press him. She nodded with a smile. Ocean Melody, sounds interesting. If we have a chance to meet again, I hope I can experience it for myself. There should be a chance. The Water Witch smiled and said to Muse, I have no other questions. Muse looked around again with a questioning look in his eyes. Obviously, he wanted to see if anyone had any objections. However, after he looked around, everyone's expression was very calm. Even Mega's expression had changed to one of calmness. I see you've all agreed to let the new member join us. Let's begin the ceremony. No one dared to object. The witness ceremony finally began after a series of inquiries that weren't too big of a disturbance. He thought the ceremony would be complicated since it was named ceremony after all, there must be a lot of procedures involved. But what he didn't expect was that the ceremony was so simple that he didn't even have time to react before it ended. Antonio took out a contract for the ceremony, which floated in the middle of the long table. The terms and conditions of the contract appeared one by one. The terms and conditions were simple. The contract was used to prove that the new member had joined. At the same time, it also included some loose terms regarding the exchange of knowledge. When all the terms and conditions were finished, a line of words appeared. Based on the above terms and conditions, do you agree to let the new member join us? I agree. Mitra was the first to express his opinion. Granny Fingernail also nodded. I agree. The agreement was contagious. Several seconds later, yes was heard all over the place. Some people even talked to Angor. I'm glad to see a new member joining us. I'm interested in enchantment. Angor, is it okay if I call you Angor? If you have the chance to come to Magic Flute Monastery, I hope we can talk through the night. An old man wearing a servant's robe nodded to Angor. Angor nodded without hesitation. He already knew who this old man was when he first learned about alchemy. Matthew, the gold clairvoyant from the Magic Flute Monastery, was an excellent master alchemist of the synthesis school. I trust Mitra's judgment. I'm also looking forward to seeing how our new member can change the world of alchemy. The one who spoke was a white-haired old man with a very gentle voice. When he spoke, he exuded a sense of kindness. I also agree. It was Gandalf, also known as the Light Walker. He was an apothecary expert who had been friends with Mitra for many years. Of course. Portia smiled at Angor. I also want to talk about enchantment with you. But I'm not like Matthew. You don't have to come to me. I'll be coming to the research department soon, not to take charge. I just need some special materials. I'll come to you then, okay? Angor frowned. I'll be leaving with my professor soon. I won't be staying in Floating Mech City for too long. Portia sighed. Then there's nothing I can do. But you'll have a chance in the future. Several more people expressed their agreement. When Angor looked at them earlier, they all looked cold and indifferent. But now, they all showed great enthusiasm. Maybe it was because of the ocean rhythm, or maybe it was just a simple greeting. But Angor didn't really care about that. Finally, it was Megastone's turn. So far, 10 people had already expressed their opinions. According to the rules, Angor was already a new member of the team. However, Megastone was the only one who disagreed with Angor's decision. Now that it was his turn, everyone wanted to know whether Megastone would agree or not. Megastone remained silent for a while before he spoke slowly. Since I didn't choose to leave, I agree with the president's decision. Megastone looked at Angor and said, there are still many empty display boxes in the department. I hope to see your work in one of them. I agree. Megastone nodded. Angor was a little surprised by Megastone's decision. But he didn't know if Megastone would change his mind all of a sudden. With Megastone's agreement, the contract flew to Angor. Angor straightened his back and thought he was going to do something. However, the contract only took away the access card from him and returned to Muse. This card is blank. I'll give it back to you after I insert new information. Muse looked at the others. That's all for today's ceremony. I hope you can come to the department more often. Everyone smiled but didn't say anything. After the meeting, Angor chatted with the other alchemists for a while before they went back to their own work. Only Angor, Mitra, and Muse were left in the meeting room. Even Granny Fingernail left because she had something to do in her shop. Now that we're done here, let's go back to the city of Floating Mech. I'll help you with the information first. Looks like you're doing fine. I was worried for nothing. Angor heard a familiar voice before he left the conference hall. It was Sunder's voice. Angor followed the energy wave and added his own voice into it. Muse and Mitra, who were walking in front of Angor, noticed something and glanced at Angor. They didn't say anything, but they slowed down a bit. I'm going to the R&D department now. I'll come back when I'm done here. By the way, Professor, do you know about my brother? Leon came to pick up his luggage. He left with your friend Nausicaa, said Sunders. When Angor reached the entrance of the R&D department, he said, there's a barrier around the place. We'll talk when you come back. With that, Sunders cut off the voice transmission. Angor followed him into the building. Just like before, they walked along the zigzag path and reached the palace at the top of Floating Mech City. Muse handed the access card to a robot and asked it to insert new information. Next, Muse and Mitra sat down and continued their conversation. They didn't talk for long this time. They just wanted to finish up some unfinished business. When they were almost done, Muse couldn't wait to do some experiments. In the end, Angor and Mitra were left looking at each other. Since Muse is busy, I'll tell you about the rules of the R&D department, Mitra said in a low voice. As Mitra explained, Angor slowly gained a better understanding of the department. To the outside world, the R&D department was a sacred institution. But in fact, it was the most lax organization Angor had ever heard of. There were a lot of benefits in the R&D department, such as sharing knowledge with other alchemists, discussing alchemy topics, unlimited supply of common materials, priority purchase of rare materials, and exchange for special materials with credit points. There were basically no special obligations. There were only two things that could be considered as mandatory measures. First, teaching alchemists who stayed in Floating Mech City would earn them credit points, which could be used to exchange for many other things. Second, which was something almost every alchemist wanted to avoid, being in charge of the R&D department. The director of the R&D department was irreplaceable. However, it wasn't always Muse who was in charge of the department. The position would be rotated. Being in charge of the R&D department was like being an acting director. When one became an acting director, one's authority would be greatly increased. It might seem tempting, but it also came with a lot of sacrifices. The most troublesome thing for alchemists was that they had to spend a lot of time doing complicated tasks that required them to do. For example, all negotiations between the Research and Development Institute and other organizations, the work arrangements of the Research and Development Institute, the formulation of research topics, the release of works, and the follow-up, alchemists in charge of the R&D department. The life of alchemists could be described as staying at home and freedom. Muse like Muse, or Gandalf and Gandalf. Muse spent most of his time in the research department doing alchemy research. Because of this, Lawson was in charge of everything in Floating Mech City. He was only responsible for producing alchemy products. Gandalf's nickname is Holy Light Walker, so the fact that he's walking is already enough to explain the problem. He wandered around different worlds all year round, looking for inspiration during his travels. Muse and Gandalf represent two different kinds of alchemists. No matter which one it is, it's the exact opposite of handling all kinds of chores in the R&D department. Alchemists in the R&D department were either like Muse or Gandalf. Almost no alchemist wanted to be in charge of the R&D department. Only when it was his turn would he rub his nose and force himself to come over. Of course, you could choose not to be in charge of the R&D department. For example, many alchemists didn't come to the R&D department for thousands of years, and they still didn't receive any punishment. But at the same time, you also didn't get any benefits. If you only wanted the convenience of the R&D department and didn't want to work for it, it was fine. But if you did that, other alchemists would be unhappy. You would only be pushed further and further away, and no one would want to talk to you. So I'll be in charge of the R&D department too? Angor couldn't help but ask. Not yet. You still need to go through a basic assessment, which covers a lot of aspects. I don't think you'll be in charge for the time being. But in the future, if you can enjoy the benefits of the R&D department and pass the assessment, you'll be in charge. Mitra paused a little. You won't be in charge for now, but if you have time, you can come to Floating Mech City and teach a few classes. There are alchemists who aren't skilled enough, but their ideas might inspire you. Also, the points you earn from teaching classes can be very useful. You can ask Antonio about it later. Angor nodded. I've never taught a class before. I don't know if I can do it. Granny Fingernail told me that there are many apprentices who want to be your assistant when you go to her shop. Actually, teaching classes and having an assistant are the same thing. It's their business if they don't understand. It has nothing to do with you. Mitra chuckled. Plus, with your current popularity, I'm sure you'll attract a lot of students from tooling, apothecary, and even some of the more unique alchemy schools. I don't know if I'm going to teach a class or be surrounded by onlookers. Angor shuddered at the thought. You won't lose anything. The more people there are, the more points you earn. Mitra didn't mind being surrounded by onlookers. Angor shook his head again. Nah, I won't teach any classes for now. Besides, I'm not going to do any experiments for now. I have more important things to deal with. Whether it was John's matter, Toby's matter, or his own advancement, he had to prioritize them. Other matters such as teaching and coming to the Research and Development Institute were secondary. Mitra nodded. Sunders talked to him about something not long ago, so he knew Angor's current situation. Anyway, it's a good thing that you're joining the R&D department. That was the end of Mitra's speech. Since Angor didn't have the access card yet, he decided to ask about something that had been bothering him during the ceremony. Miss Portia, who was sitting next to me. Her name sounds familiar. Who is she? Angor asked. That's normal. Do you know Xianxia's equilibrium formula? Angor was surprised. Portia's triangle conjuncture formula. Yes. It's an alchemy formula that fixed a loophole in Xianxia's equilibrium formula. Portia was the one who discovered and named it. Mitra sighed. Portia is a very talented alchemist. Granny Fingernail once said that she's the closest alchemist to mystery, apart from Muse. Well, you've surpassed her. Mitra chuckled. Angor didn't expect Portia to be able to fix a basic alchemy formula and succeed in it. As expected, the members of the R&D department were not to be underestimated. Next, Mitra told Angor about the other members in the meeting room. Generally speaking, these members were neutral and could be considered to be the more moderate type. None of them were radicals, such as Dong Ming. By the way, the pool he saw in Floating Mech City was indeed owned by Dong Ming. Mitra mentioned Margus Stone in particular. Don't blame Margus Stone. He's not a radical. Mitra sighed. It's just that you're not on the same side yet. Margus Stone had to do this. Mitra wasn't sure if his words would work. He didn't know if Angor and Munfrost's relationship would improve, or if they would continue to be enemies. When they were almost done talking, Antonio approached them from afar, his body glowing in a blue light. Antonio handed the access card to Angor. I've saved the information inside. From now on, it belongs to you, Mr. Pat. You can also use it as an ID card in Floating Mech City. Angor nodded and accepted the card. Mitra already told him that the access card was very useful, not only in the R&D department but also in other facilities in Floating Mech City. Angor could even use it to enter the Endless Corridor. At this moment, the Rising Star competition was still in full swing. The final reward was actually the qualification to enter the Endless Corridor. Antonio gave the card to Angor. However, there are still some incomplete information in here, such as your title, Mr. Pat. There are too many titles, and I don't know which one I should use, so it's empty for now. If you need to register it, you can come to me at any time. Mitra chimed in, I'm curious as well. What title are you going to use? As a matter of fact, he had thought about it before. However, he did not make a decision yet. Mitra thought Angor still had no idea. A title is just a code name. Names have subtle meanings, and it's better to use it as a buffer. Don't worry about it. Many people don't have a title until they become wizards anyway. It's up to you. Angor nodded. I'll tell Antonio as soon as I have an idea. When they were done, they all looked at Muse, Mitra, and Granny Fingernail. Only the three of them came with their real bodies, while the others used a special technique to summon their illusions. They could already tell that the alchemy product was extraordinary, but they still needed Muse's help to determine whether it was an advanced alchemy product. Granny Fingernail, Mitra, and Mitra already knew what was going on after seeing Ocean Rhythm. They began whispering to each other. Muse took a look and slowly said, "This is indeed an advanced alchemy product." Muse then turned to Markston. "It's proven that Angor is qualified to be a member." Markston still wanted to argue, but he knew that no matter what he said, Angor had already passed today's test. As it turned out, Angor had both skills and knowledge. Even though his alchemy skills and knowledge were not as good as the other members, Angor had reached the minimum requirement to be a member of the R&D department. Of course, reaching the threshold didn't mean you could pass. For example, Jalal, the Mithril revolutionary, had reached the threshold, but he hadn't been accepted as a member because Muse hadn't made the decision. Now, Muse was on Angor's side. No matter what, the result was not going to change. Markston sat down in silence and did not say anything else. "It seems there are no more objections. Let's begin the ceremony," Muse said. After Muse finished speaking, someone suddenly said, "I have something to say." This was a very young blonde witch. Her face was covered by a layer of watercolored gauze, and she wore a blue earlobe. She wore a blue fish scale-like long dress that shone with a crystal-clear light. "What do you want to say, Waterline Witch?" Muse was a little surprised because the water pattern witch was the most gentle and neutral person present. In previous witness ceremonies, she had never stopped them. So when she spoke, the others pricked up their ears, ready to hear what she had to say. Waterline Witch chuckled. It was a pleasant sound. "I'm here to support Mr. Dean's decision. What I want to say is just my personal opinion." Waterline Witch looked at Angor. "May I know something about your alchemy product, such as its name and effect?" Mitra frowned. "It's Angor's private work. I don't think it's appropriate for you to ask about it. If the artifact was an offensive weapon, it would be one of Angor's trump cards. If he revealed its effect, those who wanted to harm him would be able to take precautions in advance. Therefore, although everyone was curious about this alchemy product, no one mentioned it, including Augustin. Unless one had a very close relationship with Angor, such a request could easily cause a conflict. "I'm just curious. It's fine if you don't want to tell me, but I'm not going to tell you about it. The main thing is that the old sea god covets this thing of yours. I really want to know what kind of effect it has that he can't forget about it." God of Seas Xianxia was one of the strongest wizards in the southern wizarding region. The others had heard that Ocean Song was very interested in Angor's alchemy product, but this was the first time they learned that there was a secret behind it. Xianxia was the one behind all this. Now that they heard Waterline Witch's explanation, they understood that there was a special relationship between Waterline Witch and God of Seas. No wonder she couldn't help asking about it. Speaking of which, Waterline Witch's words actually gave Angor a lot of credit. Even Xianxia couldn't forget about the alchemy product, which proved Angor's alchemy talent. Angor considered for a moment. They could easily find out about the effect of Ocean Rhythm if they really wanted to. After all, there were quite a few apprentices who used it in Brute Cavern. Besides, the alchemy product could only be used as a support item, so there was no need to worry about using it as a secret trump card. It's called Ocean Rhythm, and its main function is to improve the user's affinity with the water element. The degree of improvement depends on the user's talent. Angor only revealed the basic information without mentioning the most important effect of Ocean Rhythm, which was called Enlightenment. Waterline Witch knew that Angor must have something else to say, but she didn't press him. Instead, she smiled and nodded. Ocean Rhythm. That name alone is quite interesting. If I have a chance to see it again, I'd like to experience it for myself. You'll have a chance. Waterline which smiled at Muse. I don't have any more questions. Muse looked around again. His eyes were questioning. Obviously, he was waiting to see if anyone else would object. But after a while, everyone looked calm, including Augustin, who had changed his expression to one of calmness. It seems you all agree to let the new member join us. Let's begin the ceremony then. No one said anything else. The witness ceremony finally began after an inquiry that wasn't too big of a commotion. He thought the ceremony would be complicated since it was named after a ceremony, so there must be a lot of procedures involved. But he didn't expect it to be so simple that it was already over before he realized what was going on. Antonio took out a contract for the ceremony, which floated in the middle of the long table. The terms and conditions of the contract were displayed in the air. It was simple enough to prove that he had witnessed the admission of a new member. At the same time, there were also some loose terms regarding the exchange of knowledge. When the contract was finished, a line of words appeared on the table. Based on the above conditions, do you agree to let the new member join us? I agree. Mitra was the first to express his opinion. I agree. Granny Fingernail nodded as well. Like a contagious disease, everyone agreed in a few seconds. Some of them even talked to Angor. I'm glad to see a new member join us. I'm very interested in enchantment. It's fine if I call you Angor, right? If you ever come to Magic Flute Monastery, I'd like to spend the night with you, said an old man wearing a servant's robe. Angor nodded without hesitation. He already knew who this old man was when he first learned about alchemy. He came from the Magic Flute Monastery, the Gold Digger Matthew, an outstanding alchemy master of the Harmonization School. I trust Mitra's judgment, and I'm also looking forward to the new member bringing changes to the alchemy circle. The one who spoke was a very gentle white-haired old man with a walking stick. When he spoke, he exuded a sense of kindness. I also agree. Angor didn't recognize the old man. He was Gandalf, also known as Light Walker. He was an expert in alchemy and a good friend of Mitra's. Of course I agree. Portia smiled at Angor. I also want to talk about enchantment with you. But I'm different from Matthew, so you don't need to come to me. I'll come to the R&D department soon, I mean, not to stay here. I just need some special materials. I'll come to you then, okay? Angor frowned. I'll leave with my professor soon. I won't be staying in Floating Mech City for too long. Portia showed a regretful look. Then there's no other way. But you'll get a chance in the future. Next, several more people expressed their agreement. These people were all calm and indifferent when Angor first looked at them, but now they all showed friendliness. Maybe it was because of the rhythm of the ocean, or maybe they just wanted to exchange pleasantries. But none of that mattered to Angor. Finally, it was Margston's turn. So far, there were 10 people who expressed their opinions. According to the rules, Angor was already a new member. However, Margston was the only one who disagreed. So when it was his turn, everyone wanted to know what Margston would do. Margston remained silent for a while before speaking. Since I didn't choose to leave, it means I agree with the director. Margston looked at Angor and said, there are still many empty display boxes in the R&D department. I look forward to seeing your work in them soon. Finally, Augustin nodded. I agree. Angor was a little surprised by Margston's decision. But everyone's mind was changing all the time. Maybe Margston had changed his mind. Margston agreed and the contract flew to Angor. Angor sat in a serious posture, thinking that he needed to do something. However, the contract only took away the access card of the R&D department and returned to Muse. The card itself is blank. I'll give it back to you after I inject new information into it. Muse paused and looked at the others. That's the end of the ceremony. I hope everyone can come to the R&D department more often. Everyone smiled without saying anything. After the meeting, Angor and the other alchemists talked to each other for a while before going back to their own business. Only Angor, Mitra, and Muse were left in the meeting room. Even Granny Fingernail left because she had something to do in her shop. Angor stood under a brightly lit signboard. Number 93 Champagne Road, Wood Tavern. Before entering, Angor could already smell the aroma of wine in the air. He pushed the door open and felt a warm sensation. There were many people in the bar, and the atmosphere was very lively. Angor, a stranger, did not attract anyone's attention. Only the bartender glanced at him before he joined the discussion at another table. As he approached the table, he noticed that one of them was the witness of what happened to Munchi's Magic Material Street. The man was describing the battle between Angor and Winchester with an excited expression and generous words. His touching words attracted most of the people in the tavern. Even the bartender did not have time to talk to Angor. Angor listened for a while and could not help but applaud the storyteller's storytelling. The man's artistic ability was simply amazing. Even a simple move could be dissected into a careful choice after a lot of mental games. If the man did not mention Angor's name repeatedly, Angor would not think that the man was talking about him at all. At that time, no one dared to move. I only wanted to rub my sore legs. But as soon as I moved, that skinny young man from Moonfrost Union, who kept coughing up blood, stared at me with eyes as cold as daggers. For a moment, I felt a chill running down my spine. It was as if I had fallen into a frozen lake in winter. But at that moment, Angor also looked at me. His eyes were filled with warmth, cough cough. Angor choked on his own saliva. He did not know if he really saw the man. Even if he did not think that the man was being affectionate. The sudden cough made the storyteller give Angor an angry look. Angor showed an apologetic look. The storyteller was not happy, but since they were at the climax of his story, he ignored Angor and continued. Angor looked at me lovingly. At that time, my heart felt like it was being brushed by a warm summer wind. It was as if I was running happily on a sunny beach. The coldness I felt from the other person was all gone. Is what you said true? A beautiful female acolyte's eyes glowed. Through the narrator, she seemed to be bathing in the drowning gaze of a person. Of course it's true. I swear on the reputation of my academy. Which school are you from? Angor used his voice to join the noisy crowd. Rest Torch Academy. Angor heard the answer and left quietly. That's right, where would a drama queen come from to be able to tell a story so vividly and with so much tension? The only answer seemed to be Rest Torch Academy. He had been here before, so he didn't ask the waiter this time and went straight to the back of the tavern. The front hall was too busy. Everyone was focused on Munchi's Magic Material Street, including the bar staff, so no one came to stop Angor. Angor went all the way to the Fangling Pavilion behind the bar. Before entering the building, he already heard a lot of noises coming from the crowd. He looked inside and saw Sean lying on top of a gank puppet. Ah! I didn't think I'd have such a great experience. Why didn't I get to see it? Nausicaa, why did you tell me to go to the Fangling Pavilion first? I didn't get to see such a great battle. Sean didn't get angry when Nausicaa didn't answer. She jumped down from Gank's back and shook the other woman sitting beside the bonfire. Shilyu, wake up. I'm so excited that I can't control myself. I need someone to share this with me. Shilyu? Angor took a closer look and saw the woman beside Sean buried her head in her sleep. He couldn't see her face, but he could tell that she was Shilyu based on her clothes and posture. A fire whisperer? Aren't you interested? It's the opposite of your element. Sean talked to Shilyu for a while, but Shilyu only responded by tossing her head. She was already asleep. Apart from Shan's mumbling, Angor also heard Nausicaa and Leon's voices. However, they weren't near the bonfire. Instead, they came from the other side of the yard. You want to catch up with Angor as soon as possible, right? You have no choice but to accept it, Nausicaa explained calmly. You'll have to do it every day. You have no choice but to accept it. I can handle it. At this moment, Lion's single finger was hanging upside down, and he was constantly training back and forth on the bloodline training equipment. As for Nausicaa, she was leaning on the side and smoking her pipe while correcting Leon's daily movements in a plain tone. This is just basic training. You'll get better as time goes by. This is the only way you can withstand the bloodline refinement and the side effects of the mutation. Leon was full of enthusiasm. After one set of exercises, he immediately began a new set of exercises without waiting for Nausicaa's instruction. Angor couldn't help but smile when he saw this. He was worried that Leon wouldn't be able to get used to life here. But it seemed he was wrong. Who's outside? Nausicaa suddenly sensed something and looked outside with a frown. Xian and Leon also slowed down their movements and looked outside. Angor didn't try to hide himself, but he didn't look at Nausicaa all the time. Nausicaa must be very perceptive to notice him so quickly. Since he was already discovered, he simply walked inside. Nausicaa raised an eyebrow and relaxed her tense shoulders. You seem to like pretending to be a middle-aged man. This one looks better than your sloppy, greasy look. How did you know? Angor looked at Nausicaa curiously. You walked in so openly even when you were discovered. And you were looking at Leon the whole time. Isn't it obvious? Nausicaa asked. Angor chuckled. There was no one else around, so he cancelled his disguise and showed his face. Xian was the first one to rush to him. She circled around Angor like a little girl and asked him about what happened in Munchi's magic material street. Leon was about to join them when Nausicaa spoke in a plain tone. What do you think will happen if you're distracted by the outside world so easily? When Leon heard this, he stopped moving and continued with his training. After another round of training, Leon finally came to Angor's side, covered in sweat. Are you okay, Angor? Leon couldn't help but ask. I'm fine. I just went to see a senior. Angor gave a simple explanation about his relationship with Potion Master Mitra. He didn't mention anything about the city of floating mech or the witness ceremony because they would all be published in newspapers in a few days. If he really had to explain himself, he didn't know what to say and what not to say. So it was Mr. Mitra. Then, did the two wizards from Moonfrost Union still bother you? Xian asked the question that everyone else wanted to know the most. Angor shook his head. No. Even if they did, I'll be fine. Angor's confidence and the rumors about Angor's fight with Winchester eased Nausicaa and Leon's worries a little. However, he was still curious about Angor's power level. How strong was Angor if he could fight Winchester to a standstill? Both Leon and Nausicaa were curious about it. You didn't use your full strength against Nausicaa in the arena, did you? Xian asked Leon, who was also curious about the answer. Angor didn't know how to answer this question. Nausicaa chuckled. If Angor did, I wouldn't be standing here talking to you now. Angor didn't ask about Nausicaa's strength, but he still didn't forget about it. I'm a little stronger than an apprentice, but not as strong as a wizard. Generally speaking, I can't defeat a wizard in a battle of attrition, but I won't be restrained by a wizard either. Angor's answer was vague, but Nausicaa and the others didn't need to know the truth. They just wanted a general idea. Finally, he got to the main topic. He came here to help Nausicaa repair and improve her mechanical arm, and also to check on Leon's condition. Angor was relieved that Leon seemed to be able to adapt to life in Fragrant Tavern. It wasn't hard to help Nausicaa's mechanical arm since he already left a lot of space for runes. It took him about an hour to repair the arm. He also added several conductive runes to it to complement Nausicaa's electro-optical tactics. Nausicaa reached out the arm and clenched her fist. The streamlined body of the arm was now surrounded by a faint blue light, which made it look even more magnificent. Angor was amazed by the beauty of the machine. Leon stared at the arm in awe. Just like Xylem when he saw it for the first time, Leon's eyes almost glowed. After dealing with Nausicaa's problem, Angor spent some time helping Xian adjust Gank's body. When everything was done, it was time to say goodbye. Parting was a common thing in the wizarding world. Sometimes, you wouldn't even know when a parting would end up as an eternal one. Since everyone knew what was going on, Nausicaa and Xian remained calm. Even Shilyu, who woke up from her sleep, waved goodbye to Angor without showing any emotion. Leon didn't feel sad about it either. He could see Angor again in the wilderness. In this peaceful atmosphere, he bid farewell to his friend again. After leaving Fragrant Pavilion, Angor went to the Tower of Infinity. He was planning to say goodbye to Xylem. However, to his surprise, Xylem was still in the match when he arrived. According to the match list, Xylem was still in the match. He had been in the R&D department for a while, and he had spent so much time in the Fangling Pavilion. Salem's level 6 promotion match was still going on. Angor took a closer look and realized that Xylem was not fighting on level 6 at all. He was already on level 7 of the Tower of Infinity. Angor was curious. Was Xylem fighting in a row? But he was more curious about the fact that the matches on level 7 were open to the public. Angor remembered that the matches in the Tower of Infinity were not open to spectators unless they were important matches. It would make sense if the matches were open to the public. But why was Salem's first match on level 7 open to the public when he just arrived? Puzzled, he bought a ticket and entered the audience area. When he entered, the match was already halfway done. He noticed that there were a lot of spectators in the area. It was almost overcrowded. Angor looked up at the arena. The two sides of the arena were divided into black and white. Xylem was in a world of darkness, and his figure was barely visible. On the white side was a world of ice. A man in a silver-white windbreaker was standing on a frost dragon. His body was covered in specks of frost, and his clothes fluttered in the cold wind. He looked very dashing. Angor went to the back seat and listened carefully. He finally understood why the match was open to the public. It was about Salem's match. Xylem was very lucky. During the match on level 6, his opponent did not show up in time for some unknown reason. Xylem was lucky enough to advance to the next level. Since it was so easy, Xylem wanted to fight another match to test his luck on level 7. Perhaps Xylem had used up all his luck in the promotion match. He was up against a very strong opponent in this match. Sorhir, nicknamed White Nightmare, was a top-level ice apprentice. He was from Winter Academy, an organization under Moonfrost Union. This match was not a match, but it attracted so many spectators because Sorhir, the chief editor of Firefly's Night Tale, Daikel, mentioned that he had great potential. Sorhir was only 25 years old. It only took him 10 years to reach the peak of apprentice level. According to Daikel's prediction, Sorhir would become a wizard before the age of 30. According to some gossip magazines, Sorhir was listed as the 21st most promising apprentice in this competition. Powerful talent, a future full of potential, and Sorhir's exquisite appearance attracted a large number of fans. The Tower of Infinity would surely allow spectators to watch a match like this, which would sell a lot of tickets. Angor began to watch the match with great interest after learning the inside story. After watching for a while, Angor noticed that Sorhir was indeed a potential seed. Sorhir was quite strong. Not only did he know how to cast ice spells, but he also knew other types of cantrips very well. Even Angor was not as good as Sorhir. Almost every response he made could be described as a textbook response. Angor couldn't help but praise him. However, Sorhir's performance was very stable, but his fans in the audience were still gloomy. The main reason was that Sorhir's opponent was too unpredictable. Xylem was hiding in the darkness, so Sorhir couldn't attack effectively. He had to wait for Xylem to attack so that he could react. After another ineffective attack, Sorhir spoke in a cold voice, "You can turn into darkness already?" Salem's laughter came from the darkness, but no one could see where his real body was hiding. After several rounds of helpless attacks, Sorhir finally made up his mind and began to channel a large amount of mana. Angor saw what Sorhir was trying to do. Sorhir was going to use a wide-range cantrip to attack Salem's shadow. Sorhir's plan made sense. Xylem was only a level 2 apprentice. He knew that there was a huge difference in mana pool between him and Sorhir. Since he couldn't end the battle in a short time, Salem's plan was to exhaust Sorhir's mana. That was how he always did it. However, when Sorhir used a wide-range cantrip that included all of Salem's shadow, Xylem had to face Sorhir's attack head-on. Any other supernatural who didn't know how to counter darkness would do the same thing. But Angor had a question in mind. Xylem should know what Sorhir was going to do. But why did he still do it? Or was Xylem waiting for Sorhir to use a wide-range cantrip? After all, Salem's goal was to exhaust Sorhir's mana pool. Such a wide-range cantrip would consume a large amount of mana. As long as Sorhir used it a few more times, Salem's mana pool would be emptied. However, Xylem had to be able to deal with such a wide-range attack first. As Angor thought about this, the ice dragon under Sorhir's feet shattered into countless ice shards and rained down on Salem's shadow. Once. Twice. 5 times. Xylem withstood them all. However, his shadow was already trembling. Sorhir's face was turning pale. His mana pool was about to run out. How is that possible? How can his shadow be so durable? Everyone in the audience was shocked. Angor was curious as well, but he knew it wouldn't take long for the battle to come to an end. It all depended on whether Sorhir would win or if Xylem could hold on. Sorhir gritted his teeth and unleashed another wide-range attack. When countless ice shards fell down, Salem's shadow finally shattered. Sorhir's eyes were filled with surprise, but when the darkness incarnation disappeared, his pupils suddenly shrank. The reason why Xylem could survive 6 consecutive attacks was revealed. A large number of runes appeared on Salem's body. These runes formed a translucent barrier that protected him from the ice shards. When Sorhir saw these patterns, his eyes were filled with surprise. Sage shield? This is the talent of a sage. You have a sage body? The audience looked at Xylem in surprise after hearing Sorhir's words. A sage body was an extremely rare and special constitution. How did it appear in the Rising Star competition? And this person wasn't famous at all. The audience was in an uproar. Some reporters who came to report on Sorhir's match were even more surprised. They didn't expect to find a sage body contestant just by following up on a potential contestant. The audience's reaction aside, the focus was back on the arena. Xylem was weaker than Sorhir. He managed to hold on, but he couldn't move anymore. Sorhir stood up and gave Xylem a complicated look. He didn't expect to be cornered by a level 2 apprentice like this. Luckily, he didn't lose. Sorhir reached out a finger. He was going to use an offensive cantrip to defeat Xylem. However, he changed his mind after some thought. Xylem had a sage body. No one knew if he had someone to rely on. There was no need to offend him. Sorhir opened his palm. A breeze blew over, and he was going to push Xylem out of the arena. However, when Sorhir released the breeze, a beautiful female voice came from behind him. "Oh my, looks like you still need me to win." Sorhir turned around abruptly, only to see a thick book floating behind him without him noticing. At this moment, the thick book suddenly began to flip. When it flipped to a certain page, an elegant lady popped her upper body out of the book. She stretched out her hand and pushed Sorhir's chest. "The match is over," light flashed. The end of the match was announced after the light. Dark Codex thought he was going to win, but in the end, Sorhir still won. It was because Sorhir had used an ice prison at the critical moment to trap himself in the arena. This ice prison was a cantrip from Sorhir's spell slot, so it could be cast instantly. Xylem, on the other hand, was blown out of the ring by the strong wind. Unfortunately, he was defeated. Sorhir did not expect that an ice prison spell he used against his opponent would turn out to be the key to his victory. However, he had used up all of his mana pool. He could not leave the ice prison anytime soon. He could only stay in the arena awkwardly while being watched by the audience. This match wasn't very exciting, but it had produced a seed with great potential who was previously unknown but had now shocked the world with a single brilliant feat. It was expected that Salem's name would spread far and wide after this battle. A sage body was already very rare, not to mention that he almost defeated Sorhir. For Xylem, this match that he thought was going to be a disaster was actually not a bad thing from the perspective of increasing his reputation. Of course, this was something for the future. Angor wanted to say goodbye to Xylem in person after the match. However, because his mana pool was exhausted, he fell into a self-healing coma as soon as the match ended. According to the medical team's assessment, he would sleep for 2 or 3 days. He had no choice but to tell Dark Codex his goodbyes. When Xylem woke up, Dark Codex would tell him. Fairy World, Midworld. Angor followed behind the old man and flew into the dark, barren mountain range. "You seem to have a problem with Taros?" Sundar suddenly asked when they were halfway through their flight. Angor hesitated and nodded. Not long ago, they were still in floating Mech City. But now, they were transported to Fairy World through a teleportation array. They were planning to use Silent Hill to get to Dark Castle. After they were teleported to Silent Hill, they didn't stay for long and left right away. Before leaving Silent Hill, they had to pass by a talkative double-faced spirit. The spirit was the gatekeeper of Silent Hill, named Talos. "Isabella tried to kill me in Silent Hill. I tried to run to Talos, but he didn't open the door for me. With nowhere to run, he had to face Isabella directly. Angor knew that Isabella was only toying with him. Even if Talos opened the door, Isabella would still catch up to him. However, Angor learned this on his own later. The only way for him to survive was to run away from Talos. However, when he reached Talos, the talkative spirit didn't respond at all. It was as quiet as an ordinary stone. That meant Talos wasn't on Angor's side. In other words, it didn't matter if Isabella killed Angor or not. Earlier, when they passed by Silent Hill and heard Taro's flattering words, Angor couldn't help but mock him. Now you're all talkative, aren't you? Why didn't you say anything back then? Because of this, Sunders was now talking to him. I see, Sunders said. Even if he knows you're from Phantom Island, he won't let you go in such a situation. Sunders spoke in a plain tone. Angor thought Sunders was going to tell him about reality, and he was right. Sunders already pointed out how cruel reality was. However, he quickly changed the topic. The double-faced stone spirit is also a type of spirit, just like the 3 ancestor souls of Brute Cavern. But it's only 2,000 years old, so it's not that strong. It's only good at defense, but it's not that strong in other aspects. If a Truthfinder adept were to deal with him, he would be reduced to ashes with ease. Angor still didn't understand what Sunders was trying to say. Sunders continued, Silent Hill seems like a decent wizard organization, but it's actually the weakest one in Fairy Town. At best, it's as strong as Phantom Island. However, if Phantom Island has another Truthfinder wizard, they'll be stronger than Silent Hill. Angor finally understood what Sunders was hinting at. It was telling him that as long as he could become a Truthfinder wizard, he would be able to kill Taros. By then, even if Silent Hill came looking for him, Phantom Island would be there to back him up. Angor was touched. But he didn't think it was necessary to do that. He was angry at Talos for blocking his way, but at least Talos didn't attack him when he was down. Angor's real grudge was the culprit who almost killed him, Dusk Queen, Isabella. However, he still had a long way to go before Isabella could defeat him. Even if he really wanted to avenge himself, now was not the time. He didn't want to dwell on Taro's matter since they were heading to Dark Castle right now. And the current owner of Dark Castle was Isabella. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he felt. Angor changed the topic and told Sunders about what happened in Floating Mech City. Winchester and Brofen didn't go looking for you, did they? Angor asked. Sunders nodded. No. Don't worry about them. They don't want to get into trouble even more than you do. They didn't go looking for Sunders, but Sunders did. Since Brofen's curse was not completely removed yet, Winchester knew that Angor was close to Mitra, and that Angor might even influence Mitra's plan to improve his blood coagulation potion. Winchester, on the other hand, didn't want to get involved in Angor's business even more after learning that Angor was close to Mitra. Angor didn't need to worry about them anymore. They won't do anything to you, but I'm sure Moonfrost Union already knows about your appearance in Floating Mech City. I just don't know what they'll do to you next, Sanders said. If Monkey already went to see Odirklas, they wouldn't pay much attention to Angor. But if they didn't, they would try everything they could to find Angor. It all depended on luck. Still, no matter what the Moonfrost Union did, Sunders was confident that he could protect Angor. Even if Monkey came in person, Sunders wouldn't be afraid. After all, there was another piece of news about Angor's appearance in Floating Mech City. Angor had become a member of the R&D department. Even if Monkey ignored the authority of the department and attacked Angor, Brood Cavern wouldn't just sit by and watch. Brood Cavern had been a desert for alchemy for a long time. Now that Angor had become a member of the R&D department, he was like a spring that watered the desert and helped it grow into an oasis in the future. No one in Brood Cavern would let anything happen to Angor. Before Sunders left Floating Mech City, Mr. Rain contacted Angor through Brood Cavern Station in Floating Mech City to confirm Angor's new status. After that, Rain saw Angor as one of the key players in Brood Cavern's development. He wouldn't allow anything to happen to Angor. Originally, I thought that after you became an official magus, the resources of the organization would be more heavily allocated to you. I didn't expect it to happen now. Sunders sighed. Huh? Angor didn't understand. You'll know when you return to Brood Cavern one day. They crossed the dark mountains and arrived at a plain. Here it is. Sunder stopped and said, "Here it is." "This is it?" Angor looked around in confusion. There was nothing around him. It was a barren land. Also, he estimated that there was still some distance between them and Dark Castle. "Let's go." Sunders didn't explain further. He waved a hand and created a space fissure. When they went through the space rupture, Angor was surprised to see that they had arrived at Otherworld. That was because the topography of the three worlds was the same. The only difference was the concentration of primal magic power. Therefore, the area they were currently in was actually still the barren plains from before. As Angor looked around, he suddenly felt a tremor under his feet. An earthquake. Angor also heard the sound of wind sucking in air. Both the source of the tremor and the sound came from behind them. He looked back and saw something happening in the mountains behind him. At the same time, dark clouds began to gather in the dark sky. Lightning bolts danced in the clouds, and thunder rumbled. Thanks to the white light generated by the lightning bolts, Angor saw a large number of broken rocks rising from the mountains as if they were defying gravity. While he was still trying to figure out what was going on, a giant hand the size of a mountain suddenly crossed over the top of a mountain. Then, a head of unknown size slowly rose from between the mountains. "Stop looking. Let's go." Without hesitation, Sunders led Angor to the other side of the wasteland. There are many ancient monsters living in the inner layer of Fairy World. We've been traveling in Midworld for a long time because of this one. It used to be a mountain giant in Fairy World. However, after being soaked in dense mana for many years, it mutated and became a tough monster with thick skin. That mountain area is its territory. Try not to provoke it. It's very powerful. Sunders didn't seem to be lying. A monster that even Sunders thought was powerful had to be at least a truthfinder. They only slowed down slightly when they could no longer see the mountain range. While running, Sunders also told Angor about the mountain giant. This was a primordial monster that was left behind when the fairy tale world and the southern region merged. Back then, the mountainous giant was still an insignificant monster. Now, after a long period of growth and nurturing, it had grown into such a powerful monster. Its energy level was not as high as a Truthfinder wizard's, but its destructive power and defensive power were far beyond the limit of a level 1 Truthfinder wizard. However, the reason why the mountain giant was able to break through the limit of its bloodline and grow to such a size was mainly due to the dense mana in Fairy World. Because of the special mana conditions here, the mountain giant could only stay in its current form. It couldn't break through the barrier to enter Midworld or Surface World. Therefore, the mountain giant didn't pose much of a threat to Fairy World. As long as they avoided the mountain range and entered Midworld, they would be safe. There aren't many monsters in Midworld because of the special mana environment here. Maybe the monsters here aren't easy to deal with, Sunders said. Fortunately, there was only one monster on their way to Dark Castle that could threaten their safety. When they crossed the plains, they saw a deep and gloomy pit that looked like a natural moat. It extended from the far end to the unknown depths of the darkness. It was like a line that could cut the dusk, splitting the earth into two halves. Angor stared at the bottomless pit in confusion. The surface, middle, and inner worlds of the fairy tale world were actually the same. He clearly remembered that this position in the surface world should be a continuous basin. Why would there be such a deep pit in the inner world? This is the Sunbird's Fall pit, Sunders explained. It's said that a legendary wizard did this when the two worlds merged. The Sunbird was actually an atavistic version of the flamingos. Back in Midworld, he saw a huge number of flamingos covering the sky and the ground. Every single blazing lava bird was a half-step adept-level magical creature. When they flew over like a cloud of fire, even adepts would intentionally make way for them. However, flamingos could only live in Midworld because the mana density there allowed them to reproduce. Sunbirds, on the other hand, could only live in the inner world, just like the mountain giant. It doesn't matter if the sunbird was too strong, or if it simply coveted the sunbird's body. In the end, it was killed by a legendary wizard. This pit was left behind by the sunbird. Sunders pointed at the pit. But since this pit is close to Dark Castle took advantage of it. Used? Angor looked at Sunders in confusion. You've been to Dark Castle before, haven't you? What did you see there the most? Sunders glanced at the dark pit. Angor took a moment to recall. Undead creatures. Undead creatures must have corpses. How many corpses did you see in Dark Castle? He did see a lot of corpses in Dark Castle, including several mass graves. Even the flower sparrow was found in the graveyard. However, the number of corpses was far less than the number of undead creatures. Back in Dark Castle, he almost succeeded in creating a mystery item because of the countless undead creatures there. That place was perfect for his alchemy. With so many undead, there must be a corresponding number of corpses. The area around Dark Castle was filled with corpses, but the number of undead was not proportional to the number. Angor frowned. You're saying the pit is full of corpses? Sunders nodded. That's right. The remains of the sunbird are gone, but the fire aura still lingered in the air. That's why Dark Castle used this place to dispose of the bodies. There are also pipes that lead directly to Dark Castle. These pipes are used to transport the corpses. More than 600 years ago, there was a supernatural who sneaked into Dark Castle to look for his missing lover. Regardless of the outcome, the corpse below is proof enough. However, later on, there were too many corpses and the aura of the sunbird's flames were suppressed. That's how it ended up like this. He paused and glanced at the crater. Speaking of which, there used to be undead wandering around here. Why are they all gone? Looking around, it was pitch black, and there was indeed no aura of the undead. Maybe someone from Dark Castle took care of them? Angor asked. Now that the Twilight King is back, she should be different from Isabella, right? Angor once met Isabella. She was a soul manipulator, but her personality was completely different from Isabella's. At least, Angor didn't see any bloodthirsty or bathing in the blood of innocent girls in Isabella. Perhaps Isabel was someone who lived 1,000 years ago. She wasn't a bloodthirsty person, but she's not a bloodthirsty person. The reason why Dark Castle became so gloomy and undead was because of Isabella. Let's go. We'll be in the vicinity of Dark Castle after this pit. The crater was deep, but it was only a few hundred meters wide. As they flew over the crater, Angor could clearly feel the thick aura of death rising from below. There was also the stench of rotting corpses. If it was a slightly weaker extraordinaire, they would probably be affected by this dense aura of death and hallucinate. If there were undead spying on them from the side, they would definitely end up in a miserable state. The aura of death alone was enough to tell how many people Dark Castle had killed. Angor's expression was gloomy. He could hear countless people crying and complaining about their innocence, anger, hatred, and madness. He was already shocked when he came back to Dark Castle, but he still couldn't calm down when he felt it again. He knew that killing was common in the wizarding world, but Dark Castle was probably the only one who did something like this in public. Other wizards would despise them for doing something like this. Before Isabel's return, Dark Castle was in dire straits. Isabel even tried to rope in Bogula, hoping to save Dark Castle by becoming his partner. After passing through the Sunbird's crater, they arrived at a forest. However, most of the trees here were dead wood. It was pitch black and had neither leaves nor life. When it swayed with the wind, it was like a terrifying monster, waving its strangely growing branches at you. Walking in such an environment, Angor could feel the oppressive aura. Moreover, a large amount of black clouds had gathered in the sky. With a loud boom, thunder roared, followed by white lightning. Angor didn't need Sunders to tell him that they had entered Dark Castle's territory. Since they had entered someone else's territory, they didn't keep flying. Instead, they landed and slowly walked deeper into the forest. Something's wrong. We're already in Dark Castle's territory, and they should notice us immediately. But I didn't sense anyone looking at me, said Sunders with a frown. They didn't try to hide their tracks, so they should have been noticed by now. But now, there seemed to be no movement at all? It's a little too quiet here. Angor also felt something was off. Sunders knew what Angor meant. Dark Castle was surrounded by a large number of undead creatures. When there were no living beings around, the undead creatures would not stay quiet all the time. They would either weep or whisper. They had been walking in the forest for several minutes, but they did not hear anything. The only sound they heard was the rumbling of thunder in the sky and the rustling of twigs when they stepped on it. Do you think this has something to do with what happened in Dark Castle? Angor asked. Floating Mech City's outpost couldn't contact HQ because of this. This was why they came here without telling anyone beforehand. However, they didn't know what exactly this thing was. Lawson seemed to know something about Mechanical Beast Emperor because Sunders heard from him that Isabel contacted him a month ago. However, Lawson didn't tell them the truth. They had to come to Dark Castle themselves to learn the truth. It's hard to say. Maybe it's Isabel who killed the undead creatures, just like you said. Sunders had another question in mind. Even if that was the case, she didn't have to do it so thoroughly, did she? They kept walking. About half an hour later, they crossed several mountains. Along the way, they saw many skeletons and highly decomposed corpses. However, they didn't see any undead creatures. They stopped at a graveyard. We're not far from Dark Castle, but I still can't sense anyone from there. Sunders stomped his feet. Something is wrong. Let's take a break. Let me check the situation. With that, Sunders spread his spirit feelers and began to scan the area. In fact, he could already do that a long time ago. He just didn't do it because he was in someone else's range. However, if no one from Dark Castle noticed them, something must have gone wrong. While Sunders was doing his job, Angor sent his spirit feelers into his bracelet. Inside the bracelet, Boboda was tidying up his clothes in front of a mirror. Boboda looked at it a few times, but in the end, he was disheartened. He touched his ugly face, his eyes filled with sadness. If you don't like it, I can cast an illusion spell on you. Angor's voice reached Boboda's ears. His body stiffened, and his originally smooth movements suddenly became somewhat sluggish. He was like a puppet, and every movement he made was extremely uncomfortable. Angor. Why are you here all of a sudden? Boboda coughed to cover up his guilty conscience. What I mean is, are you looking for me because... Boboda suddenly realized that he was in Lucien's bracelet, so he coughed a little to cover up his embarrassment. Boboda's voice got smaller and smaller. Angor didn't hear what Boboda said, but he knew what he was trying to say. You're right. We're in Dark Castle. Boboda quickly sat up straight. But we haven't reached Floral Sparrow yet. They weren't far from Flower Sparrow's graveyard now. Angor only came to warn Boboda so that he could be prepared for what was about to happen. Boboda nodded gratefully. I see. And, thank you. Boboda would never forget what Angor had done for him, whether it was the information about Sparrow, the help he received, or the soul materials he bought for Boboda. Boboda would never forget what he had done for him. Angor didn't deny it. Don't worry about it. It's a promise I made to you, and I won't break it. Still, Boboda was still grateful to Angor, not only because Angor kept his promise, but also because Boboda helped Flower Sparrow. Boboda was about to express his gratitude when he suddenly covered his mouth with both hands. He crouched down, curled up, and began coughing. After a series of coughs, his palms were dyed red. It was all blood. Because of that, Boboda's pale face turned even paler than before. Boboda wiped away the blood on his hand and drank a bottle of potion. Anyhow, I'm really grateful for what you did. At least I can see Flower Sparrow one last time before I die. Angor looked at Boboda in silence. Boboda's current condition was irreversible. Of course, Boboda had brought this upon himself. After all, he had accepted the temptation of the demon god and recklessly consumed his body. This was the inevitable outcome. Boboda thought he could live for another year or two. But now, it seemed that Boboda's body was deteriorating faster. Angor slowly looked to the other side of the room. There was a table, a chair, an oil lamp that was still burning, a worm nest, and a handwritten notebook. I suggest you stop studying soft worms for now. That way, you can at least live for another year, Angor said. The reason why Boboda's body was collapsing so fast was probably because Boboda was too focused on studying soft worms. Boboda used up a lot of his energy and mana, which led to the backlash. Boboda shook his head. There's not much I can do to repay your kindness. This is what I have to do, and it's what I want to do. Angor stared at Boboda with a determined look. Do as you wish. By the way, you don't look so good. Are you sure you want to see your sister in this state? I can use an illusion spell to change your appearance. Like your old self. Babota picked up a mirror and saw his face reflected in it. His body once turned into alien and then collapsed, which ruined his appearance and made him look extremely ugly. His sickly pale face made him look even scarier. Me, looking at his ugly face in the mirror, Babota had forgotten what he used to look like. Me. Then, should he use the same face to meet Hua Kk? This way, before his body collapsed and his soul dissipated, he would be able to leave behind the most beautiful memories for her. Babota opened his mouth. He wanted to agree, but he shook his head in the end. No matter what I look like, I'm still me. Babota said, I'll be honest and tell Sparrow how ugly my twisted ego, crazy obsession, and paranoid dreams will make me. I can't be a good example anymore, but I can at least use myself as a warning to others. Babota's choice was to face his former self and reconcile with himself. Angor didn't try to persuade Babota to change his mind. Babota could make his own choice whether it was good or bad. Angor told Babota where they were and prepared to leave. Since we've arrived at Dark Castle, can I leave now? Babota suddenly asked. Not yet. Something seems to have happened in Dark Castle. I'll take you out when I see Flower Sparrow. Something happened? What happened? Babota asked nervously. What happened? Babota asked nervously. What happened? He considered for a moment and briefly explained the situation in Dark Castle to Sunders. Did all the undead creatures around Dark Castle disappear? Babota frowned. My sister isn't an undead creature, but she's still an undead creature. Will she be affected too? Angor couldn't give him a definite answer. He had to wait until they reached the graveyard to find out. Babota, who was already worried about meeting Flower Sparrow, suddenly felt more anxious after hearing Angor's words. Angor removed his spirit feelers from his bracelet while Babota tried to calm himself down. Sunders had already opened his eyes while trying to sense the situation in Dark Castle. Angor noticed that Sunders' eyes were filled with complicated emotions. There was a mixture of solemnity, doubt, and surprise in his eyes. The only thing he didn't feel was relief after seeing the truth. Instead, his brows furrowed even tighter. What's going on in Dark Castle, sir? Sunders considered for a moment. It's complicated. I have some questions that are hard to answer. I can't tell you the details. See for yourself. Sunders pointed at the air with a finger, which caused ripples to appear in the air. As the ripples spread across Angor's body, he began to see illusions in front of his eyes. Dark clouds hung low in the sky. Lightning snakes poked their heads out of the clouds from time to time. Under the dark clouds, there was a long stretch of mountain ridges. Between these undulating mountain ridges, there was a large number of strange rocks. It was like a terrifying hell in the imagination of mortals. These strange and sharp rocks were the magic formations that trapped the ghosts in hell. And at the top of these mountain rocks, there was a huge castle that was filled with a strange atmosphere, standing there alone. It looked like the mansion of a strange count in a fairy tale. Angor had been to Dark Castle before, so he recognized it right away. However, unlike the last time he was there, Dark Castle was now surrounded by a large number of light dots. They were densely packed together like stars in the sky, and the lightning bolts in the background intertwined with each other. If one looked at it from a distance, it would have a different kind of beauty. However, when he got closer, he realized that the light dots that covered the entire Dark Castle were actually undead creatures. The undead creatures he couldn't find before were all gathered around Dark Castle. There were so many of them that he couldn't count them. 10,000? 20,000? 100,000. Angor could also see more undead creatures rising from the ground. Dark Castle was completely surrounded, from the sky to the ground, and even underground. So this is what's going on in Dark Castle? Angor's eyes widened in shock. Even though he was only looking at the illusion, he could still feel the horrifying sensation of being surrounded by countless undead creatures. Maybe Sunders didn't just see the undead creatures on the surface. Something must have happened inside Dark Castle. Why didn't anyone come out to deal with all these undead creatures? The number of undead creatures was terrifying. Even Sunders wouldn't dare to face them head-on. However, even if they couldn't get rid of them instantly, they could at least disperse them in a small area. But no one in Dark Castle did that. Angor took a closer look and found that Dark Castle looked like a real castle of death. You're right. And it's strange that so many undead creatures are gathered here. Angor pointed at a certain spot in the illusion. I can't see it clearly, but I'm sure the magic array protecting Dark Castle is still working. Normally speaking, undead creatures wouldn't dare to come to Dark Castle. Something is clearly wrong with the current situation. I can only think of one possibility, Angor said slowly. Someone is controlling them. That's right. Sunders nodded. You're right. Sunders nodded. To be able to control so many undead creatures, one has to be at least a half-legendary. And a soul manipulator at that. However, the Twilight King, Isabel, was actually a sorcerer who specialized in soul magic. Therefore, in the face of these undead that could be said to be besieging the city, she couldn't leave them alone. Or maybe Isabel was the one who controlled the undead creatures? Angor suggested another possibility. Maybe Isabel was experimenting with her spells. Or maybe she needed a large number of undead creatures for her experiments? That's all for now. Let's go check it out. Sunders cast a nightmare illusion spell that covered both of them. Angor quickly sensed the illusion nodes around them and quickly understood what the spell was for. A strange force field was set up around them, using illusions to conceal all the information emitted by their bodies, including their smell, body temperature, voice, energy, hormones, and so on. Generally, the undead relied on body temperature, light perception, sound, movement, and energy to determine a human's location. Sunders' illusion covered all of these. This was one of the best illusionary spells Angor had ever seen. Using this spell, they could avoid being detected by the undead creatures. After casting the spell, Sunders flew up into the sky. Since Dark Castle was acting strangely, there was no need for them to follow unnecessary etiquette. He decided to head straight for Dark Castle. After flying for a while, he circled around a towering hill and saw Dark Castle, which was covered in starlight. Even though they couldn't see the exact details due to the distance, they were still shocked by the sheer number of footsteps. It won't be easy to sneak into Dark Castle without alerting the undead creatures. But that didn't mean it was impossible. For example, Angor could use the door model or Sunders' nightmare stand-in to enter Dark Castle. However, no one knew what was going on inside Dark Castle. If the castle was peaceful and they used spells to sneak in, it would be tantamount to invading the castle unannounced. Let's deal with Bobota first. I'll see if I can get in touch with Dark Castle. Angor nodded. Flower Sparrow's graveyard wasn't far from Dark Castle. They could even reach the top of the hill from the graveyard. When they arrived at the graveyard, they saw many undead creatures around them. However, there were far fewer of them compared to Dark Castle. Using an illusion spell, Angor and Sunders made their way to the well inside the graveyard. But before he stepped into the well, he frowned. He saw some faint footprints near the well, which didn't seem to be the work of an undead creature. Did someone go inside the well recently? Or did they just happen to pass by? With that in mind, they reached the bottom of the well. It was a dry well without any water vapor. The ground was extremely dry. Thus, the row of footprints was completely preserved. Someone came here, Angor said in a small voice. Not only did he come, but he also did something. Sunders looked into the dark tunnel as if he could already see what was going on down there. A minute later, Angor looked at the illusion in silence. Before leaving Dark Castle, Angor set up an illusion of a young girl's room for Flower Sparrow. He also left several magic crystals as energy to keep the illusion alive. At this moment, the illusory realm was still preserved without any damage, but the innocent girl in the yellow dress had disappeared. The footprints they found earlier also led to the outside of the illusion. It seemed to indicate that the disappearance of Hua Kk had something to do with this footprint. This illusion is not bad. Sunders praised in a soft voice. Using nightmare illusions, runes, and magic crystals as the energy source so that it can exist between reality and illusion. What a clever idea. Sunders didn't comment much on the pink decorations in the illusion. While Sunders was praising, Angor kept his eyes on the footprints on the ground, hoping to find some clues about where Flower Sparrow had left. Since he had promised Boboda, he didn't want anything to go wrong at the last moment. Besides, he liked Flower Sparrow too. The length and width of the footprints are not large. It should be a woman. The imprint is very heavy, and he can't control his body's strength. He should be an ordinary person, or rather, someone who has just entered the realm of talent. The energy reaction has almost completely dissipated. We can only judge a vague time period based on objective conditions. Let me see. He's shorter than you by a head and has a small body. He appeared about 2 months ago. Sunders added. His eyes glowed as he used delirium break to find out the truth from the clues left behind by Sunders. Did someone from Dark Castle take Flower Sparrow away? Angor guessed. Most people who came to the graveyard were Dark Castle's people who disposed of corpses. All the people in Dark Castle were women, and all the men in Dark Castle were outsiders, which fit the description of the scene. I don't think so, Sunders said as he shook his head. Sunders shook his head and pointed at the illusion. Your illusion isn't destroyed, and the magic crystal isn't taken away. Which do you think is more valuable, a little girl's soul or a magic crystal? Apart from Flower Sparrow's identity, her soul might be more valuable than 1 or 2 magic crystals, but not by much. If someone wanted to take Flower Sparrow away, they wouldn't have left the magic crystals behind. You mean Flower Sparrow wasn't taken away, Professor? That's true. But why don't you go inside the illusion? Maybe she left you a message? Sunders pointed at the illusion. Angor's eyes brightened up. He did create a pen and paper for Flower Sparrow to draw. Maybe she did leave a message. With that in mind, he couldn't wait to enter the illusion. When he pushed open the pink door, the chilling atmosphere was instantly replaced by warmth. Melodious music drifted into his ears. When he took a closer look, he saw that the music box on the table was spinning leisurely. The dancers in the ballet dress on the music box swayed and danced non-stop. Thump, 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 a team of mahogany soldiers walked across the wooden floor while beating drums. The drum beats were crisp and clear. They walked to Angor's side and circled around him as if they were welcoming their master home. The bird doll floating on the pink bed also fluttered its wings and chirped. Wind chimes were also ringing. It was a beautiful girl's room filled with fantasy and fairy tales. He was the one who came up with these illusions to amuse Sparrow. Looking at it now, the pink bubbles were actually quite shameful. However, Angor didn't care about such trivial things. Instead, he looked at the fairy tale books on the table. Each book was placed very neatly, and the order was reversed. It was clear that Hua Kk often flipped through them. Angor pulled out a thick booklet from under the pile of books. On the surface of the booklet, there was a self-portrait in a childish style. There was also a row of somewhat immature words on it, record book. In front of the booklet were 2 hand-drawn flowers. Angor's eyes lit up. Something. He flipped open Flower's record excitedly and was stunned by what he saw. The first page didn't have any words. There was only a picture of Flower Sparrow and a young man facing each other. The background of the picture was a dark underground cave. The young man in the picture had blonde hair and a pair of blue eyes. He was not familiar with the painting, and could even be considered childish. But he still recognized the young man in the painting at first glance. It was himself. Flower Sparrow recorded her first meeting with Angor in the form of a painting. Angor turned several more pages, each of which showed Flower Sparrow and himself. Flower Sparrow used her immature drawing skills to record everything that happened after she met Angor. When he reached the 10th page, Angor finally disappeared from the picture. Angor was replaced by a young girl who was holding a piece of roasted meat in her hand. Flower Sparrow's drawing was very delicate. Even the honey flowing out of the meat was clearly shown. She looks familiar. Sunders stared at the girl and thought of a name. Angor considered. She must be Lady Greya. Or rather, the original owner of the body Lady Greya took over. The reason why he met Flower Sparrow was because of the soul orb in the woman's hand. According to Flower Sparrow, the orb was given to her by Greya. Later, Angor learned that it was the original owner of Greya's body who gave the orb to Flower Sparrow. Back then, Greya's consciousness was still in a dormant state. However, when Greya was asleep, the original owner of Greya's body would regain control. Angor turned several more pages and saw Greya talking to Flower Sparrow. When Greya disappeared into the picture, Angor finally saw the words again. Kitten has meowed for almost 200 times. I miss Big Brother and Big Sister so much. Big Sister asked me to call her Big Sister. Why? The Big Brother and Big Sister referred to Angor and Greya respectively. As for meowing for 100 times, Angor looked at a clock on the wall. The hour hand on the clock was still moving. At the same time, through the transparent glass, he could see a sleeping kitten in the small compartment behind the clock. The kitten would meow every morning. According to Flower Sparrow's book, the kitten meowed for 200 times, which meant that half a year had passed. Flower Sparrow did not record anything during this time, which meant this book wasn't a diary. She used it to record things that were important to her. With that thought in mind, he continued reading the book. Again, there were several pages that recorded the passage of time. However, when he reached the 30th page, he saw another drawing. A strange figure appeared in the drawing. It was a faceless person. Or rather, Flower Sparrow seemed to be dissatisfied with the drawing, so she used a tool to alter the drawing. In the end, a faceless figure was revealed. The figure was standing outside the illusion, while Flower Sparrow hid in a corner inside the illusion. The drawing was messy, but it still showed Flower Sparrow's fear. In the next few pages, the faceless figure appeared. However, he did not enter the illusion. Every time he came, Flower Sparrow would hide in a corner. He could already picture a terrifying being coming to the bottom of the well and whispering something while Sparrow shivered in fear. She only felt safe when she curled up in a corner. The strange figure appeared in more than 10 pages. The rest of the drawings disappeared and became Flower Sparrow's record again. Who is that? Angor frowned. He did not do anything to Flower Sparrow, but why did she look so scared every time she saw him? Angor suppressed his curiosity and kept reading. Flower Sparrow still did not record why she left the illusion. Or, did that strange figure take Flower Sparrow away? With this question in mind, Angor turned to another page. Angor's eyes widened in surprise when he saw the image. The reason for that was because a familiar figure had appeared in the image. It was still Greya, judging from her attire. However, Angor noticed that Flower Sparrow didn't seem to be close to this Greya. The colors and strokes of the painting created a strange atmosphere. She's the real Lady Greya. She's not the main persona sleeping in the Central Plains, Angor confirmed. You're right, Sunders nodded. Sunders nodded in agreement. Judging from the time, this painting should be made after Greya left Phantom Island. So Greya did come to Dark Castle. Angor believed that this was the beginning of a watershed. He kept reading. Greya only came to see Flower Sparrow for a brief moment before she left. Flower Sparrow spent some time writing. On the second day after Greya left, Flower Sparrow wrote something ambiguous. She's not Miss Greya. But I think she knows where my little brother is. This also revealed Greya's identity. Greya was Greya, but not the one who gave Flower Sparrow the soul orb. The following days went by. Flower Sparrow didn't use the painting to record anything, which meant nothing major happened during this time. When he reached the 60th page, he finally saw the events that happened in the recent 2 months. The first few pages were all about time. When he turned to the next one, he finally saw something different. The faceless figure from before had appeared in the well again. The figure didn't do anything to Flower Sparrow this time. However, Flower Sparrow's strokes became even more chaotic. The fear seeped into the paper and reached the bottom of the page. There was only one page for the figure, and the other pages were all about time. Angor continued until the last page. The last page was still a painting. However, Flower Sparrow added a line of words under the painting. I saw a lot. I have to leave to see more. In the painting, Flower Sparrow was holding the hand of a woman in a long dress. Angor didn't see anything else after that. Looking at the time, this should have happened 1.5 months ago. So she left the illusion willingly. But who's that woman? Angor frowned. The woman in the long dress was someone who had never appeared in this record book. Moreover, Hua Kk did not highlight this woman's characteristics. It was as if there was nothing special about her that could stand out. But since Hua Kk was holding his hand, did that mean she trusted him? But why would Hua Kk trust an unfamiliar woman who had never appeared in the records? Now that I know the truth, I don't feel enlightened at all. Instead, there are more and more questions. Angor rubbed his temples. Who was this strange woman? Who was that faceless person from before? Why would Hua Kk be afraid of that faceless person, and why would she trust that strange woman? Also, was the departure of Flower Sparrow related to the anomaly in Dark Castle? I keep feeling that there's something fishy going on here. Angor couldn't think for a long time. In the end, he had to tidy up his desk again to see if he could find anything else about Sparrow. However, as the creator of the illusion, he easily searched through everything and found nothing. Hua Kk had left. What should he do now? Angor didn't know what to tell Babota. Should he just ignore him? After thinking for a moment, he reached his spirit feeler into his bracelet. Ever since Angor told him about the strange situation in Dark Castle, he had been worried about the safety of Dark Castle. This was probably the longest and most torturous period of his life. Angor looked at Babota, who was rubbing his hands together nervously. Angor considered for a moment and decided to tell Babota the truth. Following a flash of light, Babota suddenly felt weightless. When he regained his balance, he found himself in the room of a young girl dressed in pink. Sunders and Angor were standing next to him. Babota immediately realized that he had left the bracelet. He pulled down his wizard robes hood subconsciously and turned around to check his surroundings. To be more precise, he wanted to see if Floral Sparrow was nearby. However, Babota could only tell that he was in a very girly room. He didn't see anyone else. Babota looked at Sunders in confusion. Sunders remained calm, while Angor looked a little worried. This is... Babota's heart skipped a beat when he saw Angor's expression. The answer that had been bothering him for a long time was about to come to him. This is the illusion I created for your sister, Hua Kk Quebec. Where's my sister? Babota's voice trembled. As you can see, she's not here. Angor looked at Babota's trembling face and spoke in a gentler tone, but don't worry. She left some clues for you. Take a look. Babota was, after all, a supernatural. Although his heart was cold, he knew that he had to calm down instead of hurting himself. There are more clues. There are more clues. After taking a deep breath, Babota's expression slowly calmed down, though there were still some emotions in his eyes. Angor gave Babota a look of appreciation. After making sure that Babota had calmed down, he told him what he found. Including the footprints outside and this record book. Take it. There's a record of Sparrow's life. He handed the book to Babota. Babota took the book with trembling hands. When he saw the words on the cover, tears began to well up in his eyes. Babota already knew that it was his sister, Floral Sparrow, who wrote those words. Hua Kk's memories had disappeared, but her handwriting was still the same as before. Angor did not lie to him. Floral Sparrow was here. Babota held back the surging emotions in his heart. He reached out with his withered hand and flipped open the notebook. Babota read the book carefully, starting from the first page. He took a long time to read every page, caressing every word as if he was trying to imitate Floret's strokes. Babota's eyes were filled with nostalgia and guilt. After some time, Babota finally flipped to the last page. When he closed his eyes, he memorized all the words and images in the book. Everything was still vivid in his mind. Thank you. With the accompaniment of the music box and the wind chimes ringing, Babota uttered a heavy but sincere word of thanks. Angor did tell him about Floral Sparrow's story, but he had to see it with his own eyes. The book recorded how Angor changed Floral Sparrow's life. At the same time, most of the content was about how much Floral Sparrow missed Angor. Babota was a little jealous, but his gratitude came from the bottom of his heart. You've said that many times already, Angor said. Let's go back to the book. You've finished reading it. What did you find? Babota nodded. Yes, it's Sparrow's painting. But I don't know anyone else apart from you. Angor only shrugged and pointed at the girl in the picture. I only know that this is Lady Greya. I don't know anything else. Angor didn't tell Babota anything about Greya since it involved Greya's secret. So far, Angor only mentioned that the girl was Greya. He didn't want to reveal anything else. Babota didn't know anything about Greya, but judging from the picture, Greya and Floral Sparrow weren't enemies. He checked the book again, trying to find more clues, especially the woman in the long dress at the end. She might be the one who took Floral Sparrow away. But Babota still didn't find anything. Instead, he noticed something strange when he looked at the faceless figure. Angor, don't you think this figure is different from the one you drew? Babota pointed at the faceless figure. It was the painting from 2 months ago, and it was also the second time this strange figure appeared in Flower Sparrow's record book. Different? Angor didn't notice anything at first because it was just a faceless figure. But now that Babota pointed it out, Angor did notice something different. My sister's drawing is immature, but it follows the same pattern. Look at her drawings of herself, you, and Lady Greya, and you'll see that they all have the same body proportions. But this faceless figure is different in proportion and color. Babota paused for a second and speculated, does this mean that the figure was in 2 different forms when it first appeared? Angor followed Babota's words and realized that it was true. The second time the figure appeared, it was bigger in size. Moreover, Hua Kei's coloring of this figure was even more intense. That's a clue. But Floral Sparrow was taken away by another woman. It has nothing to do with this figure, right? Angor asked. Babota considered for a moment. Every time my sister saw this figure, she showed fear and panic. She did not record why she was afraid of this figure, but this was the only negative emotion that appeared in the entire record book. I wonder if this has something to do with the reason why my sister left? Indeed, from the records, it could be seen that Hua Kei had chosen to leave on her own accord. However, she did not make a clear record of the reason why Hua Kei left. But since he was leaving, and he was leaving his only comfort zone surrounded by the undead, there must be a reason why he was forced to do so. Just as Babota had said, the only possible reason for Flower Sparrow's departure was this grotesque figure. Who could it be? Another thing that puzzles me is the words she left on the last page. Babota turned to the last page of the book. What did she mean by, I saw a lot, and I can only see more by leaving? Why do I feel like he's implying something? Babota said. Angor noticed this as well. But he couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity. Why does he sound like White Bear? Angor muttered. White Bear was an apprentice of clairvoyance. According to Babota, Flower Sparrow used to be very good at prophecy. But that was when she was still alive. How could she keep her talent after she died? Angor didn't think so. Still, he couldn't figure out the truth from the clues he saw so far. The only thing he could think of was that Flower Sparrow was forced to leave because of something. And it was very likely that the faceless figure had something to do with it. Since we can't find anything else and Flower Sparrow is gone, let's leave this place first, Angor said. It would be a waste of time to stay here. Angor was going to put Babota back into his bracelet, but Babota begged, can I go in later? I still want to see where my sister used to live. Angor gave Babota a meaningful look. It's not a nice place. But if you insist, fine. When they left the illusion, Babota immediately saw the dark and dry environment around them, as well as the lingering aura of undead creatures. Babota's expression changed a little. Angor didn't say anything on their way out. As they moved further away from the illusion, the stench of dead bodies and undead creatures grew stronger. After they left the well, Babota stared at the dark sky, the wandering undead, and the piles of skeletons in the graveyard. His eyes were no longer as calm as before. Instead, they were filled with gloom, guilt, and sadness. Angor already told him that Sparrow's soul was inside a well in a graveyard. However, Sunders would always forget about the graveyard in his mind. He even tried to beautify the place because his sister was here. But when he saw the situation in the cemetery and the terrifying number of corpses, he still couldn't imagine that his sister had been living in such an environment. Although the illusory realm at the bottom of the well wasn't big, it was like heaven and hell compared to this place. Have you been living here all your life, sister? Babota opened his mouth and tried to say something, but his mind went blank. This wasn't the place where Sparrow lived. It was more like the place where she suffered. Yes. It's not a pleasant place. But Sparrow didn't complain. She didn't get corrupted by the undead aura. She was still pure and kind. She waited alone at the bottom of the well. Angor spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito's. She's probably the only good thing in this place. Looking at the countless corpses and the oppressive dark clouds, Baboda didn't know when tears began to roll down his cheeks. His sister waited here all alone. She didn't remember anything back then. She just waited aimlessly. He could already imagine his sister cowering alone at the bottom of the well before she met Angor. She was scared and confused. But she didn't go with the flow. She didn't become corrupted by the undead creatures. It wasn't until she met Angor and Greya that Sparrow finally saw a ray of light in the endless darkness. She finally found her goal. The big brother and big sister she kept writing down in her notebook were her ultimate goal. Baboda was a little jealous at first, but when he saw the cruel scene, he sympathized with his sister. How good would it be to have a ray of light to illuminate her dark life when she was in such a hopeless situation? Thank you. Baboda didn't know how many times he said thank you, but he couldn't find any other way to express his gratitude. He had to do it over and over again, as if only by doing so could he find a way out of the depression in his heart. Angor looked at Baboda's crying face and sighed in his mind. Everyone's life was a journey full of ups and downs. Baboda thought that he was the only member of the Bayuan clan. He placed the responsibility of reviving the Bayuan clan on himself, which led to a series of terrible consequences. Poor, but also hateful. Thud thud thud, Baboda was still lost in his own thoughts when he heard footsteps approaching him. He looked up and saw Angor standing in front of him. Next to him, there was a white skeleton floating in the air. It had a small skull and a small skeleton. Even the limbs were short. Clearly, this was the skeleton of a child. This skeleton is... Baboda pointed at the child's skeleton and seemed to have realized something. This is Florid's skeleton. The pendant I gave you back then was found on this skeleton. Angor handed the pendant to Baboda. The skeleton is perfectly fine, which means Florid didn't suffer much when she was alive. Baboda couldn't stop his tears from flowing out of his eyes. No one could have imagined that the person who had tricked the Moon Frost Alliance and ruined Sir Monkey's plans would cry in such a sorrowful manner without a care for his image. Put it away. We're leaving now, Angor said in a low voice, if you still want to find your sister. Baboda held the skeleton in his arms as if it was a piece of paper. All right, thank you. I'll go back into the bracelet. I noticed a soft larva egg earlier. It's a little strange. I'll go in and record it now. Baboda's voice was hoarse, and there was a hint of urgency in it. The only way he could repay Angor's kindness was to cultivate more soft larvae before his body broke down. Angor nodded. Studying soft larvae would hasten Baboda's death, but it was better than leaving him outside as a burden. Also, if you find any traces of Huake, please let me know. After putting Baboda into the bracelet, Angor returned to Sunder's side. Sunders didn't pay any attention to them after they came out of the well. Instead, he kept his eyes on Dark Castle in the distance, trying to find any spirit energy fluctuations that might help him contact someone inside. However, after observing for a while, Sunders realized that Dark Castle was just like a dead house. There were no energy ripples or spirit waves coming from inside the castle. It was strange. No one would believe that Dark Castle was the headquarters of a wizard organization. I can't sense anyone. Either there's a barrier around the castle, or, there's no one inside, Sunders said. Angor frowned. Did that mean Dark Castle gave up on their base? That was impossible. Abandoning their base was a huge matter. There was no way they could keep it a secret. Let's check it out first. Sunders considered for a moment and decided to approach Dark Castle. It would be best if he could find someone inside. If he couldn't, he could just go inside. Sunders glanced at Angor. He was planning to let Angor enter the gravity garden alone. But now that he thought about it, Angor was already quite strong, especially when it came to escaping and protecting himself. He might even be better than ordinary wizards. Angor wasn't someone who liked to stay in an ivory tower. He had been causing a lot of trouble ever since he entered the wizarding world. In the end, Sunders didn't say anything and walked toward the gate of the graveyard. They followed the path out of the graveyard and headed toward the top of the mountain. The gloomy atmosphere, the rugged path, the cold dark forest, the undead who were whimpering by the side of the road, and the densely packed castles in the distance that resembled the nests of the undead. This winding road was like a passage to hell. For the vast majority of people, even transcendents, this terrifying number of undead creatures was extremely frightening. But for Sunders and Angor, they weren't that important. In fact, Angor wouldn't be afraid even if he had to face them all by himself. Angor took out Prelude to Undead from his bracelet and prepared himself to be discovered by the undead creatures. However, when they were about to enter the rocky area halfway up the mountain, Sunders suddenly stopped. "What's wrong?" Angor looked at him. Sunders raised an eyebrow. "I think I caught something." "Caught something?" Sunders suddenly dashed toward the forest. "This way. Follow me." The sobbing sound turned into a terrifying roar in the darkness. As Natasha ran away, more and more cries of shock were heard. Countless bloody and terrifying eyes were focused on her. "That guy already knows about the node. I have to go back and report to the Queen. I can't let it be destroyed here." Natasha thought to herself, but she ran even faster. However, Natasha had lost the source of her magic power, so she could only run with her feet. In the dark black forest, even the dried-up branches could stop her from running away. Under a dark hill, Natasha didn't pay attention and bumped into a skeleton wearing armor. She didn't know what the armor was made of, but it was very hard. Natasha's balance was broken by this sudden accident. After a muffled groan, Natasha fell to her knees. She looked down and saw that her right ankle had begun to emit a sizzling sound, and a spark of electricity exploded. Natasha only heard a few cracking sounds, and then she couldn't feel her right foot anymore. Damn it, it actually malfunctioned at this time. I had checked it before the mission. Natasha's eyes flashed fiercely. An ear-piercing scream came from behind. Natasha turned around and saw the face of a horrifying undead with blue veins around its eyes. Its eyes were white, and its face was green with fangs. It was less than 10 centimeters away from the tip of her nose. Natasha's heart skipped a beat. She didn't try to attack, because any attack would be useless if she didn't have any attribute that could restrain the undead. She used her left foot, which could still move, to kick the dead tree next to her. As the branches of the dead tree swayed and fell, Natasha took advantage of the counterforce and rolled to the other side. However, she obviously used too much strength this time, and her right foot was damaged, so she didn't step on the brake in time. After the first roll, she rolled a second time. It would have been fine if it were just 2 rolls, but God seemed to be against her. The direction she rolled happened to be an extremely steep slope. Normally, she would have to lean forward to maintain her center of gravity when standing on it. But at this moment, Natasha, who could not control herself, rolled down directly. Natasha remained calm as she rolled. She could see the dust flying into her face, and she could also hear the cracking sounds of broken branches as she rolled. At the same time, she could feel the gears on the right side of her body falling off, and the hissing sound of machinery being destroyed. Because his right leg was crippled, the entire right side of his body was affected. Natasha was still thinking when the rolling finally stopped. She forced herself to sit up with her bloodied left hand. At this moment, a lightning snake suddenly descended from the rolling black clouds in the sky. The moment the white light flickered, Natasha's current appearance could be seen clearly. She was extremely miserable. The dress was so tattered that it was impossible to see its original appearance. The skin on the right side of her body was completely broken, revealing the mechanical gears, steel bars, and various brakes. Now, the mechanical fire on the right half of the body flickered, white smoke overflowing. Obviously, the right half of her body was almost destroyed. And her left half was also very miserable. Unlike the right half of her body, which was mechanical, the left half of her body was made of flesh and blood. At this moment, the left half of her body was full of scars, some of which were so deep that the bones could be seen. Her long golden curly hair was also dyed red with blood. She looked very miserable. Natasha took a long breath and looked around. This was a flat land, and there were no trees within a radius of 20 meters. I've already deviated from the route. Can I still go back? Natasha's eyes flashed with absent-mindedness. She heard a shrill cry behind her. Natasha turned her head, and a large number of glowing figures were reflected in her bloodshot brown eyes. She didn't know when, but hundreds of undead had appeared behind her, and these undead were still gathering. Even if these undead hadn't attacked her yet, the evil, crazy, wanton, and sorrowful aura had already affected her rationality, which was already on the verge of collapsing. This place is already very far from that guy's territory, but there are still so many undead here. So, it's really that guy's doing? A dim light flashed in Natasha's eyes. She knew that she would most likely be destroyed here. Even if she ran back to the node, that guy would definitely set up an ambush near the node. No matter what, she could not go back. Unless someone came to save her. Natasha thought of this possibility and secretly shook her head. She was just a cyborg. She could even be called a mechanical puppet. Why would anyone come to save her? Besides, everyone in Dark Castle had their own things to do. No one would come to save her. Natasha could not help but smile bitterly. Looking at the undead that were getting closer and closer to her, she knew that she was not far from being destroyed. Perhaps after the King of the Twilight had cleaned up these undead, someone would discover his remains. Some of the metals that made up her body were still precious. Maybe they would be refined into a mechanical puppet, but the consciousness that would awaken from the mechanical puppet would not be her. Sister Natasha, you will come back. I saw it. You will come back. A voice suddenly echoed in Natasha's mind. She remembered the texture of each syllable. Although it sounded young, it was very firm. Flower, it seems that you are wrong this time. I might not be able to go back. Natasha looked at the undead face that was close to her and quietly closed her eyes, waiting for the moment to end. Natasha closed her eyes for a long time, but she realized that she did not feel anything. Was there no pain in death? It seemed that what was recorded in the book was not right. Death was actually very peaceful and peaceful. She even heard a man whispering in her ear. A man? A whisper? Natasha suddenly had a question mark in her mind. How was that possible? Even if she turned into a soul, it was impossible for a man to appear here. She suddenly opened her eyes. What appeared in front of her was not the hideous face of the undead, but a blurry and tall figure. The white light of the lightning outlined the outline of the figure. Solid, strong, handsome, and filled with a sense of security. Natasha stared at the man in front of her in a daze. A trace of astonishment flashed through her eyes. Why would a man appear here? Hadn't the man's soul already been cleansed? No. This man was not a soul. He had the aura of a living person, and it was very strong. Natasha seemed to react. She suddenly turned her head and looked around. The undead that had surrounded her before had all disappeared. Was she saved? Was she saved by this man who came out of nowhere? TSK, too few undead creatures. Not enough to create a white bullet. The man's pleasant voice reached Natasha's ears. Too few undead creatures? White bullet. What was that? Although she could vaguely see the white light entering the object in the man's hand, she didn't connect the two together at this moment. Natasha hesitated for a moment before asking, "Who are you? Why are you here?" She suddenly realized something. You're an outsider. How dare you trespass into Dark Castle? Angor frowned. He just saved this person. Not only did she not thank him, she even questioned him. She's from Dark Castle. Or should I say, a mechanical puppet? Sunders asked in a low voice. A modified cyborg. Most of her organs have been replaced, but her soul is still intact, Angor explained. As for whether she's from Dark Castle or not, I think so. Angor looked at the pitiful cyborg. We didn't trespass. We walked in openly. We thought you would notice us as soon as we stepped into Dark Castle's territory, which would make it easier for us to negotiate with you. But no one contacted us, and you're waiting for us to save you. Who are you? Natasha didn't want to waste time on Angor's excuse. Instead, she asked another question. What are you doing in Dark Castle at this time? We're not interested in what happened to Dark Castle, Natasha said. But we're not interested in what happened to Dark Castle. We're here to find someone. Someone? Yes. Is Lady Greya in Dark Castle right now? Greya? Natasha looked up. What do you want from her? Angor was about to answer when Sunders joined them. I don't want to waste time. Take us to Greya. Or rather, I'll get the information from your mind. His tone was cold, but his words made Natasha shiver. She looked up at Sunders, and as she did, she saw a flash of white light, which allowed her to see Sunders' face. Her pupils suddenly shrank. Why your Phantom Master, Sunders? When Natasha saw Sunders raising an eyebrow, she realized she was being rude. Mr. Phantom, I didn't know it was you. Cut the crap. Sunders' tone was cold and impatient. Natasha quickly realized that if Sunders came to Dark Castle, even the Queen would come to see him, let alone Greya. Alright, I'll take you to Lady Greya now, sir. Natasha turned around and tried to walk away. However, she lost her balance and fell to the ground. She had forgotten that most of her body parts had been destroyed. I can't move, said Natasha. With a trace of embarrassment on her face, Natasha whispered, why don't I tell you the location of the node and you can go there by yourselves? Angor wanted to go there himself, but since he already met someone from Dark Castle, he couldn't just leave her there. He crouched down and checked the broken parts on Natasha's body. He said in a low voice, it's not realistic to repair them perfectly in a short time. But it won't take too much effort to get you moving again. Natasha looked doubtfully at the young man squatting in front of her. She hesitated for a moment and said, are you an alchemist? Angor glanced at Natasha and nodded. Sort of. Natasha hadn't been paying attention to the outside world for a long time. Plus, Dark Castle was still in chaos recently, so she didn't know who Angor was. Natasha didn't say no to Angor's help. Even if she could go back, she would have to wait for a long time to get it fixed. She might even need to replace her entire body, which would take even longer. Now that someone could fix her body, even if it was only for her to regain her mobility, it was enough. Natasha still doubted Angor's alchemy skills, but since he was Mr. Phantom's follower, he couldn't be too bad. Natasha's attitude saved Angor the time to explain. After all, he was doing something on someone else's body. Angor quickly took out all kinds of materials and began crafting. Both his hands and hand of spell were moving so fast that Natasha only saw a series of blurry images in front of her eyes. When she finally regained her senses, Angor had already put all the tools back into his bracelet. Angor patted the dust off his hands and stood up. I'm almost done. See if you can move. Natasha looked at the right side of her body in surprise. All the sparks were gone, and the cold shell looked perfectly fine. The gears and vortexes inside were all reconfigured. I didn't pay attention to the appearance because I was in a hurry. Also, I think there are still some power sources inside that need to be fixed. Once you're done, you can use the artificial skin. It'll be more convenient, Angor explained. Natasha stared at Angor in shock and shook her head. I never cared about appearances. This is good enough. Thank you. Don't mention it. I'll remember the cost. 10 magic crystals. Natasha didn't react to Angor's words. To her, it was a fair deal. Try standing up first. Natasha stood up and found that there were no more obstructions. Her movements were very smooth. Although she couldn't mobilize her mana, she felt that it was much smoother than before. Natasha couldn't believe her eyes. She walked back and forth several times, but there was no delay at all. As a user, her own experience was very clear. This smoothness was even better than the one he had given to Madame Kimberly. Furthermore, the other party used less than half an hour to complete the refinement. One had to know that if she waited for Madame Kimberly to repair it, she would have to queue for at least half a month, and wait for another half a month for it to be repaired. This was simply unimaginable. Alchemy was actually this simple? Natasha couldn't help but have this thought, but she quickly sobered up. She had read too many records about alchemy, so she knew that alchemy wasn't a simple matter. There was only one explanation. Natasha looked at the tall young man standing not far away. Had he surpassed Madame Kimberly? Since you don't need to worry about anything, lead the way, Angor said. Natasha nodded and walked into the dark forest. Follow me, please. They walked in silence for about a minute. Angor noticed that they weren't heading toward Dark Castle. Instead, they were going somewhere far away from the castle. Did this mean that everyone in Dark Castle had left? Natasha, who was walking in front of Angor, hesitated for a while before she spoke to Angor in a low voice. What's your nickname, mister? Natasha wanted to know Angor's name. In her mind, an alchemist better than Madame Kimberly must be famous in the southern wizarding region. But she didn't want to ask for his name. Instead, she asked for his nickname. Nope, said Angor. Natasha didn't know how to answer, but she didn't give up. You must be famous in the alchemy circle, right? Angor didn't know how to answer this question. If he said he was famous, it would sound like he was bragging. If he said he wasn't famous, it would be a lie. Besides, if he thought he was being humble, others would think he lacked confidence. What are you trying to say? Angor asked a question of his own. Natasha hesitated and shook her head. I just feel that you're very good at alchemy, mister. I'm just curious. Angor considered. The alchemist who made your mechanical body is also very good. Very creative. Angor wasn't exaggerating. He talked to Muse about mechanical armament not long ago, and they also talked about mechanical limbs. The woman's mechanical body shared many of Muse's ideas, which meant the alchemist must have a good eye. Madame Kimberly is an excellent alchemist, Natasha replied. Kimberly? You mean Moonless Moon? It was Sunders who spoke. His voice was filled with curiosity. Yes, that's her. Mr. Phantom, do you know Madame Kimberly? Angor looked at Sunders. This was the first time he heard about Kimberly, but judging from Sunders' expression, the man seemed to know a lot about her. I didn't expect her to come back, Sunders whispered. As far as I know, Kimberly was born in the same era as Isabel. After Isabel left, Kimberly stayed in the southern wizarding region for a while before following Isabel's footsteps and left. This happened more than 600 years ago. Kimberly has never returned since she left. Angor now understood why Sunders was surprised by Kimberly's name. Kimberly had a relationship with someone they knew, which was speculated by outsiders, but never made it public. And this person was the current head of Lilith's family, Eventide Cantor. Cantor didn't talk about the relationship between Kimberly and Cantor. But he did know Kimberly, Sunders said. As far as I know, Kimberly used to be a Moonbreath wizard. Since when did she become interested in alchemy? This was the first time Natasha heard about the strange relationship between Lady Kimberly and Cantor from Lilith's house. While she was enjoying the story, she noticed her professor looking at her. Natasha shuddered. I don't know about Lady Kimberly, but ever since Lady Kimberly returned, she has been shouldering the responsibility of alchemy. When did she come back? Did she tell you where she went? Natasha said, she came back a year ago. I'm not familiar with Mrs. Kimberly, so I don't know where she went during her absence. Sunders nodded. Natasha was telling the truth. Speaking of which, he had never met Kimberly before. However, whenever Cantor mentioned Kimberly, he always had a deep sense of regret. He even said that if he worked together with Kimberly, his strength would double. That was why he was curious about Kimberly. About 10 minutes later, Natasha suddenly said, we're approaching one of the nodes. But I think there'll be an ambush. Natasha already told them about the nodes, but they didn't ask her about it. Why would the undead do that? Angor asked. Why would the undead do that? Could it be that someone is manipulating the undead? However, Natasha did not say anything about this question. Angor believed that this might be related to what happened to Dark Castle. Since Natasha didn't want to talk about it, Angor didn't ask further. He gripped Prelude to Undead and kept his guard up. They didn't encounter any undead creatures in the first few minutes. But when they got closer, Angor already sensed the resentful aura coming from the undead creatures. There must be a lot of them here. Crack, Natasha suddenly paused. She lowered her head and realized that it was just a twig that she had stepped on. Only then did she heave a sigh of relief. I estimate that there are specters near the nodes, and it takes a long time to open the nodes. So, we have to clear the specters or lure them away before we can return. Before she could finish her sentence, Natasha suddenly felt something strange under her feet and looked down again. At the bottom of her skirt, a greenish-white undead was sticking its terrifying head out from the ground. Its eye sockets were dark and gloomy. Although she couldn't see any expression in its eyes, Natasha felt a chill run down her spine. The corners of the undead's mouth cracked open. His smile was so terrifying that the veins on his face bulged out. "It's the smell of a living." With a sharp roar, the hand that came out of the ground grabbed Natasha's ankle. In great pain, Natasha tripped and fell to the ground. She struggled to break free from her shackles, but at this moment, countless ghostly white hands slowly reached out from the ground. Sorrowful cries, unsettling murmurs, and the evil aura of the undead creatures all turned the place into an undead hell. Natasha was right in the middle of the hell of the undead. Her limbs and head were all grabbed by the sharp undead hands. Her ears were still filled with the screams of the undead creatures. For a moment, Natasha felt like her limbs were being torn apart, and her brain was about to explode. Am I going to die? Natasha laid on the ground and looked at the hands moving in front of her eyes. But as soon as the thought came to her mind, she noticed that the hands in front of her eyes suddenly disappeared like dust. She slowly sat up and looked around. She realized that the hands that had reached out from the ground had all disappeared. She kept blinking her eyes, a look of confusion on her face. Was I hallucinating? End of chapter 1385. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.